Erich Hobsbawm was born in Alexandria in 1917 and educated in Austria, Germany, and England. He was a Fellow of the British Academy and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and a foreign member of the Japan Academy, with honorary degrees from universities in several countries. He taught until retirement at Birkbeck College, University of London, and then at the New School for Social Research in New York. In addition to the Age of Revolution 1789 to 1848, the Age of Capital 1848 to 1875, the Age of Empire 1875 to 1914 and the Age of Extremes 1914 to 1991, his books include Bandits, Revolutionaries, Uncommon People, How to Change the World, Tales of Marx and Marxism, and his memoir, Interesting Times. All have been translated into several languages. Erich Hobsbawm died in London in October 2012, aged 95. Contents. Illustrations. Preface and Acknowledgements. The Century, A Bird's Eye View. Part 1, The Age of Catastrophe. 1. The Age of Total War. 2. The World Revolution. 3. Into the Economic Abyss. 4. The Fall of Liberalism. 5. Against the Common Enemy. 6. The Arts 1914 to 45. 7. End of Empires. Part 2, The Golden Age. 8. Cold War. 9. The Golden Years. 10. The Social Revolution 1945 to 1990. 11. Cultural Revolution. 12. The Third World. 13. Real Socialism. Part 3, The Landslide. 14. The Crisis Decades. 15. Third World and Revolution. 16. End of Socialism. 17. The Avant-Garde Dies, The Arts After 1950. 18. Sorcerers and Apprentices, The Natural Sciences. 19. Towards the Millennium. References. Further reading. Index. Nobody can write the history of the 20th century like that of any other era, if only because nobody can write about his or her lifetime as one can, and must, write about a period known only from outside, at second or third hand, from sources of the period or the works of later historians. My own lifetime coincides with most of the period with which this book deals, and for most of it, from early teenage to the present, I have been conscious of public affairs, that is to say, I have accumulated views and prejudices about it as a contemporary rather than as a scholar. This is one reason why under my professional hat as a historian I avoided working on the era since 1914 for most of my career, though not refraining from writing about it in other capacities. My period, as they say in the trade, is the 19th century. I think it is now possible to see the short 20th century from 1914 to the end of the Soviet era in some historical perspective, but I come to it without the knowledge of the scholarly literature, let alone of all but a tiny sprinkle of archive sources, which historians of the 20th century, of whom there is an enormous number, have accumulated. It is, of course, utterly impossible for any single person to know the historiography of the present century, even that in any single major language, as, let us say, the historian of classical antiquity or of the Byzantine Empire knows what has been written in and about those long periods. Nevertheless, my own knowledge is casual and patchy even by the standards of historical erudition in the field of contemporary history. The most I have been able to do is to dip into the literature of particularly thorny and contract-overt questions, say, the history of the Cold War or that of the 1930s, far enough to satisfy myself that the views expressed in this book are tenable in the light of specialist research. Of course, I cannot have succeeded. There must be any number of questions on which I display ignorance as well as controversial views. This book, therefore, rests on curiously uneven foundations. In addition to the wide and miscellaneous reading of a good many years, supplemented by what reading was necessary to give lecture courses on 20th century history to the graduate students of the New School for Social Research, I have drawn on the accumulated knowledge, memories, and opinions of someone who has lived through the short 20th century, as what the social anthropologists call a participant observer, or simply as an open-eyed traveler, or what my ancestors would have Called a kibitzer, in quite a lot of countries. The historical value of such experiences does not depend on being present on great historic occasions, or having known or even met prominent history makers or statesmen. As a matter of fact, my experience as an occasional journalist inquiring into this or that country, chiefly in Latin America, has been that interviews with presidents or other decision makers are usually unrewarding, for the obvious reason that most of what such people say is for the public record. The people from whom illumination comes are those who can, or want to, speak freely, preferably if they have no responsibility for great affairs. Nevertheless, though necessarily partial and misleading, to have known people and places has helped me enormously. It may be no more than the sight of the same city at an interval of 30 years, Valencia or Palermo, which alone brings home the speed and scale of social transformation in the third quarter of the present century. It may be simply a memory of something said in conversations long ago and stored away, sometimes for no clear reason, for future use. If the historian can make some sense of the century, it is in large part because of watching and listening. I hope I have communicated to readers something of what I have learned through doing so. The book also, and necessarily, rests on the information drawn from colleagues, students, and anyone else whom I buttonholed while I was working on it. In some cases the debt is systematic. The chapter on the sciences was submitted to my friends Alan McKay FRS, who is not only a crystallographer but an encyclopedist, and John Maddox. Some of what I have written about economic development was read by my colleague at the New School, Lance Taylor, formerly of MIT, and much more was based on reading the papers, listening to the discussions and generally keeping my ears open during the conferences organized on various macroeconomic problems at the World Institute for Development Economic Research of the UN University, UNU/WIDER, in Helsinki when it was transformed into a major international center of research and discussion. Under the direction of Dr. Lal Jayawardena. In general, the summers the first was able to spend at that admirable institution as a McDonnell Douglas visiting scholar were invaluable to me, not least through its proximity to, and intellectual concern with, the USSR in its last years. I have not always accepted the advice of those I consulted, and, even when I have, the errors are strictly my own. I have derived much benefit from the conferences and colloquia at which academics spend much of their time meeting their colleagues largely for the purpose of picking each other's brains. I cannot possibly acknowledge all the colleagues from whom I have derived benefit or correction on formal or informal occasions, nor even all the information I have incidentally acquired from being lucky enough to teach a particularly international group of students at the New School. However, I think I must specifically acknowledge what I learned about the Turkish Revolution and about the nature of Third World migration and social mobility from term papers produced by Ferdan Ergut and Alex Julka. I am also indebted to the doctoral dissertation of my pupil Margarita Giesecke on opera and the Trujillo Rising of 1932. As the historian of the 20th century draws closer to the present, he or she becomes increasingly dependent on two types of sources: the daily or periodical press and the periodic reports, economic and other surveys, statistical compilations, and other publications by national governments and international institutions. My debt to such papers as the London Guardian, the Financial Times and the New York Times should be obvious. My debt to the invaluable publications of the United Nations and its various agencies, and the World Bank, is recorded in the bibliography. Nor should their predecessor, the League of Nations, be forgotten. Though an almost total failure in practice, its admirable economic inquiries and analyses, culminating in the pioneering industrialization and world trade of 1945, deserve our gratitude. No history of economic, social and cultural changes in this century could be written without such sources. Most of what I have written in this book, except obvious personal judgments of the author, readers will have to take on trust. There is no point in overloading a book such as this with a vast apparatus of references or other signs of erudition. I have tried to confine my references to the source of actual quotations, to the source of statistics and other quantitative data. Different sources sometimes give different figures, and to the occasional support for statements which readers may find unusual, unfamiliar, or unexpected, and some points where the author's controversial view might require some backing. These references are in brackets in the text. The full title of the source is to be found at the end of the volume. This bibliography is no more than a full list of all the sources actually cited or referred to in the text. It is not a systematic guide to further reading. A brief pointer to further reading is printed separately. The apparatus of references, such as it is also quite separate from the footnotes, which merely amplify or qualify the text. Nevertheless, it is only fair to point to some works on which I have relied quite a lot or to which I am particularly indebted. I would not want their authors to feel unappreciated. In general, I owe much to the work of two friends, the economic historian and indefatigable compiler of quantitative data, Paul Baruch, and Ivan Berend, formerly president of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, to whom I owe the concept of the short 20th century. For the general political history of the world since the Second World War, P. Calvo Corsi, World Politics since 1945, has been a sound, and sometimes, understandably, tart guide. For the Second World War one owe much to Alan Mulward's superb War, Economy, and Society 1939-45, and for the post-1945 economy one have found Herman van der Wees' Prosperity and Upheaval, The World Economy 1945-1980 and also Capitalism since 1945 by Philip Armstrong, Andrew Glynn, and John Harrison most useful. Martin Walker's The Cold War deserves far more appreciation than most of the lukewarm reviewers have given it. For the history of the left since the Second World War I am greatly indebted to Dr. Donald Sassoon of Queen Mary and Westfield College, University of London, who has kindly let me read his so far uncompleted vast and perceptive study on this subject. For the history of the USSR I am particularly indebted to the writings of Moshe Lewin, Alec Nove, R.W. Davies and Sheila Fitzpatrick, for China to those of Benjamin Schwartz and Stuart Scram, for the Islamic world to Ira Lapidus and Nikki Kedding. My views on the arts owe much to John Willett's works on Weimar culture, and to his conversation, and to Francis Haskell. In Chapter 6 my debt to Lingaraphilis Dyagilev should be obvious. My special thanks go to those who have actually helped me to prepare this book. They are, first, my research assistants Joanna Bedford in London and Lisa Grande in New York. I would particularly like to stress my debt to the exceptional Ms. Grande, without whom I could not possibly have filled the enormous gaps in my knowledge, and verified half-remembered facts and references. I am greatly indebted to Ruth Sayers, who typed my drafts, and to Marlene Hobsbawm, who read the chapters from the point of view of the non-academic reader with a general interest in the modern world, to whom this book is addressed. I have already indicated my debt to the students of the New School, who listened to the lectures in which I tried to formulate my ideas and interpretations. To them this book is dedicated. Eric Hobsbawm. London, New York, 1993-94. The Century, A Bird's Eye View. 12 People Look at the 20th Century. Isaiah Berlin, philosopher, Britain. I have lived through most of the 20th century without, I must add, suffering personal hardship. I remember it only as the most terrible century in Western history. Julio Caro Baraja, anthropologist, Spain. There's a patent contradiction between one's own life experience, childhood, youth, and old age passed quietly and without major adventures, and the facts of the 20th century. The terrible events which humanity has lived through. Primo Levi, writer, Italy. We who survived the camps are not true witnesses. This is an uncomfortable notion which I have gradually come to accept by reading what other survivors have written, including myself, when I reread my writings after a lapse of years. We, the survivors, are not only a tiny but also an anomalous minority. We are those who, through prevarication, skill or luck, never touched bottom. Those who have, and who have seen the face of the Gorgon, did not return, or returned wordless. René Dumont, agronomist, ecologist, France. I see it only as a century of massacres and wars. Rita Levi-Montalcini, Nobel laureate, Science, Italy. In spite of everything, there have been revolutions for the better in this century. The rise of the Fourth Estate, and the emergence of women after centuries of repression. William Golding, Nobel laureate, writer, Britain. I can't help thinking that this has been the most violent century in human history. Ernst Gombrich, art historian, Britain. The chief characteristic of the 20th century is the terrible multiplication of the world's population. It is a catastrophe, a disaster. We don't know what to do about it. Yehudi Menuhin, musician, Britain. If I had to sum up the 20th century, I would say that it raised the greatest hopes ever conceived by humanity, and destroyed all illusions and ideals. Severo Ochoa, Nobel laureate, science, Spain. The most fundamental thing is the progress of science, which has been truly extraordinary. This is what characterizes our century. Raymond Firth, anthropologist, Britain. Technologically, I single out the development of electronics among the most significant developments of the 20th century. In terms of ideas, the change from a relatively rational and scientific view of things to a non-rational and less scientific one. Leo Valiani, historian, Italy. Our century demonstrates that the victory of the ideals of justice and equality is always ephemeral, but also that, if we manage to preserve liberty, we can always start all over again. There is no need to despair, even in the most desperate situations. Franco Venturi, historian, Italy. Historians can't answer this question. For me, the 20th century is only the ever-renewed effort to understand it. Agosti and Borges, 1992, pages 42, 210, 154, 76, 4, 8, 204, 2, 62, 80, 140, 160. On the June 28, 1992, President Mitterrand of France made a sudden, unannounced, and unexpected appearance in Sarajevo, already the center of a Balkan war that was to cost many thousands of lives during the remainder of the year. His object was to remind world opinion of the seriousness of the Bosnian crisis. Indeed, the presence of a distinguished, elderly, and visibly frail statesman under small arms and artillery fire was much remarked on and admired. However, one aspect of Mitterrand's visit passed virtually without comment, even though it was plainly central to it: the date. Why had the President of France chosen to go to Sarajevo on that particular day? Because the June 28 was the anniversary of the assassination, in Sarajevo, in 1914, of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary, which led, within a matter of weeks, to the outbreak of the First World War. For any educated European of Mitterrand's age, the connection between date, place, and the reminder of a historic catastrophe precipitated by political error and miscalculation leap to the eye. How better to dramatize the potential implications of the Bosnian crisis than by choosing so symbolic a date? But hardly anyone caught the allusion except a few professional historians and very senior citizens. The historical memory was no longer alive. The destruction of the past, or rather of the social mechanisms that link one's contemporary experience to that of earlier generations, is one of the most characteristic and eerie phenomena of the late 20th century. Most young men and women at the century's end grow up in a sort of permanent present lacking any organic relation to the public past of the times they live in. This makes historians, whose business it is to remember what others forget, more essential at the end of the second millennium than ever before. But for that very reason they must be more than simply chroniclers, remembrancers and compilers, though this is also the historian's necessary function. In 1989 all governments, and especially all foreign ministries, in the world would have benefited from a seminar on the peace settlements after the two world wars, which most of them had apparently forgotten. However, it is not the purpose of this book to tell the story of the period which is its subject, the short 20th century from 1914 to 1991, although no one who has been asked by an intelligent American student whether the phrase Second World War meant that there had been a First World War is unaware that knowledge of even the basic facts of the century cannot be taken for granted. My object is to understand and explain why things turned out the way they did, and how they hang together. For anyone of my age group who has lived through all or most of the short 20th century, this is inevitably also an autobiographical endeavor. We are talking about amplifying and correcting our own memories. And we are talking as men and women of a particular time and place, involved, in various ways, in its history as actors in its dramas, however insignificant our parts, as observers of our times and, not least, as people whose views of the century have been formed by what we have come to see as its crucial events. We are part of this century. It is part of us. Readers who belong to another era, for instance the student entering university at the time this is written, for whom even the Vietnam War is prehistory, should not forget this. For historians of my generation and background, the past is indestructible, not only because we belong to the generation when streets and public places were still called after public men and events, the Wilson Station in pre-war Prague, the Metro Stalingrad in Paris, when peace treaties were still signed and therefore had to be identified, Treaty of Versailles, and war memorials recalled yesterdays, but because public events are part of the texture of our lives. They are not merely markers in our private lives, but what has formed our lives, private and public. For this author, the January 30, 1933 is not simply an otherwise arbitrary date when Hitler became Chancellor of Germany, but a winter afternoon in Berlin when a 15-year-old and his younger sister were on the way home from their neighboring schools in Wilmersdorf to Halensee and, somewhere on the way, saw the headline. I can see it still, as in a dream. But not only one old historian has the past as part of his permanent present. Over huge stretches of the globe, everybody over a certain age, irrespective of their personal background and life story, has passed through the same central experiences. These have marked us all, to some extent in the same ways. The world that went to pieces at the end of the 1980s was the world shaped by the impact of the Russian Revolution of 1917. We have all been marked by it, for instance, inasmuch as we got used to thinking of the modern industrial economy in terms of binary opposites, capitalism and socialism as alternatives mutually excluding one another, the one being identified with economies organized on the model of the USSR, the other with all the rest. It should now be becoming clear that this was an arbitrary and to some extent artificial construction, which can only be understood as part of a particular historical context. And yet, even as I write, it is not easy to envisage, even in retrospect, other principles of classification which might have been more realistic than that which placed the USA, Japan, Sweden, Brazil, the German Federal Republic and South Korea in a single pigeonhole, and the state economies and systems of the Soviet region which collapsed after the 1980s in the same compartment as those in East and Southeast Asia which demonstrably did not collapse. Again, even the world which has survived the end of the October Revolution is one whose institutions and assumptions were shaped by those who were on the winning side of the Second World War. Those who were on the losing side or associated with it were not only silent and silenced, but virtually written out of history and intellectual life except in the role of the enemy in the moral world drama of good versus evil. This may now also be happening to the losers in the Cold War of the second half of the century, though probably not to quite the same extent or for so long. This is one of the penalties of living through a century of religious wars. Intolerance is their chief characteristic. Even those who advertised the pluralism of their own non-ideologies did not think the world was big enough for permanent coexistence with rival secular religions. Religious or ideological confrontations, such as those which have filled this century, build barricades in the way of the historian, whose major task is not to judge but to understand even what we can least comprehend. Yet what stands in the way of understanding is not only our passionate convictions, but the historical experience that has formed them. The first is easier to overcome, for there is no truth in the familiar but mistaken French phrase tout comprendre c'est tout pardonner, to understand all is to forgive all. To understand the Nazi era in German history and to fit it into its historical context is not to forgive the genocide. In any case, No one who has lived through this extraordinary century is likely to abstain from judgment. It is understanding that comes hard. 2. How are we to make sense of the short 20th century, that is to say of the years from the outbreak of the First World War to the collapse of the USSR, which, as we can now see in retrospect, forms a coherent historical period that has now ended? We do not know what will come next, and what the third millennium will be like, even though we can be certain that the short 20th century will have shaped it. However, there can be no serious doubt that in the late 1980s and early 1990s an era in world history ended and a new one began. That is the essential information for historians of the century, for though they can speculate about the future in the light of their understanding of the past, their business is not that of the racing tipster. The only horse races they can claim to report and analyze are those already won or lost. In any case, the record of forecasters in the past 30 or 40 years, whatever their professional qualification as prophets, has been so spectacularly bad that only governments and economic research institutes still have, or pretend to have, much confidence in it. It is even possible that it has got worse since the Second World War. In this book the structure of the short 20th century appears like a sort of triptych or historical sandwich. An age of catastrophe from 1914 to the aftermath of the Second World War was followed by some 25 or 30 years of extraordinary economic growth and social transformation, which probably changed human society more profoundly than any other period of comparable brevity. In retrospect it can be seen as a sort of golden age, and was so seen almost immediately it had come to an end in the early 1970s. The last part of the century was a new era of decomposition, uncertainty, and crisis, and indeed, for large parts of the world such as Africa, the former USSR and the formerly socialist parts of Europe, of catastrophe. As the 1980s gave way to the 1990s, the mood of those who reflected on the centuries past and future was a growing fin de siècle gloom. From the vantage point of the 1990s, the short 20th century passed through a brief golden age, on the way from one era of crisis to another, into an unknown and problematic but not necessarily apocalyptic future. However, as historians may wish to remind metaphysical speculators about the end of history, there will be a future. The only completely certain generalization about history is that, so long as there is a human race, it will go on. The argument of this book is organized accordingly. It begins with the First World War, which marked the breakdown of the Western civilization of the 19th century. This civilization was capitalist in its economy, liberal in its legal and constitutional structure, bourgeois in the image of its characteristic hegemonic class, glorying in the advance of science, knowledge, and education, material and moral progress, and profoundly convinced of the centrality of Europe, birthplace of the revolutions of the sciences, arts, politics, and industry, whose economy had penetrated, and whose soldiers had conquered and subjugated most of the world, whose populations had grown until, including the vast and growing outflow of European emigrants and their descendants, they had risen to form a third of the human race, and whose major states constituted the system of world politics. The decades from the outbreak of the First World War to the aftermath of the Second, was an age of catastrophe for this society. For 40 years it stumbled from one calamity to another. There were times when even intelligent conservatives would not take bets on its survival. It was shaken by 2 world wars, followed by 2 waves of global rebellion and revolution, which brought to power a system that claimed to be the historically predestined alternative to bourgeois and capitalist society, first over 1/6 of the world's land surface, and after the Second World War over 1/3 of the globe's population. The huge colonial empires, built up before and during the Age of Empire, were shaken and crumbled into dust. The entire history of modern imperialism, so firm and self-confident when Queen Victoria of Great Britain died, had lasted no longer than a single lifetime, say, that of Winston Churchill, 1874 to 1965. More than this, a world economic crisis of unprecedented depth brought even the strongest capitalist economies to their knees and seemed to reverse the creation of a single universal world economy, which had been so remarkable an achievement of 19th-century liberal capitalism. Even the USA, safe from war and revolution, seemed close to collapse. While the economy tottered, the institutions of liberal democracy virtually disappeared between 1917 and 1942 from all but a fringe of Europe and parts of North America and Australasia, as fascism and its satellite authoritarian movements and regimes advanced. Only the temporary and bizarre alliance of liberal capitalism and communism in self-defense against this challenger saved democracy, for the victory over Hitler's Germany was essentially won, and could only have been won, by the Red Army. In many ways this period of capitalist-communist alliance against fascism, essentially the 1930s and 1940s, forms the hinge of 20th-century history and its decisive moment. In many ways it is a moment of historical paradox in the relations of capitalism and communism, placed, for most of the century, except for the brief period of anti-fascism, in a posture of irreconcilable antagonism. The victory of the Soviet Union over Hitler was the achievement of the regime installed there by the October Revolution, as a comparison of the performance of the Russian Tsarist economy in the First World War and the Soviet economy in the Second World War demonstrates, Gatrell/Harrison, 1993. Without it the Western world today would probably consist, outside the USA, of a set of variations on authoritarian and fascist themes rather than a set of variations on liberal parliamentary ones. It is one of the ironies of this strange century that the most lasting results of the October Revolution, whose object was the global overthrow of capitalism, was to save its antagonist, both in war and in peace, that is to say, by providing it with the incentive, fear, to reform itself after the Second World War, and, by establishing the popularity of economic planning, furnishing it with some of the procedures for its reform. Still, even when liberal capitalism had, and only just, survived the triple challenge of slump, fascism, and war, it still seemed to face the global advance of revolution, which could now rally round the USSR, which had emerged from the Second World War as a superpower. And yet, as we can now see in retrospect, the strength of the global socialist challenge to capitalism was that of the weakness of its opponent. Without the breakdown of 19th-century bourgeois society in the age of catastrophe, there would have been no October Revolution and no USSR. The economic system improvised in the ruined rural Eurasian hulk of the former Tsarist Empire under the name of socialism would not have considered itself, nor been considered elsewhere, as a realistic global alternative to the capitalist economy. It was the great slump of the 1930s that made it look as though it was so, as it was the challenge of fascism which made the USSR into the indispensable instrument of Hitler's defeat, and therefore into one of the two superpowers whose confrontations dominated and terrified the second half of the short 20th century, while, as we can also now see, in many respects stabilizing its political structure. The USSR would not have found itself, for a decade and a half in the middle of the century, at the head of a socialist camp comprising a third of the human race, and an economy that briefly looked as though it might outrace capitalist economic growth. Just how and why capitalism after the Second World War found itself, to everyone's surprise including its own, surging forward into the unprecedented and possibly anomalous golden age of 1947 to 73, is perhaps the major question which faces historians of the 20th century. There is as yet no agreement on an answer, nor can I claim to provide a persuasive one. Probably a more convincing analysis will have to wait until the entire long wave of the second half of the 20th century can be seen in perspective, but, although we can now look back on the Golden Age as a whole, the crisis decades through which the world has lived since then are not yet complete at the time this is written. However, what can already be assessed with great confidence is the extraordinary scale and impact of the consequent economic, social, and cultural transformation, the greatest, most rapid and most fundamental in recorded history. Various aspects of it are discussed in the second part of this book. Historians of the 20th century in the third millennium will probably see the century's major impact on history as the one made by and in this astonishing period. For the changes in human life it brought about all over the globe were as profound as they were irreversible. Moreover, they are still continuing. The journalists and philosophical essayists who detected the end of history in the fall of the Soviet Empire were wrong. A better case can be made for saying that the third quarter of the century marked the end of the 7 or 8 millennia of human history that began with the invention of agriculture in the Stone Age, if only because it ended the long era when the overwhelming majority of the human race lived by growing food and herding animals. Compared to this, the history of the confrontation between capitalism and socialism, with or without the intervention of states and governments such as the USA and the USSR claiming to represent one or the other, will probably seem of more limited historical interest, comparable, in the long run, to the 16th and 17th century wars of religion or the Crusades. For those who lived through any part of the short 20th century, they naturally bulk large, and so they do in this book, since it is written by a 20th century writer for late 20th century readers. Social revolutions, the Cold War, the nature, limits, and fatal flaws of really existing socialism and its breakdown, are discussed at length. Nevertheless, it is important to remember that the major and lasting impact of the regimes inspired by the October Revolution was as a powerful accelerator of the modernization of backward agrarian countries. As it happened, its major achievements in this respect coincided with the capitalist Golden Age. How effective, or even how consciously held, the rival strategies for burying the world of our forefathers were, need not be considered here. As we shall see, until the early 1960s, they seemed at least evenly matched, a view which seems preposterous in the light of the collapse of Soviet socialism, though a British Prime Minister, conversing with an American president, could then still see the USSR as a state whose buoyant economy will soon outmatch capitalist society in the race for material wealth. Home, 1989, p. 303. However, the point to note is simply that, in the 1980s, socialist Bulgaria and non-socialist Ecuador had more in common than either had with the Bulgaria or Ecuador of 1939. Although the collapse of Soviet socialism and its enormous and still not fully calculable, but mainly negative, consequences were the most dramatic incident in the crisis decades which followed the Golden Age, these were to be decades of universal or global crisis. The crisis affected the various parts of the world in different ways and degrees, but it affected all, irrespective of their political, social, and economic configurations, because the Golden Age had, for the first time in history, created a single, increasingly integrated and universal world economy largely operating across state frontiers, transnationally, and therefore also increasingly across the frontiers of state ideology. Consequently, the accepted ideas of institutions of all regimes and systems were undermined. Initially, the troubles of the 1970s were seen only as a hopefully temporary pause in the great leap forward of the world economy, and countries of all economic and political types and patterns looked for temporary solutions. Increasingly, it became clear that this was an era of long-term difficulties, for which capitalist countries sought radical solutions, often by following secular theologians of the unrestricted free market who rejected the policies that had served the world economy so well in the Golden Age, but now seemed to be failing. The ultras of laissez-faire were no more successful than anyone else. In the 1980s and early 1990s, the capitalist world found itself once again staggering under the burdens of the interwar years, which the Golden Age appeared to have removed: mass unemployment, severe cyclical slumps, the ever more spectacular confrontation of homeless beggars and luxurious plenty, between limited state revenues and limitless state expenditures. Socialist countries, with their now flagging and vulnerable economies, were driven towards equally or even more radical breaks with their past, and, as we know, towards breakdown. That breakdown can stand as the marker for the end of the short 20th century, as the First World War can stand as the marker for its beginning. At this point my history concludes. It concludes, as any book completed in the early 1990s must, with a view into obscurity. The collapse of one part of the world revealed the malaise of the rest. As the 1980s passed into the 1990s, it became evident that the world crisis was not only general in an economic sense, but equally general in politics. The collapse of the communist regimes between Istria and Vladivostok not only produced an enormous zone of political uncertainty, instability, chaos, and civil war, but also destroyed the international system that had stabilized international relations for some 40 years. It also revealed the precariousness of the domestic political systems that had essentially rested on that stability. The tensions of troubled economies undermine the political systems of liberal democracy, parliamentary or presidential, which had functioned so well in the developed capitalist countries since the Second World War. They also undermined whatever political systems operated in the Third World. The basic units of politics themselves, the territorial, sovereign and independent nation-states, including the oldest and stablest, found themselves pulled apart by the forces of a supranational or transnational economy, and by the infranational forces of secessionist regions and ethnic groups. Some of these, such is the irony of history, demanded the outdated and unreal status of miniature sovereign nation-states for themselves. The future of politics was obscure, but its crisis at the end of the short 20th century was patent. Even more obvious than the uncertainties of world economics and world politics was the social and moral crisis, reflecting the post-1950 upheavals in human life, which also found widespread if confused expression in these crisis decades. It was a crisis of the beliefs and assumptions on which modern society had been founded since the moderns won their famous battle against the ancients in the early 18th century, of the rationalist and humanist assumptions, shared by liberal capitalism and communism, and which made possible their brief but decisive alliance against fascism, which rejected them. A conservative German observer, Michael Sturmer, rightly observed in 1993 that the beliefs of both East and West were at issue. There is a strange parallelism between East and West. In the East, state doctrine insisted that humanity was the master of its destiny. However, even we believed in a less official and less extreme version of the same slogan: mankind was on the way to becoming master of its destinies. The claim to omnipotence has disappeared absolutely in the East, only relatively chez nous, but both sides have suffered shipwreck. From Bergedorf, 98, p. 95. Paradoxically, an era whose only claim to have benefited humanity rested on the enormous triumphs of a material progress based on science and technology ended in a rejection of these by substantial bodies of public opinion and people claiming to be thinkers in the West. However, the moral crisis was not only one of the assumptions of modern civilization, but also one of the historic structures of human relations which modern society inherited from a pre-industrial and pre-capitalist past, and which, as we can now see, had enabled it to function. It was not a crisis of one form of organizing societies, but of all forms. The strange calls for an otherwise unidentified civil society, for community were the voice of lost and drifting generations. They were heard in an age when such words, having lost their traditional meanings, became vapid phrases. There was no other way left to define group identity, except by defining the outsiders who were not in it. For the poet T.S. Eliot, this is the way the world ends, not with a bang but a whimper. The short 20th century ended with both. 3. How did the world of the 1990s compare with the world of 1914? It contained 5 or 6 billion human beings, perhaps 3 times as many people as at the outbreak of the First World War, and this in spite of the fact that during the short century more human beings had been killed or allowed to die by human decision than ever before in history. A recent estimate of the century's megadeaths is 187 millions, Brzezinski, 1993, which is the equivalent of more than 1 in 10 of the total world population in 1900. Most people in the 1990s were taller and heavier than their parents, better fed, and far longer lived, though the catastrophes of the 1980s and 1990s in Africa, Latin America, and the ex-USSR may make this difficult to believe. The world was incomparably richer than ever before in its capacity to produce goods and services and in their endless variety. It could not have managed otherwise to maintain a global population several times larger than ever before in the world's history. Most people until the 1980s lived better than their parents, and, in the advanced economies, better than they had ever expected to live or even imagined it possible to live. For some decades in the middle of the century it even looked as though ways had been found of distributing at least some of this enormous wealth with a degree of fairness to the working people of the richer countries, but at the end of the century inequality had once again the upper hand. It had also made a massive entry into the former socialist countries where a certain equality of poverty had previously reigned. Humanity was far better educated than in 1914. Indeed, probably for the first time in history most human beings could be described as literate, at least in official statistics, though the significance of this achievement was far less clear at the end of the century than it would have been in 1914, given the enormous and probably growing gap between the minimum of competence officially accepted as literacy, often shading into functional illiteracy, and the command of reading and writing still expected at elite levels. The world was filled with the revolutionary and constantly advancing technology, based on triumphs of natural science which could be anticipated in 1914, but had then barely begun to be pioneered. Perhaps the most dramatic practical consequence of these was a revolution in transport and communications which virtually annihilated time and distance. It was a world which could bring more information and entertainment than had been available to emperors in 1914, daily, hourly, into every household. It let people speak to one another across oceans and continents at the touch of a few buttons, and, for most practical purposes, abolished the cultural advantages of city over countryside. Why, then, did the century end, not with the celebration of this unparalleled and marvelous progress, but in a mood of uneasiness? Why, as the epigraphs to this chapter show, did so many reflective minds look back upon it without satisfaction, and certainly without confidence in the future? Not only because it was without doubt the most murderous century of which we have record, both by the scale, frequency, and length of the warfare which filled it, barely ceasing for a moment in the 1920s, but also by the unparalleled scale of the human catastrophes it produced, from the greatest famines in history to systematic genocide. Unlike the long 19th century, which seemed, and actually was, a period of almost unbroken material, intellectual and moral progress, that is to say of improvement in the conditions of civilized life, there has, since 1914, been a marked regression from the standards then regarded as normal in the developed countries and in the milieus of the middle classes and which were confidently believed to be spreading to the more backward regions and the less enlightened strata of the population. Since this century has taught us, and continues to teach us, that human beings can learn to live under the most brutalized and theoretically intolerable conditions, it is not easy to grasp the extent of the, unfortunately accelerating, return to what our 19th century ancestors would have called the standards of barbarism. We forget that the old revolutionary Frederick Engels was horrified at the explosion of an Irish Republican bomb in Westminster Hall, because, as an old soldier, he held that war was waged against combatants and not non-combatants. We forget that the pogroms in Tsarist Russia which, justifiably, outraged world opinion and drove Russian Jews across the Atlantic in their millions between 1881 and 1914, were small, almost negligible, by the standards of modern massacre. The dead were counted in dozens, not hundreds, let alone millions. We forget that an international convention once provided that hostilities in war must not commence without previous and explicit warning in the form of a reasoned declaration of war or of an ultimatum with conditional declaration of war, for when was the last war that began with such an explicit or implicit declaration? Or one that ended with a formal treaty of peace negotiated between the belligerent states? In the course of the 20th century, wars have been increasingly waged against the economy and infrastructure of states and against their civilian populations. Since the First World War, the number of civilian casualties in war has been far greater than that of military casualties in all belligerent countries except the USA. How many of us recall that it was taken for granted in 1914 that civilized warfare, the textbooks tell us, is confined, as far as possible, to disablement of the armed forces of the enemy, otherwise war would continue till one of the parties was exterminated? It is with good reason. that this practice has grown into a custom with the nations of Europe. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 11 ed., 1911, Art, War. We do not quite overlook the revival of torture or even murder as a normal part of the operations of public security in modern states, but we probably fail to appreciate quite how dramatic a reversal this constitutes of the long era of legal development, from the first formal abolition of torture in a Western country in the 1780s to 1914. And yet, the world at the end of the short 20th century cannot be compared with the world at its beginning in the terms of the historical accountancy of more and less. It was a qualitatively different world in at least three respects. First, it was no longer Eurocentric. It had brought the decline and fall of Europe, still the unquestioned center of power, wealth, intellect, and Western civilization when the century began. Europeans and their descendants were now reduced from perhaps a third of humanity to at most 1/6, a diminishing minority living in countries which barely, if at all, reproduced their populations, surrounded by, and in most cases, with some shining exceptions such as the USA, until the 1990s, barricading themselves against the pressure of immigration from the regions of the poor. The industries Europe had pioneered were migrating elsewhere. The countries which had once looked across the oceans to Europe looked elsewhere. Australia, New Zealand, even the bioceanic USA, saw the future in the Pacific, whatever exactly this meant. The great powers of 1914, all of them European, had disappeared, like the USSR, inheritor of Tsarist Russia, or were reduced to regional or provincial status, with the possible exception of Germany. The very effort to create a single supranational European community and to invent a sense of European identity to correspond to it, replacing the old loyalties to historic nations and states, demonstrated the depth of this decline. Was this a change of major significance, except for political historians? Perhaps not, since it reflected only minor changes in the economic, intellectual, and cultural configuration of the world. Even in 1914 the USA had been the major industrial economy, and the major pioneer, model and propulsive force of the mass production and mass culture which conquered the globe during the short 20th century, and the USA, in spite of its many peculiarities, was the overseas extension of Europe, and bracketed itself with the old continent under the heading Western civilization. Whatever its future prospects, the USA looked back from the 1990s on the American century, an age of its rise and triumph. The ensemble of the countries of 19th century industrialization remained, collectively, by far the greatest concentration of wealth, economic and scientific technological power on the globe, as well as the one whose peoples enjoyed by far the highest standard of living. At the end of the century this still more than compensated for deindustrialization and the shift of production to other continents. To this extent the impression of an old Eurocentric or Western world in full decline was superficial. The second transformation was more significant. Between 1914 and the early 1990s the globe has become far more of a single operational unit, as it was not, and could not have been in 1914. In fact, for many purposes, notably in economic affairs, the globe is now the primary operational unit, and older units such as the national economies, defined by the politics of territorial states, are reduced to complications of transnational activities. The stage reached by the 1990s in the construction of the global village, the phrase was coined in the 1960s, McLuhan, 1962, will not seem very advanced to observers in the mid-21st century, but it had already transformed not only certain economic and technical activities, and the operations of science, but important aspects of private life, mainly by the unimaginable acceleration of communication and transport. Perhaps the most striking characteristic of the end of the 20th century is the tension between this accelerating process of globalization and the inability of both public institutions and the collective behavior of human beings to come to terms with it. Curiously enough, private human behavior has had less trouble in adjusting to the world of satellite television, email, holidays in the Seychelles and transoceanic commuting. The third transformation, and in some ways the most disturbing, is the disintegration of the old patterns of human social relationships, and with it, incidentally, the snapping of the links between generations, that is to say, between past and present. This has been particularly evident in the most developed countries of the Western version of capitalism, in which the values of an absolute asocial individualism have been dominant, both in official and unofficial ideologies, though those who hold them often deplore their social consequences. Nevertheless, the tendencies were to be found elsewhere, reinforced by the erosion of traditional societies and religions, as well as by the destruction, or auto-destruction, of the societies of real socialism. Such a society consisting of an otherwise unconnected assemblage of self-centered individuals pursuing only their own gratification, whether this is called profit, pleasure, or by some other name, was always implicit in the theory of the capitalist economy. Ever since the age of revolution, observers of all ideological colors predicted the consequent disintegration of the old social bonds in practice and monitored its progress. The Communist Manifesto's eloquent tribute to the revolutionary role of capitalism is familiar. The bourgeoisie has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest. But that is not quite how the new and revolutionary capitalist society had worked in practice. In practice, the new society operated not by the wholesale destruction of all that it had inherited from the old society, but by selectively adapting the heritage of the past for its own use. There is no sociological puzzle about the readiness of bourgeois society to introduce a radical individualism in economics and to tear up all traditional social relations in the process, i.e. where they got in its way, while fearing radical experimental individualism in culture, or in the field of behavior and morality. Daniel Bell, 1976, p. 18. The most effective way to build an industrial economy based on private enterprise was to combine it with motivations which had nothing to do with the logic of the free market, for instance with the Protestant ethic, with the abstention from immediate gratification, with the ethic of hard work, with family duty and trust, but certainly not with the antinomian rebellion of individuals. Yet Marx and the other prophets of the disintegration of old values and social relationships were right. Capitalism was a permanent and continuous revolutionizing force. Logically, it would end by disintegrating even those parts of the pre-capitalist past which it had found convenient, nay perhaps essential, for its own development. It would end by sawing off at least one of the branches on which it sat. Since the middle of the century this has been happening. Under the impact of the extraordinary economic explosion of the Golden Age and after, with its consequent social and cultural changes, the most profound revolution in society since the Stone Age, the branch began to crack and break. At the end of the century it has for the first time become possible to see what a world may be like in which the past, including the past in the present, has lost its role, in which the old maps and charts which guided human beings, singly and collectively, through life no longer represent the landscape through which we move, the sea on which we sail. In which we do not know where our journey is taking us, or even ought to take us. This is the situation with which a part of humanity must already come to terms at the end of the century, and more will have to in the new millennium. However, by then it may have become clearer where humanity is going than it is today. We can look backward over the road that brought us here, and this is what I have tried to do in this book. We do not know what will shape the future, although I have not resisted the temptation to reflect on some of its problems, insofar as they arise from the debris of the period that has just come to an end. Let us hope it will be a better, juster and more viable world. The old century has not ended well. I have tried to describe and explain the rise of the civilization in a 3-volume history of the long 19th century, from the 1780s to 1914, and tried to analyze the reasons for its breakdown. The present text will refer back to these volumes: The Age of Revolution, 1789 to 1848, The Age of Capital, 1848 to 1875, and The Age of Empire, 1875 to 1914, from time to time, where this seems useful. Part 1. The Age of Catastrophe. Chapter 1. The Age of Total War. Lines of grey muttering faces, masked with fear. They leave their trenches, going over the top. While time ticks blank and busy on their wrists. And hope, with furtive eyes and grappling fists, flounders in mud. Oh Jesus, make it stop. Siegfried Sassoon, 1947, p. 71. It may be thought better, in view of the allegations of barbarity of air attacks, to preserve appearances by formulating milder rules and by still nominally confining bombardment to targets which are strictly military in character. To avoid emphasizing the truth that air warfare has made such restrictions obsolete and impossible. It may be some time until another war occurs, and meanwhile the public may become educated as to the meaning of air power. Rules as to bombardment by aircraft, 1921, Townsend, 1986, p. 161. Sarajevo, 1946. Here as in Belgrade, I see in the streets a considerable number of young women whose hair is graying, or completely gray. Their faces are tormented, but still young, while the form of their bodies betrays their youth even more clearly. It seems to me that I see how the hand of this last war has passed over the heads of these frail beings. This sight cannot be preserved for the future, these heads will soon become even grayer and disappear. That is a pity. Nothing could speak more clearly to future generations about our times than these youthful gray heads, from which the nonchalance of youth has been stolen. Let them at least have a memorial in this little note. Signs by the roadside, Endrick, 1992, p. 50. The lamps are going out all over Europe, said Edward Grey, Foreign Secretary of Great Britain, as he watched the lights of Whitehall on the night when Britain and Germany went to war in 1914. We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime. In Vienna the great satirist Karl Kraus prepared to document and denounce that war in an extraordinary reportage drama of 792 pages to which he gave the title The Last Days of Humanity. Both saw the World War as the end of a world, and they were not alone. It was not the end of humanity, although there were moments, in the course of the 31 years of world conflict between the Austrian declaration of war on Serbia on July 28, 1914 and the unconditional surrender of Japan on August 14, 1945, 4 days after the explosion of the first nuclear bomb, when the end of a considerable proportion of the human race did not look far off. There were surely times when the god or gods, whom pious humans believed to have created the world and all in it, might have been expected to regret having done so. Mankind survived. Nevertheless, the great edifice of 19th-century civilization crumpled in the flames of World War, as its pillars collapsed. There is no understanding the short 20th century without it. It was marked by war. It lived and thought in terms of World War, even when the guns were silent and the bombs were not exploding. Its history and, more specifically, the history of its initial age of breakdown and catastrophe, must begin with that of the 31 Years' World War. For those who had grown up before 1914 the contrast was so dramatic that many of them, including the generation of this historian's parents, or, at any rate, its Central European members, refused to see any continuity with the past. Peace meant before 1914, after that came something that no longer deserved the name. This was understandable. In 1914 there had been no major war for a century, that is to say, a war in which all, or even a majority of, major powers had been involved, the major players in the international game at that time being the 6 European great powers, Britain, France, Russia, Austria-Hungary, Prussia, after 1871 enlarged into Germany, and, after it was unified, Italy, the USA and Japan. There had been only one brief war in which more than 2 of the major powers had been in battle, the Crimean War, 1854–56, between Russia on one side, Britain and France on the other. Moreover, most wars involving major powers at all had been comparatively quick. Much the longest of them was not an international conflict but a civil war within the USA, 1861–65. The length of war was measured in months or even, like the 1866 war between Prussia and Austria, in weeks. Between 1871 and 1914 there had been no wars in Europe at all in which the armies of major powers crossed any hostile frontier, although in the Far East Japan fought, and beat, Russia in 1904–5, thus hastening the Russian Revolution. There had been no world wars at all. In the 18th century France and Britain had contended in a series of wars whose battlefields ranged from India through Europe to North America, and across the world's oceans. Between 1815 and 1914 no major power fought another outside its immediate region, although aggressive expeditions of imperial or would-be imperial powers against weaker overseas enemies were, of course, common. Most of these were spectacularly one-sided fights, such as the U.S. wars against Mexico, 1846–48, and Spain, 1898, and the various campaigns to extend the British and French colonial empires, although the worm turned once or twice, as when the French had to withdraw from Mexico in the 1860s, the Italians from Ethiopia in 1896. Even the most formidable opponents of modern states, their arsenals increasingly filled with an overwhelmingly superior technology of death, could only hope, at best, to postpone the inevitable retreat. Such exotic conflicts were the stuff of adventure literature or the reports of that mid-19th century innovation the war correspondent, rather than matters of direct relevance to most inhabitants of the states which waged and won them. All this changed in 1914. The First World War involved all major powers and indeed all European states except Spain, the Netherlands, the three Scandinavian countries and Switzerland. What is more, troops from the world overseas were, often for the first time, sent to fight and work outside their own regions. Canadians fought in France, Australians and New Zealanders forged their national consciousness on a peninsula in the Aegean, Gallipoli became their national myth, and, more significantly, the United States rejected George Washington's warning against European entanglements and sent its men to fight there, thus determining the shape of 20th-century history. Indians were sent to Europe and the Middle East, Chinese labor battalions came to the West, Africans fought in the French army. Though military action outside Europe was not very significant, except in the Middle East, the naval war was once again global. Its first battle was fought in 1914 off the Falkland Islands, its decisive campaigns, by German submarines and Allied convoys, on and under the seas of the North and Mid-Atlantic. That the Second World War was literally global hardly needs to be demonstrated. Virtually all independent states of the world were involved, willingly or unwillingly, although the republics of Latin America participated only in the most nominal manner. The colonies of imperial powers had no choice in the matter. Except for the future Irish Republic, Sweden, Switzerland, Portugal, Turkey, and Spain in Europe, and possibly Afghanistan outside Europe, virtually the whole globe was belligerent or occupied or both. As for the battlefields, the names of Melanesian islands and of settlements in the North African deserts, in Burma and the Philippines became as familiar to newspaper readers and radio listeners, and this was quintessentially the war of the radio news bulletins, as the names of Arctic and Caucasian battles, of Normandy, Stalingrad, and Kursk. The Second World War was a lesson in world geography. Local, regional, or global, the wars of the 20th century were to be on an altogether vaster scale than anything previously experienced. Among 74 international wars between 1816 and 1965, which American specialists, who like to do that kind of thing, have ranked by the number of people they killed, the top 4 occurred in the 20th century, the 2 world wars, the Japanese War against China in 1937–39, and the Korean War. They killed upwards of 1 million persons in battle. The largest documented international war of the post-Napoleonic 19th century, that between Prussia/Germany and France in 1870–71, killed perhaps 150,000, an order of magnitude roughly comparable to the deaths in the Chaco War of 1932–35 between Bolivia, POP-C 3 million, and Paraguay, POP-C 1.4 million. In short, 1914 opens the age of massacre. Singer, 1972, pages 66, 131. There is not space in this book to discuss the origins of the First World War, which the present author has tried to sketch in the Age of Empire. It began as an essentially European war between the Triple Alliance of France, Britain, and Russia on one side, the so-called Central Powers of Germany and Austria-Hungary on the other, Serbia and Belgium being immediately drawn in by the Austrian attack on one, which actually set off the war, and the German attack on the other, which was part of the German strategic war plan. Turkey and Bulgaria soon joined the Central Powers, while on the other side the Triple Alliance gradually built up into a very large coalition. Italy was bribed in, Greece, Romania and, much more nominally, Portugal were also involved. More to the point, Japan joined in almost immediately in order to take over German positions in the Far East and Western Pacific, but took no interest in anything outside its own region, and, more significantly, the USA entered in 1917. In fact, its intervention was to be decisive. The Germans, then as in the Second World War, were faced with a possible war on two fronts, quite apart from the Balkans into which they were drawn by their alliance with Austria-Hungary. However, since three of the four Central Powers were in that region, Turkey and Bulgaria as well as Austria, the strategic problem there was not so urgent. The German plan was to knock out France quickly in the west and then move with equal rapidity to knock out Russia in the east, before the Tsar's empire could bring the full weight of its enormous military manpower into effective action. Then, as later, Germany planned for a lightning campaign, what would in the Second World War be called a blitzkrieg, because it had to. The plan almost succeeded, but not quite. The German army advanced into France, among other places through neutral Belgium, and was only halted a few dozen miles east of Paris on the River Marne 5 to 6 weeks after war had been declared. In 1940 the plan was to succeed. They then withdraw a little, and both sides, the French now supplemented by what remained of the Belgians and by a British land force which was soon to grow enormously, improvised parallel lines of defensive trenches and fortifications which soon stretched without a break from the Channel coast in Flanders to the Swiss frontier, leaving a good deal of eastern France and Belgium in German occupation. They did not shift significantly for the next 3.5 years. This was the Western Front, which became a machine for massacre such as had probably never before been seen in the history of warfare. Millions of men faced each other across the sandbagged parapets of the trenches under which they lived like, and with, rats and lice. From time to time their generals would seek to break out of the deadlock. Days, even weeks of unceasing artillery bombardment, what a German writer later called hurricanes of steel, Ernst Junger, 1921, were to soften up the enemy and drive him underground, until at the right moment waves of men climbed over the parapet, usually protected by coils and webs of barbed wire, into no man's land, a chaos of waterlogged shell craters, ruined tree stumps, mud and abandoned corpses, to advance into the machine guns that mowed them down. As they knew they would. The attempt of the Germans to break through at Verdun in 1916, February, July, was a battle of 2 millions, with 1 million casualties. It failed. The British offensive on the Somme, designed to force the Germans to break off the Verdun offensive, cost Britain 420,000 dead, 60,000 casualties on the first day of the attack. It is not surprising that in the memory of the British and the French, who fought most of the First World War on the Western Front, it remained the Great War, more terrible and traumatic in memory than the Second World War. The French lost almost 20% of their men of military age, and if we include the prisoners of war, the wounded and the permanently disabled and disfigured, those gueules casses, smashed faces, which became so vivid a part of the after-image of the war, not much more than 1 in 3 French soldiers came through the war without harm. The chances of the 5 million or so British soldiers surviving the war unharmed were just about evens. The British lost a generation, 500,000 men under the age of 30, Winter, 1986-83, notably among their upper classes, whose young men, destined as gentlemen to be officers who set an example, marched into battle at the head of their men and were consequently mown down first. 1/4 of the Oxford and Cambridge students under the age of 25 who served in the British Army in 1914 were killed. Winter, 1986, p. 98. The Germans, though the number of their dead was even greater than the French, lost only a smaller proportion of their much larger military age groups, 13%. Even the apparently modest losses of the USA, 116,000, against the 1.6 millions of French, the almost 800,000 of British, the 1.8 millions of Germans, actually demonstrate the murderous nature of the Western Front, the only one where they fought. For while the USA lost between 2.5 and 3 times as many in the Second World War as in the First, the American forces in 1917-18 were in action for barely a year and a half, compared to the 3.5 years of the Second World War, and on only a single narrow sector and not worldwide. The horrors of warfare on the Western Front were to have even darker consequences. The experience itself naturally helped to brutalize both warfare and politics. If one could be conducted without counting the human or any other costs, why not the other? Most men who served in the First World War, overwhelmingly as conscripts, came out of it as convinced haters of war. However, those ex-soldiers who had passed through this kind of war without being turned against it sometimes drew from the shared experience of living with death and courage a sense of incommunicable and savage superiority, not least to women and those who had not fought, which was to fill the early ranks of the post-war ultra-right. Adolf Hitler was only one of such men for whom having been a front soldat was the formative experience of their lives. However, the opposite reaction had equally negative consequences. After the war it became quite evident to politicians, at least in democratic countries, that bloodbaths like 1914-18 would no longer be tolerated by the voters. The post-1918 strategy of Britain and France, like the post-Vietnam strategy of the USA, was based on this assumption. In the short run this helped the Germans to win the Second World War in the West in 1940 against a France committed to crouch behind its incomplete fortifications and, once these had been breached, simply unwilling to fight on, and a Britain desperate to avoid committing itself to the sort of massive land war that had decimated its people in 1914-18. In the longer run democratic governments failed to resist the temptation of saving their own citizens' lives by treating those of enemy countries as totally expendable. The dropping of the atom bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 was not justified as indispensable for victory, which was by then absolutely certain, but as a means of saving American soldiers' lives. But perhaps the thought that it would prevent America's ally the USSR from establishing a claim to a major part in Japan's defeat was not absent from the minds of the US government either. While the Western Front settled into bloody stalemate, the Eastern Front remained in movement. The Germans pulverized a clumsy Russian invasion force at the Battle of Tannenberg in the first month of war and thereafter, with the intermittently effective help of the Austrians, pushed Russia out of Poland. In spite of occasional Russian counteroffensives, it was clear that the Central Powers had the upper hand, and Russia was fighting a defensive rearguard action against the German advance. In the Balkans the Central Powers were in control, in spite of an uneven military performance by the rocky Habsburg Empire. The local belligerents, Serbia and Romania, incidentally, suffered by far the greatest proportional military losses. The Allies, in spite of occupying Greece, made no headway until the collapse of the Central Powers after the summer of 1918. The plan by Italy to open another front against Austria-Hungary in the Alps failed, mainly because many Italian soldiers saw no reason to fight for the government of a state they did not consider theirs, and whose language few of them could speak. After a major military debacle at Caporetto in 1917, which left a literary memory in Ernest Hemingway's novel A Farewell to Arms, the Italians had even to be stiffened by transfers from other Allied armies. Meanwhile France, Britain, and Germany bled each other to death on the Western Front, Russia was increasingly destabilized by the war she was patently losing, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire increasingly tottered towards its breakup, which its local nationalist movements longed for, and to which the Allied foreign ministries resigned themselves without enthusiasm, rightly foreseeing an unstable Europe. How to break the stalemate on the Western Front was the crucial problem for both sides, for without victory in the West neither could win the war, all the more so since the naval war was also deadlocked. Except for some isolated raiders, the Allies controlled the oceans, but the British and German battle fleets faced and immobilized each other on the North Sea. Their only attempt to engage in battle, 1916, ended indecisively, but since it confined the German fleet to its bases, on balance it was to the Allies' advantage. Both sides tried to do it by technology. The Germans, always strong in chemistry, brought poison gas onto the battlefield, where it proved both barbarous and ineffective, leaving behind the only genuine case of government humanitarian revulsion against a means of conducting warfare, the Geneva Convention of 1925, by which the world pledged itself not to use chemical warfare. And indeed, though all governments continued to prepare for it and expected the enemy to use it, it was not used by either side in the Second World War, though humanitarian feelings did not prevent the Italians from gassing colonial people. The steep decline in the values of civilization after the Second World War eventually brought poison gas back. During the Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s, Iraq, then enthusiastically supported by the Western states, used it freely against both soldiers and civilians. The British pioneered the Caterpillared armored vehicle, still known by its then code name of tank, but their far from impressive generals had not yet discovered how to use it. Both sides used the new and still frail airplanes, as well as, by Germany, the curious cigar-shaped hydrogen-filled airships, experimenting with aerial bombardment, fortunately not to much effect. Air warfare also came into its own, notably as a means of terrorizing civilians, in the Second World War. The only technological weapon which had a major effect on warfare in 1914-18 was the submarine, for both sides, unable to defeat each other's soldiers, resorted to starving the other civilians. Since all Britain's supplies were seaborne, it seemed feasible to strangle the British Isles by increasingly ruthless submarine warfare against shipping. The campaign came close to success in 1917, before effective ways to counter it were found, but it did more than anything else to draw the USA into the war. The British, in turn, did their best to blockade supplies to Germany, i.e. to starve both the German war economy and the German population. They were more effective than they ought to have been, since, as we shall see, the German war economy was not run with the efficiency and rationality on which the Germans prided themselves. Unlike the German military machine, which, in the First as in the Second World War, was strikingly superior to any other. This sheer superiority of the German army as a military force might just have proved decisive, had the Allies not been able to call on the practically unlimited resources of the USA from 1917. As it was, Germany, even hobbled by the alliance with Austria, secured total victory in the East, driving Russia out of the war, into revolution, and out of a large part of her European territories in 1917-18. Shortly after imposing the penal peace of Brest-Litovsk, March 1918, the German army, now free to concentrate in the West, actually broke through the Western Front and advanced on Paris again. Thanks to the flood of American reinforcements and equipment, the Allies recovered, but for a while it looked a close thing. However, it was the last throw of an exhausted Germany, which knew itself to be close to defeat. Once the Allies began to advance in the summer of 1918, the end was only a few weeks away. The Central Powers not only admitted defeat but collapsed. Revolution swept across Central and Southeastern Europe in the autumn of 1918, as it had swept across Russia in 1917, see next chapter. No old government was left standing between the borders of France and the Sea of Japan. Even the belligerents on the victorious side were shaken, although it is difficult to believe that Britain and France would not have survived even defeat as stable political entities, but not Italy. Certainly none of the defeated countries escaped revolution. If one of the great ministers or diplomats of the past, the ones on whom aspiring members of their country's foreign services were still told to model themselves, a Talleyrand or a Bismarck, had risen from their graves to observe the First World War, they would certainly have wondered why sensible statesmen had not decided to settle the war by some compromise before it destroyed the world of 1914. We must also wonder. Most non-revolutionary and non-ideological wars of the past had not been waged as struggles to death or total exhaustion. In 1914 ideology was certainly not what divided the belligerents, except insofar as the war had to be fought on both sides by mobilizing public opinion, i.e. by claiming some profound challenge to accepted national values, such as Russian barbarism against German culture, French and British democracy against German absolutism, or the like. Moreover, there were statesmen who recommended some kind of compromise settlement even outside Russia and Austria-Hungary, which lobbied their allies in this sense with increasing desperation as defeat drew near. Why, then, was the First World War waged by the leading powers on both sides as a zero-sum game, i.e. as a war which could only be totally won or totally lost? The reason was that this war, unlike earlier wars, which were typically waged for limited and specifiable objects, was waged for unlimited ends. In the age of empire, politics and economics had fused. International political rivalry was modeled on economic growth and competition, but the characteristic feature of this was precisely that it had no limit. The natural frontiers of Standard Oil, the Deutsche Bank or the De Beers Diamond Corporation were at the end of the universe, or rather at the limits of their capacity to expand. Hobsbawm, 1987, p. 318. More concretely, for the two main contestants, Germany and Britain, the sky had to be the limit, since Germany wanted a global political and maritime position like that now occupied by Britain, and which therefore would automatically relegate an already declining Britain to inferior status. It was either or. For France, then as later, the stakes were less global but equally urgent, to compensate for its increasing, and apparently inevitable, demographic and economic inferiority to Germany. Here also the issue was the future of France as a great power. In both cases compromise would merely have meant postponement. Germany itself, one might have supposed, could wait until its growing size and superiority established the position German governments felt to be their country's due, which would happen sooner or later. Indeed, the dominant position of a twice-defeated Germany with no claims to independent military power in Europe was more unchallenged in the early 1990s than the claims of militarist Germany ever were before 1945. Yet that is because Britain and France, as we shall see, were forced after the Second World War, however reluctantly, to accept their relegation to second-rank status, just as federal Germany, with all its economic strength, recognized that in the post-1945 world supremacy as a single state was, and would have to remain, beyond its power. In the 1900s, at the peak of the imperial and imperialist era, both the German claim to unique global status, the German spirit will regenerate the world, as the phrase went, and the resistance of Britain and France, still undeniable great powers in a Euro-centered world, were as yet intact. On paper no doubt compromise was possible on this or that point of the almost megalomaniac war aims which both sides formulated as soon as war had broken out, but in practice the only war aim that counted was total victory, what in the Second World War came to be called unconditional surrender. It was an absurd and self-defeating aim which ruined both victors and vanquished. It drove the defeated into revolution, and the victors into bankruptcy and physical exhaustion. In 1940 France was overrun by inferior German forces with ridiculous ease and speed, and accepted subordination to Hitler without hesitation, because the country had almost bled to death in 1914-18. Britain was never the same again after 1918 because the country had ruined its economy by waging a war substantially beyond its resources. Moreover, total victory, ratified by a penal, dictated peace, ruined what little chances there were of restoring something even faintly like a stable, liberal, bourgeois Europe, as the economist John Maynard Keynes immediately recognized. If Germany was not reintegrated into the European economy, i.e. if the country's economic weight within that economy was not recognized and accepted, there could be no stability. But this was the last consideration in the minds of those who had fought to eliminate Germany. The peace settlement, imposed by the major surviving victorious powers, USA, Britain, France, Italy, and usually, if inaccurately, known as the Treaty of Versailles, was dominated by 5 considerations. The most immediate was the breakdown of so many regimes in Europe, and the emergence in Russia of an alternative revolutionary Bolshevik regime dedicated to universal subversion, and a magnet for revolutionary forces everywhere else, see Chapter 2. Second, there was the need to control Germany, which had, after all, almost defeated the entire Allied coalition single-handed. For obvious reasons this was, and has ever since remained, the major concern of France. Third, the map of Europe had to be redivided and redrawn, both to weaken Germany and to fill the large empty spaces left in Europe and the Middle East by the simultaneous defeat and collapse of the Russian, Habsburg and Ottoman empires. The main claimants to the succession, at least in Europe, were various nationalist movements which the victors tended to encourage insofar as they were adequately anti-Bolshevik. In fact, in Europe the basic principle of reordering the map was to create ethnic-linguistic nation-states, according to the belief that nations had the right to self-determination. President Wilson of the USA, whose opinions were seen as expressing those of the power without whom the war would have been lost, was passionately committed to this belief, which was, and is, more easily held by those far from the ethnic and linguistic realities of the regions which were to be divided into neat nation-states. The attempt was a disaster, as can still be seen in the Europe of the 1990s. The national conflicts tearing the continent apart in the 1990s were the old chickens of Versailles once again coming home to roost. The remapping of the Middle East was along conventional imperialist lines, division between Britain and France, except for Palestine, where the British government, anxious for international Jewish support during the war, had incautiously and ambiguously promised to establish a national home for the Jews. This was to be another problematic and unforgotten relic of the First World War. The fourth set of considerations were those of domestic politics within the victor countries, which meant, in practice, Britain, France and the USA, and frictions between them. The most important consequence of such internal politicking was that the U.S. Congress refused to ratify a peace settlement largely written by or for its president, and the USA consequently withdrew from it, with far-reaching results. Finally, the victor powers desperately searched for the kind of peace settlement which would make impossible another war like the one that had just devastated the world, and whose after-effects were all around them. They failed in the most spectacular manner. Within 20 years the world was once again at war. Making the world safe from Bolshevism and remapping Europe overlapped, since the most immediate way to deal with revolutionary Russia, if by any chance it survived, this was by no means certain in 1919, was to isolate it behind a quarantine belt, cordon sanitaire, in the contemporary language of diplomacy, of anti-communist states. Since the territory of these was largely or wholly carved out of the formerly Russian lands, their hostility to Moscow could be guaranteed. Going from north to south, these were, Finland, an autonomous region that had been allowed to secede by Lenin, 3 new little Baltic republics, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, for which there was no historical precedent, Poland, restored to independent statehood after 120 years, and an enormously enlarged Romania, its size doubled by accessions from the Hungarian and Austrian parts of the Habsburg Empire and ex-Russian Bessarabia. Most of these territories had actually been detached from Russia by Germany and, but for the Bolshevik Revolution, would certainly have been returned to that state. The attempt to continue this isolation belt into the Caucasus, failed, essentially because revolutionary Russia came to terms with non-communist but revolutionary Turkey, which had no fondness for the British and French imperialists. Hence the briefly independent Armenian and Georgian states, set up after Brest-Litovsk, and attempts under the British to detach oil-rich Azerbaijan, did not survive the victory of the Bolsheviks in the Civil War of 1918-20 and the Soviet-Turkish Treaty of 1921. In short, in the East the Allies accepted the frontiers imposed by Germany on revolutionary Russia, insofar as these were not made inoperative by forces beyond their control. This still left large parts, mainly of formerly Austro-Hungarian Europe, to be remapped. Austria and Hungary were reduced to German and Magyar rumps. Serbia was expanded into a large new Yugoslavia by a merger with the formerly Austrian Slovenia and the formerly Hungarian Croatia, as well as with the formerly independent small tribal kingdom of herdsmen and raiders, Montenegro, a bleak mass of mountains whose inhabitants reacted to the unprecedented loss of independence by converting en masse to communism, which, they felt, appreciated the heroic virtue. It was also associated with Orthodox Russia, whose faith the unconquered men of the Black Mountain had defended against the Turkish unbelievers for so many centuries. A new Czechoslovakia was also formed by joining the former industrial core of the Habsburg Empire, the Czech lands, to the areas of Slovak and Ruthenian country people once belonging to Hungary. Romania was enlarged into a multinational conglomerate, while Poland and Italy also benefited. There was absolutely no historical precedent for or logic in the Yugoslav and Czechoslovak combinations, which were constructs of a nationalist ideology which believed in both the force of common ethnicity and the undesirability of excessively small nation-states. All the southern Slavs, equals Yugoslavs, belonged to one state, as did the western Slavs of the Czech and Slovak lands. As might have been expected, these shotgun political marriages did not prove very firm. Incidentally, except for Rump Austria and Rump Hungary, shorn of most, but in practice not entirely of all, their minorities, the new succession states, whether carved out of Russia or the Habsburg Empire, were no less multinational than their predecessors. A penal peace, justified by the argument that the state was uniquely responsible for the war and all its consequences, the War Guilt Clause, was imposed on Germany to keep her permanently enfeebled. This was achieved not so much by territorial losses, though Alsace-Lorraine went back to France, a substantial region in the east to a restored Poland, the Polish corridor which separated East Prussia from the rest of Germany, and some lesser adjustments to the German borders. Rather it was to be ensured by depriving Germany of an effective navy and any air force, limiting its army to 100,000 men, imposing theoretically indefinite reparations, payments for the costs of the war incurred by the victors, by the military occupation of part of Western Germany, and, not least, by depriving Germany of all her former overseas colonies. These were redistributed among the British and their dominions, the French and, to a lesser extent, the Japanese, but, in deference to the growing unpopularity of imperialism, they were no longer called colonies but mandates to ensure the progress of backward peoples, handed over by humanity to imperial powers who would not dream of exploiting them for any other purpose. Except for the territorial clauses, nothing was left of the Treaty of Versailles by the middle 1930s. As for the mechanism for preventing another world war, it was evident that the consortium of European great powers which had been supposed to secure this before 1914 had utterly broken down. The alternative, urged on hard-nosed European politicos by President Wilson with all the liberal fervour of a Princeton political scientist, was to set up an all-embracing League of Nations, i.e. independent states, which would settle problems peacefully and democratically before they had got out of hand, preferably by public negotiation, open covenants openly arrived at, for the war had also made the habitual and sensible processes of international negotiation suspect as secret diplomacy. This was largely a reaction against the secret treaties arranged among the Allies during the war, in which they carved up post-war Europe and the Middle East with a startling lack of concern for the wishes, or even the interests, of the inhabitants of these regions. The Bolsheviks, discovering these sensitive documents in the Tsarist archives, had promptly published them for the world to read, and an exercise of damage limitation was therefore called for. The League of Nations was indeed set up as part of the peace settlement, and proved an almost total failure, except as an institution for collecting statistics. It did, however, in its early days, settle one or two minor disputes which did not put world peace at much risk, such as that between Finland and Sweden over the Åland Islands. The refusal of the USA to join the League of Nations deprived it of any real meaning. It is not necessary to go into the details of interwar history to see that the Versailles settlement could not possibly be the basis of a stable peace. It was doomed from the start, and another war was therefore practically certain. As we have already noted, the USA almost immediately contracted out, and in a world no longer Euro-centered and Euro-determined, no settlement not underwritten by what was now a major world power could hold. As we shall see, this was true of the world's economic affairs as well as of its politics. Two major European, and indeed world, powers, were temporarily not only eliminated from the international game, but assumed not to exist as independent players, Germany and Soviet Russia. As soon as either or both these re-entered the scene, a peace settlement based on Britain and France alone, for Italy also remained dissatisfied, could not last. And, sooner or later Germany, or Russia, or both, would inevitably reappear as major players. What little chance the peace had, was torpedoed by the refusal of the victor powers to reintegrate the losers. It is true that the total repression of Germany and the total outlawing of Soviet Russia soon proved impossible, but adjustment to reality was slow and reluctant. The French, in particular, only abandoned the hope of keeping Germany feeble and impotent unwillingly. The British were not haunted by the memory of defeat and invasion. As for the USSR, the victor states would have preferred it not to exist, and, having backed the armies of counter-revolution in the Russian Civil War, and sent military forces to support them, showed no enthusiasm about recognizing its survival. Their businessmen even dismissed the offers of the most far-reaching concessions to foreign investors made by Lenin, desperate for any way to restart an economy almost destroyed by war, revolution, and civil war. Soviet Russia was forced into developing in isolation, even though for political purposes the two outlaw states of Europe, Soviet Russia and Germany, drew together in the early 1920s. Perhaps the next war might have been avoided, or at least postponed, if the pre-war economy had been restored again as a global system of prosperous growth and expansion. However, after a few years in the middle 1920s when it seemed to have put the war and post-war disruptions behind it, the world economy plunged into the greatest and most dramatic crisis it had known since the Industrial Revolution, see Chapter 3. And this then brought to power, both in Germany and in Japan, the political forces of militarism and the extreme right committed to a deliberate break with the status quo by confrontation, if necessary military, rather than by gradually negotiated change. From then on a new world war was not only predictable, but routinely predicted. Those who became adults in the 1930s expected it. The image of fleets of airplanes dropping bombs on cities and of nightmare figures in gas masks tapping their way like blind people through the fog of poison gas, haunted my generation, prophetically in one case, mistakenly in the other. 2. The origins of the Second World War have produced an incomparably smaller historical literature than the causes of the First, and for an obvious reason. With the rarest exceptions, no serious historian has ever doubted that Germany, Japan and, more hesitantly, Italy were the aggressors. The states drawn into the war against these three, whether capitalist or socialist, did not want a war, and most of them did what they could to avoid one. In the simplest terms, the question who or what caused the Second World War can be answered in two words: Adolf Hitler. Answers to historical questions are not, of course, so simple. As we have seen, the world situation created by the First World War was inherently unstable, especially in Europe, but also in the Far East, and peace was therefore not expected to last. Dissatisfaction with the status quo was not confined to the defeated states, although these, and notably Germany, felt they had plenty of cause for resentment, as indeed was the case. Every party in Germany, from the communists on the extreme left to Hitler's National Socialists on the extreme right, concurred in condemning the Versailles Treaty as unjust and unacceptable. Paradoxically, a genuine German revolution might have produced an internationally less explosive Germany. The two defeated countries which were really revolutionized, Russia and Turkey, were too concerned with their own affairs, including the defense of their frontiers, to destabilize the international situation. They were forces for stability in the 1930s, and indeed Turkey remained neutral in the Second World War. However, both Japan and Italy, though on the winning side in the war, also felt dissatisfied, the Japanese with somewhat greater realism than the Italians, whose imperial appetites greatly exceeded their state's independent power to satisfy them. In any case, Italy had come out of the war with considerable territorial gains in the Alps, on the Adriatic and even in the Aegean Sea, even if not quite with all the booty promised to the state by the Allies in return for joining their side in 1915. However, the triumph of fascism, a counter-revolutionary and therefore ultranationalist and imperialist movement, underlined Italian dissatisfaction, see Chapter 5. As for Japan, its very considerable military and naval force made it into much the most formidable power in the Far East, especially since Russia was out of the picture, and this was to some extent recognized internationally by the Washington Naval Agreement of 1922, which finally ended British naval supremacy by establishing a formula of 5:5:3 for the strength of the US, British and Japanese navies respectively. Yet Japan, whose industrialization was advancing at express speed, even though in absolute size the economy was still quite modest, 2.5% of world industrial production in the late 1920s, undoubtedly felt that it deserved a rather larger slice of the Far Eastern cake than the white imperial powers granted it. Moreover, Japan was acutely conscious of the vulnerability of a country that lacked virtually all natural resources needed for a modern industrial economy, whose imports were at the mercy of disruption by foreign navies, and whose exports were at the mercy of the U.S. market. Military pressure for the creation of a nearby land empire in China, it was argued, would shorten the Japanese lines of communication and thus make them less vulnerable. Nevertheless, whatever the instability of the post-1918 peace and the probability of its breakdown, it is quite undeniable that what caused the Second World War concretely was aggression by the three malcontent powers, bound together by various treaties from the middle 1930s. The milestones on the road to war were the Japanese invasion of Manchuria in 1931, the Italian invasion of Ethiopia in 1935, the German and Italian intervention in the Spanish Civil War of 1936–39, the German invasion of Austria in early 1938, the German crippling of Czechoslovakia later in the same year, the German occupation of what remained of Czechoslovakia in March 1939, followed by the Italian occupation of Albania, and the German demands on Poland which actually led to the outbreak of war. Alternatively, we can count these milestones negatively: the failure of the League to act against Japan, the failure to take effective measures against Italy in 1935, the failure of Britain and France to respond to the unilateral German denunciation of the Treaty of Versailles, and notably its military reoccupation of the Rhineland in 1936, their refusal to intervene in the Spanish Civil War, non-intervention, their failure to respond to the occupation of Austria, their retreat before German blackmail over Czechoslovakia, the Munich Agreement of 1938, and the refusal of the USSR to continue opposing Hitler in 1939, the Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939. And yet, if one side clearly did not want war and did everything possible to avoid it, and the other side glorified it and, in the case of Hitler, certainly actively desired it, none of the aggressors wanted the war they got, at the time they got it, and against at least some of the enemies they found themselves fighting. Japan, in spite of the military influence on its politics, would certainly have preferred to achieve its objectives, essentially the creation of an East Asian empire, without a general war, into which they only became involved because the USA was involved in one. What kind of war Germany wanted, when and against whom, are still matters of argument, since Hitler was not a man who documented his decisions, but two things are clear. A war against Poland, backed by Britain and France, in 1939 was not in his game plan, and the war in which he finally found himself, against both the USSR and the USA, was every German general's and diplomat's nightmare. Germany, and later Japan, needed a rapid offensive war for the same reasons that had made it necessary in 1914. The joint resources of the potential enemies of each, once united and coordinated, were overwhelmingly greater than their own. Neither even planned effectively for a lengthy war, nor relied on armaments that had a long gestation period. By contrast, the British, accepting inferiority on land, put their money from the start into the most expensive and technologically sophisticated forms of armament and planned for a long war in which they and their allies would outproduce the other side. The Japanese were more successful than the Germans in avoiding the coalition of their enemies, since they kept out of both Germany's war against Britain and France in 1939–40 and the war against Russia after 1941. Unlike all the other powers, they had actually been up against the Red Army in an unofficial but substantial war on the Siberian, Chinese border in 1939 and had been badly mauled. Japan only entered the war against Britain and the USA, but not the USSR, in December 1941. Unfortunately for Japan, the only power it had to fight, the USA, was so vastly superior in its resources to Japan, that it was virtually bound to win. Germany seemed luckier for a while. In the 1930s, as war drew nearer, Britain and France failed to join with Soviet Russia, and eventually Soviet Russia preferred to come to terms with Hitler, while local politics prevented President Roosevelt from giving more than paper backing to the side he passionately supported. The war therefore began in 1939 as a purely European war, and indeed, after Germany marched into Poland, which was defeated and partitioned with the now neutral USSR in 3 weeks, a purely West European war of Germany against Britain and France. In the spring of 1940, Germany overran Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, and France with ridiculous ease, occupying the first 4 countries, and dividing France into a zone directly occupied and administered by the victorious Germans and a satellite French state. Its rulers, drawn from the various branches of French reaction, no longer liked to call it a republic, with its capital in a provincial health resort, Vichy. Only Britain was left at war with Germany, under a coalition of all national forces, headed by Winston Churchill, based on a total refusal to come to any kind of terms with Hitler. It was at this moment that fascist Italy mistakenly chose to slide off the fence of neutrality, on which its government had cautiously been sitting, onto the German side. For practical purposes, the war in Europe was over. Even if Germany could not invade Britain because of the dual obstacle of the sea and the Royal Air Force, there was no foreseeable war in which Britain could return to the continent, let alone defeat Germany. The months of 1940–41, when Britain stood alone, are a marvelous moment in the history of the British people, or at any rate those who were lucky enough to live through it, but the country's chances were slim. The USA's Hemispheric Defense Rearmament Program of June 1940 virtually assumed that further arms for Britain would be useless and, even after Britain's survival was accepted, the United Kingdom was still seen chiefly as an outlying defense base for America. Meanwhile, the map of Europe was redrawn. The USSR, by agreement, occupied those European parts of the Tsarist Empire lost in 1918, except for the parts of Poland taken over by Germany, and Finland, against which Stalin had fought a clumsy winter war in 1939–40, which pushed the Russian frontiers a little further away from Leningrad. Hitler presided over a revision of the Versailles settlement in the former Habsburg territories that proved short-lived. British attempts to extend the war in the Balkans led to the expected conquest of the entire peninsula by Germany, including the Greek islands. Indeed, Germany actually crossed the Mediterranean into Africa when its ally Italy, even more disappointing as a military power in the Second World War than Austria-Hungary had been in the First World War, looked like being thrown entirely out of its African empire by the British, fighting from their main base in Egypt. The German Afrika Korps, under one of the most talented generals, Erwin Rommel, threatened the entire British position in the Middle East. The war was revived by Hitler's invasion of the USSR on June 22, 1941, the decisive date in the Second World War, an invasion so senseless, for it committed Germany to a war on two fronts, that Stalin simply would not believe that Hitler could contemplate it. But for Hitler the conquest of a vast eastern land empire, rich in resources and slave labor, was the logical next step, and, like all other military experts except the Japanese, he spectacularly underestimated the Soviet capacity to resist. Not, however, without some plausibility, given the disorganization of the Red Army by the purges of the 1930s, see Chapter 13, the apparent state of the country, the general effects of the terror, and Stalin's own extraordinarily inept interventions into military strategy. In fact, the initial advances of the German armies were as swift and seemed as decisive as the campaigns in the West. By early October they were on the outskirts of Moscow, and there is evidence that, for a few days, Stalin himself was demoralized and contemplated making peace. But the moment passed, and the sheer size of the reserves of space, manpower, Russian physical toughness and patriotism, and a ruthless war effort, defeated the Germans and gave the USSR time to organize effectively, not least by allowing the very talented military leaders, some of them recently released from gulags, to do what they thought best. The years of 1942 to 45 was the only time when Stalin paused in his terror. Once the Russian war had not been decided within 3 months, as Hitler had expected, Germany was lost, since it was neither equipped for nor could sustain a long war. In spite of its triumphs, it had, and produced, far fewer aircraft and tanks than even Britain and Russia without the USA. A new German offensive in 1942, after the grueling winter, seemed as brilliantly successful as all the others, and pushed the German armies deep into the Caucasus and into the lower Volga Valley, but it could no longer decide the war. The German armies were held, ground down and eventually surrounded and forced to surrender at Stalingrad, summer 1942, March 1943. After that the Russians in turn began the advance which only brought them into Berlin, Prague, and Vienna by the end of the war. From Stalingrad on everyone knew that the defeat of Germany was only a question of time. Meanwhile the war, still basically European, had become truly global. This was partly due to the stirrings of anti-imperialism among the subjects and dependents of Britain, still the greatest of worldwide empires, though they could still be suppressed without difficulty. The Hitler sympathizers among the Boers in South Africa could be interned. They re-emerged after the war as the architects of the apartheid regime of 1948, and Rashid Ali's seizure of power in Iraq in the spring of 1941 was quickly put down. Much more significant was that the triumph of Hitler in Europe left a partial imperial vacuum in Southeast Asia into which Japan now moved, by asserting a protectorate over the helpless relics of the French in Indochina. The USA regarded this extension of Axis power into Southeast Asia as intolerable, and put severe economic pressure on Japan, whose trade and supplies depended entirely on maritime communications. It was this conflict that led to war between the two countries. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941 made the war worldwide. Within a few months the Japanese had overrun all of Southeast Asia, continental and insular, threatening to invade India from Burma in the west, and the empty north of Australia from New Guinea. Probably Japan could not have avoided war with the USA unless the country had given up the aim of establishing a powerful economic empire, euphemistically described as a Greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere, which was the very essence of its policy. However, having watched the consequences of the European powers' failure to resist Hitler and Mussolini, and its results, F.D. Roosevelt's USA could not be expected to react to Japanese expansion as Britain and France had reacted to German expansion. In any case, U.S. public opinion regarded the Pacific, unlike Europe, as a normal field for U.S. action, rather like Latin America. American isolationism merely wanted to keep out of Europe. In fact, it was the Western, i.e. American, embargo on Japanese trade and freezing of Japanese assets, which forced Japan to take action, if the Japanese economy, which depended entirely on oceanic imports, was not to be strangled in short order. The gamble it took was dangerous, and proved suicidal. Japan would seize perhaps its only opportunity to establish its southern empire quickly, but since it calculated that this required the immobilization of the American Navy, the only force that could intervene, it also meant that the USA with its overwhelmingly superior forces and resources would immediately be drawn into war. There was no way that Japan could win such a war. The mystery is, why Hitler, already fully stretched in Russia, gratuitously declared war on the USA, thus giving Roosevelt's government the chance to enter the European war on the British side without meeting overwhelming political resistance at home. For there was very little doubt in Washington's mind that Nazi Germany constituted a much more serious, or, at any rate, a much more global danger to the US position, and the world, than Japan. The US therefore deliberately chose to concentrate on winning the war against Germany before that against Japan, and to concentrate its resources accordingly. The calculation was correct. It took another 3.5 years to defeat Germany, after which Japan was brought to its knees in 3 months. There is no adequate explanation of Hitler's folly, though we know him to have persistently, and dramatically, underestimated the capacity for action, not to mention the economic and technological potential, of the USA because he thought democracies incapable of action. The only democracy he took seriously was the British, which he rightly regarded as not entirely democratic. The decisions to invade Russia and to declare war against the USA decided the result of the Second World War. This did not seem immediately obvious, since the Axis powers reached the peak of their success in mid-1942, and did not entirely lose the military initiative until 1943. Moreover, the Western Allies did not effectively re-enter the European continent until 1944, while they successfully drove the Axis out of North Africa and crossed into Italy, they were successfully held at bay by the German army. In the meantime, the Western Allies' only major weapon against Germany was air power, and this, as subsequent research has shown, was spectacularly ineffective, except in killing civilians and destroying cities. Only the Soviet armies continued to advance, and only in the Balkans, mainly in Yugoslavia, Albania, and Greece, did a largely communist-inspired armed resistance movement cause Germany, and even more Italy, serious military problems. Nevertheless, Winston Churchill was right when he confidently claimed after Pearl Harbor that victory by the proper application of overwhelming force was certain. Kennedy, p. 347. From the end of 1942 on, nobody doubted that the Grand Alliance against the Axis would win. The Allies began to concentrate on what to do with their foreseeable victory. We need not follow the course of military events further, except to note that, in the West, German resistance proved very hard to overcome even after the Allies re-entered the continent in force in June 1944, and that, unlike 1918, there was no sign of any German revolution against Hitler. Only the German generals, the heart of traditional Prussian military power and efficiency, plotted Hitler's downfall in July 1944, since they were rational patriots rather than enthusiasts for a Wagnerian Götterdämmerung in which Germany would be totally destroyed. They had no mass support, failed and were killed en masse by Hitler's loyalists. In the East there was even less sign of a crack in Japan's determination to fight to the end, which is why nuclear arms were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to ensure a rapid Japanese surrender. Victory in 1945 was total, surrender unconditional. The defeated enemy states were totally occupied by the victors. No formal peace was made, since no authorities independent of the occupying forces were recognized, at least in Germany and Japan. The nearest thing to peace negotiations were the series of conferences between 1943 and 1945 in which the main Allied powers, the USA, the USSR, and Great Britain, decided the division of the spoils of victory and, not too successfully, tried to determine their post-war relations with each other, in Tehran in 1943, in Moscow in the autumn of 1944, in Yalta in the Crimea in early 1945, and at Potsdam in occupied Germany in August 1945. More successfully, a series of inter-allied negotiations between 1943 and 1945 set up a more general framework for political and economic relations between states, including the establishment of the United Nations. These matters belong to another chapter, see Chapter 9. Even more than the Great War, the Second World War was therefore fought to a finish, without serious thought of compromise on either side, except by Italy, which changed sides and political regime in 1943 and was not treated entirely as an occupied territory, but as a defeated country with a recognized government. It was helped by the fact that the Allies failed to drive the Germans, and a fascist social republic under Mussolini dependent on them, out of half of Italy for almost 2 years. Unlike the First World War, this intransigence on both sides requires no special explanation. This was a war of religion, or, in modern terms, of ideologies, on both sides. It was also, and demonstrably, a fight for life for most of the countries concerned. The price of defeat by the German National Socialist regime, as demonstrated in Poland and the occupied parts of the USSR, and by the fate of the Jews, whose systematic extermination gradually became known to an incredulous world, was enslavement and death. Hence the war was waged without limit. The Second World War escalated mass war into total war. Its losses are literally incalculable, and even approximate estimates are impossible, since the war, unlike the First World War, killed civilians as readily as people in uniform, and much of the worst killing took place in regions, or at times, when nobody was in a position to count, or cared to. Deaths directly caused by this war have been estimated at between 3 and 5 times the estimated figure for the First World War, Mulward, 270, Peterson, 1986, and, in other terms, at between 10 and 20% of the total population in the USSR, Poland, and Yugoslavia, and between 4 and 6% of Germany, Italy, Austria, Hungary, Japan, and China. Casualties in Britain and France were far lower than in the First World War, about 1%, but in the USA somewhat higher. Nevertheless, these are guesses. Soviet casualties have been estimated at various times, even officially, at 7 millions, 11 millions, or of the order of 20 or even 50 millions. In any case, what does statistical exactitude mean, where the orders of magnitude are so astronomical? Would the horror of the Holocaust be any less if historians concluded that it exterminated not 6 millions, the rough and almost certainly exaggerated original estimate, but 5 or even 4? What if the 900 days of the German siege of Leningrad, 1941–44, killed 1 million or only 3/4 or 500,000 by starvation and exhaustion? Indeed, can we really grasp figures beyond the reality open to physical intuition? What does it mean to the average reader of this page that out of 5.7 million Russian prisoners of war in Germany 3.3 million died? Hirschfeld, 1986. The only certain fact about the casualties of the war is that, on the whole, they killed more men than women. In 1959 there were still, in the USSR, 7 women between the ages of 35 and 50 for every 4 men, Mulward, 1979, p. 212. Buildings could more easily be rebuilt after this war than surviving lives. 3. We take it for granted that modern warfare involves all citizens and mobilizes most of them, that it is waged with armaments which require a diversion of the entire economy to produce them, and which are used in unimaginable quantities, that it produces untold destruction and utterly dominates and transforms the life of the countries involved in it. Yet all these phenomena belong to the wars only of the 20th century. There were, indeed, tragically destructive wars earlier, and even wars anticipating modern total war efforts, as in France during the Revolution. To this day the Civil War of 1861–65 remains the bloodiest conflict in U.S. history, which killed as many men as all the later wars of the USA put together, including both World Wars, Korea and Vietnam. Nevertheless, before the 20th century, wars embracing all society were exceptional. Jane Austen wrote her novels during the Napoleonic Wars, but no reader who did not know this already would guess it, for the wars do not appear in her pages, even though a number of the young gentlemen who passed through them undoubtedly took part in them. It is inconceivable that any novelist could write about Britain in the 20th century wars in this manner. The monster of 20th century total war was not born full-sized. Nevertheless, from 1914 on, wars were unmistakably mass wars. Even in the First World War, Britain mobilized 12.5% of its men for the forces, Germany 15.4%, France almost 17%. In the Second World War, the percentage of the total active labor force that went into the armed forces was pretty generally in the neighborhood of 20%. Mulward, 1979, p. 216. We may note in passing that such a level of mass mobilization, lasting for a matter of years, cannot be maintained except by a modern high-productivity industrialized economy, and, or alternatively, an economy largely in the hands of the non-combatant parts of the population. Traditional agrarian economies cannot usually mobilize so large a proportion of their labor force except seasonally, at least in the temperate zone, for there are times in the agricultural year when all hands are needed, for instance to get in the harvest. Even in industrial societies, so great a manpower mobilization puts enormous strains on the labor force, which is why modern mass wars both strengthened the powers of organized labor and produced a revolution in the employment of women outside the household, temporarily in the First World War, permanently in the Second World War. Again, 20th century wars were mass wars in the sense that they used, and destroyed, hitherto inconceivable quantities of products in the course of fighting. Hence the German phrase Materialschlacht to describe the Western battles of 1914–18, battles of materials. Napoleon, luckily for the extremely restricted industrial capacity of France in his day, could win the Battle of Jena in 1806 and thus destroy the power of Prussia with no more than 1,500 rounds of artillery. Yet even before the First World War, France planned for a munitions output of 10 to 12,000 shells a day, and in the end its industry had to produce 200,000 shells a day. Even Tsarist Russia found that it produced 150,000 shells a day, or at the rate of 4.5 million a month. No wonder that the processes of mechanical engineering factories were revolutionized. As for the less destructive implements of war, let us recall that during the Second World War the U.S. Army ordered over 519 million pairs of socks and over 219 million pairs of pants, whereas the German forces, true to bureaucratic tradition, in a single year, 1943, ordered 4.4 million pairs of scissors and 6.2 million pads for the stamps of military offices, Mulward, 1979, p. 68. Mass war required mass production. But production also required organization and management, even if its object was the rationalized destruction of human lives in the most efficient manner, as in the German extermination camps. Speaking in the most general terms, total war was the largest enterprise hitherto known to man, which had to be consciously organized and managed. This also raised novel problems. Military affairs had always been the special concern of governments, since these took over the running of permanent, standing, armies in the 17th century, rather than subcontracting them from military entrepreneurs. In fact, armies and war soon became far larger industries or complexes of economic activity than anything in private business, which is why in the 19th century they so often provided the expertise and the management skills for the vast private enterprises which developed in the industrial era, for instance railway projects or port installations. Moreover, almost all governments were in the business of manufacturing armaments and war material, although in the late 19th century a sort of symbiosis developed between government and specialized private armaments producers, especially in the high-tech sectors such as artillery and the navy, which anticipated what we now know as the military-industrial complex, see Age of Empire, Chapter 13. Nevertheless, the basic assumption between the era of the French Revolution and the First World War was that the economy would, so far as possible, continue to operate in wartime as it had in peacetime, business as usual, though of course certain industries would clearly feel its impact, for instance the clothing industry, which would be required to produce military garments far beyond any conceivable peacetime capacity. The government's main problem, as they saw it, was fiscal, how to pay for wars. Should it be through loans, through direct taxation, and, in either case, on what precise terms? Consequently it was treasuries or ministries of finance which were seen as the commanders of the war economy. The First World War, which lasted so much longer than governments had anticipated, and used up so many more men and armaments, made business as usual and, with it, the domination of ministries of finance, impossible, even though treasury officials, like the young Maynard Keynes in Britain, still shook their heads over the politicians' readiness to pursue victory without counting the financial costs. They were, of course, right. Britain waged both world wars far beyond its means, with lasting and negative consequences for its economy. Yet if war was to be waged at all on the modern scale, not only its costs had to be counted but its production, and in the end the entire economy, had to be managed and planned. Governments only learned this by experience in the course of the First World War. In the Second World War they knew it from the outset, thanks largely to the experience of the First War, the lessons of which their officials had studied intensively. Nevertheless, it only gradually became clear how completely governments had to take over the economy, and how essential physical planning and the allocation of resources, other than by the usual economic mechanisms, now were. At the outset of the Second World War only two states, the USSR and, to a lesser extent, Nazi Germany, had any mechanism for physically controlling the economy, which is not surprising, since Soviet ideas of planning were originally inspired by, and to some extent based on, what the Bolsheviks knew of the German planned war economy of 1914-17, see Chapter 13. Some states, notably Britain and the USA, had not even the rudiments of such mechanisms. It is, therefore, a strange paradox that among the government-run planned war economies of both wars, and in total wars that meant all war economies those of the Western democratic states, Britain and France in the First War, Britain and even the USA in the Second, proved far superior to Germany with its tradition and theories of rational bureaucratic administration. For Soviet planning, see Chapter 13. We can only guess at the reasons, but there is no doubt about the facts. The German war economy was less systematic and effective in mobilizing all resources for war, of course, until after the strategy of lightning strikes failed, it did not have to, and it certainly took less care of the German civilian population. Inhabitants of Britain and France who survived the First World War unharmed were likely to be somewhat healthier than before the war, even when they were poorer, and their workers' real income had risen. Germans were hungrier, and their workers' real wages had fallen. Comparisons in the Second World War are more difficult, if only because France was soon eliminated, the USA was richer and under much less pressure, the USSR poorer and under much more. The German war economy had virtually all Europe to exploit but ended the war with far greater physical destruction than Western belligerents. Still, on the whole a poorer Britain, whose civilian consumption fell by over 20% by 1943, ended the war with a slightly better fed and healthier population, thanks to a war-planned economy systematically slanted towards equality and fairness of sacrifice, and social justice. The German system was, of course, inequitable on principle. Germany exploited both the resources and the manpower of occupied Europe, and treated the non-German populations as inferior, and, in extreme cases, Poles, but especially Russians and Jews, virtually as expendable slave labor which did not even have to be kept alive. Foreign labor rose to form about 1/5 of the labor force in Germany by 1944, 30% in the armaments industries. Even so, the most that can be claimed for Germany's own workers is that their real earnings stayed the same as in 1938. British child mortality and sickness rates fell progressively during the war. In occupied and dominated France, a country proverbially rich in food and out of the war after 1940, the average weight and fitness of the population at all ages declined. Total war undoubtedly revolutionized management. How far did it revolutionize technology and production? Or, to put it another way, did it advance or retard economic development? It plainly advanced technology, since the conflict between advanced belligerents was not only one of armies but of competing technologies for providing them with effective weapons, and other essential services. But for the Second World War, and the fear that Nazi Germany might also exploit the discoveries of nuclear physics, the atom bomb would certainly not have been made, nor would the quite enormous expenditures needed to produce any kind of nuclear energy have been undertaken in the 20th century. Other technological advances made, in the first instance, for purposes of war, have proved considerably more readily applicable in peace. One thinks of aeronautics and computers, but this does not alter the fact that war or the preparation for war has been a major device for accelerating technical progress by carrying the development costs of technological innovations which would almost certainly not have been undertaken by anyone making peacetime cost-benefit calculations, or which would have been made more slowly and hesitantly, see Chapter 9. Still, the technological bent of war was not new. Moreover, the modern industrial economy was built on constant technological innovation, which would certainly have taken place, probably at an accelerating rate, even without wars, if we can make this unrealistic assumption for the sake of argument. Wars, especially the Second World War, greatly helped to diffuse technical expertise, and they certainly had a major impact on industrial organization and methods of mass production, but what they achieved was, by and large, an acceleration of change rather than a transformation. Did war advance economic growth? In one sense it plainly did not. The losses of productive resources were heavy, quite apart from the fall in the working population. 25% of pre-war capital assets were destroyed in the USSR during the Second World War, 13% in Germany, 8% in Italy, 7% in France, though only 3% in Britain, but this must be offset by new wartime constructions. In the extreme case of the USSR, the net economic effect of the war was entirely negative. In 1945 the country's agriculture lay in ruins, as did the industrialization of the pre-war 5-year plans. All that remained was a vast and quite inadaptable armaments industry, a starving and decimated people and massive physical destruction. On the other hand, wars were clearly good to the U.S. economy. Its rate of growth in both wars was quite extraordinary, especially in the Second World War when it grew at the rate of roughly 10% per annum, faster than ever before or since. In both wars the USA benefited from being both remote from the fighting, and the main arsenal of its allies, and from the capacity of its economy to organize the expansion of production more effectively than any other. Probably the most lasting economic effect of both world wars was to give the U.S. economy a global preponderance during the whole of the short 20th century, which only slowly began to fade towards the end of the century, see Chapter 9. In 1914 it was already the largest industrial economy, but not yet the dominant economy. The wars, which strengthened it while, relatively or absolutely, weakening its competitors, transformed its economic situation. If the USA, in both wars, and Russia, especially in the Second World War represent the two extremes of the war's economic effects, the rest of the world is situated somewhere between these extremes, but on the whole closer to the Russian than to the American end of the curve. 4. It remains to assess the human impact of the era of wars, and its human costs. The sheer mass of casualties, to which we have already referred, are only one part of these. Curiously enough, except, for understandable reasons, in the USSR, the much smaller figures of the First World War were to make a much greater impact than the vast quantities of the Second World War, as witness the much greater prominence of memorials and the cult of the fallen of the First World War. The Second World War produced no equivalent to the monuments to the unknown soldier, and after it the celebration of Armistice Day, the anniversary of November 11, 1918, gradually lost its interwar solemnity. Perhaps 10 million dead hit those who had never expected such sacrifice more brutally than 54 millions hit those who have already once experienced war as massacre. Certainly both the totality of the war efforts and the determination on both sides to wage war without limit and at whatever cost, made its mark. Without it, the growing brutality and inhumanity of the 20th century is difficult to explain. About this rising curve of barbarism after 1914 there is, unfortunately, no serious doubt. By the early 20th century, torture had officially been ended throughout Western Europe. Since 1945 we have once again accustomed ourselves, without much revulsion, to its use in at least one-third of the member states of the United Nations, including some of the oldest and most civilized. Peters, 1985. The growth of brutalization was due not so much to the release of the latent potential for cruelty and violence in the human being, which war naturally legitimizes, although this certainly emerged after the First World War among a certain type of ex-servicemen, veterans, especially in the strong arm or killer squads and free corps on the nationalist ultra-right. Why should men who had killed and seen their friends killed and mangled, hesitate to kill and brutalize the enemies of a good cause? One major reason was the strange democratization of war. Total conflicts turned into people's wars, both because civilians and civilian life became the proper, and sometimes the main, targets of strategy, and because in democratic wars, as in democratic politics, adversaries are naturally demonized in order to make them properly hateful or at least despicable. Wars conducted on both sides by professionals, or specialists, especially those of similar social standing, do not exclude mutual respect and acceptance of rules, or even chivalry. Violence has its rules. This was still evident among fighter pilots in air forces in both wars, as witness Jean Renoir's pacifist film about the First World War, La Grande Illusion. Professionals of politics and diplomacy, when untrammeled by the demands of votes or newspapers, can declare war or negotiate peace with no hard feelings about the other side, like boxers who shake hands before they come out fighting, and drink with each other after the fight. But the total wars of our century were far removed from the Bismarckian or 18th century pattern. No war in which mass national feelings are mobilized can be as limited as aristocratic wars. And, it must be said, in the Second World War the nature of Hitler's regime and the behavior of the Germans, including the old non-Nazi German army, in Eastern Europe, was such as to justify a good deal of demonization. Another reason, however, was the new impersonality of warfare, which turned killing and maiming into the remote consequence of pushing a button or moving a lever. Technology made its victims invisible, as people eviscerated by bayonets, or seen through the sights of firearms could not be. Opposite the permanently fixed guns of the Western Front were not men but statistics, not even real, but hypothetical statistics, as the body counts of enemy casualties during U.S. Vietnam War showed. Far below the aerial bombers were not people about to be burned and eviscerated, but targets. Mild young men, who would certainly not have wished to plunge a bayonet in the belly of any pregnant village girl, could far more easily drop high explosive on London or Berlin, or nuclear bombs on Nagasaki. Hard-working German bureaucrats who would certainly have found it repugnant to drive starving Jews into abattoirs themselves, could work out the railway timetables for a regular supply of death trains to Polish extermination camps with less sense of personal involvement. The greatest cruelties of our century have been the impersonal cruelties of remote decision, of system and routine, especially when they could be justified as regrettable operational necessities. So the world accustomed itself to the compulsory expulsion and killing on an astronomic scale, phenomena so unfamiliar that new words had to be invented for them: stateless, apatride, or genocide. The First World War led to the killing of an uncounted number of Armenians by Turkey. The most usual figure is 1.5 millions, which can count as the first modern attempt to eliminate an entire population. It was later followed by the better-known Nazi mass killing of about 5 million Jews. The numbers remain in dispute. Hilberg, 1985. First World War and the Russian Revolution forced millions to move as refugees, or by compulsory exchanges of populations between states, which amounted to the same. A total of 1.3 million Greeks were repatriated to Greece, mainly from Turkey. 400,000 Turks were decanted into the state which claimed them. Some 200,000 Bulgarians moved into the diminished territory bearing their national name, while 1.5 or perhaps 2 million Russian nationals, escaping from the Russian Revolution or on the losing side of the Russian Civil War, found themselves homeless. It was mainly for these rather than the 320,000 Armenians fleeing genocide, that a new document was invented for those who, in an increasingly bureaucratized world, had no bureaucratic existence in any state, the so-called Nansen Passport of the League of Nations, named after the great Norwegian Arctic explorer who made himself a second career as a friend to the friendless. At a rough guess, the years 1914 to 22 generated between 4 and 5 million refugees. This first flood of human jetsam was as nothing to that which followed the Second World War, or to the inhumanity with which they were treated. It has been estimated that by May 1945 there were perhaps 40.5 million uprooted people in Europe, excluding non-German forced laborers and Germans who fled before the advancing Soviet armies. Kulischer, 1948, pages 253 to 73. About 13 million Germans were expelled from the parts of Germany annexed by Poland and the USSR, from Czechoslovakia and parts of southeastern Europe where they had long been settled. Holborn, p. 363. They were taken in by the new German Federal Republic, which offered a home and citizenship to any German who returned there, as the new state of Israel offered a right of return to any Jew. When, but in an epoch of mass flight, could such offers by states have been seriously made? Of the 11,332,700 displaced persons of various nationalities found in Germany by the victorious armies in 1945, 10 million soon returned to their homelands, but half of these were compelled to do so against their will. Jacob Meyer, 1986. These were only the refugees of Europe. The decolonization of India in 1947 created 15 million of them, forced to cross the new frontiers between India and Pakistan, in both directions, without counting the 2 millions killed in the accompanying civil strife. The Korean War, another byproduct of the Second World War, produced perhaps 5 million displaced Koreans. After the establishment of Israel, yet another of the war's after effects, about 1.3 million Palestinians were registered with the United Nations Relief and Work Agency, UNRWA. Conversely, by the early 1960s 1.2 million Jews had migrated to Israel, the majority of these also as refugees. In short, the global human catastrophe unleashed by the Second World War is almost certainly the largest in human history. Not the least tragic aspect of this catastrophe is that humanity has learned to live in a world in which killing, torture, and mass exile have become everyday experiences which we no longer notice. Looking back on the 31 years from the assassination of the Austrian Archduke in Sarajevo to the unconditional surrender of Japan, they must be seen as an era of havoc comparable to the 30 Years' War of the 17th century in German history. And Sarajevo, the first Sarajevo, certainly marked the beginning of a general age of catastrophe and crisis in the affairs of the world, which is the subject of this and the next 4 chapters. Nevertheless, in the memory of the generations after 1945, the 31 Years' War did not leave behind the same sort of memory as its more localized 17th century predecessor. This is partly because it formed a single era of war only in the historian's perspective. For those who lived through it, it was experienced as 2 distinct though connected wars, separated by an interwar period without overt hostilities, ranging from 13 years for Japan, whose second war began in Manchuria in 1931, to 23 years for the USA, which did not enter the Second World War until December 1941. However, it is also because each of these wars had its own historical character and profile. Both were episodes of carnage without parallel, leaving behind the technological nightmare images that haunted the nights and days of the next generation, poison gas and aerial bombardment after 1918, the mushroom cloud of nuclear destruction after 1945. Both ended in breakdown and, as we shall see in the next chapter, social revolution over large regions of Europe and Asia. Both left the belligerents exhausted and enfeebled, except for the USA, which emerged from both undamaged and enriched, as the economic lord of the world. And yet, how striking the differences! The First World War solved nothing. Such hopes as it generated, of a peaceful and democratic world of nation-states under the League of Nations, of a return to the world economy of 1913, even, among those who hailed the Russian Revolution, of world capitalism overthrown within years or months by a rising of the oppressed, were soon disappointed. The past was beyond reach, the future postponed, the present bitter, except for a few fleeting years in the mid-1920s. The Second World War actually produced solutions, at least for decades. The dramatic social and economic problems of capitalism in its age of catastrophe seemed to disappear. The Western world economy entered its golden age, Western political democracy, backed by an extraordinary improvement in material life, was stable, war was banished to the Third World. On the other side, even revolution appeared to have found its way forward. The old colonial empires vanished or were shortly destined to go. A consortium of communist states, organized around the Soviet Union, now transformed into a superpower, seemed ready to compete in the race for economic growth with the West. This proved to be an illusion, but not until the 1960s did it begin to vanish. As we can now see, even the international scene was stabilized, though it did not seem so. Unlike after the Great War, the former enemies, Germany and Japan, reintegrated into the Western world economy, and the new enemies, the USA and the USSR, never actually came to blows. Even the revolutions which ended both wars were quite different. Those after the First World War were, as we shall see, rooted in a revulsion against what most people who lived through it, had increasingly seen as a pointless slaughter. They were revolutions against the war. The revolutions after the Second World War grew out of the popular participation in a world struggle against enemies, Germany, Japan, more generally imperialism, which, however terrible, those who took part in it felt to be just. And yet, like the two world wars, the two sorts of post-war revolution can be seen in the historian's perspective as a single process. To this we must now turn. Technically, the Treaty of Versailles only made peace with Germany. Various parks and royal chateaux in the neighborhood of Paris gave their names to the other treaties: Saint-Germain, with Austria, Trianon with Hungary, Sèvres with Turkey, Neuilly with Bulgaria. Chapter 2. The World Revolution. At the same time Bukharin added, I do think we have entered upon a period of revolution which may last 50 years before the revolution is at last victorious in all Europe and finally in all the world. Arthur Ransome, 6 Weeks in Russia in 1919, Ransome, 1919, p. 54. How terrible to read Shelley's poem, not to mention the Egyptian peasant songs of 3,000 years ago, denouncing oppression and exploitation. Will they be read in a future still filled with oppression and exploitation, and will people say, even in those days? Bertolt Brecht on reading Shelley's The Mask of Anarchy in 1938, Brecht, 1964. Since the French Revolution there has arisen in Europe a Russian Revolution, and this has once again taught the world that even the strongest of invaders can be repelled, once the fate of the fatherland is truly entrusted to the poor, the humble, the proletarians, the laboring people. From the wall newspaper of the 19 Brigata Eusebio Gaiambone of the Italian Partisans, 1944, Pavoni, 1991, p. 406. Revolution was the child of 20th century war, specifically the Russian Revolution of 1917, which created the Soviet Union, transformed into a superpower by the second phase of the 31 Years' War, but, more generally, revolution as a global constant in the century's history. War alone does not necessarily lead to crisis, breakdown, and revolution in belligerent countries. In fact, before 1914 the opposite assumption held the field, at least about established regimens with traditional legitimacy. Napoleon I had complained bitterly that the Emperor of Austria could happily survive 100 lost battles, as the King of Prussia survived military disaster and the loss of half his lands, whereas he himself, child of the French Revolution, would be at risk after a single defeat. Yet the strains of 20th century total war on the states and peoples involved in it were so overwhelming and unprecedented that they were almost bound to stretch both to their limits, and, as like as not, to breaking point. Only the USA came out of the world wars very much as it had gone into them, only rather stronger. For all others the end of wars meant upheaval. It seemed obvious that the old world was doomed. The old society, the old economy, the old political systems had, as the Chinese phrase put it, lost the mandate of heaven. Humanity was waiting for an alternative. Such an alternative was familiar in 1914. Socialist parties, resting on the support of the expanding working classes of their countries and inspired by a belief in the historic inevitability of their victory, represented this alternative in most countries of Europe. See Age of Empire, Chapter 5. It looked as though only a signal was needed for the peoples to rise, to replace capitalism by socialism, and thus to transform the meaningless sufferings of World War into something more positive, the bloody birth pains and convulsions of a new world. The Russian Revolution, or, more precisely, the Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917, set out to give the world this signal. It therefore became an event as central to the history of the century as the French Revolution of 1789 was to the 19th. Indeed, it is not an accident that the history of the short 20th century, as defined in this book, virtually coincides with the lifetime of the state-born of the October Revolution. However, the October Revolution had far more profound and global repercussions than its ancestor. For, if the ideas of the French Revolution have, as is now evident, outlasted Bolshevism, the practical consequences of 1917 were far greater and more lasting than those of 1789. The October Revolution produced by far the most formidable organized revolutionary movement in modern history. Its global expansion has no parallel since the conquests of Islam in its first century. A mere 30 to 40 years after Lenin's arrival at the Finland station in Petrograd, 1/3 of humanity found itself living under regimes directly derived from the 10 days that shook the world, read, 1919, and Lenin's organizational model, the Communist Party. Most of them followed the USSR in a second wave of revolutions which emerged from the second phase of the Long World War of 1914 to 45. The present chapter is about this two-part revolution, although it naturally concentrates on the original and formative revolution of 1917 and the special house style it imposed on its successors. In any case, it largely dominated these. For a large part of the short 20th century, Soviet communism claimed to be an alternative and superior system to capitalism, and one destined by history to triumph over it. For much of this period even many of those who rejected its claims to superiority were far from convinced that it might not triumph. And, with the significant exception of the years from 1933 to 1945, see Chapter 5, the international politics of the entire short 20th century since the October Revolution can best be understood as a secular struggle by the forces of the old order against social revolution, believed to be embodied in, allied with, or dependent on the fortunes of the Soviet Union and international communism. As the short 20th century advanced, this image of world politics as a duel between the forces of two rival social systems, each, after 1945, mobilized behind a superpower wielding weapons of global destruction, became increasingly unrealistic. By the 1980s it had as little relevance to international politics as the Crusades. Yet we can understand how it came into being. For, more completely and uncompromisingly even than the French Revolution in its Jacobin days, the October Revolution saw itself less as a national than as an ecumenical event. It was made not to bring freedom and socialism to Russia, but to bring about the world proletarian revolution. In the minds of Lenin and his comrades, the victory of Bolshevism in Russia was primarily a battle in the campaign to win the victory of Bolshevism on a wider global scale, and barely justifiable except as such. That Tsarist Russia was ripe for revolution, richly deserved a revolution, and indeed that such a revolution would certainly overthrow Tsarism, had been accepted by every sensible observer of the world scene since the 1870s, see Age of Empire, Chapter 12. After 1905-6, when Tsarism had actually been brought to its knees by revolution, nobody seriously doubted it. There are some historians who, in retrospect, argue that Tsarist Russia, but for the accident of the First World War and the Bolshevik Revolution, would have evolved into a flourishing liberal capitalist industrial society, and was on the way to doing so, but one would need a microscope to detect prophecies to this effect made before 1914. Indeed, the Tsarist regime had barely recovered from the 1905 revolution when, indecisive and incompetent as always, it found itself once again lashed by a rapidly rising wave of social discontent. But for the solid loyalty of the army, police, and civil service in the last months before the outbreak of war, the country seemed once again on the verge of an eruption. Indeed, as in so many of the belligerent countries, mass enthusiasm and patriotism after the outbreak of war defused the political situation, though, in the case of Russia, not for long. By 1915 the problems of the Tsar's government once again seemed insurmountable. Nothing seemed less surprising and unexpected than the revolution of March 1917, which overthrew the Russian monarchy and which was universally hailed by all Western political opinion other than the most rock-ribbed traditionalist reactionaries. And yet, with the exception of those romantics who saw a straight road leading from the collective practices of the Russian village community to a socialist future, it was equally taken for granted by all that a Russian revolution could not and would not be socialist. The conditions for such a transformation were simply not present in a peasant country that was a byword for poverty, ignorance, and backwardness, and where the industrial proletariat, Marx's predestined gravedigger of capitalism, was only a minuscule, though strategically localized, minority. The Russian Marxist revolutionaries themselves shared this view. Taken by itself, the overthrow of Tsarism and the landlord system would, and could only be expected to, produce a bourgeois revolution. The class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat, which, according to Marx, could have only one outcome, would then continue under the new political conditions. Of course, Russia did not exist in isolation, and a revolution in that enormous country, stretching from the borders of Japan to those of Germany, and whose government was one of the handful of great powers that dominated the world's situation, could not but have major international consequences. Karl Marx himself, at the end of his life, had hoped that a Russian revolution might act as a sort of detonator, setting off the proletarian revolution in the industrially more developed Western countries, where the conditions for a proletarian socialist revolution were present. As we shall see, towards the end of the First World War, it looked as though this was exactly what was going to happen. There was only one complication. If Russia was not ready for the Marxists' proletarian socialist revolution, it was not ready for their liberal bourgeois revolution either. Even those who wished to achieve no more than this, had to find a way of doing so which did not rely on the small and feeble forces of the Russian liberal middle class, a tiny minority population lacking both moral standing, public support, and an institutional tradition of representative government into which it could fit. The Cadets, the party of bourgeois liberalism, had less than 2.5% of the deputies in the freely elected, and soon dissolved, Constitutional Assembly of 1917-18. Either a bourgeois liberal Russia had to be won by the rising of peasants and workers who did not know or care what it was, under the leadership of revolutionary parties who wanted something else, or, and this was more likely, the forces making the revolution would go beyond its bourgeois liberal stage to a more radical one, permanent revolution, to use the phrase adopted by Marx and revived during the 1905 revolution by the young Trotsky. In 1917 Lenin, whose hopes had not gone much beyond a bourgeois democratic Russia in 1905, also concluded from the start that the liberal horse was not a runner in the Russian revolutionary race. This was a realistic assessment. However, in 1917 it was as clear to him as to all other Russian and non-Russian Marxists that the conditions for a socialist revolution were simply not present in Russia. For Marxist revolutionaries in Russia, their revolution had to spread elsewhere. But nothing seemed more likely than that it would, because the Great War ended in widespread political breakdown and revolutionary crisis, particularly in the defeated belligerent states. In 1918 all the four rulers of the defeated powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Turkey, and Bulgaria, lost their thrones, plus the Tsar of Russia, defeated by Germany, who had already gone in 1917. Moreover, social unrest, amounting almost to revolution in Italy, shook even the European belligerents on the winning side. As we have seen, the societies of belligerent Europe began to buckle under the extraordinary pressures of mass war. The initial surge of patriotism that had followed the outbreak of war had subsided. By 1916 war weariness was turning into sullen and silent hostility to an apparently endless and indecisive slaughter that nobody seemed willing to end. While the adversaries of the war in 1914 had felt helpless and isolated, by 1916 they could feel that they spoke for the majority. How dramatically the situation had changed was demonstrated when, on October 28, 1916, Friedrich Adler, son of the leader and founder of the Austrian Socialist Party, deliberately and in cold blood assassinated the Austrian Prime Minister, Count Sturg, in a Vienna cafe. This was the age of innocence before the security men, as a public gesture against the war. Anti-war sentiment naturally raised the political profile of the socialists, who increasingly reverted to their movement's pre-1914 opposition to war. Indeed, some parties, e.g. in Russia, Serbia, and Britain, the Independent Labour Party, never ceased to oppose it, and, even where socialist parties supported the war, its most vocal enemies were to be found in their ranks. At the same time, and in all major belligerent countries, the organized labor movement in the vast armaments industries became a center of both industrial and anti-war militancy. The lower echelon union activists in these factories, skilled men in a strong bargaining position, shop stewards in Britain, Betriebsblatt in Germany, became bywords for radicalism. The artificers and mechanics in the new high-tech navies, little different from floating factories, moved in the same direction. Both in Russia and in Germany the chief naval bases, Kronstadt, Kiel, were to become major centers of revolution, and later a French naval mutiny in the Black Sea was to halt French military intervention against the Bolsheviks in the Russian Civil War of 1918-20. Rebellion against the war thus acquired both focus and agency. No wonder the Austro-Hungarian censors, monitoring the correspondence of their troops, began to note a change in tone. If only the good Lord would bring us peace turned into we've had enough, or even they say the socialists are going to make peace. It is, therefore, no surprise that, once again according to the Habsburg censors, the Russian Revolution was the first political event since the outbreak of the war to echo in the letters even of peasants' and workers' wives. And no surprise that, especially after the October Revolution brought Lenin's Bolsheviks to power, the desires for peace and social revolution merged. A third of the sample of censored letters between November 1917 and March 1918 expected to get peace from Russia, a third from revolution, and another 20% from a combination of both. That a Russian revolution would have major international repercussions was always clear. Even the first one, in 1905-6, had shaken the surviving ancient empires of its time, from Austria-Hungary via Turkey and Persia to China. See The Age of Empire, Chapter 12. By 1917 all Europe had become a pile of social explosives ready for ignition. 2. Russia, ripe for social revolution, war-weary and on the verge of defeat, was the first of the regimes of Central and Eastern Europe to collapse under the stresses and strains of the First World War. The explosion was expected, though nobody could predict the timing and occasion of the detonation. A few weeks before the February Revolution, Lenin in his Swiss exile had still wondered whether he would live to see it. In fact, the Tsar's rule collapsed when a demonstration of working-class women, on the socialist movement's customary Women's Day, March 8, combined with an industrial lockout in the notoriously militant Putilov metalworks to produce a general strike and an invasion of the center of the capital across the frozen river, essentially to demand bread. The fragility of the regime was revealed when the Tsar's troops, even the always loyal Cossacks, hesitated, then refused to attack the crowds and began to fraternize with them. When, after 4 chaotic days, they mutinied, the Tsar abdicated, to be replaced by a liberal provisional government, not without some sympathy or even assistance from Russia's Western allies, who were afraid that the desperate Tsar's regime might pull out of the war and sign a separate peace with Germany. 4 spontaneous and leaderless days on the street put an end to an empire. More than this, so ready was Russia for social revolution that the masses of Petrograd immediately treated the fall of the Tsar as the proclamation of universal freedom, equality, and direct democracy. Lenin's extraordinary achievement was to transform this uncontrollable anarchic popular surge into Bolshevik power. So, instead of a liberal and constitutional Western-oriented Russia ready and willing to fight the Germans, what emerged was a revolutionary vacuum, a powerless provisional government on one side, and, on the other, a multitude of grassroots councils, Soviets, springing up spontaneously everywhere like mushrooms after the rains. These actually held power, or at least veto power, locally, but they had no idea what to do with it or what could or ought be done. The various revolutionary parties and organizations, Bolshevik and Menshevik Social Democrats, Social Revolutionaries, and numerous lesser factions of the left, emerging from illegality, attempted to establish themselves in these assemblies, to coordinate them and to convert them to their policies, though initially only Lenin saw them as the alternative to the government, all power to the Soviets. However, it is clear that, when the Tsar fell, relatively few among the Russian people knew what the revolutionary party labels represented or, if they knew, could distinguish between their rival appeals. What they knew was that they no longer accepted authority, not even the authority of revolutionaries who claimed to know better than they. The basic demand of the city poor was for bread, and, of the workers among them, for better wages and shorter hours. The basic demand of the 80% of Russians who lived by agriculture, was, as always, for land. Both agreed that they wanted an end to the war, though the mass of peasant soldiers who formed the army was at first not against fighting as such but against harsh discipline and the mistreatment of other ranks. These slogans, bread, peace, land, won rapidly growing support for those who propagated them, notably Lenin's Bolsheviks, who grew from a small troop of a few thousands in March 1917 to 250,000 members by the early summer of that year. Contrary to the Cold War mythology, which saw Lenin essentially as an organizer of coups, the only real asset he and the Bolsheviks had was the ability to recognize what the masses wanted, to, as it were, lead by knowing how to follow. When, for instance, he recognized that, contrary to the socialist program, the peasants wanted a division of the land into family farms, he did not hesitate for a moment to commit the Bolsheviks to this form of economic individualism. Conversely, the provisional government and its supporters failed to recognize their inability to get Russia to obey its laws and decrees. When businessmen and managers tried to re-establish labor discipline, they merely radicalized the workers. When the provisional government insisted on launching the army into another military offensive in June 1917, the army had had enough, and the peasant soldiers went home to their villages to take part in dividing the land with their kin. Revolution spread along the lines of the railways that carried them back. The time was not yet ripe for an immediate fall of the provisional government, but from the summer on radicalization accelerated both in the army and in the main cities, increasingly to the benefit of the Bolsheviks. The peasantry gave overwhelming support to the heirs of the Narodniks, see Age of Capital, Chapter 9, the social revolutionaries, though these developed a more radical left wing which drew closer to the Bolsheviks, and briefly joined them in government after the October Revolution. As the Bolsheviks, then essentially a workers' party, found itself the majority in the major Russian cities, and especially in the capital, Petrograd, and in Moscow, and gained ground rapidly in the army, the provisional government's existence became increasingly shadowy, especially when it had to appeal to the revolutionary forces in the capital to defeat an attempted counter-revolutionary coup by a monarchist general in August. The radicalized groundswell of their followers pushed the Bolsheviks inevitably towards the seizure of power. In fact, when the moment came, power had not so much to be seized as to be picked up. It has been said that more people were injured in the making of Eisenstein's great film October, 1927, than had been hurt during the actual taking of the Winter Palace on November 7, 1917. The provisional government, with no one left to defend it, merely dissolved into thin air. From the moment that the fall of the provisional government became certain, to the present, the October Revolution has been drenched in polemics. Most of them are misleading. The real issue is not whether, as anti-communist historians have argued, it was a putsch or coup by the fundamentally anti-democratic Lenin, but who or what should or could follow the fall of the provisional government. From early September Lenin tried to convince the hesitant elements in his party not only that power might easily escape them if not seized by planned action during the, possibly short, time when it was within their grasp, but, perhaps with equal urgency, to answer the question, can the Bolsheviks retain state power, if they did seize it? What, indeed, could anybody do who tried to govern the volcanic eruption of revolutionary Russia? No party, other than Lenin's Bolsheviks, was prepared to envisage this responsibility on its own, and Lenin's pamphlet suggests that not all Bolsheviks were as determined as he. Given the favorable political situation in Petrograd, Moscow, and the northern armies, the purely short-term case for seizing power now, rather than waiting further on events, was indeed difficult to answer. The military counter-revolution had only begun. A desperate government, rather than giving way to the Soviet, might surrender Petrograd to the German army, already on the northern border of what is now Estonia, i.e. a few miles from the capital. Moreover, Lenin rarely hesitated to look the darkest facts in the face. If the Bolsheviks failed to seize the moment, a wave of real anarchy may become stronger than we are. In the last analysis, Lenin's argument could not but convince his party. If a revolutionary party did not seize power when the moment and the masses called for it, how did it differ from a non-revolutionary one? It was the longer-term prospect that was problematic, even supposing that the power seized in Petrograd and Moscow could be extended to the rest of Russia and maintained there against anarchy and counter-revolution. Lenin's own program of committing the new Soviet, i.e. primarily Bolshevik party, government to the socialist transformation of the Russian Republic was essentially a gamble on the conversion of the Russian Revolution into the world, or at least the European, revolution. Who, he said so often enough, could imagine that the victory of socialism can come about except by the complete destruction of the Russian and European bourgeoisie? In the meanwhile, the primary, indeed the only, duty of the Bolsheviks was to hold on. The new regime did little about socialism except to declare that this was its object, to take over the banks and to declare workers' control over the existing managements, i.e., to put the official stamp on what they had been doing anyway since the revolution, while urging them to keep production going. It had nothing further to tell them. The new regime did hold on. It survived a penal peace imposed by Germany at Brest-Litovsk, some months before the Germans were themselves defeated, and which detached Poland, the Baltic provinces, Ukraine, and substantial parts of South and West Russia, as well as, de facto, Transcaucasia. Ukraine and Transcaucasia were recovered. The Allies saw no reason to be more generous to the center of world subversion. Various counter-revolutionary, white, armies and regimes rose against the Soviets, financed by the Allies, who sent British, French, American, Japanese, Polish, Serb, Greek and Romanian troops onto Russian soil. At the worst moments of the brutal and chaotic 1918-20 civil war, Soviet Russia was reduced to a landlocked hulk of territory in north and central Russia, somewhere between the Ural region and the present Baltic states, but for the tiny exposed finger of Leningrad, pointing at the Gulf of Finland. The only major assets the new regime possessed, as it improvised an eventually victorious Red Army out of nothing, was the incompetence and division of the quarreling white forces, their capacity to antagonize the great Russian peasantry, and the well-founded suspicion among the Western powers that their mutinous soldiers and sailors could not be safely ordered to fight the Bolsheviks. By late 1920 the Bolsheviks had won. So, against expectations, Soviet Russia survived. The Bolsheviks maintained, indeed extended, their power not only, as Lenin noted with pride and relief after 2 months and 15 days, longer than the Paris Commune of 1871, but through years of unbroken crisis and catastrophe, German conquest and a penal peace, regional breakaways, counter-revolution, civil war, foreign armed intervention, hunger and economic collapse. It could have no strategy or perspective beyond choosing, day by day, between the decisions needed for immediate survival and the ones which risked immediate disaster. Who could afford to consider the possible long-term consequences for the revolution of decisions which had to be taken now, or else there would be an end to the revolution and no further consequences to consider? One by one the necessary steps were taken. When the new Soviet Republic emerged from its agony, they were found to have led in a direction far removed from the one in the mind of Lenin at the Finland station. Still, the revolution survived. It did so for 3 major reasons. First, it possessed a uniquely powerful, virtually a state-building, instrument in the 600,000-strong centralized and disciplined Communist Party. Whatever its role before the revolution, this organizational model, tirelessly propagated and defended by Lenin since 1902, came into its own after it. Virtually all revolutionary regimes of the short 20th century were to adopt some variant of it. Second, it was quite evidently the only government able and willing to hold Russia together as a state, and therefore enjoyed considerable support from otherwise politically hostile patriotic Russians such as the officers without whom the new Red Army could not have been built. For these, as for the retrospective historian, the choice in 1917-18 lay not between a liberal democratic or a non-liberal Russia, but between Russia and the disintegration which was the fate of the other archaic and defeated empires, namely Austria-Hungary and Turkey. Unlike these, the Bolshevik Revolution preserved most of the multinational territorial unity of the old Tsarist state at least for another 74 years. The third reason was that the revolution had allowed the peasantry to take the land. When it came to the point, the bulk of the great Russian peasants, core of the state as well as of its new army, thought their chances of keeping it were better under the Reds than if the gentry returned. This gave the Bolsheviks a decisive advantage in the Civil War of 1918-20. As it turned out, the Russian peasants were too optimistic. 3. The World Revolution, which justified Lenin's decision to commit Russia to socialism, did not take place, and with it Soviet Russia was committed to a generation of impoverished and backward isolation. The options for its future development were determined, or at least narrowly circumscribed, see chapters 13 and 16. Yet a wave of revolution swept across the globe in the 2 years after October, and the hopes of the embattled Bolsheviks did not seem unrealistic. Volker hört die Signal, peoples, hear the signals, was the first line of the refrain of the Internationale in German. The signals came, loud and clear, from Petrograd and, after their capital had been transferred to a safer location in 1918, Moscow, they were heard wherever labor and socialist movements operated, irrespective of their ideology, and even beyond. Soviets were formed by the tobacco workers in Cuba where few knew where Russia was. The years from 1917 to 19 in Spain came to be known as the Bolshevik Biennium, though the local left was passionately anarchist, i.e. politically at the opposite pole from Lenin. Revolutionary student movements erupted in Peking, Beijing, in 1919 and Córdoba, Argentina, in 1918, soon to spread across Latin America and to generate local revolutionary Marxist leaders and parties. The Indian nationalist militant M.N. Roy immediately fell under its spell in Mexico, where the local revolution, entering its most radical phase in 1917, naturally recognized its affinity with revolutionary Russia, Marx and Lenin became its icons, together with Moctezuma, Emiliano Zapata, and assorted laboring Indians, and can still be seen on the great murals of its official artists. Within a few months Roy was in Moscow to play a major role in forming the new Communist International's policy for colonial liberation. Partly through resident Dutch socialists like Henk Sneevliet, the October Revolution immediately made its mark on the Indonesian National Liberation Movement's main mass organization, Serkat Islam. This action of the Russian people, wrote a provincial Turkish paper, someday in the future will turn into a sun and illuminate all humanity. In the distant interior of Australia, tough, and largely Irish Catholic, sheep shearers, with no discernible interest in political theory, cheered the Soviets as a workers' state. In the USA the Finns, long the most strongly socialist of immigrant communities, converted to communism en masse, filling the bleak mining settlements of Minnesota with meetings where the mentioning of the name of Lenin made the heart throb. In mystic silence, almost in religious ecstasy, did we admire everything that came from Russia, Kievisto, 1983. In short, the October Revolution was universally recognized as a world-shaking event. Even many of those who saw the revolution at close quarters, a process less conducive to religious ecstasy, were converted, from prisoners of war who returned to their countries as convinced Bolsheviks and future communist leaders of their countries, like the Croat mechanic Joseph Broz Tito, to visiting journalists like the Manchester Guardian's Arthur Ransom, not a notably political figure, best known for putting his passion for sailing into enchanting children's books. An even less Bolshevik figure, the Czech writer Jaroslav Hasek, future author of that masterpiece, The Adventures of the Good Soldier Schwedsk, found himself, for the first time in his life, the militant of a cause, and it is claimed, even more astonishingly, sober. He took part in the Civil War as a Red Army commissar, after which he returned to his more familiar role as a Prague anarcho-bohemian and drunk, on the grounds that post-revolutionary Soviet Russia wasn't his style. But the revolution had been. However, the events of Russia inspired not only revolutionaries but, more important, revolutions. In January 1918, within weeks of the taking of the Winter Palace, and while the Bolsheviks desperately tried to negotiate peace at all costs with the advancing German army, a wave of mass political strikes and anti-war demonstrations swept through Central Europe, starting in Vienna, spreading via Budapest and the Czech regions to Germany, and culminating in the revolt of the Austro-Hungarian Navy sailors in the Adriatic. As the last doubts about the defeat of the Central Powers disappeared, their armies finally broke. In September the Bulgarian peasant soldiers went home, proclaimed a republic and marched on Sofia, though they were still disarmed with German help. In October the Habsburg monarchy fell apart after the last lost battles on the Italian front. Various new nation-states were proclaimed in the justified hope that the victorious Allies would prefer them to the dangers of Bolshevik revolution. And indeed, the first Western reaction to the Bolsheviks' appeal to the peoples to make peace, and their publication of the secret treaties in which the Allies had carved up Europe among themselves, had been President Wilson's 14 points, which played the nationalist card against Lenin's international appeal. A zone of small nation-states was to form a sort of quarantine belt against the Red virus. In early November mutinous sailors and soldiers spread the German Revolution from the naval base of Kiel throughout the country. A republic was proclaimed and the emperor retired to the Netherlands, to be replaced by a social democratic ex-Sadler as the head of state. The revolution, which thus swept away all regimes from Vladivostok to the Rhine, was a revolt against the war and, for the most part, the achievement of peace diffused much of the explosive it contained. Its social content was in any case vague, except among the peasant soldiers of the Habsburg, Romanov, and Ottoman empires and the lesser states of southeastern Europe, and their families. There it consisted of 4 items: land, and suspicion of cities, or strangers, especially Jews, and or governments. This made peasants revolutionary but not Bolshevik in large parts of Central and Eastern Europe, though not in Germany, except for some of Bavaria, Austria, and parts of Poland. They had to be conciliated by a measure of land reform even in some conservative, indeed counter-revolutionary countries like Romania and Finland. On the other hand, where they constituted the majority of the population, they practically guaranteed that socialists, let alone Bolshevik ones, would not win democratic general elections. This did not necessarily make peasant bastions of political conservatism, but it fatally handicapped democratic socialists, or else, as in Soviet Russia, pressed them into abolishing electoral democracy. For this reason the Bolsheviks, having demanded a constituent assembly, a familiar revolutionary tradition since 1789, dissolved it as soon as it met, a few weeks after October. And the establishment of new small nation-states along Wilsonian lines, though far from eliminating national conflicts in the zone of revolutions, also diminished the scope for Bolshevik revolution. That, indeed, had been the intention of the Allied peacemakers. On the other hand, the impact of the Russian Revolution on the European upheavals of 1918–19 was so patent, that there could hardly be much room in Moscow for skepticism about the prospect of a spreading revolution of the world proletariat. To the historian, even to some local revolutionaries, it seemed clear that Imperial Germany was a state of considerable social and political stability, with a strong, but essentially moderate working-class movement, which would certainly not have experienced anything like armed revolution but for the war. Unlike Tsarist Russia or ramshackle Austria-Hungary, unlike Turkey, the proverbial sick man of Europe, unlike the wild, gun-toting inhabitants of the mountains of the continent's southeast, who were capable of anything, it was not a country where upheavals were to be expected. And, indeed, compared to the genuinely revolutionary situations in defeated Russia and Austria-Hungary, the bulk of German revolutionary soldiers, sailors, and workers remained as moderate and law-abiding as the, possibly apocryphal, jokes of Russian revolutionaries had always made them out to be. Where there is a notice forbidding the public to step on the grass, German insurrectionaries will naturally walk only on the paths. Yet this was the country where the revolutionary sailors carried the banner of the Soviets through the country, where the executive of a Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Soviet appointed a socialist government of Germany, where February and October seemed to be one, as effective power in the capital already appeared to be in the hands of radical socialists from the moment the emperor abdicated. This was an illusion, due to the total, but temporary, paralysis of the old army, state, and power structure under the double shock of utter defeat and revolution. After a few days the Republicanized old regime was soon back in the saddle again, and no longer seriously troubled by the socialists, who even failed to gain a majority at the first elections, though these were held a few weeks after the revolution. They were even less troubled by the newly improvised Communist Party, whose leaders, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, were quickly murdered by freelance army gunmen. Nevertheless, the German Revolution of 1918 confirmed the hopes of the Russian Bolsheviks, all the more because a short-lived socialist republic was actually proclaimed in Bavaria in 1918, and, in the spring of 1919, after the assassination of its leader, a brief Soviet republic was set up in Munich, the capital of German art, intellectual counterculture and, politically less subversive, of beer. It overlapped with another and more serious attempt to carry Bolshevism westwards, the Hungarian Soviet Republic of March, July 1919. Both were, of course, suppressed with the expected brutality. Moreover, disappointment with the Social Democrats rapidly radicalized German workers, many of whom transferred their loyalties to the independent socialists, and after 1920, to the Communist Party, which therefore became the largest such party outside Soviet Russia. Could not a German October Revolution be expected after all? Even though 1919, the peak year of Western social unrest, had brought defeat to the only attempts to spread the Bolshevik Revolution, even though the revolutionary wave was rapidly and visibly subsiding in 1920, the Bolshevik leadership in Moscow did not abandon the hope of German revolution until late in 1923. On the contrary, it was in 1920 that the Bolsheviks committed themselves to what in retrospect seems a major error, the permanent division of the international labor movement. They did so by structuring their new international communist movement on the pattern of the Leninist vanguard party of an elite of full-time professional revolutionaries. The October Revolution, as we have seen, had won wide sympathies in the international socialist movements, virtually all of which emerged from the World War both radicalized and enormously strengthened. With rare exceptions, the Socialist and Labour parties contained large bodies of opinion that favor joining the new Third or Communist International, which the Bolsheviks founded to replace the Second International, 1889–1914, discredited and broken by the World War. It had failed to resist. Indeed, several, such as the Socialist parties of France, Italy, Austria, and Norway, and the Independent Socialists of Germany actually voted to do so, leaving the unreconstructed opponents of Bolshevism in a minority. Yet what Lenin and the Bolsheviks wanted was not an international movement of socialist sympathizers with the October Revolution, but a corps of utterly committed and disciplined activists, a sort of global striking force for revolutionary conquest. Parties unwilling to adopt the Leninist structure were refused admittance to or expelled from the new international, which could only be weakened by accepting such fifth columns of opportunism and reformism, not to mention what Marx had once called parliamentary cretinism. In the imminent battle there could be a place only for soldiers. The argument made sense on only one condition, that the world revolution was still in progress, and its battles were in immediate prospect. Yet while the European situation was far from stabilized, it was clear in 1920 that Bolshevik revolution was not on the agenda in the West, though it was also clear that in Russia the Bolsheviks were permanently established. No doubt, as the International met, there seemed to be a chance that the Red Army, victorious in the Civil War, and now sweeping towards Warsaw, would spread the revolution westwards by armed force, as the byproduct of a brief Russo-Polish war, provoked by the territorial ambitions of Poland. Restored to statehood after a century and a half of non-existence, Poland now demanded its 18th-century frontiers. These lay deep in Belorussia, Lithuania, and the Ukraine. The Soviet advance, which has left a marvelous literary monument in Isaac Babel's Red Cavalry, was hailed by an unusually wide assortment of contemporaries ranging from the Austrian novelist Joseph Roth, later the elegist of the Habsburgs, to Mustafa Kemal, the future leader of Turkey. Yet the Polish workers failed to rise, and the Red Army was turned back at the gates of Warsaw. Henceforth, in spite of appearances, all was to be quiet on the Western Front. Admittedly, the prospects of the revolution moved east into Asia, to which Lenin had always paid considerable attention. Indeed, from 1920 to 1927 the hopes of world revolution seemed to rest on the Chinese Revolution, advancing under the Kuomintang, then the Party of National Liberation, whose leader Sun Yat-sen, 1866–1925, welcomed both the Soviet model, Soviet military assistance, and the new Chinese Communist Party as part of his movement. The Kuomintang Communist Alliance was to sweep north from its bases in South China in the Great Offensive of 1925–27, bringing most of China once again under the control of a single government for the first time since the fall of the empire in 1911, before the leading Kuomintang general, Chiang Kai-shek, turned on the communists and slaughtered them. Yet even before this proof that even the East was not yet ripe for October, the promise of Asia could not conceal the failure of revolution in the West. By 1921 this was undeniable. The revolution was in retreat in Soviet Russia, though politically Bolshevik power was unassailable, cp. 379. It was off the agenda in the West. The Third Congress of the Comintern recognized this without quite admitting it by calling for a united front with the very socialists whom the Second had expelled from the Army of Revolutionary Progress. Just what this meant was to divide the revolutionaries for the next generations. However, in any case it was too late. The movement was permanently split, the majority of left socialists, individuals, and parties drifted back into the social democratic movement, overwhelmingly led by anti-communist moderates. The new communist parties remained minorities of the European left, and generally, with a few exceptions such as Germany, France, or Finland, rather small, if impassioned minorities. Their situation was not to change until the 1930s, see Chapter 5. 4. Yet the years of upheaval left behind not only a single, huge but backward country now governed by communists and committed to the building of an alternative society to capitalism, but also a government, a disciplined international movement, and, perhaps equally important, a generation of revolutionaries committed to the vision of world revolution under the flag raised in October and under the leadership of the movement which, inevitably, had its headquarters in Moscow. For several years it had been hoped soon to transfer it to Berlin, and German, not Russian, remained the official language of the International between the wars. The movement may not have known quite how the world revolution was to advance after stabilization in Europe and defeat in Asia, and the communists' scattered attempts at independent armed insurrection, Bulgaria and Germany in 1923, Indonesia in 1926, China in 1927 and, late and anomalous, Brazil in 1935, were disasters. Still, as the Great Slump and the rise of Hitler were soon to prove, the state of the world between the wars was hardly such as to discourage apocalyptic expectations, see chapters 3 to 5. This does not explain the sudden switch of the Comintern into the rhetorical mode of ultra-revolutionism and sectarian leftism between 1928 and 1934 since, whatever the rhetoric, in practice the movement neither expected nor prepared for taking power anywhere. The change, which proved politically calamitous, is rather to be explained by the internal politics of the Soviet Communist Party, as Stalin took control of it, and perhaps also as an attempt to compensate for the increasingly evident divergence between the interests of the USSR, as a state which inevitably had to coexist with other states. It began to win international recognition as a regime from 1920, and the movement whose aim was to subvert and overthrow all other governments. In the end the state interests of the Soviet Union prevailed over the world revolutionary interests of the Communist International, which Stalin reduced to an instrument of Soviet state policy under the strict control of the Soviet Communist Party, purging, dissolving and reforming its components at will. World revolution belonged to the rhetoric of the past, and indeed any revolution was tolerable only if a, it did not conflict with Soviet state interest and b, could be brought under direct Soviet control. Western governments who saw the advance of communist regimes after 1944 essentially as an extension of Soviet power certainly read Stalin's intentions correctly, but so did the unreconstructed revolutionaries who bitterly blamed Moscow for not wanting communists to take power and discouraged every attempt to do so, even those which proved successful, as in Yugoslavia and China, see Chapter 5. Nevertheless, until the end Soviet Russia remained, even in the eyes of many self-serving and corrupt members of its nomenklatura, something more than just another great power. Universal emancipation, the construction of a better alternative to capitalist society was, after all, its fundamental reason for existence. Why else should hard-faced Moscow bureaucrats have continued to finance and arm the guerrillas of the Communist Allied African National Congress whose chances of overthrowing the apartheid system of South Africa seemed and were minimal for decades? Curiously enough, the Chinese Communist regime, though it criticized the USSR for betraying revolutionary movements after the break between the two countries, has no comparable record of practical support for Third World liberation movements. Humanity, the USSR had learned long since, would not be transformed by Moscow-inspired world revolution. In the long twilight of the Brezhnev years even Nikita Khrushchev's sincerely held conviction that socialism would bury capitalism by dint of its economic superiority faded away. It may well be that the terminal erosion of this belief in the system's universal vocation explains why, in the end, it disintegrated without resistance, see Chapter 16. None of these hesitations troubled the first generation of those inspired by the shining light of October to devote their lives to the world revolution. Like the early Christians, most pre-1914 socialists were believers in the great apocalyptic change which would abolish all that was evil and bring about a society without unhappiness, oppression, inequality, and injustice. Marxism offered the hope of the millennium, the guarantee of science and historic inevitability. The October Revolution now offered the proof that the great change had begun. The total number of these soldiers in the necessarily ruthless and disciplined army of human emancipation was perhaps no larger than a few tens of thousands. The number of the professionals of the international movement, changing countries more often than pairs of shoes, as Bertolt Brecht put it in a poem written in their honor, was perhaps no more than a few hundreds in all. They must not be confused with what the Italians, in the days of their million-strong Communist Party, called the Communist people, the millions of supporters and rank-and-file members for whom the dream of a new and good society was also real, though in practice theirs was no more than the old socialist movement's daily activism, and whose commitment was in any case one of class and community rather than of personal dedication. Yet though their numbers were small, the 20th century cannot be understood without them. Without the Leninist party of a new type of professional revolutionaries of which they were the cadres, it is inconceivable that in barely more than 30 years after October, 1/3 of the human race would have found itself living under communist regimes. What their faith, and their unqualified loyalty to the headquarters of world revolution in Moscow, gave communists was the ability to see themselves, sociologically speaking, as parts of a universal church, not a sect. Moscow-oriented communist parties lost leaders by secession and purge, but until the heart had gone out of the movement after 1956 they did not split, unlike the fragmenting groups of the Marxist dissidents who followed Trotsky and the even more vociferous Marxist-Leninist conventicles of post-1960 Maoism. However small, and when Mussolini was overthrown in Italy in 1943, the Italian Communist Party consisted of about 5,000 men and women, mostly emerging from jail or exile. They were what the Bolsheviks had been in February 1917, the nucleus of an army of millions, potential rulers of a people and a state. For this generation, especially those who had, however young, lived through the years of upheaval, revolution was what happened in their lifetimes. The days of capitalism were inevitably numbered. Contemporary history was the antechamber of ultimate victory for those who lived to see it, which would include only some soldiers of the revolution, the dead on leave of absence, as the Russian communist Levin put it shortly before being executed by those who overthrew the Munich Soviet of 1919. If bourgeois society itself had so much reason to doubt its future, why should they be confident of its survival? Their own lives demonstrated its reality. Let us take the case of two young Germans temporarily linked as lovers, who were mobilized for life by the Bavarian Soviet Revolution of 1919, Olga Benario, daughter of a prosperous Munich lawyer, and Otto Braun, a school teacher. Olga was to find herself organizing revolution in the Western Hemisphere, attached and eventually married to Luis Carlos Prestes, the leader of a long insurrectionary march through the Brazilian backwoods who had talked Moscow into backing a rising in Brazil in 1935. The rising failed, and Olga was delivered by the Brazilian government to Hitler's Germany, where she eventually died in a concentration camp. Meanwhile Otto, more successfully, set out to revolutionize the East as Comintern military expert in China and, as it turned out, the only non-Chinese to take part in the famous Long March of the Chinese Communists before returning to Moscow and eventually to the GDR. The experience left him skeptical of Mao. When, except in the first half of the 20th century, could two intertwined lives have taken these shapes? So, in the generation after 1917, Bolshevism absorbed all other social revolutionary traditions, or pushed them onto the margin of radical movements. Before 1914, anarchism had been far more of a driving ideology of revolutionary activists than Marxism over large parts of the world. Marx, outside Eastern Europe, was seen rather as the guru of mass parties whose inevitable, but not explosive, advance to victory he had demonstrated. By the 1930s, anarchism had ceased to exist as a significant political force outside Spain, even in Latin America, where the black and red had traditionally inspired more militants than the red flag. Even in Spain the civil war was to destroy anarchism, whereas it made the fortunes of the communists, hitherto relatively insignificant. Indeed, such social revolutionary groups as existed outside Moscow communism henceforth took Lenin and the October Revolution as their point of reference, and were almost invariably headed or inspired by some dissident or expelled figure from the Comintern, which engaged in an increasingly ruthless hunt for heretics, as Joseph Stalin established, and later clamped, his grip on the Soviet Communist Party and the International. Few of these dissident Bolshevik centers amounted to much politically. By far the most prestigious and famous of the heretics, the exiled Leon Trotsky, co-leader of the October Revolution and architect of the Red Army, utterly failed in his practical endeavors. His Fourth International, intended to compete with the Stalinized Third International, was virtually invisible. When he was assassinated by order of Stalin in his Mexican exile in 1940, his political significance was negligible. In short, to be a social revolutionary increasingly meant to be a follower of Lenin and the October Revolution, and increasingly a member or supporter of some Moscow-aligned Communist Party, all the more so when, after the triumph of Hitler in Germany, these parties adopted the policies of anti-fascist union which allowed them to emerge from sectarian isolation and to win mass support among both workers and intellectuals, see Chapter 5. The young who thirst to overthrow capitalism became orthodox communists, and identified their cause with the Moscow-centered international movement, and Marxism, restored by October as the ideology of revolutionary change, now meant the Marxism of Moscow's Marx, Engels, Lenin Institute, which was now the global center for the dissemination of the great classic texts. Nobody else with insight offered both to interpret the world and to change it, or looked better able to do so. This was to remain the case until after 1956, when the disintegration of both Stalinist orthodoxy in the USSR and of the Moscow-centered international communist movement brought the hitherto marginalized thinkers, traditions, and organizations of left heterodoxy into the public sphere. Even so, they still lived under the gigantic shadow of October. Though anyone with the slightest knowledge of ideological history could recognize the spirit of Bakunin, or even Nietzsche, rather than Marx in the student radicals of 1968 and after, it led to no significant revival of anarchist theory or movements. On the contrary, 1968 produced an enormous intellectual vogue for Marxism in theory, generally in versions which would have surprised Marx, and for a variety of Marxist-Leninist sects and groups, united by the rejection of Moscow and the old communist parties as insufficiently revolutionary and Leninist. Paradoxically, this virtually complete takeover of the social revolutionary tradition occurred at a moment when the Comintern had plainly abandoned the original revolutionary strategies of 1917-23, or, rather, envisaged strategies for the transfer of power quite different from those of 1917, see Chapter 5. From 1935 on, the literature of the critical left was filled with accusations that Moscow's movements missed, rejected, nay betrayed the opportunities for revolution, because Moscow did not want it anymore. Until the proudly monolithic Soviet-centered movement began to break up from within, these arguments had little effect. So long as the communist movement retained its unity, cohesion, and its striking immunity to fission, it was, for most of the world's believers in the need for global revolution, the only game in town. Moreover, who could possibly deny that the countries which broke with capitalism in the second great wave of world social revolution, from 1944 to 1949, did so under the auspices of the orthodox, Soviet-oriented communist parties? Not until after 1956 did the revolutionary-minded have a real choice between several such movements with some real claim to political or insurrectionary effectiveness. Even these, various brands of Trotskyism, Maoism, and groups inspired by the Cuban Revolution of 1959, see Chapter 15, were still more or less Leninist in derivation. The old communist parties still remained much the largest groups on the far left, but by this time the heart had gone out of the old communist movement. V. The force of the movements for world revolution lay in the communist form of organization, Lenin's party of a new type, a formidable innovation of 20th-century social engineering, comparable to the invention of Christian monastic and other orders in the Middle Ages. It gave even small organizations disproportionate effectiveness, because the party could command extraordinary devotion and self-sacrifice from its members, more than military discipline and cohesiveness, and a total concentration on carrying out party decisions at all costs. This impressed even hostile observers profoundly. And yet, the relation between the vanguard party model and the great revolutions it had been designed to make, and occasionally succeeded in making, was far from clear, although nothing was more evident than that the model came into its own after successful revolutions, or during wars. For the Leninist parties were essentially constructed as elites, vanguards, of leaders, or rather, before revolutions had been won, counter-elites, and social revolutions, as 1917 showed, depend on what happens among the masses and in situations which neither elites nor counter-elites can fully control. As it happens, the Leninist model actually had considerable appeal for young members of the old elites, especially in the Third World, who joined such parties in disproportionate numbers, in spite of these parties' heroic, and relatively successful, efforts to promote true proletarians. The major expansion of Brazilian communism in the 1930s rested on the conversion of young intellectuals from families of the land-owning oligarchy and junior army officers. Martins Rodrigues, 1984, pages 390-97. On the other hand, the feelings of the actual masses, sometimes including the active supporters of the vanguards, was often at odds with their leaders' ideas, especially in times of genuine mass insurrection. Thus the rebellion of the Spanish generals against the Popular Front government in July 1936 immediately released social revolution in large regions of Spain. That the militants, especially the anarchist ones, should proceed to collectivize the means of production, was not surprising, though the Communist Party and the central government later opposed and where possible reversed this transformation, and its pros and cons continue to be discussed in the political and historical literature. However, the event also released the greatest of all the waves of iconoclasm and anti-clerical homicide, since this form of activity first became part of Spanish popular agitations in 1835, when Barcelona citizens had reacted to an unsatisfactory bullfight by burning a number of churches. About 7,000 clerical persons, i.e. 12 to 13% of the country's priests and monks, though only a negligible proportion of its nuns were killed, while in a single diocese of Catalonia, Girona, over 6,000 images were destroyed. Hugh Thomas, 1977, pages 270-71, M. Delgado, 1992, p. 56. Two things are clear about this terrifying episode: it was denounced by the leaders or spokesmen of the Spanish revolutionary left, passionate anti-clericals though they were, including the notoriously priest-hating anarchists, and for those who perpetrated it, as well as for many of those who watched it, this more than anything else, was what the revolution really meant, the reversal of the order of society and its values, not just for a brief symbolic moment, but forever. M. Delgado, 1992. Pages 52-53. It was all very well for leaders to insist, as they always did, that the capitalist and not the priest was the principal enemy. In their bones the masses felt differently. Whether popular politics in a less macho society than the Iberian would have been as murderously iconoclastic is a counterfactual question, but one on which serious research about women's attitudes might nevertheless throw some light. As it happens, the kind of revolution which sees the structure of political order and authority suddenly evaporate, leaving the man, and, so far as she was allowed, the woman, on the street to their own devices, proved to be rare in the 20th century. Even the closest other example of a sudden collapse of established regimes, the Iranian Revolution of 1979, was not quite so unstructured, in spite of the extraordinary unanimity of the Tehran mobilization of the masses against the Shah, much of which must have been spontaneous. Thanks to the structures of Iranian clericalism, the new regime was already present in the ruin of the old, though it would not take its complete shape for a little while. See Chapter 15. In fact, the typical post-October revolution of the short 20th century, leaving aside some localized explosions, was to be either initiated by an, almost always military, coup, capturing the capital, or as the final outcome of a lengthy and mostly rural armed struggle. Since junior officers, much more rarely non-commissioned officers, of radical and left-wing sympathies were common in poor and backward countries, where the military life provided attractive career prospects for able and educated young men without family connections and wealth. Such initiatives were typically found in countries like Egypt, the Free Officer Revolution of 1952, and other countries in the Middle East, Iraq 1958, Syria at various times since the 1950s, and Libya in 1969. Military men are part of the fabric of Latin American revolutionary history, although they have rarely, or for very long, taken over national power for clearly left-wing causes. On the other hand, to most observers' surprise, in 1974 a military putsch by young officers disillusioned with and radicalized by long colonial rearguard wars, overthrew the oldest right-wing regime then operating in the world, the Revolution of Carnations in Portugal. The alliance between them, a strong communist party emerging from underground, and various radical Marxist groups, was soon divided and bypassed, to the relief of the European community, which Portugal joined soon after. The social structure, ideological traditions, and political functions of the armed forces in developed countries made military men with political interests in these countries choose the right. Coups in alliance with communists, or even socialists, were not in their line. Admittedly, in the liberation movements of the French Empire, former soldiers of the native forces raised by France in its colonies, they had rarely been officers, came to play a prominent part, notably in Algeria. Their experience in and after the Second World War had been unsatisfactory, not only because of the usual discrimination, but also because the largely colonial soldiers in the forces of de Gaulle's Free France were, like the largely non-Gallic members of the armed resistance within France, quickly pushed into the shadows. The Free French armies in the official victory parades after liberation were a great deal whiter than the ones which had actually won the Gaullist battle honors. Nevertheless, on the whole, the colonial armies of imperial powers, even when actually officered by natives of the colony, remained loyal, or rather unpolitical, even if we allow for the 50,000 or so Indian soldiers who joined the Indian National Army under the Japanese. M. Eschenberg, 1992, pages 141-45, M. Bhargava and A. Singhil, 1988, p. 10, T. R. Serene, 1988, pages 20-21. 6. The road to revolution through long guerrilla war was discovered rather late by 20th-century social revolutionaries. Perhaps this was because historically this form of essentially rural activity had been overwhelmingly associated with movements of archaic ideologies easily confused by skeptical city observers with conservatism, or even with reaction and counter-revolution. After all, the powerful guerrilla wars of the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic period had been invariably directed against and never for France and the cause of its revolution. The very word guerrilla did not form part of Marxist vocabulary until after the Cuban Revolution of 1959. The Bolsheviks, who had waged irregular as well as regular warfare during the Civil War, used the term partisan, which became standard in Soviet-inspired resistance movements during the Second World War. In retrospect, it is surprising that guerrilla action played next to no part in the Spanish Civil War, though there should have been plenty of scope for it in Republican areas occupied by the Franco forces. In fact, the Communists organized some quite significant guerrilla nuclei from outside after the Second World War. Before that World War it was simply not part of the toolkit of the prospective makers of revolutions. Except in China, where the new strategy was pioneered by some, but by no means all, communist leaders, after the Kuomintang under Chiang Kai-shek turned on its former communist allies in 1927, and after the spectacular failure of communist insurrection in the cities, as in Canton, 1927. Mao Zedong, the chief champion of the new strategy, which was eventually to make him the leader of Communist China, not only recognized that, after more than 15 years of revolution, large regions of China were outside the effective control of any central administration, but, as a devoted admirer of The Water Margin, the great classical novel of Chinese social banditry, that guerrilla tactics were a traditional part of Chinese social conflict. Indeed, No classically educated Chinese would miss the similarity between the establishment of Mao's first free guerrilla zone in the Jiangxi Mountains in 1927, and the mountain fortress of the water margin heroes, whom the young Mao had called upon his fellow students to imitate in 1917, Scram, 1966, pages 43 to 44. The Chinese strategy, however heroic and inspiring, seemed unsuited to countries with functioning modern internal communications and governments in the habit of administering all their territory, however remote and physically difficult. As it happened, it did not prove successful in the short run even in China, where the national government, after several military campaigns, forced the communists in 1934 to give up their free Soviet territories in the main regions of the country and to retreat, by means of the legendary Long March, to a remote and thinly populated outlying border region of the Northwest. After the Brazilian rebel lieutenants like Luiz Carlos Prestes moved from backwoods trekking to communism in the late 1920s, no left-wing groups of importance chose the guerrilla road elsewhere, unless we count General Cesar Augusto Sandino's fight against the American Marines in Nicaragua, 1927-33, which was to inspire the Sandinista revolution 50 years later. Still, rather implausibly, the Communist International tried to present Lampião, the celebrated Brazilian social bandit and hero of 1,000 chapbooks, in this light. Mao himself did not become the guiding star of revolutionaries until after the Cuban Revolution. However, the Second World War produced a more immediate and general incentive to take the guerrilla road to revolution, the need to resist the occupation of most of continental Europe, including large parts of the European Soviet Union, by the armies of Hitler Germany and its allies. Resistance, and especially armed resistance, developed on a substantial scale after Hitler's attack on the USSR mobilized the various communist movements. When the German army was finally defeated, with varying contributions from the local resistance movements, see Chapter 5, the regimes of occupied or fascist Europe disintegrated, and social revolutionary regimes under communist control took over, or attempted to take over, in several countries where the armed resistance had been most effective, Yugoslavia, Albania and, but for the British, and eventually US-backed military support, Greece. They could probably also have taken over, though not for long, in Italy north of the Apennines, but, for reasons still debated on what remains of the revolutionary left, they did not try. The communist regimes which were established in East and Southeast Asia after 1945, in China, part of Korea and French Indochina, should also be regarded as children of wartime resistance, for even in China the massive advance of Mao's Red armies towards power only began after the Japanese army set out to take over the main body of China in 1937. The second wave of world social revolution emerged out of the Second World War, as the first had emerged out of the first, though in an utterly different way. This time it was the waging of war and not the revulsion against it which brought revolution to power. The nature and policies of the new revolutionary regimes is considered elsewhere, see chapters 5 and 13. Here we are concerned with the process of revolution itself. The revolutions of the mid-century, which came at the victorious end of long wars, differed from the classical 1789 or October scenario, or even from the slow-motion breakup of old regimes like Imperial China and Porfirian Mexico, see Age of Empire, Chapter 12, in two ways. First, and in this they resemble the result of successful military coups, there was no real doubt about who had made the revolution or exercised power, the political group, associated with the victorious armed forces of the USSR, since Germany, Japan, and Italy would not have been defeated only by resistance forces, not even in China. The victorious Western armies were of course opposed to communist-dominated regimes. There was no interregnum or power vacuum. Conversely, the only situations when strong resistance forces failed to take over quickly after the collapse of the Axis powers, was where the Western Allies maintained a foothold in liberated countries, South Korea, Vietnam, or where the internal anti-Axis forces were themselves divided, as in China. There the communists after 1945 had still to establish themselves against a corrupt and rapidly weakening, but co-belligerent Kuomintang government, observed by a notably unenthusiastic USSR. Second, the guerrilla road to power inevitably led out of the towns and industrial centers where the traditional force of socialist labor movements lay, and into the rural hinterland. More precisely, since guerrilla war is most easily maintained in bush, mountains, forests, and on similar terrains, into sparsely peopled territory remote from the main populations. In Mao's words, the countryside would surround the city before conquering it. In European resistance terms, urban insurrection, the rising of Paris in the summer of 1944, of Milan in the spring of 1945, had to wait until the war was virtually over, at least in their region. What happened to Warsaw in 1944 was the penalty of premature city risings. They have only one shot in their magazine, though a big one. In short, for most of the population, even of a revolutionary country, the guerrilla road to revolution meant waiting for long periods for change to come from somewhere else without being able to do much. The actual effective resistance fighters, including all their infrastructure, were, inevitably, a fairly small minority. On their territory, of course, the guerrillas could not function without mass backing, not least because in lengthy conflicts their forces would have to be largely recruited locally. Thus, as in China, parties of industrial workers and intellectuals might be quietly transformed into armies of former peasants. Yet their relation to the masses was inevitably not as simple as is suggested by Mao's phrase about the guerrilla fish swimming in the people's water. In typical guerrilla country, almost any harried group of outlaws which behaved itself, by local standards, was apt to enjoy widespread sympathy against invading foreign soldiers, or for that matter any agents of national government. However, the deep-rooted divisions within the countryside also meant that winning friends automatically risked acquiring enemies. The Chinese communists who established their rural Soviet areas in 1927-28 found, to their unjustified surprise, that converting one clan-dominated village helped to establish a network of red villages based on connected clans, but also involved them in war against their traditional enemies, who formed a similar network of black villages. In some cases, they complained, the class struggle was transformed into the fight of one village against another. There are cases when our troops had to besiege and destroy entire villages, Rate China, 1973, pages 45-46. Successful guerrilla revolutionaries learned how to navigate such treacherous waters, but, as Milovan Djilas' memoir of the Yugoslav partisan war makes clear, liberation was far more complex than a simple unanimous uprising of an oppressed people against foreign conquerors. 7. These were not reflections likely to tarnish the satisfaction of communists who now found themselves at the head of all governments between the River Elbe and the China Seas. The world revolution, which had inspired them, had visibly advanced. Instead of a single, weak and isolated USSR, something like a dozen states had emerged, or were emerging, from the second great wave of global revolution, headed by one of the two powers in the world which deserved the name. The term superpower is recorded as early as 1944. Nor was the impetus of global revolution exhausted, for the decolonization of the old imperialist overseas possessions was still in full progress. Could it not be expected to lead to further advances of the cause of communism? Did not the international bourgeoisie itself fear for the future of what remained of capitalism, at least in Europe? Did not the French industrialist relatives of the young historian Leroy Lagerie ask themselves, as they rebuilt their factories, whether in the end nationalization, or quite simply the Red Army, would not provide a final solution for their problems, sentiments which, he was to recall as an elderly conservative, confirmed his decision to join the French Communist Party in 1949? Leroy Lagerie, 1982, p. 37. Did not a U.S. Undersecretary of Commerce tell President Truman's administration in March 1947 that most European countries were standing on the very brink and may be pushed over at any time, others are gravely threatened? Loth, 1988, p. 137. Such was the state of mind of the men and women who came out of illegality, battle and resistance, jail, concentration camp, or exile, to take over the responsibility for the future of countries, most of which lay in ruins. Perhaps some of them observed that, once again, capitalism had proved far easier to overthrow where it was weak or barely existed, than in its heartlands. And yet, could anyone deny that the world had shifted dramatically to the left? If the new communist rulers or co-rulers of their transformed states worried about anything immediately after the war, it was not about the future of socialism. It was about how to rebuild impoverished, exhausted, and ruined countries, amid sometimes hostile populations, and about the danger of a war launched by the capitalist powers against the socialist camp before the rebuilding had made it safe. Paradoxically, the same fears haunted the sleep of Western politicians and ideologists. As we shall see, the Cold War which settled on the world after the second wave of world revolution was a contest of nightmares. Whether the fears of either East or West were justified, they were part of the era of world revolution born in October 1917. But that era itself was about to end, though it took another 40 years before it was possible to write its epitaph. Nevertheless, it has changed the world, though not in the way that Lenin, and those who were inspired by the October Revolution, expected. Outside the Western Hemisphere, the fingers of two hands are enough to count the few states of the world that have not gone through some combination of revolution, civil war, resistance to and liberation from foreign occupation, or the prophylactic decolonization by empires doomed in an era of world revolution. Britain, Sweden, Switzerland, and perhaps Iceland are the only European cases. Even in the Western Hemisphere, omitting the many violent changes of government always locally described as revolutions, major social revolutions, in Mexico, in Bolivia, the Cuban Revolution and its successors, have transformed the Latin American scene. The actual revolutions made in the name of communism have exhausted themselves, although it is too early for funeral orations about them, so long as the Chinese, 1/5 of the human race, continue to live in a country governed by a communist party. Yet it is obvious that a return to the world of the ancien regimes of those countries is as impossible as it was in France after the Revolutionary and Napoleonic era, or, for that matter, as the return of ex-colonies to pre-colonial life has proved to be. Even where the experience of communism has been reversed, the present of the ex-communist countries, and presumably their future, bear, and will continue to bear, the specific marks of the counter-revolution which replaced the revolution. There is no way in which the Soviet era can be written out of Russian or world history, as though it had not been. There is no way in which St. Petersburg can return to 1914. However, the indirect consequences of the era of upheaval after 1917 have been as profound as the direct consequences. The years after the Russian Revolution opened the process of colonial emancipation and decolonization and introduced both the politics of savage counter-revolution, in the form of fascism and other such movements, see Chapter 4, and the politics of social democracy to Europe. It is often forgotten, that until 1917 all labor and socialist parties, outside somewhat peripheral Australasia, chose to be in permanent opposition until the moment for socialism had come. The first social democratic governments or coalition governments outside the Pacific were formed in 1917-19, Sweden, Finland, Germany, Austria, Belgium, to be followed, within a few years, by Britain, Denmark, and Norway. We tend to forget that the very moderation of such parties was largely a reaction to Bolshevism, as was the readiness of the old political system to integrate them. In short, the history of the short 20th century cannot be understood without the Russian Revolution and its direct and indirect effects. Not least because it proved to be the savior of liberal capitalism, both by enabling the West to win the Second World War against Hitler's Germany and by providing the incentive for capitalism to reform itself and, paradoxically, through the Soviet Union's apparent immunity to the Great Depression, the incentive to abandon the belief in free market orthodoxy. As we shall see in the next chapter. Since Russia still operated by the Julian calendar, which was 13 days behind the Gregorian calendar adopted everywhere else in the Christian or westernized world. The February Revolution actually occurred in March, the October Revolution on November 7. It was the October Revolution which reformed the Russian calendar, as it reformed Russian orthography, thus demonstrating the profundity of its impact. For it is well known that such small changes usually require socio-political earthquakes to bring them about. The most lasting and universal consequence of the French Revolution is the metric system. In 1917 an important independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, USPD, formally split on this issue from the majority of the Socialists, SPD, which continued to support the war. The human cost, larger than the October Revolution but relatively modest, 53 officers, 602 soldiers, 73 policemen, and 587 citizens injured, wounded or killed. W. H. Chamberlain, 1965, Volume I, p. 85. Such councils, presumably rooted in the experience of Russian self-governing village communities, emerged as political entities among factory workers during the 1905 revolution. Since assemblies of directly elected delegates were familiar to organized workers everywhere, and appealed to their built-in sense of democracy, the term Soviet, sometimes but not always translated into the local languages, councils, had a strong international appeal. I said to them, "Do all you want to do, take all you want, we shall support you, but take care of production, see that production is useful. Take up useful work, you will make mistakes, but you will learn." Lenin, Report on the Activities of the Council of People's Commissars, 11/24 January 1918, Lenin, 1970, p. 551. The capital city of Tsarist Russia was St. Petersburg, which sounded too German in the First World War and was therefore changed to Petrograd. After Lenin's death it became Leningrad, 1924, and during the fall of the USSR it returned to its original name. The Soviet Union, followed by its more slavish satellites, was unusually given to political toponymy, often complicated by the twists and turns of party fortunes. Thus Tsaritsyn on the Volga became Stalingrad, scene of an epic battle of the Second World War, but, after Stalin's death, Volgograd. At the time of writing it still had that name. The moderate majority Social Democrats gained just under 38% of the vote, their all-time high, the Revolutionary Independent Social Democrats about 7.5% of the vote. Its defeat spread a diaspora of political and intellectual refugees across the world, some of them with unexpected future careers, like the film tycoon Sir Alexander Korda and the actor Bela Lugosi, best known as the star of the original horror film Dracula. Chapter 3. Into the Economic Abyss. No Congress of the United States ever assembled, on surveying the state of the Union, has met with a more pleasing prospect than that which appears at the present time. The great wealth created by our enterprise and industry, and saved by our economy, has had the widest distribution among our own people, and has gone out in a steady stream to serve the charity and the business of the world. The requirements of existence have passed beyond the standard of necessity into the region of luxury. Enlarging production is consumed by an increasing demand at home and an expanding commerce abroad. The country can regard the present with satisfaction and anticipate the future with optimism. President Calvin Coolidge, Message to Congress, December 4, 1928. Next to war, unemployment has been the most widespread, the most insidious, and the most corroding malady of our generation. It is the specific social disease of Western civilization in our time. The Times, January 23, 1943. Let us suppose the First World War had been merely a temporary, if catastrophic, disruption of an otherwise stable economy and civilization. The economy would then have returned, after removing the debris of war, to something like normal and carried on from there. Rather in the same way as Japan buried the 300,000 dead of the 1923 earthquake, cleared the ruins which had made 2 or 3 millions homeless, and rebuilt a city like the old one, but rather more earthquake-proof. What would the interwar world have been like under such circumstances? We cannot know, and it is pointless to speculate about what did not happen, and almost certainly could not have happened. The question is not useless, however, for it helps us to grasp the profound effect on the history of the 20th century of the world economic breakdown between the wars. But for it, there would certainly have been no Hitler. There would almost certainly have been no Roosevelt. It is extremely unlikely that the Soviet system would have been regarded as a serious economic rival and alternative to world capitalism. The consequences of the economic crisis in the non-European or non-Western world, which are sketched elsewhere, were patently dramatic. In short, the world of the second half of the 20th century is incomprehensible without understanding the impact of the economic collapse. It is the subject of this chapter. The First World War devastated only parts of the Old World, mainly those in Europe. World Revolution, the most dramatic aspect of the breakdown of 19th-century bourgeois civilization, spread more widely, from Mexico to China and, in the form of movements for colonial liberation, from the Maghreb to Indonesia. However, it would have been perfectly easy to find parts of the globe whose citizens were remote from both, notably the United States of America, as well as large regions of sub-Saharan colonial Africa. Yet the First World War was followed by one kind of breakdown that was genuinely worldwide, at least wherever men and women were enmeshed in, or operated by, impersonal market transactions. Indeed, the proud USA itself, so far from being a safe haven from the convulsions of less fortunate continents, became the epicenter of this, the largest global earthquake ever to be measured on the economic historian's Richter scale, the Great Interwar Depression. In a sentence, between the wars the capitalist world economy appeared to collapse. Nobody quite knew how it might recover. The operations of a capitalist economy are never smooth, and fluctuations of various length, often very severe, are integral parts of this way of running the affairs of the world. The so-called trade cycle of boom and slump was familiar to all businessmen from the 19th century. It was expected to repeat itself, with variations, every 7 to 11 years. A rather more lengthy periodicity had first begun to attract attention at the end of the 19th century, as observers looked back on the unexpected peripeties of the previous decades. A spectacular, record-breaking global boom from about 1850 to the early 1870s had been followed by 20-odd years of economic uncertainties. Economic writers, somewhat misleadingly, spoke of a Great Depression, and then another evidently secular forward surge of the world economy. See Age of Capital, Age of Empire, Chapter 2. In the early 1920s a Russian economist, N.D. Kondratiev, later an early victim of Stalin, discerned a pattern of economic development since the late 18th century through a series of long waves of from 50 to 60 years, though neither he nor anyone else could give a satisfactory explanation of these movements, and indeed skeptical statisticians have even denied their existence. They have since been universally familiar in the specialist literature under his name. Kondratiev, by the way, concluded at the time that the long wave of the world economy was due for its downturn. He was right. In the past, waves and cycles, long, medium and short, had been accepted by businessmen and economists rather as farmers accept the weather, which also has its ups and downs. There was nothing to be done about them, they created opportunities or problems, they could lead to bonanzas or bankruptcy for individuals or industries, but only socialists who, with Karl Marx, believed that cycles were part of a process by which capitalism generated what would in the end prove insuperable internal contradictions, thought they put the existence of the economic system as such at risk. The world economy was expected to go on growing and advancing, as it had patently done, except for the sudden and short-lived catastrophes of cyclical slumps, for over a century. What was novel about the new situation was that, probably for the first, and so far the only, time in the history of capitalism, its fluctuations seemed to be genuinely system-endangering. What is more, in important respects the secular rise of its curve seemed to break. The history of the world economy since the Industrial Revolution had been one of accelerating technological progress, of continuous but uneven economic growth, and of increasing globalization, that is to say of an increasingly elaborate and intricate worldwide division of labor, an increasingly dense network of flows and exchanges that bound every part of the world economy to the global system. Technical progress continued and even accelerated in the age of catastrophe, both transforming, and being transformed by, the era of world wars. Although in the lives of most men and women the central economic experiences of the age were cataclysmic, culminating in the Great Slump of 1929–33, economic growth during these decades did not cease. It merely slowed down. In the largest and richest economy of the time, the USA, the average rate of growth of the GNP per head of the population between 1913 and 1938 was only a modest 0.8% per year. World industrial production grew by just over 80% in the 25 years after 1913, or at about half the rate of the previous quarter century. W. W. Rostow, 1978, p. 662. As we shall see, Chapter 9, the contrast with the post-1945 era was to be even more spectacular. Still, if some Martian had been observing the curve of economic movements from sufficiently far off to overlook the jagged fluctuations which human beings experienced on the ground, he, she or it would have concluded that the world economy was unquestionably continuing to expand. Yet in one respect it patently was not. The globalization of the economy, it seemed, had stopped advancing in the interwar years. Any way we measure it, the integration of the world economy stagnated or regressed. The pre-war years had been the greatest period of mass migration in recorded history, but now these streams dried out, or rather, were dammed by the disruptions of wars and political restrictions. In the last 15 years before 1914 almost 15 millions had landed in the USA. In the next 15 years the flow shrunk to 5.5 millions, in the 1930s and the war years it came to an almost complete stop, less than 750,000 entered the USA, Historical Statistics I, p. 105, Table C 89–101. Iberian migration, overwhelmingly to Latin America, fell from 1.75 million in the decade 1911–20 to less than 250,000 in the 1930s. World trade recovered from the disruptions of war and post-war crisis to climb a little above 1913 in the late 20s, then fell during the slump, but at the end of the age of catastrophe, 1948, it was not significantly higher in volume than before the First World War. W. W. Rostow 1978, p. 669. Between the early 1890s and 1913 it had more than doubled. Between 1948 and 1971 it would quintuple. This stagnation is all the more surprising, when we remember that the First World War produced a substantial number of new states in Europe and the Middle East. So many more miles of state borders should have led us to expect an automatic increase in interstate trade, as commercial dealings that had once taken place within the same country, say, Austria-Hungary or Russia, were now classified as international. World trade statistics only measure trade that crosses frontiers. Just so the tragic flood of post-war and post-revolution refugees, whose numbers were already to be measured in millions, see Chapter 11, should have led us to expect a growth rather than a shrinking of global migration. During the Great Slump even the international flow of capital seemed to dry up. Between 1927 and 1933 international lending dropped by over 90%. Why this stagnation? Various reasons have been suggested, for instance that the largest of the world's national economies, the USA, was getting virtually self-sufficient, except in the supply of a few raw materials, it had never been particularly dependent on foreign trade. However, even countries which had been heavy traders, like Britain and the Scandinavian states, showed the same trend. Contemporaries focused on a more obvious cause for alarm, and they were almost certainly right. Each state now did its best to protect its economy against threats from outside, that is to say against a world economy that was visibly in major trouble. Both businessmen and governments had originally expected that, after the temporary disruptions of the World War, somehow the world economy would return to the happy days before 1914, which they regarded as normal. And indeed the immediate post-war boom, at least in the countries not disrupted by revolution and civil war, looked promising, even though both business and governments shook their heads over the enormously strengthened power of labor and its unions, which looked like raising production costs via higher wages and shorter hours. Yet readjustment proved more difficult than expected. Prices and the boom collapsed in 1920. This undermined the power of labor. British unemployment never thereafter fell much below 10%, and the unions lost half their members over the next 12 years, thus once again tilting the balance firmly towards the employers, but prosperity remained elusive. The Anglo-Saxon world, the wartime neutrals and Japan did what they could to deflate, i.e. to get their economies back to the old and firm principles of stable currencies guaranteed by sound finance and the gold standard, which had been unable to resist the strains of war. Indeed, they more or less succeeded in doing so between 1922 and 1926. However, the great zone of defeat and convulsion from Germany in the west to Soviet Russia in the east saw a spectacular collapse of the monetary system, comparable only to that in part of the post-communist world after 1989. In the extreme case, Germany in 1923, the currency unit was reduced to 1/1,000,000th of its 1913 value, that is to say in practice the value of money was reduced to zero. Even in less extreme cases, the consequences were drastic. The writer's grandfather, whose insurance policy matured during the Austrian inflation, liked to tell the story of drawing this large sum in devalued currency, and finding it was just enough to buy himself a drink in his favorite cafe. In short, private savings disappeared totally, thus creating an almost complete vacuum of working capital for business, which does much to explain the massive reliance of the German economy on foreign loans in the following years. This made it unusually vulnerable when the slump came. The situation in the USSR was hardly better, though wiping out private savings in monetary form had neither the same economic nor the same political consequences there. When the Great Inflation was ended in 1922-23, essentially by the decision of governments to stop printing paper money in unlimited quantities and to change the currency, people in Germany who had relied on fixed incomes and savings were wiped out, although at least a tiny fraction of the value of money had been saved in Poland, Hungary, and Austria. However, the traumatic effect of the experience on the local middle and lower middle classes may be imagined. It made Central Europe ready for fascism. Devices for getting populations used to long periods of pathological price inflation, e.g. by the indexation of wages and other incomes, the word was first used around 1960, were not invented until after the Second World War. By 1924 these post-war hurricanes had calmed down, and it seemed possible to look forward to a return to what an American president christened normalcy. There was indeed something like a return to global growth, even though some of the producers of raw materials and foodstuffs, including notably North American farmers, were troubled because prices of primary products turned down again after a brief recovery. The roaring 1920s were not a golden age on the farms of the USA. Moreover, unemployment in most of Western Europe remained astonishingly, and by pre-1914 standards, pathologically, high. It is hard to remember that even in the boom years of the 1920s, 1924-29, it averaged between 10 and 12% in Britain, Germany, and Sweden, and no less than 17 to 18% in Denmark and Norway. Only the USA, with average unemployment of about 4%, was an economy really under full steam. Both facts pointed to serious weaknesses in the economy. The sagging of primary prices, which were prevented from falling further by building up increasingly large stockpiles, simply demonstrated that the demand for them could not keep pace with the capacity to produce. Nor should we overlook the fact that the boom, such as it was largely fueled by the enormous flows of international capital which swept across the industrial worlds in those years, and notably to Germany. That country alone, which took about half of all the world's capital exports in 1928, borrowed between 20,000 and 30,000 billion marks, half of it probably on short-term, Arndt, p. 47, Kindleberger, 1986. Once again this made the German economy highly vulnerable, as was proved when the American money was withdrawn after 1929. It therefore came as no great surprise to anyone except the boosters of small-town America, whose image became familiar to the Western world at this time through the American novelist Sinclair Lewis Babbitt, 1922, that the world economy was in trouble again a few years later. The Communist International had indeed predicted another economic crisis at the height of the boom, expecting it, or so its spokesman believed or pretended to believe, to lead to a new round of revolutions. It actually produced the opposite at short notice. However, what nobody expected, probably not even the revolutionaries in their most sanguine moments, was the extraordinary universality and depth of the crisis which began, as even non-historians know, with the New York Stock Exchange crash of October 29, 1929. It amounted to something very close to the collapse of the capitalist world economy, which now seemed gripped in a vicious circle where every downward movement of the economic indices, other than unemployment, which moved to ever more astronomic heights, reinforced the decline in all the others. As the admirable experts of the League of Nations observed, though nobody took much notice of them, a dramatic recession of the North American industrial economy soon spread to the other industrial heartland, Germany, Olin, 1931. U.S. industrial production fell by about a third from 1929 to 1931, German production by about the same, but these are smoothing averages. Thus in the USA, Westinghouse, the great electrical firm, lost two-thirds of its sales between 1929 and 1933, while its net income fell by 76% in 2 years, Schatz, 1983, p. 60. There was a crisis in primary production, both of foodstuffs and raw materials, as their prices, no longer kept up by building stocks as before, went into free fall. The price of tea and wheat fell by two-thirds, the price of raw silk by three-quarters. This prostrate, to name but the countries listed by the League of Nations in 1931, Argentina, Australia, the Balkan countries, Bolivia, Brazil, British, Malaya, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Egypt, Ecuador, Finland, Hungary, India, Mexico, the Netherlands Indies, the present Indonesia, New Zealand, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela, whose international trade depended heavily on a few primary commodities. In short, it made the depression global in the literal sense. The economies of Austria, Czechoslovakia, Greece, Japan, Poland, and Great Britain, extremely sensitive to the seismic shocks coming from the west, or east, were equally shaken. The Japanese silk industry had tripled its output in 15 years to supply the vast and growing U.S. market for silk stockings, which now disappeared temporarily, and so did the market for the 90% of Japan's silk that then went to America. Meanwhile the price of the other great staple of Japanese agricultural production, rice, also plummeted, as it did in all the great rice-producing zones of South and East Asia. Since, as it happened, the wheat price collapsed even more completely than that of rice, and wheat was therefore cheaper, many Orientals are said to have switched from the one to the other. However, the boom in chapatis and noodles, if there was one, worsened the situation of farmers in rice-exporting countries like Burma, French Indochina, and Siam, now Thailand, Latham, 1981, p. 178. Farmers tried to compensate for falling prices by growing and selling more crops, and this made prices sink even further. For farmers dependent on the market, especially the export market, this meant ruin, unless they could retreat to the traditional ultimate redoubt of the peasant, subsistence production. This was indeed still possible in much of the dependent world, and insofar as most Africans, South and East Asians and Latin Americans were still peasants, it undoubtedly cushioned them. Brazil became a byword for the waste of capitalism and the depth of the depression, as its coffee growers desperately tried to prevent the price collapse by burning coffee instead of coal on their steam railroad engines. Between 2/3 and 3/4 of the coffee sold on the world market came from that country. Nevertheless, the Great Slump was far more tolerable for the still overwhelmingly rural Brazilians than the economic cataclysms of the 1980s, especially since poor people's expectations of what they could get of an economy were still extremely modest. Still, even in colonial peasant countries someone suffered, as is suggested by the drop of about 2/3 in the importation of sugar, flour, canned fish, and rice into the Gold Coast, now Ghana, where the bottom had fallen out of the peasant-based cocoa market, not to mention the 98% drop in the imports of gin, Olin, 1931, p. 52. For those who, by definition, had no control over or access to the means of production, unless they could go home to a peasant family in some village, namely the men and women hired for wages, the primary consequence of the slump was unemployment on an unimagined and unprecedented scale, and for longer than anyone had ever expected. At the worst period of the slump, 1932-33, 22 to 23% of the British and Belgian labour force, 24% of the Swedish, 27% of the US, 29% of the Austrian, 31% of the Norwegian, 32% of the Danish, and no less than 44% of the German workers were out of jobs. What is equally to the point, even the recovery after 1933 did not reduce the average unemployment of the 1930s below 16 to 17% in Britain and Sweden, or below 20% in the rest of Scandinavia, Austria, and the USA. The only Western state which succeeded in eliminating unemployment was Nazi Germany between 1933 and 1938. There had been nothing like this economic catastrophe in the lives of working people for as long as anyone could remember. What made it even more dramatic was that public provision for Social Security, including unemployment relief, was either non-existent, as in the USA, or, by late 20th century standards, extremely meager, especially for the long-term unemployed. That is why security had always been such a vital concern of working people, protection against the terrible uncertainties of employment, i.e. wages, sickness, or accident, and the terrible certainties of an old age without earnings. That is why working people dreamed of seeing their children in modestly paid, but secure and pensionable jobs. Even in the country most fully covered by unemployment insurance schemes before the slump, Great Britain, less than 60% of the labor force were covered by it, and that only because Britain since 1920 had already been forced to adjust to mass unemployment. Elsewhere in Europe, except for Germany, where it was above 40%, the proportion of working people with claims for unemployment relief ranged from 0 to about 1/4, Flora, 1983, p. 461. People who had been used to fluctuating employment or to passing spells of cyclical unemployment were desperate when no job turned up anywhere, after their small savings had gone and their credit at the local grocer's shop had been exhausted. Hence the traumatic, impact of mass unemployment on the politics of the industrialized countries, for that is what first and foremost, the Great Slump meant, to the bulk of their inhabitants. What did it matter to them that economic historians, and indeed logic, can demonstrate that the majority of the nation's labor force, which was in employment even at the worst moments, was actually getting significantly better off, since prices were falling throughout the interwar years, and the price of foodstuffs fell more rapidly than any other in the worst Depression years. The image which dominated at the time was that of soup kitchens, of unemployed hunger marchers from smokeless settlements where no steel or ships were made converging on capital cities to denounce those they held responsible. Nor did politicians fail to observe that up to 85% of the membership of the German Communist Party, growing almost as fast as the Nazi Party in the slump years, and, in the last months before Hitler's accession to power, faster, were unemployed. Weber, I. p. 243. Unemployment was conceived, not surprisingly, as a deep and potentially mortal wound in the body politic. Next to war, wrote an editorialist in the London Times in the middle of the Second World War, unemployment has been the most widespread, the most insidious, and the most corroding malady of our generation. It is the specific social disease of Western civilization in our time. Arndt, 1944, p. 250. Never before in the history of industrialization could such a passage have been written. It explains more about post-war Western governments' policies than prolonged archival researches. Curiously enough, the sense of catastrophe and disorientation caused by the Great Slump was perhaps greater among businessmen, economists, and politicians than among the masses. Mass unemployment, the collapse of agrarian prices, hit them hard, but they had no doubt that some political solution for these unexpected injustices was available, on the left or on the right, insofar as poor people could ever expect their modest needs to be satisfied. It was precisely the absence of any solutions within the framework of the old liberal economy that made the predicament of the economic decision-makers so dramatic. To meet immediate, short-term crises, they had, as they saw it, to undermine the long-term basis of a flourishing world economy. At a time when world trade fell by 60% in 4 years, 1929 to 32, states found themselves building increasingly high barriers to protect their national markets and currencies against the world economic hurricanes, knowing quite well that this meant the dismantling of the world system of multilateral trade on which, they believed, world prosperity must rest. The keystone of such a system, the so-called most favored nation status, disappeared from almost 60% of 510 commercial agreements signed between 1931 and 1939, and, where it remained, it was usually in a limited form. Snyder, 1940. Where would it end? Was there an exit from the vicious circle? We shall consider the immediate political consequences of this, the most traumatic episode in the history of capitalism, below. However, its most significant long-term implication must be mentioned immediately. In a single sentence, the Great Slump destroyed economic liberalism for half a century. In 1931 to 32, Britain, Canada, all of Scandinavia and the USA abandoned the gold standard, always regarded as the foundation of stable international exchanges, and by 1936 they had been joined even by those impassioned believers in bullion, the Belgians and Dutch, and finally the very French. Almost symbolically, Great Britain in 1931 abandoned free trade, which had been as central to the British economic identity since the 1840s as the American Constitution is to U.S. political identity. Britain's retreat from the principles of free transactions in a single world economy dramatizes the general rush into national self-protection at the time. More specifically, the Great Slump forced Western governments to give social considerations priority over economic ones in their state policies. The dangers of failing to do so, radicalization of the left and, as Germany and other countries now proved, of the right, were too menacing. So governments no longer protected agriculture simply by tariffs against foreign competition, though, where they had done so before, they raised tariff barriers even higher. During the Depression they took to subsidizing it by guaranteeing farm prices, buying up surpluses or paying farmers not to produce, as in the USA after 1933. The origins of the bizarre paradoxes of the European Community's common agricultural policy, through which in the 1970s and 1980s increasingly exiguous minorities of farmers threatened to bankrupt the community through the subsidies they enjoyed, go back to the Great Slump. As for the workers, after the war, full employment, i.e. the elimination of mass unemployment, became the keystone of economic policy in the countries of a reformed democratic capitalism, whose most celebrated prophet and pioneer, though not the only one, was the British economist John Maynard Keynes, 1883 to 1946. The Keynesian argument for the benefits of eliminating permanent mass unemployment was economic as well as political. Keynesians held, correctly, that the demand which the incomes of fully employed workers must generate, would have the most stimulating effect on depressed economies. Nevertheless, the reason why this means of increasing demand was given such urgent priority, the British government committed itself to it even before the end of the Second World War, was that mass unemployment was believed to be politically and socially explosive, as indeed it had proved to be in the slump. This belief was so powerful that, when many years later mass unemployment returned, and especially during the serious depression of the early 1980s, Oberwehr, including the present author, confidently expected social unrest to occur, and were surprised when it did not. See Chapter 14. This was, of course, largely due to another prophylactic measure taken during, after, and as a consequence of the Great Slump, the installation of modern welfare systems. Who can be surprised that the U.S. passed its Social Security Act in 1935? We have become so used to the universal prevalence of ambitious welfare systems in developed states of industrial capitalism, with some exceptions, such as Japan, Switzerland, and the USA, that we forget how few welfare states in the modern sense there were before the Second World War. Even the Scandinavian countries were only just beginning to develop them. Indeed, the very term welfare state did not come into use before the 1940s. The trauma of the Great Slump was underlined by the fact that the one country that had clamorously broken with capitalism appeared to be immune to it, the Soviet Union. While the rest of the world, or at least liberal Western capitalism, stagnated, the USSR was engaged in massive ultra-rapid industrialization under its new 5-year plans. From 1929 to 1940 Soviet industrial production tripled, at the very least. It rose from 5% of the world's manufactured products in 1929 to 18% in 1938, while during the same period the joint share of the USA, Britain, and France, fell from 59% to 52% of the world's total. What was more, there was no unemployment. These achievements impressed foreign observers of all ideologies, including a small but influential flow of socio-economic tourists to Moscow in 1930–35, more than the visible primitiveness and inefficiency of the Soviet economy, or the ruthlessness and brutality of Stalin's collectivization and mass repression. For what they were trying to come to terms with was not the actual phenomenon of the USSR but the breakdown of their own economic system, the depth of the failure of Western capitalism. What was the secret of the Soviet system? Could anything be learned from it? Echoing Russia's 5-year plans, plan and planning became buzzwords in politics. Social democratic parties adopted plans, as in Belgium and Norway. Sir Arthur Salter, a British civil servant of the utmost distinction and respectability, and a pillar of the establishment, wrote a book, Recovery, to demonstrate that a planned society was essential, if the country and the world were to escape from the vicious cycle of the Great Slump. Other British middle-of-the-road civil servants and functionaries set up a nonpartisan think tank called PEP, Political and Economic Planning. Young conservative politicians like the future Prime Minister Harold Macmillan, 1894–1986, made themselves spokesmen for planning. Even the very Nazis plagiarized the idea, as Hitler introduced a 4-year plan in 1933. For reasons to be considered in the next chapter, the Nazis' own success in dealing with the slump after 1933 had fewer international repercussions. 2. Why did the capitalist economy between the wars fail to work? The situation of the USA is a central part of any answer to this question. For if the disruptions of war and post-war Europe, or at least the belligerent countries of Europe, could be made at least partly responsible for the economic troubles there, the USA had been far away from the war, though briefly, if decisively, involved in it. So far from disrupting its economy, the First World War I, like the Second World War, benefited it spectacularly. By 1913 the USA had already become the largest economy in the world, producing over 1/3 of its industrial output, just under the combined total for Germany, Great Britain and France. In 1929 it produced over 42% of the total world output, as against just under 28% for the 3 European industrial powers. Hilgard, 1945, Table 1.14. This is a truly astonishing figure. Concretely, While U.S. steel production rose by about 1/4 between 1913 and 1920, steel production in the rest of the world fell by about 1/3. Rostow, 1978, p. 194, Table 3. 33. In short, after the end of the First World War, the USA was in many ways as internationally dominant an economy as it once again became after the Second World War. It was the Great Slump which temporarily interrupted this ascendancy. Moreover, the war had not only reinforced its position as the world's greatest industrial producer, but turned it into the world's greatest creditor. The British had lost about 1/4 of their global investments during the war, mainly those in the USA, which they had to sell to buy war supplies. The French lost about half of theirs, mainly through revolution and breakdown in Europe. Meanwhile, the Americans, who had begun the war as a debtor country, ended it as the main international lender. Since the USA concentrated its operations in Europe and the Western Hemisphere, the British were still by far the biggest investors in Asia and Africa. Their impact on Europe was decisive. In short, there is no explanation of the world economic crisis without the USA. It was, after all, both the premier exporting nation of the world in the 1920s and, after Great Britain, the premier importing nation. As for raw materials and foodstuffs, it imported almost 40% of all the imports of the 15 most commercial nations, a fact which goes a long way to explaining the disastrous impact of the slump on the producers of commodities like wheat, cotton, sugar, rubber, silk, copper, tin, and coffee. Larry, pages 28 to 29. By the same token, it was to become the principal victim of the slump. If its imports fell by 70% between 1929 and 1932, its exports fell at the same rate. World trade dipped by less than 1/3 from 1929 to 1939, but U.S. exports crashed by almost half. This is not to underestimate the strictly European roots of trouble, which were largely political in origin. At the Versailles Peace Conference, 1919, vast but undefined payments had been imposed on Germany as reparations for the cost of the war and the damage done to the victorious powers. To justify these, a clause had also been inserted into the peace treaty making Germany solely responsible for the war, the so-called War Guilt Clause, which was both historically doubtful and proved to be a gift to German nationalism. The amount Germany was to pay remained vague, as a compromise between the position of the USA, which proposed fixing Germany's payments according to the country's capacity to pay, and the other allies, chiefly the French, who insisted on recovering the entire costs of the war. Their, or at least France's, real object was to keep Germany weak and to have a means of putting pressure on it. In 1921 the sum was fixed at 132 billion, gold marks, i.e. $33 billions at the time, which everyone knew to be a fantasy. Reparations led to endless debates, periodic crises and settlements under American auspices, since the USA, to its former allies' displeasure, wished to link the question of Germany's debts to them, to that of their own wartime debts to Washington. These were almost as crazy as the sums demanded of the Germans, which amounted to 1.5 times the entire national income of the country in 1929. The British debts to the US amounted to half the British national income, the French debts to 2/3. Hill, 1988, pages 15 to 16. A Dawes plan in 1924 actually fixed a real sum for Germany to pay annually. A Young plan in 1929 modified the repayment scheme and, incidentally, set up the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, the first of the international financial institutions which were to multiply after the Second World War. At the time of writing it is still in business. For practical purposes all payments, German and Allied, ceased in 1932. Only Finland ever paid its war debts to the USA. Without going into the details, two questions were at issue. First, there was the point made by the young John Maynard Keynes, who wrote a savage critique of the Versailles Conference in which he took part as a junior member of the British delegation, The Economic Consequences of the Peace, 1920. Without a restoration of the German economy, he argued, the restoration of a stable liberal civilization and economy in Europe would be impossible. The French policy of keeping Germany feeble for the sake of French security was counterproductive. In fact, the French were too weak to impose their policy, even when they briefly occupied the industrial heartland of West Germany in 1923 on the excuse that the Germans were refusing to pay. Eventually they had to tolerate a policy of German fulfillment after 1924 which strengthened the German economy. But, second, there was the question of how reparations were to be paid. Those who wanted to keep Germany weak wanted cash rather than, as was rational, goods out of current production, or at least out of the income from German exports, since this would have strengthened the German economy against its competitors. In effect they forced Germany into heavy borrowing, so that such reparations as were paid came out of the massive, American, loans of the mid-1920s. For Germany's rivals this seemed to have the additional advantage that Germany ran into deep debt rather than expanding its exports to achieve an external balance. In fact, German imports soared. However, the whole arrangement, as we have already seen, made both Germany and Europe highly sensitive to the decline in American lending which began even before the crisis and the shutting of the American loan tap, which followed the Wall Street crisis of 1929. The entire house of cards of reparations collapsed during the slump. By then the end of these payments had no positive effects on Germany or the world economy, because this had broken down as an integrated system and so, in 1931–33, had all arrangements for international payments. However, wartime and post-war disruptions and political complications in Europe can only partly explain the severity of the interwar economic breakdown. Speaking economically, we can look at it in two ways. The first will see chiefly a striking and growing imbalance in the international economy, due to the asymmetry in development between the USA and the rest of the world. The world system, it can be argued, did not work, because, unlike Great Britain, which had been its center before 1914, the USA did not much need the rest of the world, and therefore, again unlike Great Britain, which knew that the world payments system rested on the pound sterling and saw to it that it remained stable, the USA did not bother to act as a global stabilizer. The USA did not need the world much, because after the First World War it needed to import less capital, labor and, relatively speaking, fewer commodities than ever, except for some raw materials. Its exports, though internationally important, Hollywood virtually monopolized the international movie market, made a far smaller contribution to the national income than in any other industrial country. How significant this, as it were, withdrawal of the USA from the world economy was, may be debated. However, it is quite clear that this explanation of the slump was one which influenced U.S. economists and politicians in the 1940s, and helped to convince Washington in the war years to take over responsibility for the stability of the world economy after 1945, Kindleberger, 1973. The second perspective on the Depression fixes on the failure of the world economy to generate enough demand for a lasting expansion. The foundations of the prosperity of the 1920s, as we have seen, were weak, even in the USA, where farming was virtually already in depression, and money wages, contrary to the myth of the Great Jazz Age, were not rising dramatically, and actually stagnant in the last mad years of the boom. Historical Statistics of the USA, p. 164, Table D 722, 727. What was happening, as often happens in free market booms, was that, with wages lagging, profits rose disproportionately and the prosperous got a larger slice of the national cake. But as mass demand could not keep pace with the rapidly increasing productivity of the industrial system in the heyday of Henry Ford, the result was overproduction and speculation. This, in turn, triggered off the collapse. Once again, whatever the arguments among historians and economists, who still continue to debate the issue, contemporaries with a strong interest in government policies were deeply impressed with the weakness of demand, not least John Maynard Keynes. When the collapse came, it was of course all the more drastic in the USA because in fact a lagging expansion of demand had been beefed up by means of an enormous expansion of consumer credit. Readers who remember the later 1980s may find themselves on familiar territory. Banks, already hurt by the speculative real estate boom which, with the usual help of self-deluding optimists and mushrooming financial crookery, had reached its peak some years before the big crash, loaded with bad debts, refused new housing loans or to refinance existing ones. This did not stop them from failing by the thousands while, in 1933, nearly half of all U.S. home mortgages were in default and 1,000 properties a day were being foreclosed. Miles et al., 1991, p. 108. Automobile purchasers alone owed $1,400 million out of a total personal indebtedness of $6,500 million in short and medium-term loans, Zebra, p. 49. What made the economy so much more vulnerable to this credit boom was that customers did not use their loans to buy the traditional mass consumption goods which kept body and soul together, and were therefore pretty inelastic, food, clothing, and the like. However poor one is, one can't reduce one's demand for groceries below a certain point, and that demand will not double if one's income doubles. Instead they bought the durable consumer goods of the modern consumer society which the USA was even then pioneering. But the purchase of cars and houses could be readily postponed, and, in any case, they had and have a very high income elasticity of demand. So, unless a slump was expected to be brief, or was short, and confidence in the future was not undermined, the effect of such a crisis could be dramatic. Thus automobile production in the USA halved between 1929 and 1931 or, at a much lower level, the production of poor people's gramophone records, race records and jazz records addressed to a black public, virtually ceased for a while. In short, unlike railroads or more efficient ships or the introduction of steel and machine tools, which cut costs, the new products and way of life required high and expanding levels of income and a high degree of confidence about the future, to be rapidly diffused. Rostow, 1978, p. 219. But that is exactly what was collapsing. The worst cyclical slump sooner or later comes to an end, and after 1932 there were increasingly clear signs that the worst was over. Indeed, some economies roared ahead. Japan and, on a more modest scale, Sweden, reached almost twice the pre-slump level of production by the end of the 1930s, and by 1938 the German, though not the Italian, economy was 25% or above 1929. Even sluggish economies like the British showed plenty of signs of dynamism. Yet somehow the expected upsurge did not return. The world remained in depression. This was most visible in the greatest of all the economies, the USA, for the various experiments in stimulating the economy undertaken under President F.D. Roosevelt's New Deal, sometimes inconsistently, did not really live up to their economic promise. A strong upsurge was followed, in 1937–38, by another economic crash, though on a rather more modest scale than after 1929. The leading sector of American industry, automobile production, never regained its 1929 peak. In 1938 it was little more than it had been in 1920, Historical Statistics, 2, p. 716. Looking back from the 1990s we are struck by the pessimism of intelligent commentators. Able and brilliant economists saw the future of capitalism, left to itself, as one of stagnation. This view, anticipated in Keynes' pamphlet against the Versailles Peace Treaty, naturally became popular in the USA after the slump. Must not any mature economy tend to become a stagnating one? As the proponent of another pessimistic prognosis for capitalism, the Austrian economist Schumpeter, put it, in any prolonged period of economic malaise economists, falling in like other people with the humors of their time, proffer theories that pretend to show that depression has come to stay. Schumpeter, 1954, p. 1172. Perhaps historians looking back on the period from 1973 to the end of the short 20th century from an equal distance, will be equally struck by the persistent reluctance of the 1970s and 1980s to envisage the possibility of a general depression of the world capitalist economy. All this in spite of the fact that the 1930s were a decade of considerable technological innovation in industry, for instance, in the development of plastics. Indeed, in one field, entertainment and what later came to be called the media, the interwar years saw the major breakthrough, at least in the Anglo-Saxon world, with the triumph of mass radio, and the Hollywood movie industry, not to mention the modern rotogravure illustrated press, see Chapter 6. Perhaps it is not quite so surprising that the giant movie theaters rose like dream palaces in the grey cities of mass unemployment, for cinema tickets were remarkably cheap. The youngest, as well as the oldest, disproportionately hit by unemployment then as later, had time to kill, and, as the sociologists observed, during the Depression husbands and wives were more likely to share joint leisure activities than before. Stauffer, Lazarsfeld, pages 55, 92. 3. The Great Slump confirmed intellectuals, activists, and ordinary citizens in the belief that something was fundamentally wrong with the world they lived in. Who knew what could be done about it? Certainly few of those in authority over their countries, and certainly not those who tried to steer a course by the traditional navigational instruments of secular liberalism or traditional faith, and by the charts of the 19th century seas which were plainly no longer to be trusted. How much confidence did economists deserve, however brilliant, who demonstrated, with great lucidity, that the slump in which even they lived, could not happen in a properly conducted free market society, since, according to an economic law named after an early 19th century Frenchman, no overproduction was possible which did not very soon correct itself. In 1933 it was not easy to believe, for instance, that where consumer demand, and therefore consumption, fell in a depression, the rate of interest would fall by just as much as was needed to stimulate investment, so that the increased investment demand would exactly fill the gap left by the smaller consumer demand. As unemployment soared, it did not seem plausible to believe, as the British Treasury apparently did, that public works would not increase employment at all, because the money spent on them would merely be diverted from the private sector, which would otherwise have generated just as much employment. Economists who simply advised leaving the economy alone, governments whose first instincts, apart from protecting the gold standard by deflationary policies, was to stick to financial orthodoxy, balance budgets and cut costs, were visibly not making the situation better. Indeed, as the Depression continued, it was argued with considerable force not least by J.M. Keynes, who consequently became the most influential economist of the next 40 years, that they were making the Depression worse. Those of us who lived through the years of the Great Slump still find it almost impossible to understand how the orthodoxies of the pure free market, then so obviously discredited, once again came to preside over a global period of depression in the late 1980s and 1990s, which, once again, they were equally unable to understand or to deal with. Still, this strange phenomenon should remind us of the major characteristic of history which it exemplifies, the incredible shortness of memory of both the theorists and practitioners of economics. It also provides a vivid illustration of society's need for historians, who are the professional remembrancers of what their fellow citizens wish to forget. In any case, what was a free market economy when an economy increasingly dominated by huge corporations made nonsense of the term perfect competition, and economists critical of Karl Marx could observe that he had been proved right, not least in his prediction of the growing concentration of capital, Leontiev, 1977, p. 78. One did not have to be a Marxist, or show an interest in Marx, to observe how unlike the economy of 19th century free competition interwar capitalism was. Indeed, well before the Wall Street crash, an intelligent Swiss banker observed that the failure of economic liberalism, and, he added, pre-1917 socialism, to maintain themselves as universal programs, explained the pressure towards autocratic economics, fascist, communist, or under the auspices of large corporations independent of their shareholders, Someri, 1929, pages 174, 193. And by the end of the 1930s the liberal orthodoxies of free market competition were so far away that the world economy could be seen as a triple system composed of a market sector, an intergovernmental sector, within which planned or controlled economies such as Japan, Turkey, Germany, and the Soviet Union conducted their transactions with each other, and a sector of international public or quasi-public authorities which regulated certain parts of the economy, e.g. by international commodity agreements. Staley, 1939, p. 231. It is therefore not surprising that the effects of the Great Slump on both politics and public thinking were dramatic and immediate. Unlucky the government which happened to be in office during the cataclysm, whether it was on the right, like Herbert Hoover's presidency in the USA, 1928-32, or on the left, like Britain's and Australia's Labour governments. The change was not always as immediate as in Latin America, where 12 countries changed government or regime in 1930-31, 10 of them by military coup. Nevertheless, by the middle 1930s there were few states whose politics had not changed very substantially from what they had been before the crash. In Europe and Japan there was a striking move to the right, except in Scandinavia, where Sweden entered its half-century of social democratic rule in 1932, and in Spain, where the Bourbon monarchy gave way to an unhappy, and as it turned out short-lived, republic in 1931. More of this in the next chapter, though it must be said immediately that the almost simultaneous victory of nationalist, warlike, and actively aggressive regimes in two major military powers, Japan, 1931, and Germany, 1933, constituted the most far-reaching and sinister political consequence of the Great Depression. The gates to the Second World War were opened in 1931. The strengthening of the radical right was reinforced, at least during the worst period of the slump, by the spectacular setbacks for the revolutionary left. So far from initiating another round of social revolution, as the Communist International had expected, the Depression reduced the international communist movement outside the USSR to a state of unprecedented feebleness. This was admittedly due in some measure to the suicidal policy of the Comintern, which not only grossly underestimated the danger of National Socialism in Germany, but pursued a policy of sectarian isolation that seems quite incredible in retrospect, by deciding that its main enemy was the organized mass labor movement of social democratic and labor parties, described as social fascist. Certainly by 1934, after Hitler had destroyed the German CP, KPD, once Moscow's hope of world revolution and still by far the largest and apparently most formidable and growing section of the International, when even the Chinese Communists, expelled from their rural guerrilla bases, were no more than a harried caravan on its long march to some distant and safe refuge, very little seemed to be left of a significant organized international revolutionary movement, legal or even illegal. In the Europe of 1934 only the French Communist Party still had a genuine political presence. In Fascist Italy, 10 years after the March on Rome and in the depth of the international slump, Mussolini felt sufficiently confident actually to release some imprisoned communists to celebrate that anniversary. Spriano, 1969, p. 397. All this was to change within a few years, see Chapter 5. But the fact remains that the immediate result of the slump, at all events in Europe, was the exact opposite of what social revolutionaries had expected. Nor was this decline of the left confined to the communist sector, for with Hitler's victory the German Social Democratic Party disappeared from sight, while a year later Austrian Social Democracy fell after a brief armed resistance. The British Labour Party had already become a victim of the slump, or rather of its belief in 19th-century economic orthodoxy, in 1931, and its trade unions, which had lost half their members since 1920, were weaker than they had been in 1913. Most of European socialism had its backs to the wall. Outside Europe, however, the situation was different. The northern parts of the Americas moved quite markedly to the left, as the USA, under its new President Franklin D. Roosevelt, 1933-45, experimented with a more radical New Deal, and Mexico, under President Lázaro Cárdenas, 1934-40, revived the original dynamism of the early Mexican Revolution, especially in the matter of agrarian reform. Quite powerful social/political movements arose on the crisis-stricken prairies of Canada. Social Credit and the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, today's New Democratic Party, both on the left by 1930s criteria. It is not so easy to characterize the political impact of the slump on the remainder of Latin America, for if its governments or ruling parties fell like ninepins as the collapse in the world price of their export staples broke their finances, they did not all fall in the same direction. Still, more of them fell towards the left than to the right, even if only briefly. Argentina entered the era of military government after a lengthy period of civilian rule, and though fascist-minded leaders like General Uriberu, 1930-32, were soon sidelined, it clearly moved to the right, even if a traditionalist right. Chile, on the other hand, used the slump to overthrow one of its rare military president dictators, before the era of General Pinochet, Carlos Ibáñez, 1927-31, and moved, in a stormy fashion, towards the left. It actually passed through a momentary socialist republic in 1932, under the splendidly named Colonel Marmaduke Grove, and later developed a successful popular front on the European model, see Chapter 5. In Brazil the slump ended the oligarchic Old Republic of 1889-1930 and brought to power Getúlio Vargas, best described as a nationalist populist, see page 135. He dominated his country's history for the next 20 years. The shift in Peru was much more clearly to the left, though the most powerful of the new parties, the American Popular Revolutionary Alliance, APRA, one of the few successful mass working class-based parties of the European type in the Western Hemisphere, failed in its revolutionary ambitions, 1930-32. The change in Colombia was even more clearly to the left. The liberals, under a reform-minded president much influenced by Roosevelt's New Deal, took over after almost 30 years of conservative rule. The radical shift was even more marked in Cuba, where Roosevelt's inauguration allowed the inhabitants of this offshore U.S. protectorate to overthrow a hated and, even by the then prevailing Cuban standards, unusually corrupt president. In the vast colonial sector of the world, the slump brought a marked increase in anti-imperialist activity, partly because of the collapse of the commodity prices on which colonial economies, or at least their public finances and middle classes, depended, partly because the metropolitan countries themselves rushed to protect their agriculture and employment, irrespective of the effects of such policies on their colonies. In short, European states whose economic decisions were being determined by domestic factors, could not in the long term keep together empires with an infinite complexity of producer interests. Holland, 1985, p. 13, see Chapter 7. For this reason, in most of the colonial world the slump marked the effective beginning of indigenous political and social discontent, which could not but be directed against the colonial government, even where political nationalist movements did not emerge until after the Second World War. In both British, West Africa and the Caribbean, social unrest now made its appearance. It grew directly out of the crisis of local export crops, cocoa and sugar. However, even in countries with already developed anti-colonial national movements, the Depression years brought a sharpening of conflict, particularly where political agitation had reached the masses. These, after all, were the years of the expansion of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, founded 1928, and of the second mobilization of the Indian masses by Gandhi, 1931, see Chapter 7. Perhaps the victory of the Republican ultras under de Valera in the Irish elections of 1932 should also be seen as a belated anti-colonial reaction to the economic breakdown. Probably nothing demonstrates both the globality of the Great Slump and the profundity of its impact more than this rapid bird's-eye view of the virtually universal political upheavals it produced within a period measured in months or single years, from Japan to Ireland, from Sweden to New Zealand, from Argentina to Egypt. Yet the depth of its impact is not to be judged only, or even mainly, by its short-term political effects, dramatic though these often were. It was a catastrophe which destroyed all hope of restoring the economy, and the society, of the long 19th century. The period 1929 to 33 was a Kenyan which henceforth made a return to 1913 not merely impossible, but unthinkable. Old-fashioned liberalism was dead or seemed doomed. Three options now competed for intellectual political hegemony. Marxist communism was one. After all, Marx's own predictions seemed to be coming true, as the American Economic Association itself was told in 1938 and, even more impressively, the USSR appeared to be immune to the catastrophe. A capitalism shorn of its belief in the optimality of free markets and reformed by a sort of unofficial marriage or permanent liaison with the moderate social democracy of non-communist labor movements was the second, and, after World War, proved to be the most effective. However, in the short run it was not so much a conscious program or policy alternative as a sense that once the slump was over, such a thing must never be allowed to happen again and, in the best of cases, a readiness to experiment stimulated by the evident failure of classical free market liberalism. Thus the Swedish social democratic policy after 1932 was a conscious reaction to the failures of the economic orthodoxy that had dominated the disastrous British Labour government of 1929 to 31, at all events in the opinion of one of its major architects, Gunnar Myrdal. An alternative theory to the bankrupt free market economics was only in the process of elaboration. J.M. Keynes' general theory of employment, interest, and money, the most influential contribution to it, was not published until 1936. An alternative government practice, the macroeconomic steering and management of the economy based on national income accounting, did not develop until the Second World War and after, though, perhaps with an eye on the USSR, governments and other public entities in the 1930s increasingly took to seeing the national economy as a whole and estimating the size of its total product or income. The third option was fascism, which the slump transformed into a world movement, and, more to the point, a world danger. Fascism in its German version, National Socialism, benefited both from the German intellectual tradition which, unlike the Austrian one, had been hostile to the neoclassical theories of economic liberalism that had become the international orthodoxy since the 1880s, and from a ruthless government determined to get rid of unemployment at all costs. It dealt with the Great Slump, it must be said, rapidly and more successfully than any other. The record of Italian fascism was less impressive. However, this was not its major appeal in a Europe that had largely lost its bearings. But as the tide of fascism rose with the Great Slump, it became increasingly clear that in the age of catastrophe not only peace, social stability, and the economy, but also the political institutions and intellectual values of 19th-century liberal bourgeois society, were in retreat or collapse. To this process we must now turn. That good predictions have proved possible on the basis of Kondratiev long waves, this is not very common in economics, has convinced many historians and even some economists that there is something in them, even if we don't know what. Over the 19th century, at the end of which prices were much lower than they had been at the beginning, people got so used to stable or falling prices, that the mere word inflation was enough to describe what we now call hyperinflation. In the Balkans and the Baltic states governments never entirely lost control of inflation, though it was serious. The most favored nation clause actually means the opposite of what it seems to mean, namely that the commercial partner will be treated on the same terms as the most favored nation, i.e. no nation will be most favored. In the classical form a gold standard gives the unit of a currency, e.g. a dollar bill, the value of a particular weight of gold, for which, if necessary, the bank will exchange it. Not for nothing were 1920s the decade of psychologist Émile Coué, 1857 to 1926, who popularized optimistic auto-suggestion by means of the slogan, constantly to be repeated, every day in every way I am getting better and better. Chapter 4. The Fall of Liberalism. In Nazism we have a phenomenon which seems scarcely capable of subjection to rational analysis. Under a leader who talked in apocalyptic tones of world power or destruction and a regime founded on an utterly repulsive ideology of race hatred, one of the most culturally and economically advanced countries of Europe planned for war, launched a world conflagration which killed around 50 million people, and perpetrated atrocities, culminating in the mechanized mass murder of millions of Jews, of a nature and scale as to defy imagination. Faced with Auschwitz, the explanatory powers of the historian seem puny indeed. Ian Kershaw, 1993, pages 3-4. To die for the fatherland, for the idea. No, that is a cop-out. Even at the front killing's the thing. Dying is nothing, it's non-existent. Nobody can imagine his own death. Killing's the thing. That's the frontier to be crossed. Yes, that is a concrete act of your will. Because there you make your will live in another man's. From the letter of a young volunteer for the Fascist Social Republic of 1943-15, Pavoni, 1991, p.431. Of all the developments in the age of catastrophe, survivors from the 19th century were perhaps most shocked by the collapse of the values and institutions of the liberal civilization whose progress their century had taken for granted, at any rate in advanced and advancing parts of the world. These values were a distrust of dictatorship and absolute rule, a commitment to constitutional government with or under freely elected governments and representative assemblies, which guaranteed the rule of law, and an accepted set of citizens' rights and liberties, including freedom of speech, publication, and assembly. State and society should be informed by the values of reason, public debate, education, science, and the improvability, though not necessarily the perfectibility, of the human condition. These values, it seemed clear, had made progress throughout the century, and were destined to advance further. After all, by 1914 even the two last autocracies of Europe, Russia and Turkey, had made concessions in the direction of constitutional government, and Iran had even borrowed a constitution from Belgium. Before 1914 these values had been challenged only by traditionalist forces like the Roman Catholic Church, building defensive barricades of dogma against the superior forces of modernity, by a few intellectual rebels and prophets of doom, mainly from good families and established centers of culture, and thus somehow part of the civilization they challenged, and the forces of democracy, on the whole a new and troubling phenomenon, see Age of Empire. The ignorance and backwardness of these masses, their commitment to the overthrow of bourgeois society by social revolution, and the latent human irrationality so easily exploited by demagogues, were indeed a cause for alarm. However, the most immediately dangerous of these new democratic mass movements, the socialist labor movements, were actually, both in theory and in practice, as passionately committed to the values of reason, science, progress, education, and individual freedom as anyone. The German Social Democratic Party's May Day medal showed Karl Marx on one side, the Statue of Liberty on the other. Their challenge was to the economy, not to constitutional government and civility. It would not be easy to regard a government headed by Victor Adler, August Bebel, or Jean Jaurès as the end of civilization as we know it. In any case such governments seemed, as yet, remote. Politically, indeed, the institutions of liberal democracy had advanced, and the eruption of barbarism in 1914-18 had, it seemed, only hastened this advance. Except for Soviet Russia, all the regimes emerging from the First World War, old and new, were, basically, elected representative parliamentary regimes, even Turkey. Europe, west of the Soviet border, consisted entirely of such states in 1920. Indeed, the basic institution of liberal constitutional government, elections to representative assemblies and/or presidents was almost universal in the world of independent states by this time, although we must remember that the 65 or so independent states of the interwar period were primarily a European and American phenomenon. One-third of the world's population lived under colonial rule. The only states which had no elections whatever in the period 1919 to 47 were isolated political fossils, namely Ethiopia, Mongolia, Nepal, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen. Another 5 states had only one election during this period, which does not argue a strong inclination towards liberal democracy, namely Afghanistan, Kuomintang China, Guatemala, Paraguay, and Thailand, then still known as Siam, but the very existence of elections is evidence of at least some penetration of liberal political ideas, at least in theory. One would not, of course, wish to suggest that the mere existence or frequency of elections proves more than this. Neither Iran, which had 6 elections after 1930, nor Iraq, which had 3, could even then count as strongholds of democracy. Still, representative electoral regimes were frequent enough. And yet the 20 years between Mussolini's so-called March on Rome and the peak of the Axis success in the Second World War saw an accelerating, increasingly catastrophic, retreat of liberal political institutions. In 1918-20 legislative assemblies were dissolved or became ineffective in 2 European states, in the 1920s in 6, the 1930s in 9, while German occupation destroyed constitutional power in another 5 during the Second World War. In short, the only European countries with adequately democratic political institutions that functioned without a break during the entire interwar period were Britain, Finland, only just, the Irish Free State, Sweden, and Switzerland. In the Americas, the other region of independent states, the situation was more mixed, but hardly suggested a general advance of democratic institutions. The list of consistently constitutional and non-authoritarian states in the Western Hemisphere was short: Canada, Colombia, Costa Rica, the USA, and that now forgotten Switzerland of South America, and its only real democracy, Uruguay. The best we can say is that the movements between the end of the First World War and that of the Second World War were sometimes to the left as well as to the right. As for the rest of the globe, much of which consisted of colonies, and was thus non-liberal by definition, it plainly moved away from liberal constitutions, insofar as it had ever had them. In Japan, a moderate liberal regime gave way to a nationalist militarist one in 1930-31. Thailand made some tentative steps towards constitutional government, and Turkey was taken over by the progressive military modernizer Kemal Ataturk in the early 1920s, not a man to let any elections stand in his way. In the 3 continents of Asia, Africa, and Australasia, only Australia and New Zealand were consistently democratic, for the majority of South Africans remained strictly outside the ambit of the white men's constitution. In short, political liberalism was in full retreat throughout the age of catastrophe, a retreat which accelerated sharply after Adolf Hitler became Germany's chancellor in 1933. Taking the world as a whole, there had been perhaps 35 or more constitutional and elected governments in 1920, depending on where we situate some Latin American republics. Until 1938 there were perhaps 17 such states, in 1944 perhaps 12 out of the global total of 64. The world trend seemed clear. It may be worth reminding ourselves that in this period the threat to liberal institutions came exclusively from the political right, for between 1945 and 1989 it was assumed, almost as a matter of course, that it came essentially from communism. Until then the term totalitarianism, originally invented as a description or self-description of Italian fascism, was applied virtually only to such regimes. Soviet Russia, from 1923, the USSR, was isolated and neither able nor, after the rise of Stalin, willing to extend communism. Social revolution under Leninist, or any, leadership ceased to spread after the initial post-war wave had ebbed. The Marxist, social democratic movements had turned into state-sustaining rather than subversive forces, and their commitment to democracy was unquestioned. In most countries labor movements communists were minorities, and where they were strong, in most cases they were, or had been, or were about to be, suppressed. The fear of social revolution, and the communists' role in it, was realistic enough, as the second wave of revolution during and after the Second World War proved, but in the 20 years of liberal retreat not a single regime that could be reasonably called liberal democratic had been overthrown from the left. The danger came exclusively from the right. And that right represented not merely a threat to constitutional and representative government, but an ideological threat to liberal civilization as such, and a potentially worldwide movement, for which the label fascism is both insufficient and not wholly irrelevant. It is insufficient, because by no means all the forces overthrowing liberal regimes were fascist. It is relevant, because fascism, first in its original Italian form, later in its German form of National Socialism, both inspired other anti-liberal forces, supported them and lent the international right a sense of historic confidence. In the 1930s it looked like the wave of the future. As has been said, by an expert in the field, it is no accident that the Eastern European royal dictators, bureaucrats and officers, and Franco, in Spain, should have mimicked fascism. Lira, 1975, p. 206. The forces overthrowing liberal democratic regimes were of three kinds, omitting the more traditional form of military coups installing Latin American dictators or caudillos which had no particular political coloring a priori. All were against social revolution, and indeed a reaction against the subversion of the old social order in 1917-20 was at the root of all of them. All were authoritarian and hostile to liberal political institutions, though sometimes for pragmatic reasons rather than on principle. Old-fashioned reactionaries might ban some parties, notably the communist, but not all. After the overthrow of the short-lived Hungarian Soviet Republic of 1919, Admiral Horthy, head of what he maintained was the Kingdom of Hungary, though it no longer had either king or navy, governed an authoritarian state which remained parliamentary, but not democratic, in the old 18th century oligarchic sense. All tended to favor the military and foster the police, or other bodies of men capable of exercising physical coercion, since these were the most immediate bulwarks against subversion. Indeed, their support was often essential for the right to come to power. And all tended to be nationalist, partly because of resentment against foreign states, lost wars, or insufficient empires, partly because waving national flags was a way to both legitimacy and popularity. Nevertheless, there were differences. Old-fashioned authoritarians or conservatives, Admiral Horthy, Marshal Mannerheim of Finland, winner of the Civil War of White versus Red in newly independent Finland, Colonel, later Marshal, Pilsudski, the liberator of Poland, King Alexander, formerly of Serbia, now of the newly united Yugoslavia, and General Francisco Franco of Spain, had no particular ideological agenda, other than anti-communism and the prejudices traditional to their class. They might find themselves allied to Hitler Germany and to fascist movements in their own countries, but only because in the interwar conjuncture, the natural alliance was one of all sectors of the political right. Of course national considerations might cut across this alliance. Winston Churchill, a strongly right-wing Tory in this period, though an uncharacteristic one, expressed some sympathy for Mussolini's Italy, and could not bring himself to support the Spanish Republic against General Franco's forces, but Germany's threat to Britain made him into the champion of international anti-fascist union. On the other hand, such old reactionaries might also have to confront the opposition of genuinely fascist movements in their own countries, sometimes with substantial mass support. A second strand of the right produced what has been called organic statism, Linz, 1975, pages 277, 306-13, or conservative regimes, not so much defending a traditional order, but deliberately recreating its principles as a way of resisting both liberal individualism and the challenge of labor and socialism. Behind it stood an ideological nostalgia for an imagined Middle Ages or feudal society, in which the existence of classes or economic groups was recognized, but the awful prospect of class struggle was kept at bay by the willing acceptance of social hierarchy, by a recognition that each social group or estate had its part to play in an organic society composed of all, and should be recognized as a collective entity. This produced various brands of corporativist theories which replaced liberal democracy by the representation of economic and occupational interest groups. This was sometimes described as organic participation or democracy, and therefore better than the real kind, but in fact was invariably combined with authoritarian regimes and strong states ruled from above, largely by bureaucrats and technocrats. It invariably limited or abolished electoral democracy, democracy based on corporative correctives in the phrase of the Hungarian Premier Count Bethlen, Ranki, 1971. The most complete examples of such corporate states were found in some Roman Catholic countries, notably the Portugal of Professor Oliveira Salazar, the longest-lived of all Europe's anti-liberal regimes of the right, 1927–74, but also in Austria between the destruction of democracy and the invasion of Hitler, 1934–38, and, to some extent, in Franco Spain. Yet if reactionary regimes of this kind had origins and inspirations both older than fascism, and sometimes very different from it, no clear line separated the two, because both shared the same enemies, if not the same goals. Thus the Roman Catholic Church, profoundly and unswervingly reactionary as it was in the version officially consecrated by the First Vatican Council of 1870, was not fascist. Indeed, by its hostility to essentially secular states with totalitarian pretensions, it had to be opposed to fascism. Yet the doctrine of the corporate state, most fully exemplified in Catholic countries, had been largely elaborated in Italian fascist circles, though these, of course, drew on the Catholic tradition among others. Indeed, these regimes were sometimes actually called clerical fascist. Fascists in Catholic countries might emerge directly out of integrist Catholicism, as in the Rexist movement of the Belgian Leon de Grael. The ambiguity of the Church's attitude to Hitler's racism has been often noted, less often, the considerable help given after the war by persons within the Church, sometimes in important positions, to fugitive Nazis or fascists of various kinds, including many accused of horrifying war crimes. What linked the Church not only with old-fashioned reactionaries but with fascists, was a common hatred for the 18th century Enlightenment, the French Revolution and all that in the Church's opinion derived from it, democracy, liberalism and, of course, most urgently, godless communism. In fact, the fascist era marked a turning point in Catholic history largely because the Church's identification with the right, whose major international standard-bearers now were Hitler and Mussolini, created substantial moral problems for socially minded Catholics, not to mention, as fascism retreated towards inevitable defeat, substantial political problems for insufficiently anti-fascist hierarchies. Conversely, anti-fascism, or just patriotic resistance to the foreign conqueror, for the first time gave democratic Catholicism, Christian democracy, legitimacy within the Church. Political parties mobilizing the Roman Catholic vote had come into existence, on pragmatic grounds, in countries where Catholics were a significant minority, normally to defend Church interests against secular states, as in Germany and the Netherlands. The Church resisted such concessions to the politics of democracy and liberalism in officially Catholic countries, although it was sufficiently worried by the rise of godless socialism to formulate a radical innovation, a social policy in 1891, which stressed the need to give workers their due while maintaining the sacredness of family and private property, but not of capitalism as such. This had provided a first foothold for social Catholics, or others prepared to organize such forms of worker defense as Catholic labor unions, also more inclined by such activities to the more liberal side of Catholicism. Except in Italy, where Pope Benedict XV, 1914–22, briefly permitted a large, Catholic, popular party to emerge after the First World War, until fascism destroyed it, democratic and social Catholics remained politically marginal minorities. It was the advance of fascism in the 1930s which brought them into the open, even though the Catholics who declared their support for the Spanish Republic were a small, if intellectually distinguished band. The support of Catholics went overwhelmingly to Franco. It was the resistance, which they could justify on grounds of patriotism rather than ideology, which gave them their chance, and victory which allowed them to take it. But the triumphs of political Christian democracy in Europe, and some decades later in parts of Latin America, belong to a later period. In the period when liberalism fell, the Church, with rare exceptions, rejoiced at its fall. 2. There remain the movements which can be truly called fascist. The first of these was the Italian one which gave the phenomenon its name, the creation of a renegade socialist journalist, Benito Mussolini, whose first name, a tribute to the Mexican anti-clerical president Benito Juarez, symbolized the passionate anti-papalism of his native Romagna. Adolf Hitler himself acknowledged his debt to, and respect for, Mussolini, even when both Mussolini and Fascist Italy had demonstrated their feebleness and incompetence in the Second World War. In return, Mussolini took over from Hitler, rather late in the day, the anti-Semitism which had been totally absent from his movement before 1938, and indeed from the history of Italy since its unification. However, Italian fascism alone did not exercise much international attraction, even though it tried to inspire and finance similar movements elsewhere, and showed some influence in unexpected quarters, as on Vladimir Jabotinsky, the founder of Zionist revisionism, which became the government of Israel under Menachem Begin in the 1970s. Without the triumph of Hitler in Germany in early 1933, fascism would not have become a general movement. In fact, all the fascist movements outside Italy that amounted to anything were founded after his arrival in power, notably the Hungarian Arrow Cross, which scored 25% of votes in the first secret ballot ever held in Hungary, 1939, and the Romanian Iron Guard, whose real support was even greater. Indeed, even movements virtually financed entirely by Mussolini, like the Croatian Ustashi terrorists of Ante Pavelić, did not gain much ground, and become ideologically fascicized until the 1930s, when part of them also looked for inspiration and finance to Germany. More than this, without Hitler's triumph in Germany, the idea of fascism as a universal movement, a sort of right-wing equivalent of international communism with Berlin as its Moscow, would not have developed. This did not produce a serious movement, but only, during the Second World War, ideologically motivated collaborators with the Germans in occupied Europe. It was on this point that, notably in France, many on the traditional ultra-right, however savagely reactionary, refused to follow. They were nationalists or they were nothing. Some even joined the resistance. Moreover, without the international standing of Germany as an evidently successful and rising world power, fascism would have had no serious impact outside Europe, nor indeed would non-fascist reactionary rulers have bothered to dress up as fascist sympathizers, as when Portugal's Salazar claimed in 1940 that he and Hitler were linked by the same ideology, Dulcel, 1970, p. 348. What the various brands of fascism had in common, other than, after 1933, a general sense of Germany hegemony, is not so easy to discern. Theory was not the strong point of movements devoted to the inadequacies of reason and rationalism and the superiority of instinct and will. They attracted all kinds of reactionary theorists in countries with an active conservative intellectual life. Germany is an obvious case in point, but these were decorative rather than structural elements of fascism. Mussolini could have readily dispensed with his house philosopher, Giovanni Gentile, and Hitler probably neither knew nor cared about the support of the philosopher Heidegger. Fascism cannot be identified either with a particular form of state organization, such as the corporate state. Nazi Germany lost interest in such ideas rapidly, all the more since they conflicted with the idea of a single undivided and total Volksgemeinschaft, or people's community. Even so apparently central an element as racism was initially absent from Italian fascism. Conversely, of course, as we have seen, fascism shared nationalism, anti-communism, anti-liberalism etc. with other non-fascist elements on the right. Several of these, notably among the non-fascist French reactionary groups, also shared with it a preference for politics as street violence. The major difference between the fascist and the non-fascist right was that fascism existed by mobilizing masses from below. It belonged essentially to the era of democratic and popular politics which traditional reactionaries deplored and which the champions of the organic state tried to bypass. Fascism gloried in the mobilization of masses, and maintained it symbolically in the form of public theater, the Nuremberg rallies, the masses on the Piazza Venezia looking up to Mussolini's gestures on his balcony, even when it came to power, as also did communist movements. Fascists were the revolutionaries of counter-revolution, in their rhetoric, in their appeal to those who considered themselves victims of society, in their call for a total transformation of society, even in their deliberate adaptation of the symbols and names of the social revolutionaries, which is so obvious in Hitler's National Socialist Workers' Party with its modified red flag and its immediate institution of the Reds' 1st of May as an official holiday in 1933. Similarly, though fascism also specialized in the rhetoric of return to the traditional past, and received much support from classes of people who would genuinely have preferred to wipe out the past century if they could, it was in no real sense a traditionalist movement like, say, the Carlists of Navarra, who formed one of the main bodies of Franco's support in the Civil War, or Gandhi's campaigns for a return to handlooms and village ideals. It stressed many traditional values, which is another matter. They denounced liberal emancipation, women should stay at home and bear a great many children, and they distrusted the corroding influence of modern culture, and especially of the modernist arts, which the German National Socialists described as cultural Bolshevism and degenerate. Yet the central fascist movements, the Italian and the German, did not appeal to those historic guardians of the conservative order, church, and king, but on the contrary sought to supplant them by an entirely non-traditional leadership principle embodied in self-made men legitimized by their mass support, and by secular ideologies, and sometimes cults. The past to which they appealed was an artifact. Their traditions were invented. Even Hitler's racism was not the pride in an unbroken and unmixed line of kinship descent which provides genealogists with commissions from Americans who hope to prove their descent from some 16th-century Suffolk yeoman, but a late 19th-century post-Darwinian farrago claiming, and, alas, in Germany often receiving, the support of the new science of genetics, or more precisely of that branch of applied genetics, eugenics, which dreamed of creating a human super-race by selective breeding and the elimination of the unfit. The race destined through Hitler to dominate the world did not even have a name until 1898, when an anthropologist coined the term Nordic. Hostile as it was on principle to the heritage of the 18th century Enlightenment and the French Revolution, fascism could not formally believe in modernity and progress, but it had no difficulty in combining a lunatic set of beliefs with technological modernity in practical matters, except where it crippled its basic scientific research on ideological grounds, see Chapter 18. Fascism was triumphantly anti-liberal. It also provided the proof that men can, without difficulty, combine crack-brained beliefs about the world with a confident mastery of contemporary high technology. The late 20th century, with its fundamentalist sects wielding the weapons of television and computer-programmed fundraising, have made us more familiar with this phenomenon. Nevertheless, the combination of conservative values, the techniques of mass democracy, and an innovative ideology of irrationalist savagery, essentially centered in nationalism, must be explained. Such non-traditional movements of the radical right had emerged in several European countries in the late 19th century in reaction against both liberalism, i.e. the accelerating transformation of societies by capitalism, and the rising socialist working-class movements, and, more generally, against the tide of foreigners that was sweeping across the world in the greatest mass migration of history up to that date. Men and women migrated not only across oceans and international frontiers, but from country to city, from one region of the same state to another, in short from home to the land of strangers and, turning the coin round, as strangers into others' home. Almost 15 out of every 100 Poles left their country for good, plus 500,000 a year as seasonal migrants, overwhelmingly, as such migrants did, to join the working classes of the receiving countries. Anticipating the late 20th century, the late 19th pioneered mass xenophobia, of which racism, the protection of the pure native stock against contamination, or even submersion, by the invading subhuman hordes, became the common expression. Its strength can be measured not only by the fear of Polish immigration which led the great German liberal sociologist Max Weber into temporary support for the Pan-German League, but by the increasingly febrile campaign against mass immigration in the USA, which eventually, during and after the First World War, led the country of the Statue of Liberty to bar its frontiers to those whom the statue had been erected to welcome. The common cement of these movements was the resentment of little men in a society that crushed them between the rock of big business on one side and the hard place of rising mass labor movements on the other. Or which, at the very least, deprived them of the respectable position they had occupied in the social order, and believed to be their due, or the social status in a dynamic society to which they felt they had a right to aspire. These sentiments found their characteristic expression in anti-Semitism, which began to develop specific political movements based on hostility to the Jews in the last quarter of the 19th century in several countries. Jews were almost universally present, and could readily symbolize all that was most hateful about an unfair world, not least its commitment to the ideas of the Enlightenment and the French Revolution which had emancipated them, and in doing so had made them so much more visible. They could serve as symbols of the hated capitalist/financier, of the revolutionary agitator, of the corroding influence of rootless intellectuals and the new mass media, of the competition. How could it be otherwise than unfair? That gave them a disproportionate share of jobs in certain professions requiring education, and of the foreigner and outsider as such. Not to mention the accepted view among old-fashioned Christians that they had killed Jesus Christ. Dislike of Jews was indeed pervasive in the Western world, and their position in 19th-century society was indeed ambiguous. Yet the fact that striking workers were apt, even when members of non-racist labor movements, to attack Jewish shopkeepers, and to think of their employers as Jews, often enough correctly, in large zones of Central and Eastern Europe, should not lead us into seeing them as proto-national socialists, any more than the matter-of-course anti-Semitism of Edwardian British liberal intellectuals, such as the Bloomsbury Group, made them into sympathizers of political anti-Semites of the radical right. The peasant anti-Semitism of East Central Europe, where for practical purposes the Jew was the point of contact between the livelihood of the villager and the outside economy on which it depended, was certainly more permanent and explosive, and became more so as Slav, Magyar or Romanian rural societies became increasingly convulsed by the incomprehensible earthquakes of the modern world. Among such dark people tales of Jews sacrificing Christian children could still be believed, and moments of social explosion would lead to pogroms, which reactionaries in the Tsar's empire encouraged, especially after the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881 by social revolutionaries. Here a straight road leads from original grassroots anti-Semitism to the extermination of Jewry during the Second World War. Certainly grassroots anti-Semitism gave such East European fascist movements as acquired a mass base, notably the Romanian Iron Guard and the Hungarian Arrow Cross, their foundation. At all events, in the former territories of Habsburg and Romanov this connection was much clearer than in the German Reich, where grassroots rural and provincial anti-Semitism, though strong and deeply rooted, was also less violent, one might even say, more tolerant. Jews who escaped from newly occupied Vienna to Berlin in 1938 were astonished at the absence of street anti-Semitism. Here violence came by decree from above, as in November 1938, Kershaw, 1983. Yet even so, there is no comparison between the casual and intermittent savagery of the pogroms and what was to come a generation later. The handful of dead of 1881, the 40 to 50 of the Kishinev pogrom of 1903, outraged the world, and justifiably, because in the days before the advance of barbarism, such a number of victims seemed intolerable to a world which expected civilization to advance. Even the much larger pogroms that accompanied the mass peasant risings of the 1905 Russian Revolution had, by later standards, only modest casualties, perhaps 800 dead in all. This may be compared with the 3,800 Jews killed in Vilna, by the Lithuanians in 3 days of 1941 as the Germans invaded the USSR, and before the systematic exterminations got underway. The new movements in the radical right which appealed to, but fundamentally transformed, these older traditions of intolerance, appealed particularly to the lower and middle groups of European societies, and were formulated as rhetoric and theory by nationalist intellectuals who emerged as a trend in the 1890s. The very term nationalism was coined in that decade to describe these new spokesmen of reaction. Middle and lower middle class militancy took a turn to the radical right chiefly in countries where the ideologies of democracy and liberalism were not dominant, or among classes which did not identify with them, that is to say, chiefly in countries which had not undergone a French Revolution or its equivalent. Indeed, in the core countries of Western liberalism, Britain, France, and the USA, the general hegemony of the revolutionary tradition prevented the emergence of any mass fascist movements of importance. It is a mistake to confuse the racism of American populists or the chauvinism of French Republicans with proto-fascism. These were movements of the left. This did not mean that, once the hegemony of liberty, equality, and fraternity no longer stood in the way, old instincts might not attach themselves to new political slogans. There is little doubt that the activists of the swastika in the Austrian Alps were to be largely recruited from the sort of provincial professionals, veterinary surgeons, surveyors, and the like, who had once been the local liberals, an educated and emancipated minority in an environment dominated by peasant clericalism. Just so, in the later 20th century, the disintegration of the classical proletarian labor and socialist movements left the instinctive chauvinism and racism of so many manual workers free play. Hitherto, while far from immune to such sentiments, they had hesitated to express them in public out of loyalty to parties passionately hostile to such bigotry. Since the 1960s, Western xenophobia and political racism is found mainly among the manual laboring strata. However, in the decades when fascism was incubated, it belonged to those who did not get their hands dirty at work. The middle and lower middle strata remain the backbone of such movements throughout the era of the rise of fascism. This is not seriously denied even by historians anxious to revise the consensus of virtually every analysis of Nazi support produced between 1930 and 1980, Childers, 1983, Childers, 1991, pages 8, 14-15. To take merely one case among the many inquires into the membership and support of such movements in interwar Austria. Of the National Socialists elected as district councillors in Vienna in 1932, 18% were self-employed, 56% were white-collar, office workers and public employees, and 14% were blue-collar. Of the Nazis elected in 5 Austrian assemblies outside Vienna in the same year, 16% were self-employed and farmers, 51% were office workers etc. and 10% were blue-collars. Larson et al., 1978, pages 766-67. This does not mean that fascist movements could not acquire genuine mass support among the laboring poor. Whatever the composition of its cadres, the Romanian Iron Guard's support came from the poor peasantry. The Hungarian Arrow Cross electorate was largely working class, the Communist Party being illegal and the Social Democratic Party, always small, paying the price for its toleration by the Horthy regime, and, after the defeat of Austrian social democracy in 1934, there was a noticeable swing of workers to the Nazi Party, especially in the Austrian provinces. Moreover, once fascist governments with public legitimacy had established themselves, as in Italy and Germany, far more formerly socialist and communist workers than the left tradition likes to dwell on, fell into line with the new regimes. Nevertheless, since fascist movements had trouble in appealing to the genuinely traditional elements in rural society, unless reinforced, as in Croatia, by organizations like the Roman Catholic Church, and were the sworn enemies of the ideologies and parties identified with the organized working classes, their core constituency was naturally to be found in the middle strata of society. How far into the middle class the original appeal of fascism extended is a more open question. Certainly its appeal to middle-class youth was strong, especially to continental European university students who, between the wars, were notoriously on the ultra-right. 13% of the members of the Italian fascist movement in 1921, i.e. before the March on Rome, were students. In Germany between 5 and 10% of all students were party members as early as 1930, when the great majority of future Nazis had not begun to take an interest in Hitler. Cater, 1985, p. 467, Noel/Newman, 1967, p. 196. As we shall see, the element of middle-class ex-officers was strongly represented, the sort for whom the Great War, with all its horrors, marked a mountain peak of personal achievement, from which the view showed only the disappointing lowlands of their future civilian life. These were, of course, segments of the middle strata particularly receptive to the appeals of activism. Broadly speaking, the appeal of the radical right was the stronger, the greater the threat to the standing, actual or conventionally expected, of a middle-class occupation, as the framework buckled and broke that was supposed to hold their social order in place. In Germany, the double blow of the great inflation, which reduced the value of money to zero, and the subsequent great slump, radicalized even strata of the middle class such as middle and higher civil servants, whose position seemed secure, and who would, under less dramatic circumstances, have been happy to continue as old-style conservative patriots, nostalgic for Kaiser William, but willing to do their duty to a republic headed by Field Marshal Hindenburg, had it not been visibly collapsing under their feet. Most non-political Germans between the wars looked back to William's empire. As late as the 1960s, when most West Germans had, understandably, concluded that the best times in German history were now, 42% of those over 60 years old still thought that the time before 1914 was better than the present, as against 32% who were converted by the Wirtschaftswunder, Noel/Newman, 1967, p. 196. The voters of the bourgeois center and right defected in massive numbers to the Nazi Party between 1930 and 1932. Yet these were not the builders of fascism. Such conservative middle classes were, of course, potential supporters or even converts to fascism, because of the way the interwar lines of political battle were drawn. The threat to liberal society and all its values seemed to come exclusively from the right, the threat to the social order from the left. Middle-class people chose their politics according to their fears. Traditional conservatives usually sympathized with the demagogues of fascism and were prepared to ally with them against the major enemy. Italian fascism had a rather good press in the 1920s and even in the 1930s, except from liberalism leftwards. But for the bold experiment of fascism, the decade has not been fruitful in constructive statesmanship, wrote John Buchan, the eminent British conservative and thriller writer. A taste for writing thrillers has, alas, rarely gone with left-wing convictions. Graves/Hodge, 1941, p. 248. Hitler was brought to power by a coalition of the traditional right, which he subsequently swallowed. General Franco included the then not very significant Spanish phalange in his national front, because what he represented was the union of the entire right against the specters of 1789 and 1917, between which he did not make fine distinctions. He was lucky enough not actually to join in the Second World War on Hitler's side, but he sent a volunteer force, the Blue Division, to fight the godless communists in Russia side by side with the Germans. Marshal Pétain was certainly not a fascist or Nazi sympathizer. One reason why it was so difficult after the war to distinguish between wholehearted French fascists and pro-German collaborators on one hand, and the main body of support for Marshal Pétain's Vichy regime on the other, was that there was in fact no clear line. Those whose fathers had hated Dreyfus, the Jews, and the Bitch Republic, some Vichy figures were old enough to have done so themselves, shaded insensibly into the zealots for a Hitlerian Europe. In short, the natural alliance of the right between the wars went from traditional conservatives via old-style reactionaries to the outer fringes of fascist pathology. the traditional forces of conservatism and counter-revolution were strong, but often inert. Fascism provided them both with a dynamic and, perhaps even more important, with the example of victory over the forces of disorder. Was not the proverbial argument in favor of fascist Italy, that Mussolini made the trains run on time? Just as the dynamism of the communists exercised an attraction on the disoriented and rudderless left after 1933, so the successes of fascism, especially after the National Socialist takeover in Germany, made it look like the wave of the future. The very fact that at this time fascism made a prominent, if brief, entrance on, of all countries, the political scene of conservative Great Britain, demonstrates the power of this demonstration effect. That it converted one of the most prominent of the nation's politicians and won the support of one of its major press lords is more significant than the fact that Sir Oswald Mosley's movement was quickly abandoned by respectable politicians and Lord Rothermere's Daily Mail soon dropped its support of the British Union of Fascists. For Britain was still universally and rightly seen as a model of political and social stability. 3. The rise of the radical right after the First World War was undoubtedly a response to the danger, indeed to the reality, of social revolution and working class power in general, to the October Revolution and Leninism in particular. Without these, there would have been no fascism, for though the demagogic right-wing ultras had been politically vocal and aggressive in a number of European countries since the end of the 19th century, they had almost invariably been kept well under control before 1914. To this extent apologists for fascism are probably right in holding that Lenin engendered Mussolini and Hitler. However, it is entirely illegitimate to exculpate fascist barbarism by claiming that it was inspired by and imitated the allegedly earlier barbarities of the Russian Revolution, as some German historians came close to doing in the 1980s, Nolte, 1987. However, two important qualifications must be made to the thesis that the right backlash was essentially a response to the revolutionary left. First, it underestimates the impact of the First World War on an important stratum of, largely middle and lower middle class, nationalist soldiers or young men who, after November 1918, resented their missed chance of heroism. The so-called front-line soldier, front soldat, was to play a most important part in the mythology of radical right movements. Hitler was one himself, and it was to provide a substantial block of the first ultranationalist strong-arm squads, such as the officers who murdered the German communist leaders Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg in early 1919, the Italian Squadristi and German Freikorps. 57% of the early Italian fascists were ex-servicemen. As we have seen, the First World War was a machine for brutalizing the world, and these men gloried in the release of their latent brutality. The strong commitment of the left, from the liberals onwards, to anti-war and anti-militarist movements, the huge popular revulsion against the mass killing of the First World War, led many to underestimate the emergence of a relatively small, but absolutely numerous, minority for whom the experience of fighting, even under the conditions of 1914-18, was central and inspirational, for whom uniform and discipline, sacrifice, of self and others, and blood, arms and power were what made masculine life worth living. They did not write many books about the war, though, especially in Germany, one or two did. These Rambos of their time were natural recruits for the radical right. The second qualification is that the right-wing backlash responded not against Bolshevism as such, but against all movements, and notably the organized working class, which threatened the existing order of society or could be blamed for its breakdown. Lenin was the symbol of this threat rather than the actual reality, which, for most politicians, was represented not so much by the socialist labor parties, whose leaders were moderate enough, but by the upsurge of working-class power, confidence, and radicalism, which gave the old socialist parties a new political force and, in fact, made them the indispensable props of liberal states. It is no accident that in the immediate post-war years the central demand of socialist agitators since 1889 was conceded almost everywhere in Europe, the 8-hour day. It was the threat implicit in the rise of labor's power which froze the blood of conservatives, rather than the mere transformation of labor union leaders and opposition orators into government ministers, though this was bitter enough. They belonged by definition to the left. In an era of social upheaval, no clear line divided them from the Bolsheviks. Indeed, many of the socialist parties would have happily joined the communists in the immediate post-war years, had these not rejected their affiliation. The man whom Mussolini had assassinated after his march on Rome was not a CP leader but the socialist, Matteotti. The traditional right may have seen godless Russia as the embodiment of all that was evil in the world, but the rising of the generals in 1936 was not directed against the communists as such, if only because these were the smallest part of the Popular Front, see Chapter 5. It was directed against a popular upsurge which, until the Civil War, favored socialists and anarchists. It is an ex post facto rationalization which makes Lenin and Stalin the excuse for fascism. And yet, what must be explained is why the right-wing backlash after the First World War won its crucial victories in the form of fascism. For extremist movements of the ultra-right had existed before 1914, hysterically nationalist and xenophobic, idealizing war and violence, intolerant and given to strong-arm coercion, passionately anti-liberal, anti-democratic, anti-proletarian, anti-socialist and anti-rationalist, dreaming of blood and soil and a return to the values which modernity was disrupting. They had some political influence, within the political right, and in some intellectual circles, but nowhere did they dominate or control. What gave them their chance after the First World War, was the collapse of the old regimes and, with them, of the old ruling classes and their machinery of power, influence, and hegemony. Where these remained in good working order, there was no need for fascism. It made no progress in Britain, in spite of the brief flurry of nerves noted above. The traditional conservative right remained in control. It made no effective progress in France until after the defeat of 1940. Though the traditional French radical right, the monarchist Action Française and Colonel Larocque's Croix de Feu, Fiery Cross, were ready enough to beat up leftists, it was not strictly fascist. Indeed, some elements of it would even join the resistance. Again, fascism was not needed where a new nationalist ruling class or group could take over in newly independent countries. These men could be reactionary and might well opt for authoritarian government, for reasons to be considered below, but it was rhetoric that identified every turn to the anti-democratic right in Europe between the wars with fascism. There were no fascist movements of importance in the New Poland, which was run by authoritarian militarists, and in the Czech part of Czechoslovakia, which was democratic, nor in the dominant Serbian core of the new Yugoslavia. Where significant fascist or similar movements existed in countries whose rulers were old-fashioned right-wingers or reactionaries, in Hungary, Romania, Finland, even in Franco-Spain, whose leader was not himself a fascist, they had little trouble in keeping them under control unless, as in Hungary in 1944, the Germans put the screw on them. This does not mean that minority nationalist movements in old or new states might not find fascism attractive, if only because they could expect financial and political support from Italy and, after 1933, from Germany. This was clearly so in Belgium, Flanders, in Slovakia, and in Croatia. The optimal conditions for the triumph of the crazy ultra-right were an old state and its ruling mechanisms which could no longer function, a mass of disenchanted, disoriented, and discontented citizens who no longer knew where their loyalties lay, strong socialist movements threatening or appearing to threaten social revolution, but not actually in a position to achieve it, and a move of nationalist resentment against the peace treaties of 1918-20. These were the conditions in which helpless old ruling elites were tempted to have recourse to the ultra-radicals, as the Italian liberals did to Mussolini's fascists in 1920-22 and as the German conservatives did to Hitler's National Socialists in 1932-33. These, by the same token, were the conditions that turned movements of the radical right into powerful organized and sometimes uniformed and paramilitary forces, squadristi, stormtroopers, or, as in Germany during the Great Slump, into massive electoral armies. However, In neither of the two fascist states did fascism conquer power, though in both Italy and Germany it made much of the rhetoric of capturing the street and marching on Rome. In both cases fascism came to power by the connivance of, indeed, as in Italy, on the initiative of, the old regime, that is to say in a constitutional fashion. The novelty of fascism was that, once in power, it refused to play the old political games, and took over completely where it could. The total transfer of power, or the elimination of all rivals, took rather longer in Italy, 1922–28, than in Germany, 1933–34, but, once it was achieved, there were no further internal political limits on what became, characteristically, the untrammeled dictatorship of a supreme populist leader, Duce, Führer. At this point we must briefly dismiss two equally inadequate theses about fascism, the one fascist, but taken over by many liberal historians, the other dear to orthodox Soviet Marxism. There was no fascist revolution and neither was fascism the expression of monopoly capitalism or big business. Fascist movements had the elements of revolutionary movements, inasmuch as they contained people who wanted a fundamental transformation of society, often with a notably anti-capitalist and anti-oligarchic edge. However, the horse of revolutionary fascism failed either to start or to run. Hitler rapidly eliminated those who took the socialist component in the name of the National Socialist German Workers' Party seriously, as he certainly did not. The utopia of a return to some kind of little man's Middle Ages, full of hereditary peasant proprietors, artisan craftsmen like Hans Sachs and girls in blonde plaits, was not a program that could be realized in major 20th century states, except in the nightmare version of Himmler's plans for a racially purified people, least of all in regimes which, like Italian and German fascism, were committed in their way to modernization and technological advance. What National Socialism certainly achieved was a radical purging of the old imperial elites and institutional structures. After all, the only group which actually launched a revolt against Hitler, and was consequently decimated, was the old aristocratic Prussian army in July 1944. This destruction of the old elites and the old frameworks, reinforced after the war by the policies of the occupying Western armies, was eventually to make it possible to build the Federal Republic on a much sounder basis than the Weimar Republic of 1918–33, which had been little more than the defeated empire minus the Kaiser. Nazism certainly had, and partly achieved, a social program for the masses, holidays, sports, the planned people's car, which the world came to know after the Second World War as the Volkswagen Beetle. Its chief achievement, however, was to liquidate the Great Slump more effectively than any other government, for the anti-liberalism of the Nazis had the positive side that it did not commit them to an a priori belief in the free market. Nevertheless, Nazism was a revamped and revitalized old regime rather than a basically new and different one. Like the imperial and militarist Japan of the 1930s, which nobody would claim to have been a revolutionary system, it was a non-liberal capitalist economy which achieved a striking dynamization of its industrial system. The economic and other achievements of fascist Italy were considerably less impressive, as was demonstrated in the Second World War. Its war economy was unusually feeble. Talk of a fascist revolution was rhetoric, though no doubt for many Italian rank-and-file fascists sincere rhetoric. It was much more openly a regime in the interests of the old ruling classes, having come into existence as a defense against post-1918 revolutionary unrest rather than, like in Germany, as a reaction to the traumas of the Great Slump and the inability of Weimar governments to cope with them. Italian fascism, which in one sense carried on the process of Italian unification from the 19th century, thus producing a stronger and more centralized government, had some significant achievements to its credit. It was, for instance, the only Italian regime successfully to suppress the Sicilian Mafia and the Neapolitan Camorra. Yet its historical significance lay, not in its aims and achievements, but in its role as the global pioneer of a new version of the triumphant counter-revolution. Mussolini inspired Hitler, and Hitler never failed to acknowledge Italian inspiration and priority. On the other hand, Italian fascism was, and for a long time remained, an anomaly among radical right-wing movements in its toleration of, even a certain taste for, artistic avant-garde modernism, and in some other respects, notably, until Mussolini fell into line with Germany in 1938, a complete lack of interest in anti-Semitic racism. As for the monopoly capitalist thesis, the point about really big business is that it can come to terms with any regime that does not actually expropriate it, and any regime must come to terms with it. Fascism was no more the expression of the interests of monopoly capital than the American New Deal or British Labour governments, or the Weimar Republic. Big business in the early 1930s did not particularly want Hitler, and would have preferred more orthodox conservatism. It gave him little support until the Great Slump, and even then support was late and patchy. However, when he came to power, business collaborated wholeheartedly, up to the point of using slave labor and extermination camp labor for its operations during the Second World War. Large and small business, of course, benefited from the expropriation of the Jews. It must nevertheless be said that fascism had some major advantages for business over other regimes. First, it eliminated or defeated left-wing social revolution, and indeed seemed to be the main bulwark against it. Second, it eliminated labor unions and other limitations on the rights of management to manage its workforce. Indeed, the fascist leadership principle was what most bosses and business executives applied to their subordinates in their own businesses, and fascism gave it authoritative justification. Third, the destruction of labor movements helped to secure an unduly favorable solution of the depression for business. Whereas in the USA the top 5% of consuming units between 1929 and 1941 saw their share of total, national, income fall by 20%, there was a similar but more modest egalitarian trend in Britain and Scandinavia. In Germany the top 5% gained 15% during the comparable period, Kuznets, 1956. Finally, as already noted, fascism was good at dynamizing and modernizing industrial economies, although actually not as good at adventurous and long-term techno-scientific planning as the Western democracies. 4. Would fascism have become very significant in world history but for the Great Slump? Probably not. Italy alone was not a promising base from which to shake the world. In the 1920s no other European movement of radical right counter-revolution looked as though it had much of a future, for much the same reason as insurrectionary attempts at communist social revolution failed. The post-1917 revolutionary wave had ebbed, and the economy seemed to recover. In Germany the pillars of imperial society, generals, civil servants, and the rest, had indeed given some backing to the freelance paramilitaries and other wild men of the right after the November Revolution, though, understandably, putting their main effort in keeping the new republic conservative, anti-revolutionary and, above all, a state capable of maintaining some international room for maneuver. However, when forced to choose, as during the right-wing Kapp Putsch of 1920 and the Munich Revolt of 1923, in which Adolf Hitler first found himself in the headlines, they unhesitatingly backed the status quo. After the economic upturn of 1924, the National Social Workers' Party was reduced to a rump of 2.5 to 3% of the electorate, scoring little more than half of even the small and civilist German Democratic Party, little more than a fifth of the Communists and well under a tenth of the Social Democrats in the elections of 1928. Yet 2 years later it had risen to over 18% of the electorate, the second strongest party in German politics. 4 years later, in the summer of 1932, it was by far the strongest, with over 37% of the total vote, though it did not maintain this support while democratic elections lasted. It was patently the Great Slump which turned Hitler from a phenomenon of the political fringe into the potential, and eventually the actual, master of the country. However, even the Great Slump would not have given fascism either the force or the influence it plainly exercised in the 1930s, if it had not brought a movement of this kind to power in Germany, a state destined by its size, economic and military potential, and, not least, geographical position, to play a major political role in Europe under any form of government. Utter defeat in 2 world wars has, after all, not prevented Germany from ending the 20th century as the dominant state on that continent. Just as, on the left, the victory of Marx in the largest state of the globe, 1/6 of the world's land surface, as communists liked to boast between the wars, gave communism a major international presence, even at times when its political force outside the USSR was negligible, so the capture of Germany by Hitler appeared to confirm the success of Mussolini's Italy and to turn fascism into a powerful global political current. The successful policy of aggressive militarist expansionism by both states, see Chapter 5, reinforced by that of Japan, dominated the international politics of the decade. It was therefore natural that suitable states or movements should be attracted and influenced by fascism, should seek the support of Germany and Italy, and, given these countries' expansionism, should often receive it. In Europe, for obvious reasons, such movements belonged overwhelmingly to the political right. Thus within Zionism, which at this time was overwhelmingly a movement of Ashkenazic Jews living in Europe, that wing of the movement which looked towards Italian fascism, Vladimir Jabotinsky's revisionists, were clearly seen and classified themselves on the right, against the predominant socialist and liberal Zionist bodies. Yet the influence of fascism in the 1930s could not but be to some extent global, if only because it was associated with 2 dynamic and active powers. Yet outside Europe the conditions which created fascist movements in the home continent hardly existed. Hence, where fascist, or plainly fascist-influenced movements emerged, their political location and function was far more problematic. Of course certain characteristics of European fascism found an echo overseas. It would have been surprising if the Mufti of Jerusalem and other Arabs resisting Jewish colonization in Palestine, and the British who protected it, had not found Hitler's anti-Semitism to their liking, though it bore no relation to the traditional modes of Islamic coexistence with unbelievers of various kinds. Some upper caste Hindus in India were, like modern Sinhalese extremists in Sri Lanka, conscious of their superiority as certified, indeed as the original, Aryans to darker races on their own subcontinent. And the Boer militants who were interned as pro-Germans during the Second World War, some became their country's leaders in the era of apartheid after 1948, also had ideological affinities with Hitler, both as convinced racists and through the theological influence of elitist ultra-right-wing Calvinist currents in the Netherlands. Yet this hardly qualifies the basic proposition that fascism, unlike communism, was non-existent in Asia and Africa, except perhaps among some local European settlers, because it appeared to have no bearing on the local political situations. This is broadly true even of Japan, though that country was allied to Germany and Italy, fought on the same side in the Second World War, and its politics were dominated by the right. The affinities between the dominant ideologies of the eastern and western ends of the axis are indeed strong. The Japanese were second to none in their conviction of racial superiority and the need for racial purity in their belief in the military virtues of self-sacrifice, absolute obedience to orders, self-abnegation and stoicism. Every samurai would have subscribed to the motto of Hitler's SS, "Mein Ehre ist true," best translated as honor means blind subordination. Theirs was a society of rigid hierarchy, of the total dedication of the individual, if such a term had any local meaning in the Western sense at all, to the nation and its divine emperor, and the utter rejection of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The Japanese had no trouble in understanding the Wagnerian brand of myths about barbarian gods, pure and heroic medieval knights, and the specifically German nature of mountain and forest, both filled with German Völkisch dreams. They had the same capacity to combine barbaric behavior with a sophisticated aesthetic sensibility, the concentration camp torturers' taste for playing Schubert quartets. Insofar as fascism could have been translated into Zen terms, the Japanese might well have welcomed it, though they had no need of it. And indeed, among the diplomats accredited to the European fascist powers, but especially among the ultranationalist terror groups given to assassinating insufficiently patriotic politicians, and in the Kwantung Army, which was conquering, holding, and enslaving Manchuria and China, there were Japanese who recognized these affinities and campaigned for closer identification with the European fascist powers. Yet European fascism could not be reduced to an Oriental feudalism with an imperial national mission. It belonged essentially to the era of democracy and the common man, while the very concept of a movement of mass mobilization for novel, indeed for would-be revolutionary purposes, behind self-selected leaders, made no sense in Hirohito's Japan. The Prussian army and tradition, rather than Hitler, fitted their view of the world. In short, despite the similarities with German National Socialism, the affinities with Italy were far less. Japan was not fascist. As for the states and movements which looked for support from Germany and Italy, especially during the Second World War when the Axis looked very much like winning, ideology was not their major motive, though some of the minor nationalist regimes in Europe, whose position depended entirely on German backing, readily advertised themselves as more Nazi than the SS, notably the Croatian Ustashi state. Yet it would be absurd to think of the Irish Republican Army or the Berlin-based Indian nationalists as in any sense fascist because, in the Second World War as in the First, some of them negotiated for German support on the principle that my enemy's enemy is my friend. Indeed, the Irish Republican leader Frank Ryan, who entered such negotiations, was ideologically so anti-fascist that he had actually joined the international brigades to fight General Franco in the Spanish Civil War, before being captured by Franco's forces and sent to Germany. Such cases need not detain us. However, there remains a continent on which the ideological impact of European fascism is undeniable, the Americas. In North America, men and movements inspired by Europe were not of great significance outside particular immigrant communities whose members brought the ideologies of the old country with them, as the Scandinavians and Jews had brought a proclivity towards socialism, or who retained some loyalty to the country of their origin. Thus the sentiments of Germany, and to a much smaller extent, Italian, Americans contributed to U.S. isolationism, though there is no good evidence that they became fascists in large numbers. The paraphernalia of militias, colored shirts, and arms raised in salutes to leaders did not belong to the native right-wing and racist mobilizations, of which the Ku Klux Klan was the most familiar. Anti-Semitism was certainly strong, though its contemporary right-wing U.S. version, as in Father Coughlin's popular radio sermons out of Detroit, probably owed more to the right-wing corporatism of European Catholic inspiration. It is characteristic of the USA in the 1930s that the most successful and possibly dangerous demagogic populism of the decade, Huey Long's conquest of Louisiana, came from what was, in American terms, a clearly radical and left-wing tradition. It cut down democracy in the name of democracy and appealed, not to the resentments of a petty bourgeoisie or the anti-revolutionary instincts of self-preservation of the rich, but to the egalitarianism of the poor. Nor was it racist. No movement whose slogan was "Every man a king" could belong in the fascist tradition. It was in Latin America that European fascist influence was to be open and acknowledged, both on individual politicians, like Colombia's Jorge Eliezer Gaitán, 1898–1948, and Argentina's Juan Domingo Perón, 1895–1974, and on regimes, like Getulio Vargas' Estado Novo, New State, of 1937–45 in Brazil. In fact, and in spite of baseless U.S. fears of Nazi encirclement from the South, the main effect of fascist influence in Latin America was domestic. Apart from Argentina, which clearly favored the Axis, but did so before Perón took power in 1943 as well as after, the governments of the Western Hemisphere joined the war on the U.S. side, at least nominally. It is, however, true that in some South American countries their military had been modeled on the German system or trained by German or even Nazi cadres. Fascist influence south of the Rio Grande is easily explained. Seen from the south, the U.S. after 1914 no longer looked, as it had in the 19th century, like the ally of the domestic forces of progress and the diplomatic counterweight to the imperial or ex-imperial Spaniards, French, and British. U.S. imperial conquests from Spain in 1898, the Mexican Revolution, not to mention the rise of the oil and banana industries, introduced an anti-Yankee anti-imperialism into Latin American politics, and one which the obvious taste of Washington in the first third of the century for gunboat diplomacy and landing marines did nothing to discourage. Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre, founder of the anti-imperialist APRA, American Popular Revolutionary Alliance, whose ambitions were pan-Latin American, even if APRA only established itself in his native Peru, planned to have his insurrectionaries trained by the cadres of the celebrated anti-Yankee rebel Sandino in Nicaragua. Sandino's long guerrilla war against U.S. occupation after 1927 was to inspire the Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua in the 1980s. Moreover, the USA of the 1930s, enfeebled by the Great Slump, did not look anything like as formidable and dominant as before. Franklin D. Roosevelt's abandonment of the gunboats and marines of his predecessors could be seen not only as a good neighbor policy but also, mistakenly, as a sign of weakness. Latin America in the 1930s was not inclined to look north. But, seen from across the Atlantic, fascism undoubtedly looked like the success story of the decade. If there was a model in the world to be imitated by up-and-coming politicians of a continent that had always taken its inspiration from the culturally hegemonic regions, such potential leaders of countries always on the lookout for the recipe to become modern, rich, and great, it was surely to be found in Berlin and Rome, since London and Paris no longer provided much political inspiration and Washington was out of action. Moscow was still seen essentially as a model for social revolution, which restricted its political appeal. And yet, how different from their European models were the political activities and achievements of men who made no bones about their intellectual debt to Mussolini and Hitler. I still recall my shock at hearing the president of revolutionary Bolivia admitting it without hesitation in a private conversation. In Bolivia, soldiers and politicians with their eye on Germany found themselves organizing the revolution of 1952, which nationalized the tin mines and gave the Indian peasantry radical land reform. In Colombia, the great People's Tribune Jorge Elier Gaitan, so far from choosing the political right, captured the leadership of the Liberal Party and would certainly as president have led it in a radical direction, had he not been assassinated in Bogotá on April 9, 1948, an event which provoked the immediate popular insurrection of the capital, including its police, and the proclamation of revolutionary communes in many a provincial municipality of the country. What Latin American leaders took from European fascism was its deification of populist leaders with a reputation for action. But the masses they wanted to mobilize, and found themselves mobilizing, were not those who feared for what they might lose, but those who had nothing to lose. And the enemies against whom they mobilized them were not foreigners and outgroups, even though the element of anti-Semitism in Peronist, or other Argentine politics is undeniable, but the oligarchy, the rich, the local ruling class. Perón found his core support in the Argentine working class, and his basic political machine in something like a labor party built around the mass labor union movement he fostered. Getúlio Vargas in Brazil made the same discovery. It was the army that overthrew him in 1945 and, again, forced him into suicide in 1954. It was the urban working class, to which he had given social protection in return for political support, which mourned him as the father of his people. European fascist regimes destroyed labor movements, the Latin American leaders they inspired created them. Whatever the intellectual filiation, historically, we cannot speak of the same kind of movement. Yet these movements too must be seen as part of the decline and fall of liberalism in the age of catastrophe. For if the rise and triumph of fascism was the most dramatic expression of the liberal retreat, it is a mistake, even in the 1930s, to see this retreat exclusively in terms of fascism. So at the conclusion of this chapter we must ask how it is to be explained. However, a common confusion which identifies fascism and nationalism must first be cleared away. That fascist movements tended to appeal to nationalist passions and prejudices is obvious, though the semi-fascist corporate states, like Portugal and Austria 1934-38, being largely under Catholic inspiration, had to reserve their unqualified hatred for peoples and nations of another religion or godless ones. Moreover, simple nationalism was difficult for local fascist movements in countries conquered and occupied by Germany or Italy, or whose fortunes depended on the victory of those states against their own national governments. In suitable cases, Flanders, the Netherlands, Scandinavia, they could identify themselves with the Germans as part of a greater Teutonic racial group, but a more convenient stance, strongly backed by Dr. Goebbels' propaganda during the war, was paradoxically internationalist. Germany was seen as the core and only guarantee of a future European order, with the usual appeals to Charlemagne and anti-communism, a phase in the development of the European idea on which historians of the post-war European community do not much like to dwell. The non-German military units which fought under the German flag in the Second World War, mainly as part of the SS, usually stressed this transnational element. On the other hand, it ought to be equally obvious that not all nationalism sympathized with fascism, and not only because the ambitions of Hitler, and to a lesser extent Mussolini, threatened a number of them, e.g. the Poles and the Czechs. Indeed, as we shall see, Chapter 5, in a number of countries mobilization against fascism was to produce a patriotism of the left, especially during the war, when resistance to the Axis was conducted by national fronts or governments spanning the entire political spectrum, excluding only fascists and their collaborators. Broadly speaking, whether a local nationalism found itself on the side of fascism depended on whether it had more to gain than to lose by the advance of the Axis, and whether its hatred of communism or some other state, nationality, or ethnic group, the Jews, the Serbs, was greater than its dislike of Germans or Italians. Thus the Poles, though strongly anti-Russian and anti-Jewish, did not significantly collaborate with Nazi Germany, whereas the Lithuanians and some of the Ukrainians, occupied by the USSR from 1939 to 41, did. Why did liberalism recede between the wars, even in states which did not accept fascism? Western radicals, socialists, and communists who lived through this period were inclined to see the era of global crisis as the final agony of the capitalist system. Capitalism, they argued, could no longer afford the luxury of ruling through parliamentary democracy, and under liberal freedoms, which, incidentally, had provided the power base for moderate, reformist labor movements. Faced with insoluble economic problems or an increasingly revolutionary working class, the bourgeoisie now had to fall back on force and coercion, that is to say, on something like fascism. As both capitalism and liberal democracy were to make a triumphant comeback in 1945, it is easy to forget that there was a core of truth in this view, as well as rather too much agitational rhetoric. Democratic systems do not work unless there is a basic consensus among most citizens about the acceptability of their state and social system, or at least a readiness to bargain for compromise settlements. This, in turn, is much facilitated by prosperity. In most of Europe these conditions were simply not present between 1918 and the Second World War. Social cataclysm seemed to be impending or had happened. The fear of revolution was such that over most of Eastern and Southeastern Europe as well as part of the Mediterranean, communist parties were barely ever allowed to emerge from illegality. The unbridgeable gap between the ideological right and even the moderate left wrecked Austrian democracy in 1930–34, though it has flourished in that country since 1945 under exactly the same two-party system of Catholics and Socialists. Seton Watson, 1962. p. 184. Spanish democracy broke under the same tensions in the 1930s. The contrast with the negotiated transition from the Franco dictatorship to a pluralist democracy in the 1970s is dramatic. What chances of stability there were in such regimes could not survive the Great Depression. The Weimar Republic fell largely because the Great Slump made it impossible to keep the tacit bargain between state, employers, and organized workers, which had kept it afloat. Industry and government felt they had no choice but to impose economic and social cuts, and mass unemployment did the rest. In mid-1932 National Socialists and Communists between them polled an absolute majority of all German votes, and the parties committed to the Republic were reduced to little more than a third. Conversely, it is undeniable that the stability of democratic regimes after the Second World War, not least that of the new German Federal Republic, rested on the economic miracles of those decades, see Chapter 9. Where governments have enough to distribute to satisfy all claimants, and most citizens' standard of life is steadily rising in any case, the temperature of democratic politics rarely rises to fever pitch. Compromise and consensus tended to prevail, as even the most impassioned believers in the overthrow of capitalism found the status quo less intolerable in practice than in theory, and even the most uncompromising champions of capitalism took social security systems and regular negotiations of wage rises and fringe benefits with labor unions for granted. Yet, as the Great Slump itself showed, this is only part of the answer. A very similar situation, the refusal of the organized workers to accept depression cuts, led to the collapse of parliamentary government and, eventually, to the nomination of Hitler as head of government in Germany, but in Britain merely to a sharp shift from a Labour to a conservative, national government within a stable and quite unshaken parliamentary system. The depression did not automatically lead to the suspension or abolition of representative democracy, as is also evident from the political consequences in the USA, Roosevelt's New Deal, and Scandinavia, the triumph of social democracy. Only in Latin America, where government finances depended, for the most part, on the exports of one or two primary products, whose price collapsed suddenly and dramatically, see Chapter 3, did the slump produce the almost immediate and automatic fall of whatever governments were in being, mainly by military coups. It should be added that political change in the opposite direction also took place then in Chile and Colombia. At bottom, liberal politics was vulnerable because its characteristic form of government, representative democracy, was rarely a convincing way of running states, and the conditions of the age of catastrophe rarely guaranteed the conditions that made it viable, let alone effective. The first of these conditions was that it should enjoy general consent and legitimacy. Democracy itself rests on this consent, but does not create it, except that in well-established and stable democracies the very process of regular voting has tended to give citizens, even those in the minority, a sense that the electoral process legitimizes the governments it produces. But few of the interwar democracies were well established. Indeed, until the early 20th century democracy had been rare outside the USA and France, see Age of Empire, Chapter 4. Indeed, at least 10 of Europe's states after the First World War were either entirely new or so changed from their predecessors as to have no special legitimacy for their inhabitants. Even fewer democracies were stable. The politics of states in the age of catastrophe were, more often than not, the politics of crisis. The second condition was a degree of compatibility between the various components of the people, whose sovereign vote was to determine the common government. The official theory of liberal bourgeois society did not recognize the people as a set of groups, communities, and other collectivities with interests as such, although anthropologists, sociologists and all practicing politicians did. Officially the people, a theoretical concept rather than a real body of human beings, consisted of an assembly of self-contained individuals whose votes added up to arithmetical majorities, and minorities, which translated into elected assemblies as majority governments and minority oppositions. Where democratic voting crossed the lines between the divisions of the national population, or where it was possible to conciliate or defuse conflicts between them, democracy was viable. However, in an era of revolution and radical social tensions, class struggle translated into politics rather than class peace was the rule. Ideological and class intransigence could wreck democratic government. Moreover, the botched peace settlements after 1918 multiplied what we, at the end of the 20th century, know to be the fatal virus of democracy, namely the division of the body of citizens exclusively along ethnic, national or religious lines. Glenny, 1992, pages 146-48, as in ex-Yugoslavia and Northern Ireland. 3 ethnic religious communities voting as blocks, as in Bosnia, 2 irreconcilable communities, as in Ulster, 62 political parties each representing a tribe or clan, as in Somalia, cannot, as we know, provide the foundation for a democratic political system, but, unless one of the contending groups or some outside authority is strong enough to establish, non-democratic, dominance, only for instability and civil war. The fall of the 3 multinational empires of Austria-Hungary, Russia, and Turkey replaced 3 supranational states whose governments were neutral as between the numerous nationalities over which they ruled, with a great many more multinational states, each identified with one, or at most with 2 or 3, of the ethnic communities within their borders. The third condition was that democratic governments did not have to do much governing. Parliaments had come into existence not so much to govern as to control the power of those who did, a function which is still obvious in the relations between the U.S. Congress and the U.S. Presidency. They were devices designed as brakes which found themselves having to act as engines. Sovereign assemblies, elected on a restricted but expanding franchise, were, of course, increasingly common from the Age of Revolution on, but 19th-century bourgeois society assumed that the bulk of its citizens' lives would take place, not in the sphere of government, but in the self-regulating economy and in the world of private and unofficial associations, civil society. It sidestepped the difficulties of running governments through elected assemblies in 2 ways, by not expecting too much governing, or even legislation, from their parliaments, and by seeing that government, or rather administration, could be carried on regardless of their vagaries. As we have seen, see Chapter 1, bodies of independent, permanently appointed public officials had become an essential device for the government of modern states. A parliamentary majority was essential only where major and controversial executive decisions had to be taken or approved, and organizing or maintaining an adequate body of supporters was the major task of government leaders, since, except in the Americas, the executive in parliamentary regimes was usually not directly elected. In states with a restricted suffrage, i.e. an electorate composed mainly of the wealthy, powerful, or influential minority, this was made easier by a common consensus of what constituted their collective interest, the national interest, not to mention the resources of patronage. The 20th century multiplied the occasions when it became essential for governments to govern. The kind of state which confined itself to providing the ground rules for business and civil society, and the police, prisons, and armed forces to keep internal and external danger at bay, the night watchman state of political wits, became as obsolete as the night watchman who inspired the metaphor. The fourth condition was wealth and prosperity. The democracies of the 1920s broke under the tension of revolution and counter-revolution, Hungary, Italy, Portugal, or of national conflict, Poland, Yugoslavia, those of the 30s, under the tensions of the slump. One has only to compare the political atmosphere of Weimar Germany and 1920s Austria with that of Federal Germany and post-1945 Austria to be convinced. Even national conflicts were less unmanageable, so long as each minority's politicians could feed at the state's common trough. That was the strength of the agrarian party in East Central Europe's only genuine democracy, Czechoslovakia. It offered benefits across national lines. In the 1930s, even Czechoslovakia could no longer hold together the Czechs, Slovaks, Germans, Hungarians, and Ukrainians. Under these circumstances, democracy was, more likely than not, a mechanism for formalizing divisions between irreconcilable groups. Very often, even in the best circumstances, it produced no stable basis for democratic government at all, especially when the theory of democratic representation was applied in the most rigorous versions of proportional representation. Where, in times of crisis, no parliamentary majority was available, as in Germany, as distinct from Britain, the temptation to look elsewhere was overwhelming. Even in stable democracies, the political divisions the system implies are seen by many citizens as costs rather than benefits of the system. The very rhetoric of politics advertises candidates and party as the representative of the national rather than the narrow party interest. In times of crisis the costs of the system seemed unsustainable, its benefits uncertain. Under these circumstances it is easy to understand that parliamentary democracy in the successor states to the old empires, as well as in most of the Mediterranean and in Latin America, was a feeble plant growing in stony soil. The strongest argument in its favor, that, bad as it is better than any alternative system, is itself half-hearted. Between the wars it only rarely sounded realistic and convincing. Even its champions spoke with muted confidence. Its retreat seemed to be inevitable, as even in the United States serious, but needlessly gloomy observers noted that it can happen here. Sinclair Lewis, 1935. Nobody seriously predicted or expected its post-war renaissance, still less its return, however brief, as the predominant form of government across the globe in the early 1990s. For those who looked back on the period between the wars at this time, the fall of liberal political systems seemed a brief interruption in their secular conquest of the globe. Unfortunately, as the new millennium approached, the uncertainties surrounding political democracy no longer seemed quite so remote. The world may be unhappily re-entering a period when its advantages no longer seem as obvious as they did between 1950 and 1990. The closest to such an overthrow is the annexation of Estonia by the USSR in 1940, for at the time this small Baltic country, having passed through some authoritarian years, had again passed to a more democratic constitution. This was the encyclical Rerum Novarum, supplemented 40 years later, and not by chance in the depth of the Great Slump, by Quadragesimo Anno. It remains the cornerstone of the Church's social policy to this day, as witness Pope John Paul II's 1991 encyclical Centes Imus Annus, issued on the centenary of Rerum Novarum. However, the precise balance of condemnation has varied with political context. It should be said, in honor of Mussolini's countrymen, that during the war the Italian army flatly refused to deliver Jews for extermination to the Germans or anyone else in the areas it occupied, mainly southeastern France and parts of the Balkans. Though the Italian administration also showed a conspicuous lack of zeal in the matter, about half of the small Italian Jewish population perished, some however, as anti-fascist militants rather than mere victims. Steinberg, 1990, Hughes, 1983. A Labour government in 1931 split over this issue. Some Labour leaders and their liberal supporters went over to the Conservatives, who won the subsequent election by a landslide and remained comfortably in power until May 1940. The 1980s in West and East were to be full of nostalgic rhetoric seeking an entirely impracticable return to an idealized 19th century constructed on these assumptions. The endless permutations of democratic electoral systems, proportional or otherwise, are all attempts to ensure or maintain stable majorities permitting stable governments in political systems which, by their very nature, make this difficult. Chapter 5. Against the Common Enemy. Tomorrow for the young the poets exploding like bombs. The walks by the lake, the weeks of perfect communion. Tomorrow the bicycle races. Through the suburbs on summer evenings. But today the struggle. W.H. Auden, Spain, 1937. Dear Mum, of all people I know you are the one that will feel it most, so my very last thoughts go to you. Don't blame anyone else for my death, because I myself chose my fate. I don't know what to write to you, because, even though I have a clear head, I can't find the right words. I took my place in the Army of Liberation, and I die as the light of victory is already beginning to shine. I shall be shot very shortly with 23 other comrades. After the war you must claim your rights to a pension. They will let you have my things at the jail, only I am keeping Dad's undervest, because I don't want the cold to make me shiver. Once again I say goodbye. Courage. Your son. Spartaco. Spartaco Fontenot, metal worker, 22 years old, member of the French resistance group of Missak Manouchian, 1944. Lettera, p. 306. Public opinion research is the child of America in the 1930s, for the extension of the sample survey of the market researchers into politics essentially began with George Gallup in 1936. Among the early results of this new technique is one which would have amazed all U.S. presidents before Franklin D. Roosevelt, and will amaze all readers who have grown up since the Second World War. When asked in January 1939 who Americans wanted to win, if a war broke out between the Soviet Union and Germany, 83% favored a Soviet victory against 17% who were for Germany. Miller, 1989, pages 283-84. In a century dominated by the confrontation between the anti-capitalist communism of the October Revolution, represented by the USSR, and anti-communist capitalism, of which the USA was the champion and chief exemplar, nothing looks more anomalous than this declaration of sympathy, or at least preference, for the home of world revolution over a strongly anti-communist country, whose economy was recognizably capitalist. All the more so as the Stalinist tyranny in the USSR was at that time, by general consent, at its worst. The historic situation was certainly exceptional and comparatively short-lived. It lasted, at a maximum, from 1933, when the USA recognized the USSR officially, until 1947, when the two ideological camps confronted each other as enemies in the Cold War, but more realistically, for the years from 1935 to 1945. In other words, it was determined by the rise and fall of Hitler Germany, 1933 to 45, see Chapter 4, against which both the USA and the USSR made common cause, because they saw it as a greater danger than each of the two saw the other. The reasons why they did so go beyond the range of conventional international relations or power politics, and this is what makes the anomalous alignment of states and movements which eventually fought and won the Second World War so significant. What eventually forged the Union against Germany was the fact that it was not just any nation-state with reasons to feel discontented with its situation, but one whose policy and ambitions were determined by its ideology. In short, that it was a fascist power. So long as this was left aside or not appreciated, the ordinary calculations of realpolitik held good. Germany could be opposed or conciliated, counterbalanced or, if need be, fought, depending on the interests of a country's state policy and the general situation. In fact, at one time or another between 1933 and 1941 all other major players in the international game treated Germany accordingly. London and Paris appeased Berlin, i.e. offered concessions at someone else's expense. Moscow exchanged a stance of opposition for one of helpful neutrality in return for territorial gains, and even Italy and Japan, whose interests aligned them with Germany, found that these interests also told them, in 1939, to stay out of the first stages of the Second World War. As it happened, the logic of Hitler's war drew all of them as well as the USA into it eventually. But as the 1930s advanced, it became increasingly clear that more was at issue than the relative balance of power between the nation-states constituting the international, i.e. primarily the European, system. Indeed, the politics of the West, from the USSR through Europe to the Americas, can be best understood, not through the contest of states, but as an international ideological civil war. As we shall see, this is not the best way to understand the politics of Afroasia and the Far East, which were dominated by the fact of colonialism, see Chapter 7. And, as it turned out, the crucial lines in this civil war were not drawn between capitalism as such and communist social revolution, but between ideological families, on the one hand the descendants of the 18th century Enlightenment and the Great Revolutions including, obviously, the Russian Revolution, on the other, its opponents. In short, the frontier ran not between capitalism and communism, but between what the 19th century would have called progress and reaction, only that these terms were no longer quite apposite. It was an international war, because it raised essentially the same issues in most Western countries. It was a civil war, because the lines between the pro- and anti-fascist forces ran through each society. Never has there been a period when patriotism, in the sense of automatic loyalty to a citizen's national government, counted for less. When the Second World War ended, the governments of at least 10 old European countries were headed by men who, at its beginning, or, in the case of Spain, at the start of the Civil War, had been rebels, political exiles or, at the very least, persons who had regarded their own government as immoral and illegitimate. Men and women, often from the heart of their country's political classes, chose loyalty to communism, i.e. to the USSR, over that to their own state. The Cambridge spies and, probably to greater practical effect, the Japanese members of the Zarga spy ring, were only two groups out of many. On the other hand, the special term Quisling was invented, based on the name of a Norwegian Nazi, to describe the political forces within states attacked by Hitler who chose, out of conviction rather than expediency, to join their country's enemy. This was true even of people moved by patriotism rather than global ideology. For even traditional patriotism was now divided. Strongly imperialist and anti-communist conservatives like Winston Churchill, and men of reactionary Catholic background like de Gaulle, chose to fight Germany, not because of any special animus against fascism, but because of uncertainité de la France or a certain idea of England. Yet even for such as these, their commitment could be part of an international civil war, since their concept of patriotism was not necessarily their government's. In going to London and declaring, on June 18, 1940, that under him Free France would continue to fight Germany, Charles de Gaulle was committing an act of rebellion against the legitimate government of France, which had constitutionally decided to end the war, and was almost certainly supported in its decision by the great majority of Frenchmen at the time. No doubt Churchill, in such a situation, would have reacted in the same manner. Had Germany won the war, he would have been treated by his government as a traitor, as the Russians who fought with the Germans against the USSR were treated by their country after 1945. Just so Slovaks and Croats, whose countries acquired their first taste of qualified state independence as satellites of Hitler Germany, regarded the leaders of their wartime states retrospectively as patriotic heroes or fascist collaborators on ideological grounds. Members of each people fought on both sides. What bonded all these national civil divisions into a single global war, both international and civil, was the rise of Hitler Germany. Or, more precisely, between 1931 and 1941 the march to conquest and war of the combination of states, Germany, Italy, and Japan, of which Hitler Germany became the central pillar. And Hitler Germany was both more ruthlessly and manifestly committed to the destruction of the values and institutions of the Western civilization of the Age of Revolution, and capable of carrying out its barbaric project. Step by step the potential victims of Japan, Germany, and Italy watched the states of what came to be called the Axis push their conquests forward, towards the war which, from 1931 on, seemed unavoidable. As the phrase went, fascism means war. In 1931 Japan invaded Manchuria and set up a puppet state there. In 1932 Japan occupied China north of the Great Wall and landed in Shanghai. In 1933 Hitler came to power in Germany, with a program which he made no attempt to conceal. In 1934 a brief civil war in Austria eliminated democracy in Austria, and introduced a semi-fascist regime distinguished chiefly by resisting integration into Germany and, with Italian backing at the time, defeating a Nazi coup which murdered the Austrian premier. In 1935 Germany denounced the peace treaties and re-emerged as a major military and naval power, reacquiring, by plebiscite, the Saar region on its western frontier and, contemptuously resigning from the League of Nations. In the same year Mussolini, with equal contempt for international opinion, invaded Ethiopia, which Italy proceeded to conquer and occupy as a colony in 1936–37, after which the state also tore up its membership of the League. In 1936, Germany recovered the Rhineland and, with open assistance and intervention from both Italy and Germany, a military coup in Spain initiated a major conflict, the Spanish Civil War, about which more will be said below. The two fascist powers entered a formal alignment, the Rome-Berlin Axis, while Germany and Japan concluded an anti-Comintern pact. In 1937, not surprisingly, Japan invaded China and set out on a course of open warfare which did not cease until 1945. In 1938 Germany plainly also felt the time for conquest had come. Austria was invaded and annexed in March, without military resistance, and, after various threats, the Munich Agreement of October broke up Czechoslovakia and transferred large parts of it to Hitler, again peacefully. The remainder was occupied in March 1939, encouraging Italy, which had not demonstrated imperial ambitions for a few months, to occupy Albania. Almost immediately a Polish crisis, which arose once again out of German territorial demands, paralyzed Europe. Out of it came the European War of 1939–41, which grew into the Second World War. However, another thing wove the threads of national politics into a single international web, the consistent and increasingly spectacular feebleness of liberal democratic states, which happened also to be the victor states of the First World War, their inability or unwillingness to act, singly or in conjunction, to resist the advance of their enemies. As we have seen, it was this crisis of liberalism which strengthened both the arguments and the forces of fascism and authoritarian government, see Chapter 4. The Munich Agreement of 1938 perfectly demonstrated this combination of confident aggression on one side, fear and concession on the other, which is why for generations the very word Munich became a synonym, in Western political discourse, for craven retreat. The shame of Munich, which was felt almost immediately, even by those who signed the agreement, lay not simply in handing Hitler a cheap triumph, but in the palpable fear of war that preceded it, and the even more palpable sense of relief that it had been avoided at any cost. Bande de cons, the French premier Daladier, is said to have muttered contemptuously when, having signed away the life of an ally of France, he expected to be hissed on his return to Paris, but met nothing but delirious cheers. The popularity of the USSR, and the reluctance to criticize what was happening there, was chiefly due to its consistent opposition to Nazi Germany, so different from the hesitations of the West. The shock of the pact with Germany in August 1939 was all the greater. 2. The mobilization of the full potential of support against fascism, i.e. against the German camp, therefore, was a triple call for union of all political forces which had a common interest in resisting the Axis advance, for an actual policy of resistance, and for governments prepared to carry out such a policy. In fact, it took more than 8 years to achieve this mobilization, 10, if we date the start of the race to World War in 1931. For the response to all three calls was, inevitably, hesitant, muffled or mixed. The call for anti-fascist unity was, in some ways, likely to win the most immediate response, since fascism publicly treated liberals of various kinds, socialists and communists, any kind of democratic regimes and Soviet regimes, as enemies to be equally destroyed. In the old English phrase, they had all to hang together if they did not want to hang separately. The communists, who hitherto had been the most divisive force on the Enlightenment left, concentrating their fire, as is, alas, characteristic of political radicals, not against the obvious enemy but against the nearest potential competitor, above all the Social Democrats, see Chapter 2, changed course within 18 months of Hitler's accession to power and turned themselves into the most systematic and, as usual, the most efficient, champions of anti-fascist unity. This removed the major obstacle to unity on the left, though not deeply rooted mutual suspicions. Essentially the strategy put forward, in conjunction with Stalin, by the Communist International, which had chosen as its new General Secretary George Dimitrov, a Bulgarian whose brave public defiance of the Nazi authorities in the Reichstag fire trial of 1933 had electrified anti-fascists everywhere, was one of concentric circles. The United Forces of Labor, the United Front, would form the foundation of a wider electoral and political alliance with Democrats and Liberals, the Popular Front. Beyond this, as the advance of Germany continued, the Communists envisaged an even wider extension into a national front of all who, irrespective of ideology and political beliefs, regarded fascism or the Axis powers as the primary danger. This extension of the anti-fascist alliance beyond the political center to the right, the French communists' hand stretched out to the Catholics, or the British one's readiness to embrace the notoriously red-baiting Winston Churchill, met with more resistance, on the traditional left until the logic of war finally imposed it. However, the union of center and left made political sense, and popular fronts were established in France, which pioneered this device, and Spain, which pushed back local offensives of the right, and won dramatic election victories in Spain, February 1936, and France, May 1936. These victories dramatized the costs of past disunion, because the united electoral lists of center and left won substantial parliamentary majorities, but though they showed a striking shift of opinion within the left, notably in France, in favor of the Communist Party, they did not indicate any serious widening of political support for anti-fascism. In fact, the triumph of the French Popular Front, which produced the first French government ever headed by a socialist, the intellectual Léon Blum, 1872–1950, was achieved by an increase of barely 1% of the United Radical Socialist Communist vote of 1932, and the electoral triumph of the Spanish Popular Front by a slightly larger shift, but one that still left the new government with almost half the voters against it, and a right somewhat stronger than before. Still, these victories pumped hope, even euphoria, into the local labor and socialist movements. More than can be said for the British Labour Party. Shattered by slump and political crisis in 1931, it was reduced to a rump of 50, but which, 4 years later, had not quite recovered its pre-slump vote, or much more than half of its 1929 seats. Between 1931 and 1935 the Conservative vote merely fell from C61% to C54%. The so-called national government of Britain, headed from 1937 on by Neville Chamberlain, who became the synonym for the appeasement of Hitler, rested on solid majority support. There is no reason to suppose that, had war not broken out in 1939 and had an election been held in 1940, as it would have had to have been, the Conservatives would not have won it again comfortably. Indeed, except for most of Scandinavia, where the Social Democrats gained ground strongly, there was no sign of any significant electoral shift to the left in Western Europe in the 1930s, and some fairly massive shifts to the right in those parts of Eastern and Southeastern Europe in which elections were still held. There is a sharp contrast between the old and new worlds. Nothing like the dramatic shift from Republicans to Democrats in 1932, their presidential vote rose from between 15 and 16 to almost 28 million in 4 years, occurred anywhere in Europe. But it must be said that, in electoral terms, Franklin D. Roosevelt reached his peak in 1932, even though, to everyone's surprise except the people's, he barely fell short of it in 1936. Anti-fascism, therefore, organized the traditional adversaries of the right, but did not swell their numbers. It mobilized minorities more easily than majorities. Among these minorities, intellectuals and those concerned with the arts were particularly open to its appeal, except for an international current of literature inspired by the nationalist and anti-democratic right, see Chapter 6, because the arrogant and aggressive hostility of National Socialism to the values of civilization as hitherto conceived was instantly obvious in the fields that concerned them. Nazi racism immediately led to the mass exodus of Jewish and left-wing scholars who scattered across the remaining world of toleration. Nazi hostility to intellectual freedom almost immediately purged the German universities of perhaps 1/3 of their teachers. The attacks on modernist culture, the public burning of Jewish and other undesirable books, began virtually as soon as Hitler entered government. However, while ordinary citizens might disapprove of the more brutal barbarities of the system, the concentration camps and the reduction of the German Jews, which included all those with at least one Jewish grandparent, to a segregated underclass without rights, a surprisingly large number saw them, at worst, as limited aberrations. After all, concentration camps were still primarily deterrents for potential communist opposition and jails for the cauders of subversion, an object with which many conventional conservatives had some sympathy, and when war broke out there were no more than about 8,000 persons in all of them. Their expansion into an universe concentration air of terror, torture and death for hundreds of thousands, even millions, happened during the war. And, until the war, Nazi policy, however barbarous the treatment of the Jews, still appeared to envisage the final solution of the Jewish problem as mass expulsion rather than mass extermination. Germany itself appeared to the non-political observer as a stable, indeed an economically flourishing country with a popular government, though with some unattractive characteristics. Those who read books, including the Führer's own Mein Kampf, were more likely to recognize, in the bloodthirsty rhetoric of racist agitators and the localized torture and murder of Dachau or Buchenwald, the threat of an entire world built on the deliberate reversal of civilization. Western intellectuals, though at this time only a fraction of students, then overwhelmingly a contingent of sons and future entrants of the respectable middle classes, were therefore the first social stratum mobilised en masse against fascism in the 1930s. It was still a rather small stratum, though an unusually influential one, not least because it included the journalists who, in the non-fascist countries of the West, played a crucial role in alerting even more conservative readers and decision-makers to the nature of National Socialism. The actual policy of resistance to the rise of the fascist camp was, once again, simple and logical on paper. It was to unite all countries against the aggressors. The League of Nations provided a potential framework for this, to make no concessions to them, and, by the threat and, if necessary, the reality of common action, to deter or defeat them. The USSR's Foreign Commissar Maxim Litvinov, 1876–1951, made himself the spokesman of this collective security. Easier said than done. The major obstacle was that, then as now, even states which shared the fear and suspicion of the aggressors had other interests which divided them or could be used to divide them. How far the most obvious division counted, that between the Soviet Union committed in theory to the overthrow of bourgeois regimes and the end of their empires everywhere, and the other states, now saw the USSR as the inspirer and instigator of subversion, is not clear. While governments, all the main ones after 1933 recognized the USSR, were always prepared to come to terms with it when it suited their purposes, some of their members and agencies continued to regard Bolshevism, at home and abroad, as the essential enemy, in the spirit of the post-1945 Cold Wars. The British intelligence services were admittedly exceptional in concentrating against the Red Menace to such an extent that they did not abandon it as their main target until the middle 1930s, Andrew, 1985, p. 530. Nevertheless, many a good conservative felt, especially in Britain, that the best of all solutions would be a German, Soviet war, weakening, perhaps destroying, both enemies, and a defeat of Bolshevism by a weakened Germany would be no bad thing. The sheer reluctance of Western governments to enter into effective negotiations with the Red State, even in 1938–39 when the urgency of an anti-Hitler alliance was no longer denied by anyone, is only too patent. Indeed, it was the fear of being left to confront Hitler alone which eventually drove Stalin, since 1934 the unswerving champion of an alliance with the West against him, into the Stalin-Ribbentrop Pact of August 1939, by which he hoped to keep the USSR out of the war while Germany and the Western powers would weaken one another, to the benefit of his state which, by the secret clauses of the pact, acquired a large part of the Western territories lost by Russia after the revolution. The calculation proved wrong, but, like the abortive attempts to create a common front against Hitler, they demonstrate the divisions between states which made possible the extraordinary and virtually unresisted rise of Nazi Germany between 1933 and 1939. Moreover, geography, history and economics gave governments different perspectives on the world. The continent of Europe as such was of little or no interest to Japan and the USA, whose policies were Pacific and American, and to Britain, still committed to a worldwide empire and a global maritime strategy, though too weak to maintain either. The countries of Eastern Europe were squeezed between Germany and Russia, and this obviously determined their policies, especially when, As it turned out, the Western powers were unable to protect them. Several had acquired formerly Russian territories after 1917, and, though hostile to Germany, therefore resisted any anti-German alliance which would bring Russian forces back on their lands. And yet, as the Second World War was to demonstrate, the only effective anti-fascist alliance was one which included the USSR. As for economics, countries like Britain, which knew they had waged a First World War beyond their financial capacities, recoiled from the costs of rearmament. In short, there was a wide gap between recognizing the Axis powers as a major danger and doing something about it. Liberal democracy, which by definition did not exist on the fascist or authoritarian side, widened this gap. It slowed down or prevented political decision, notably in the USA, and unquestionably made it difficult, and sometimes impossible, to pursue unpopular policies. No doubt some governments used this to justify their own torpor, but the example of the USA shows that even a strong and popular president like F.D. Roosevelt was unable to carry his anti-fascist foreign policy against the opinion of the electorate. But for Pearl Harbor, and Hitler's declaration of war, the USA would almost certainly have continued to stay out of the Second World War. It is not clear under what circumstances it could have come in. Yet what weakened the resolution of the crucial European democracies, France and Great Britain, was not so much the political mechanisms of democracy, as the memory of the First World War. This was a wound whose pain was felt both by voters and governments, because the impact of that war had been both unprecedented and universal. For both France and Britain it was, in human, though not in material, terms, far greater than the impact of the Second World War proved to be. See Chapter 1. Another such war had to be avoided at almost all costs. It was certainly the last of all resorts of politics. A reluctance to go to war must not be confused with a refusal to fight, though the potential military morale of the French, who had suffered more than any other belligerent country, was certainly weakened by the trauma of 1914-18. Nobody went into the Second World War singing, not even the Germans. On the other hand, unqualified, non-religious, pacifism, though quite popular in Britain in the 1930s, was never a mass movement and faded away in 1940. In spite of the extensive tolerance for conscientious objectors in the Second World War, the numbers who claimed the right to refuse to fight were small. Calvo Corsi, 1987, p. 63. On the non-communist left, even more emotionally committed to hatred of war and militarism after 1918 than it had been, in theory, before 1914, peace at any price remained a minority position, even in France where it was strongest. In Britain, George Lansbury, a pacifist who, by the accident of an electoral holocaust, found himself at the head of the Labour Party after 1931, was efficiently and brutally removed from leadership in 1935. Unlike the French socialist-headed Popular Front government of 1936-38, British Labour could be criticised, not for lack of firmness towards the fascist aggressors, but for refusing to support the necessary military measures to make resistance effective, such as rearmament and conscription. So, for the same reasons, could the Communists, who were never tempted by pacifism. The left was indeed in a quandary. On the one hand, the strength of anti-fascism was that it mobilized those who feared war, both the last and the unknown horrors of the next. That fascism meant war was a convincing reason for fighting it. On the other hand, resistance to fascism which did not envisage the use of arms could not succeed. What is more, the hope of bringing about the collapse of Nazi Germany, or even Mussolini's Italy, by collective but peaceable firmness, rested on illusions about Hitler and about the supposed forces of opposition within Germany. In any case, we who lived through those times knew that there would be a war, even as we sketched out unconvincing scenarios for avoiding it. We, the historian may also appeal to his memory, expected to fight in the next war, and probably to die. And as anti-fascists we had no doubt that when it came to the point we had no choice but to fight. Nevertheless, the political dilemma of the left cannot be used to explain the failure of governments, if only because effective preparations for war did not depend on resolutions passed, or not passed, at party congresses, or even, for a period of several years, on the fear of elections. Yet governments, and in particular the French and the British, had also been indelibly scarred by the Great War. France had emerged from it bled white, and still potentially a smaller and a weaker power than a defeated Germany. France was nothing without allies against a revived Germany, and the only European countries which had an equal interest in allying with France, Poland, and the Habsburg succession states, were plainly too weak for the purpose. The French put their money on a line of fortifications, the Maginot Line, named after a soon-forgotten minister, which, they hoped, would deter the attacking Germans by the prospect of losses like those of Verdun, see Chapter 1. Beyond this they could only look to Britain and, after 1933, the USSR. The British governments were equally conscious of fundamental weakness. Financially they could not afford another war. Strategically, they no longer had a navy capable of simultaneously operating in the three great oceans and in the Mediterranean. At the same time, the problem that really worried them was not what happened in Europe, but how to hold together, with patently insufficient forces, a global empire geographically larger than ever before, but also and visibly on the verge of decomposition. Both states thus knew themselves to be too weak to defend a status quo largely established in 1919 to suit them. Both also knew that this status quo was unstable, and impossible to maintain. Neither had anything to gain from another war, and plenty to lose. The obvious and logical policy was to negotiate with a revived Germany in order to establish a more durable European pattern, and this, beyond any doubt, meant making concessions to Germany's growing power. Unfortunately, the revived Germany was Adolf Hitler's. The so-called policy of appeasement has had such a bad press since 1939 that we must remember how sensible it seemed to so many Western politicians who were not viscerally anti-German or passionately anti-fascist on principle, and especially in Britain, where changes on the continental map, especially in far-off countries of which we know little, Chamberlain on Czechoslovakia in 1938, did not raise the blood pressure. The French were understandably far more nervous about any initiatives favoring Germany, which must sooner or later turn against themselves, but France was weak. A Second World War, it could safely be predicted, would ruin the British economy, and disband large parts of the British Empire. Indeed, this is what happened. Though it was a price socialists, communists, colonial liberation movements and President F.D. Roosevelt were only too ready to pay for the defeat of fascism, let us not forget that it was excessive from the point of view of rational British imperialists. Yet compromise and negotiation with Hitler's Germany were impossible, because the policy objectives of National Socialism were irrational and unlimited. Expansion and aggression were built into the system and, short of accepting German domination in advance, i.e. choosing not to resist the Nazi advance, war was unavoidable, sooner rather than later. Hence the central role of ideology in the formation of policy in the 1930s. If it determined the aims of Nazi Germany, it excluded realpolitik for the other side. Those who recognized that there could be no compromise with Hitler, which was a realistic assessment of the situation, did so for entirely unpragmatic reasons. They regarded fascism as intolerable on principle and a priori, or, as in the case of Winston Churchill, they were driven by an equally a priori idea of what their country and empire stood for, and could not sacrifice. The paradox of Winston Churchill was that this great romantic, whose political judgment had been almost consistently wrong on every matter since 1914, including the assessment of military strategy on which he prided himself, was realistic on the one question of Germany. Conversely, the political realists of appeasement were entirely unrealistic in their assessment of the situation, even when the impossibility of a negotiated settlement with Hitler became obvious to any reasonable observer in 1938-39. This was the reason for the black tragicomedy of March, September 1939, which ended in a war nobody wanted at a time and in a place nobody wanted it, not even Germany, and which actually left Britain and France without any idea of what, as belligerents, they were supposed to do, until the Blitzkrieg of 1940 swept them aside. In the face of the evidence they themselves accepted, the appeasers in Britain and France still could not bring themselves to negotiate seriously for an alliance with the USSR, without which war could neither be postponed nor won, and without which the guarantees against German attack suddenly and heedlessly scattered around Eastern Europe by Neville Chamberlain, without, incredible as it may seem, consulting or even adequately informing the USSR, were waste paper. London and Paris did not want to fight, but at most to deter by a show of strength. This did not look plausible for a moment to Hitler, or for that matter to Stalin, whose negotiators asked vainly for proposals for joint strategic operations in the Baltic. Even as the German armies marched into Poland, Neville Chamberlain's government was still prepared to do a deal with Hitler, as Hitler had calculated he would. What? 1989, p. 215. Hitler miscalculated, and the Western states declared war, not because their statesmen wanted it, but because Hitler's own policy after Munich cut the ground from under the appeasers' feet. It was he who mobilized the hitherto uncommitted masses against fascism. Essentially, the German occupation of Czechoslovakia in March 1939 converted British public opinion to resistance, and in doing so forced the hand of a reluctant government, which in turn forced the hand of a French government that had no other option except to go along with its only effective ally. For the first time the fight against Hitler Germany united rather than divided the British, but, as yet, to no purpose. As the Germans quickly and ruthlessly destroyed Poland, and partitioned its remains with Stalin, who retreated into a doomed neutrality, a phony war succeeded an implausible peace in the West. No kind of realpolitik can explain the appeasers' policy after Munich. Once a war seemed sufficiently likely, and who in 1939 doubted this? The only thing to do was to prepare for it as effectively as possible, and this was not done. For Britain, even Chamberlain's Britain, was certainly not prepared to accept a Hitler-dominated Europe before it happened, even if after the collapse of France there was some serious support for a negotiated peace, i.e. for accepting defeat. Even in France, where pessimism verging on defeatism was far more common among politicians and military men, the government did not intend to give up the ghost, or do so, until the army had collapsed in June 1940. Their policy was half-hearted, because they neither dared follow the logic of power politics, nor the a priori convictions of resistors, to whom nothing could be more important than fighting fascism, as fascism or as Hitler Germany, or those of anti-communists, to whom Hitler's defeat would mean the collapse of the authoritarian systems which constitute the principal rampart against communist revolution. Thierry Molnir, 1938 in Ori, 1976, p. 24. It is not easy to say what determined these statesmen's actions, since they were moved not only by intellect, but by prejudices, preconceptions, hopes and fears which silently skewed their vision. There were the memories of the First World War and the self-doubt of politicians who saw their liberal democratic political systems and economies in what might well be final retreat, a state of mind more typical of the continent than of Britain. There was the genuine uncertainty about whether, under such circumstances, the unpredictable results of a successful policy of resistance could justify the prohibitive costs that it might entail. For, after all, for most British and French politicians the best that could be achieved was to preserve a not very satisfactory and probably unsustainable status quo. And behind all this there was the question whether, if the status quo was doomed anyway, fascism was not better than the alternative, social revolution and Bolshevism. If the only kind of fascism on offer had been the Italian kind, few conservative or moderate politicians would have hesitated. Even Winston Churchill was pro-Italian. The problem was, that they faced not Mussolini but Hitler. Still, it is not without significance that the main hope of so many governments and diplomats of the 1930s, was to stabilize Europe by coming to terms with Italy, or at least to detach Mussolini from the alliance with his disciple. It did not work, even though Mussolini himself was sufficiently realistic to keep some freedom of action until, in June 1940, he then concluded, mistakenly but not altogether unreasonably, that the Germans had won and declared war himself. 3. The issues of the 1930s, whether fought out within states or between them, were thus transnational. Nowhere was this more immediately evident than in the Spanish Civil War of 1936–39, which became the quintessential expression of this global confrontation. In retrospect, it may seem surprising that this conflict instantly mobilized the sympathies of both left and right in Europe and the Americas, and notably of the Western world's intellectuals. Spain was a peripheral part of Europe, and its history had been persistently out of phase with the rest of the continent from which it was divided by the wall of the Pyrenees. It had kept out of all European wars since Napoleon, and was to keep out of the Second World War. Since the early 19th century its affairs had been of no real concern to European governments, though the USA had provoked a brief war against it in 1898 in order to rob it of the last remaining parts of the old worldwide empire of the 16th century, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. In fact, and contrary to the beliefs of this author's generation, the Spanish Civil War was not the first phase of the Second World War, and the victory of General Franco, who, as we have seen, cannot even be described as a fascist, had no significant global consequences. It merely kept Spain, and Portugal, isolated from the rest of world history for another 30 years. Yet it was no accident that the domestic politics of that notoriously anomalous and self-contained country became the symbol of a global struggle in the 1930s. They raised the fundamental political issues of the time, on the one side, democracy and social revolution, Spain being the only country in Europe where it was ready to erupt, on the other, a uniquely uncompromising camp of counter-revolution or reaction, inspired by a Catholic Church which rejected everything that had happened in the world since Martin Luther. Curiously enough, neither the parties of Muscovite communism nor those inspired by fascism were of serious significance there before the Civil War, for Spain went its own eccentric way both on the anarchist ultra-left and on the Carlist ultra-right. The well-meaning liberals, anti-clerical and Masonic in the 19th century manner of Latin countries, who took over from the Bourbons by a peaceful revolution in 1931, could neither contain the social ferment of the Spanish poor, in both cities and countryside, nor defuse it by effective social, i.e. primarily agrarian, reforms. In 1933 they were pushed aside by conservative governments whose policy of repressing agitations and local insurrections, such as the rising of the Asturian miners in 1934, simply helped to build up the potential revolutionary pressure. At this stage the Spanish left discovered the Comintern's Popular Front, which was being urged on it from neighboring France. The idea that all parties should form a single electoral front against the right made sense to a left that did not quite know what to do. Even the anarchists, in this their last mass stronghold in the world, were inclined to ask their supporters to practice the bourgeois vice of voting in an election, which they had hitherto rejected as unworthy of the real revolutionary, though no anarchists actually sullied themselves by standing for election. In February 1936 the Popular Front won a small, but by no means sweeping majority of votes and, thanks to its coordination, a substantial majority of seats in the Spanish Parliament or Cortes. This victory produced not so much an effective government of the left as a fissure through which the accumulated lava of social discontent could begin to spurt. This became increasingly evident in the next months. At this stage, orthodox right-wing politics having failed, Spain reverted to a form of politics it had pioneered, and which had become characteristic of the Iberian world, the pronunciamiento, or military coup. But just as the Spanish left found itself looking beyond national frontiers to popular frontism, so the Spanish right was drawn to the fascist powers. This was not so much through the modest local fascist movement, the Phalange, as through the Church and the monarchists, for whom there was little difference between the equally godless liberals and communists, and no possibility of compromise with either. Italy and Germany hoped to draw some moral and perhaps political benefit from a right-wing victory. The Spanish generals who began seriously to plot a coup after the election needed financial support and practical help, which they negotiated with Italy. However, Moments of democratic victory and political mass mobilization are not ideal for military coups, which rely for success on the convention that civilians, not to mention uncommitted sections of the armed forces, accept the signals, just as military putschists whose signals are not accepted, quietly recognize their failure. The classic pronunciamento is a game best played at times when the masses are in recess or governments have lost legitimacy. These conditions were not present in Spain. The general's coup of July 17, 1936 succeeded in some towns, and was met with passionate resistance from people and loyal forces in others. It failed to capture the two main cities of Spain, including the capital, Madrid. In parts of Spain it therefore precipitated the social revolution it had been intended to preempt. In all of Spain it became a long drawn-out civil war between the legitimate and duly elected government of the Republic, now extended to include socialists, communists, and even some anarchists, but uneasily cohabiting with the forces of mass rebellion which had defeated the coup, and the insurgent generals who presented themselves as nationalist crusaders against communism. The youngest, and most politically intelligent of the generals, Francisco Franco y Bahamonde, 1892–1975, found himself the leader of a new regime, which in the course of the war became an authoritarian state, with a single party, a right-wing conglomerate ranging from fascism to old monarchists and Carlist ultras, the absurdly named Spanish Traditionalist Phalange. But both sides in the civil war needed support. Both appealed to their potential backers. The reaction of anti-fascist opinion to the rising of the generals was immediate and spontaneous, unlike the reaction of the non-fascist governments, which was distinctly more cautious, even when, like the USSR and the socialist-led Popular Front government that had just come to power in France, they were strongly for the Republic. Italy and Germany immediately sent arms and men to their side. France was anxious to help, and gave some, officially deniable, assistance to the Republic until urged into an official policy of non-intervention by internal divisions and the British government, deeply hostile to what they saw as the advance of social revolution and Bolshevism in the Iberian Peninsula. Middle-class and conservative opinion in the West generally shared this attitude, though, except for the Catholic Church and the pro-fascists, it did not passionately identify with the generals. Russia, though firmly on the Republican side, also joined the British-sponsored non-intervention agreement, whose object, to prevent German and Italian help to the generals, nobody expected, or wanted, to achieve and which consequently graduated from equivocation to hypocrisy. Thomas, 1977, p. 395. From September 1936 on, Russia wholeheartedly, if not quite officially, sent men and materials to support the Republic. Non-intervention, which meant merely that Britain and France refused to do anything about the massive intervention of the Axis powers in Spain, and in doing so abandoned the Republic, confirmed both fascists and anti-fascists in their contempt for the non-interveners. It also enormously raised the prestige of the USSR, the only power that helped the legitimate government of Spain, and of the communists inside and outside that country, not only because they organized this help, internationally, but also because they soon established themselves as the backbone of the Republic's military effort. Yet even before the Soviets mobilized their resources, all from the liberals to the outer reaches of the left immediately recognized the Spanish struggle as their own. As the finest British poet of the decade, W.H. Auden, wrote, "On that arid square, that fragment nipped off from hot Africa, soldered so crudely to inventive Europe. On that tableland scored by rivers. Our thoughts have bodies, the menacing shapes of our fever are precise and alive. What is more, there, and only there, was the endless and demoralizing retreat of the left being halted by men and women who fought the advance of the right in arms. Even before the Communist International began to organize the international brigades, whose first contingents arrived at their future base in mid-October, indeed before the first organized volunteer columns appeared at the front, those of the Italian liberal socialist movement Giustizia e Libertà, foreign volunteers already fought for the Republic in some quantities. Eventually over 40,000 young foreigners from over 50 nations went to fight and many to die in a country about which most of them probably knew no more than what it looked like in a school atlas. It is significant that no more than 1,000 foreign volunteers fought on the Franco side. Thomas, 1977, p. 980. For the benefit of readers who have grown up in the moral milieu of the late 20th century, it must be added that these were neither mercenaries, nor, except in a very few cases, adventurers. They went to fight for a cause. What Spain meant to liberals and those on the left who lived through the 1930s, is now difficult to remember, though for many of us the survivors, now all past the biblical lifespan, it remains the only political cause which, even in retrospect, appears as pure and compelling as it did in 1936. It now seems to belong to a prehistoric past, even in Spain. Yet at the time it seemed to those who fought fascism to be the central front of their battle, because the only one in which action never ceased for over 2.5 years, the only one where they could participate as individuals, if not in uniform, then by collecting money, by helping refugees, and by the never-ending campaigns to put pressure on our own chicken-hearted governments. And the gradual, but apparently irreversible advance of the nationalist side, the foreseeable defeat and death of the Republic, merely made the need to forge a union against world fascism more desperately urgent. For the Spanish Republic, in spite of all our sympathies and the insufficient help it received, fought a rearguard action against defeat from the start. In retrospect, it is clear that this was due to its own weaknesses. By the standards of the people's wars of the 20th century, won or lost, the Republican War of 1936–39, with all its heroism, rates poorly, in part because it made no serious use of that powerful weapon against superior conventional forces, guerrilla warfare, a strange omission in the country which gave this form of irregular warfare its name. Unlike the nationalists, who enjoyed a single military and political direction, the Republic remained politically divided, and, in spite of the Communists' contribution, did not acquire a single military will and strategic command, or not until it was too late. The best it could do was from time to time to throw back potentially fatal offensives by the other side, thus prolonging a war which might well have been effectively ended in November 1936 by the capture of Madrid. At the time, the Spanish Civil War hardly looked like a good omen for the defeat of fascism. Internationally, it was a miniature version of a European war, fought between fascist and communist states, the latter notably more cautious and less determined than the former. The Western democracies remained sure about nothing except their non-involvement. Internally it was a war in which the mobilization of the right proved far more effective than that of the left. It ended in total defeat, several 100,000 dead, several hundreds of thousands of refugees in such countries as would receive them, including most of the surviving intellectual and artistic talents of Spain, which had, with the rarest exceptions, rallied to the Republic. The Communist International had mobilized all its formidable talents for the Spanish Republic. The future Marshal Tito, liberator and leader of Communist Yugoslavia, organized the flow of recruits to the international brigades from Paris. Palmiro Togliatti, the Italian communist leader, in effect ran the inexperienced Spanish Communist Party, and was among the last to escape from the country in 1939. It also failed, and knew it was failing, as did the USSR, which detached some of its most impressive military minds for service in Spain, e.g. the future Marshals Konev, Malinovsky, Voronov and Rokossovsky, and the future commander of the Soviet Navy, Admiral Kuznetsov. 4. And yet, the Spanish Civil War anticipated and prepared the shape of the forces which were, within a few years of Franco's victory, to destroy fascism. It anticipated the politics of the Second World War, that unique alliance of national fronts ranging from patriotic conservatives to social revolutionaries, for the defeat of the national enemy, and simultaneously for social regeneration. For the Second World War was, for those on the winning side, not merely a struggle for military victory, but, even in Britain and the USA, for a better society. Nobody dreamed of a post-war return to 1939, or even to 1928 or to 1918, as statesmen after the First World War had dreamed of a return to the world of 1913. A British government under Winston Churchill committed itself, in the midst of a desperate war, to a comprehensive welfare state and full employment. It was no accident that the Beveridge Report, which recommended all these, came out in as black a year as any in Britain's desperate war, 1942. The post-war plans of the USA dealt only incidentally with the problem of how to make another Hitler impossible. The real intellectual efforts of the post-war planners were devoted to learning the lessons of the Great Slump and the 1930s, so that these could not recur. As for the resistance movements in the countries defeated and occupied by the Axis, the inseparability of liberation and social revolution, or at least major transformation, went without saying. Moreover, throughout formerly occupied Europe, East and West, the same kinds of governments emerged from victory, administrations of national union based on all the forces that had opposed fascism, without ideological distinction. For the first, and only, time in history, communist ministers sat beside conservative, liberal, or social democratic ministers in most European states, admittedly a situation not destined to last long. Even though a common threat drew them together, this astonishing unity of opposites, Roosevelt and Stalin, Churchill and the British Socialists, de Gaulle and the French Communists, would have been impossible without a certain slackening of hostilities and mutual suspicions between the champions and the adversaries of the October Revolution. The Spanish Civil War made this a great deal easier. Even anti-revolutionary governments could not forget that the Spanish government, under a liberal president and prime minister, had complete constitutional and moral legitimacy when it appealed for aid against its insurgent generals. Even those democratic statesmen who betrayed it, out of fear for their own skins, had a bad conscience. Both the Spanish government and, more to the point, the communists who were increasingly influential in its affairs, insisted that social revolution was not their object, and, indeed, visibly did what they could to control and reverse it, to the horror of revolutionary enthusiasts. Revolution, both insisted, was not the issue, the defense of democracy was. The interesting point is that this was not mere opportunism or, as the purists on the ultra-left thought, treason to the revolution. It reflected a deliberate shift from an insurrectionary to a gradualist, from a confrontational to a negotiating, even a parliamentary, way to power. In the light of the Spanish people's reaction to the coup, which was undoubtedly revolutionary, communists could now see how an essentially defensive tactic, imposed by the desperate situation of their movement after Hitler's accession to power, opened perspectives of advance, i.e. a democracy of a new type, arising out of the imperatives of both wartime politics and economics. Landlords and capitalists who supported the rebels would lose their property, not as landlords and capitalists but as traders. The government would have to plan and take over the economy, not for reasons for ideology but by the logic of war economies. Consequently, if victorious, such a democracy of a new type cannot but be the enemy of the conservative spirit. It provides a guarantee for the further economic and political conquests of the Spanish working people, Ibid. p. 176. The Comintern pamphlet of October 1936 thus described with considerable accuracy the shape of politics in the anti-fascist war of 1939–45. This was to be a war waged in Europe by all-embracing peoples or national front governments or resistance coalitions, which was waged by state-managed economies and ended, in the occupied territories, with massive advances in the public sector, due to the expropriation of capitalists, not as such but as Germans or collaborators with the Germans. In several countries of Central and Eastern Europe the road led directly from anti-fascism to a new democracy dominated, and eventually swallowed by, the communists, but until the outbreak of the Cold War, the object of these post-war regimes was, quite specifically, not the immediate conversion to socialist systems or the abolition of political pluralism and private property. In Western countries the net social and economic consequences of war and liberation were not very different, though the political conjuncture was. Social and economic reforms were introduced, not, as after the First World War, in response to mass pressure and the fear of revolution, but by governments committed to them on principle, governments, partly of the old reformist kind, like the Democrats in the USA, the Labour Party, now in government in Britain, partly by parties of reform and national revival directly emerging from the various anti-fascist resistance movements. In short, the logic of the anti-fascist war led towards the left. V. In 1936 and even more in 1939 these implications of the Spanish War seemed remote, even unreal. After almost a decade of apparently total failure for the Comintern's line of anti-fascist unity, Stalin erased it from his agenda, at least for the time being, and not only came to terms with Hitler, though both sides knew that this could not last, but even instructed the international movement to abandon the anti-fascist strategy, a senseless decision perhaps best explained by his proverbial aversion to even the slightest risks. Yet in 1941 the logic of the Comintern line came into its own. For as Germany invaded the USSR and brought the USA into the war, in short, as the struggle against fascism finally became a global war, the war became political as much as military. Internationally, it became an alliance between the capitalism of the USA and the communism of the Soviet Union. Within each country of Europe, but not, at the time, the world dependent on Western imperialism, it hoped to unite all who were ready to resist Germany or Italy, i.e. to form a resistance coalition ranging across the political spectrum. Since all of belligerent Europe except Great Britain was occupied by the Axis powers, this war of the resistors was essentially one of civilians, or armed forces of former civilians, not recognized as such by the German and Italian armies, a savage struggle of partisans, which imposed political choices on all. The history of European resistance movements is largely mythological, since, except to some extent in Germany itself, the legitimacy of post-war regimes and governments essentially rested on their resistance record. France is the extreme case, because there the governments after liberation lacked all real continuity with the French government of 1940, which had made peace and cooperated with the Germans, and because organized, let alone armed, resistance had been rather weak, at any rate until 1944, and popular support for it had been patchy. Post-war France was rebuilt by General de Gaulle on the basis of the myth that, essentially, the eternal France had never accepted defeat. As he himself put it, resistance was a bluff that came off, Gillois, 1973, p. 164. It was an act of policy that the only fighters in the Second World War commemorated on French war memorials today are resistance fighters, and those who joined de Gaulle's forces. However, France is by no means the only case of a state built on the resistance mystique. Two things must be said about European resistance movements. First, their military importance, with the possible exception of Russia, was negligible before Italy withdrew from the war in 1943, and not decisive anywhere except perhaps in parts of the Balkans. One must repeat that their major significance was political and moral. Thus Italian public life was transformed after over 20 years of fascism, which had enjoyed considerable support, even among intellectuals, by the unusually impressive and widespread mobilization of the resistance in 1943–45, including an armed partisan movement in central and northern Italy of up to 100,000 combatants with 45,000 dead, Bacca, 1966, pages 297–302, 385–89, 569–70, Pavoni, 1991, p. 413. While Italians could thus put the memory of Mussolini's era behind them with a good conscience, Germans, who had remained solidly behind their government to the end, could not put a distance between themselves and the Nazi era of 1933–45. Their internal resistors, a minority of communist militants, Prussian military conservatives, with a scattering of religious and liberal dissenters, were dead or emerged from concentration camps. Conversely, of course, support for fascism or collaboration with the occupier virtually removed the people concerned from public life for a generation after 1945, though the Cold War against communism found plenty of employment for such persons in the underworld or half-world of Western military and intelligence operations. The second observation about the resistance is that, for obvious reasons, though with one notable exception in Poland, its politics were skewed to the left. In each country the fascist and radical right and conservatives, the local rich and others whose main terror was social revolution, tended to sympathize, or at least not to oppose, the Germans. So did a number of regionalist or lesser nationalist movements, themselves traditionally on the ideological right, some of which actually hoped to benefit from their collaboration, notably Flemish, Slovak and Croat nationalism. So, it should not be forgotten, did the profoundly and intransigently anti-communist elements in the Catholic Church, and its armies of the conventionally pious, though church politics were far too complex to be simply classified as collaborationist anywhere. It follows that those from the political right who chose resistance were inevitably uncharacteristic of their political constituency. Winston Churchill and General de Gaulle were not typical members of their ideological families, though it must be said that for more than one visceral right-wing traditionalist of military instincts, a patriotism that did not defend the fatherland was unthinkable. This explains, if any special explanation is needed, the extraordinary prominence of the communists in the resistance movements, and, consequently, their startling political advance during the war. The European communist movements reached the peak of their influence in 1945–47 for this reason, except in Germany, where they did not recover from the brutal decapitation of 1933, and the heroic but suicidal attempts at resistance in the next 3 years. Even in countries far from social revolution, like Belgium, Denmark, and the Netherlands, communist parties scored 10 to 12% of the vote, a multiple of what they had ever scored before, forming the third or fourth largest blocs in their countries' parliaments. In France they emerged as the largest party of all in the 1945 elections, larger, for the first time, than their old rivals the socialists. In Italy their record was even more startling. A small, harried and notoriously unsuccessful band of illegal cotters before the war, they were actually threatened with dissolution by the Comintern in 1938, they emerged from 2 years of resistance as a mass party of 800,000 members, soon, 1946, to reach almost 2 million. As for the countries where the war against the Axis had been waged essentially by the armed internal resistance, Yugoslavia, Albania, and Greece, the partisan forces had been dominated by the communists, so much so that the British government under Churchill, who lacked the slightest sympathy for communism, transferred its support and aid from the royalist Mihailovic to the communist Tito, when it became clear that one was incomparably more dangerous to the Germans than the other. The communists took to resistance, not only because Lenin's vanguard party structure was designed to produce a force of disciplined and selfless cotters whose very purpose was efficient action, but because extreme situations, such as illegality, repression, and war, were precisely what these bodies of professional revolutionaries had been designed for. Indeed, they alone had foreseen the possibility of resistance war, MRD Foot, 1976, p. 84. In this they differed from the mass socialist parties, which found it almost impossible to operate in the absence of the legality, elections, public meetings, and the rest, which defined and determined their activities. Faced with a fascist takeover or German occupation, social democratic parties tended to go into hibernation, from which, in the best of cases they emerged, like the German and Austrian ones, at the end of the Dark Era, with most of their old support and ready to resume politics. While not absent from the resistance, they were, for structural reasons, underrepresented. In the extreme case of Denmark, a social democratic government was actually in office when Germany occupied the country and remained in office throughout the war, though presumably lacking in sympathy for the Nazis. It took some years to recover from this episode. Two other characteristics helped the communists to prominence in the resistance, their internationalism and the passionate, quasi-millennial conviction with which they dedicated their lives to the cause, see Chapter 2. The first allowed them to mobilize men and women more open to the anti-fascist appeal than to any patriotic call, e.g. in France the Spanish Civil War refugees who provided most of the armed partisan resistance in the southwest of that country, perhaps 12,000 fighters before D-Day, Pons Prades, 1975, p. 66, and the other refugees and working-class immigrants from 17 nations who, under the acronym MOI, Main d'oeuvre immigré, did some of the party's most dangerous work, such as the Manouchian Group, Armenians and Polish Jews, which attacked German officers in Paris. The second generated that combination of bravery, self-sacrifice, and ruthlessness which impressed even the adversaries, and which that work of marvelous honesty, the Yugoslav Milovan Djilas Wartime, Djilas, 1977, brings out so vividly. The Communists, in the opinion of a politically moderate historian, were among the bravest of the brave, Foot, 1976, p. 86, and though their disciplined organization gave them the best survival chances in prisons and concentration camps, their losses were heavy. Suspicion of the French CP, whose leadership was disliked even among other communists, could not entirely deny its claim to be Le Parti de Fusiliers, which had at least 15,000 of its militants executed by the enemy. Jean Touchard, 1977, p. 258. Not surprisingly, they had a powerful appeal to brave men and women, especially the young, and perhaps especially in countries where mass support for the active resistance had been scarce, as in France or Czechoslovakia. They also appealed strongly to intellectuals, the group most readily mobilized under the banner of anti-fascism, and who formed the core of the non-party, but generically left-wing, resistance organizations. The love affair of French intellectuals with Marxism, the domination of Italian culture by people associated with the Communist Party, both of which lasted for a generation, were products of the resistance. Whether the intellectuals themselves launched themselves into resistance, like the leading post-war publisher who notes with pride that all members of his firm took up arms as partisans, or became communist sympathizers because they or their families had not been actual resistors, they might even have been on the other side, they all felt the pull of the party. Except in their Balkan guerrilla strongholds, the communists made no attempt to establish revolutionary regimes. It is true that they were in no position to do so anywhere west of Trieste even had they wanted to make a bid for power, but also that the USSR, to which their parties were utterly loyal, strongly discouraged such unilateral bids for power. The communist revolutions actually made, Yugoslavia, Albania, later China, were made against Stalin's advice. The Soviet view was that, both internationally and within each country, post-war politics should continue within the framework of the all-embracing anti-fascist alliance, i.e. it looked forward to a long-term coexistence, or rather symbiosis, of capitalist and communist systems, and further social and political change, presumably occurring by shifts within the democracies of a new type which would emerge out of the wartime coalitions. This optimistic scenario soon disappeared into the night of Cold War, so completely that few remember that Stalin urged the Yugoslav communists to keep the monarchy or that in 1945 British communists were opposed to the breakup of the Churchill wartime coalition, i.e. to the electoral campaign which was to bring the Labour government to power. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that Stalin meant all this seriously, and tried to prove it by dissolving the Comintern in 1943, and the Communist Party of the USA in 1944. Stalin's decision, expressed in the words of an American communist leader that we will not raise the issue of socialism in such a form and manner as to endanger or weaken unity, Browder, 1944, in J. Staroben, 1972, p. 57, made his intentions clear. For practical purposes, as dissident revolutionaries recognized, it was a permanent goodbye to world revolution. Socialism would be confined to the USSR and the area assigned by diplomatic negotiation as its zone of influence, i.e. basically that occupied by the Red Army at the end of the war. Even within that zone of influence it would remain an undefined prospect for the future rather than an immediate program for the new people's democracies. History, which takes little notice of policy intentions, went another way, except in one respect. The division of the globe, or a large part of it, into two zones of influence, negotiated in 1944–45, remained stable. Neither side overstepped the line dividing them more than momentarily for 30 years. Both withdrew from open confrontation, thus guaranteeing that Cold World wars never became hot ones. 6. Stalin's brief dream of post-war US-Soviet partnership did not actually strengthen the global alliance of liberal capitalism and communism against fascism. Rather, it demonstrated its strength and width. It was, of course, an alliance against a military threat, and one which would never have come into existence but for the series of Nazi Germany's aggressions, culminating in the invasion of the USSR and the declaration of war against the US. Nevertheless, the very nature of war confirmed the 1936 insights into the implications of the Spanish Civil War, the unity of military and civilian mobilization and social change. On the Allied side, more than on the fascist side, it was a war of reformers, partly because not even the most confident capitalist power could hope to win a long war without abandoning business as usual, partly because the very fact of the Second World War dramatized the failures of the interwar years, of which the failure to unite against the aggressors was merely one minor symptom. That victory and social hope went together is also clear from what we know of the development of public opinion in the belligerent or liberated countries in which there was freedom to express it, except, curiously enough, in the USA, where the years since 1936 saw a marginal erosion of the Democratic presidential vote, but a marked revival of the Republicans. This was a country dominated by its domestic concerns and far more remote from the sacrifices of war than any other. Where there were genuine elections, they showed a sharp shift to the left. The most dramatic case was the British, where the elections of 1945 defeated the universally loved and admired war leader, Winston Churchill, and brought to power the Labour Party with a 50% increase in its vote. In the next 5 years it presided over a period of unprecedented social reforms. Both the major parties had been equally involved in the war effort. The electorate chose the one which promised both victory and social transformation. The phenomenon was general in warring Western Europe, though neither its scale nor its radicalism should be exaggerated, as its public image tended to be, by the temporary elimination of the former fascist or collaborationist right. The situation in the parts of Europe liberated by guerrilla revolution or the Red Army is more difficult to judge, if only because mass genocide, mass population displacement and mass expulsion or forced emigration make it impossible to compare the pre-war and post-war countries bearing their old names. Throughout this area the bulk of the inhabitants of the countries invaded by the Axis saw themselves as its victims, with the exception of the politically divided Slovaks and Croats, who acquired nominally independent states under German auspices, the majority peoples in Germany's allied states, Hungary and Romania, and, of course, the large German diaspora. This did not mean that they sympathized with communist-inspired resistance movements, except perhaps for the Jews, persecuted by everyone else, still less, except for traditionally Russophile Balkan Slavs, with Russia. The Poles were overwhelmingly both anti-German and anti-Russian, not to mention anti-Semitic. The small Baltic peoples, occupied by the USSR in 1940, were both anti-Russian, anti-Semitic, and pro-German, while they had the choice in 1941–45. Neither communists nor resistance were to be found in Romania, and little enough in Hungary. On the other hand, both communism and pro-Russian sentiment were strong in Bulgaria, though resistance had been patchy, and in Czechoslovakia the CP, always a mass party, emerged as the largest party by far in genuinely free elections. Soviet occupation soon made such political differences academic. Guerrilla victories are not plebiscites, but there is little doubt that most Yugoslavs welcomed the triumph of Tito's partisans, except the German minority, the supporters of the Croatian Ustashi regime, on whom the Serbs took savage revenge for earlier massacres, and a traditionalist core in Serbia, where Tito's movement, and consequently anti-German warfare, had never flourished. Greece remained proverbially divided, in spite of the refusal of Stalin to assist the Greek communist and pro-Red forces against the British who supported their opponents. Only experts in kinship studies would care to hazard a guess about the political sentiments of the Albanians after the communists triumphed. However, in all these countries an era of massive social transformation was about to begin. Oddly enough, the USSR was, with the USA, the only belligerent country in which the war brought no significant social and institutional change. It began and ended the conflict under Joseph Stalin, see Chapter 13. However, it is clear that the war imposed enormous strains on the stability of the system, especially in the harshly repressed countryside. But for the ingrained belief of National Socialism in the Slavs as a race of subhuman helots, the German invaders could have won lasting support among many Soviet peoples. Conversely, the real foundation of Soviet victory was the patriotism of the majority nationality of the USSR, the Great Russians, always the core of the Red Army, to which the Soviet regime appealed in its moment of crisis. Indeed, the Second World War became officially known in the USSR as the Great Patriotic War, and rightly so. 7. At this point the historian must make a major leap to avoid falling into the pit of a purely Occidental analysis. For very little of what has been written in this chapter so far applies to the greater part of the globe. It is not quite irrelevant to the conflict between Japan and continental East Asia, since Japan, dominated by the politics of the ultranationalist right, was allied with Nazi Germany, and the main forces of resistance in China were the communists. It applies to some extent in Latin America, a great importer of fashionable European ideologies like fascism or communism, and especially to Mexico, reviving its Great Revolution in the 1930s under President Lázaro Cárdenas, 1934-40, and passionately taking sides for the Spanish Republic in the Civil War. In fact, after its defeat Mexico remained the only state which continued to recognize the Republic as the legitimate government of Spain. However, for most of Asia, Africa, and the Islamic world, fascism, whether as an ideology or as the policy of an aggressor state, was not and never became the main, let alone the only enemy. This was imperialism or colonialism, and the imperialist powers were, overwhelmingly, the liberal democracies, Britain, France, the Netherlands, Belgium, and the USA. Moreover, all imperial powers, with the single exception of Japan, were white. Logically, the enemies of the imperial power were also potential allies in the fight for colonial liberation. Even Japan, which, as the Koreans, Taiwanese, Chinese and others could tell, had its own ruthless brand of colonialism, could appeal to anti-colonial forces in Southeast and South Asia as a champion of non-whites against whites. The anti-imperial struggle and the anti-fascist struggle, therefore, tended to pull in opposite directions. Thus Stalin's pact with the Germans in 1939, which disrupted the Western left, allowed Indian or Vietnamese communists to concentrate happily on opposing the British and French, whereas the German invasion of the USSR in 1941 forced them, as good communists, to put the defeat of the Axis first, i.e. to put the liberation of their own countries much lower on the agenda. This was not merely unpopular, but strategically senseless at a time when the colonial empires of the West were at their most vulnerable, if not actually collapsing. And, indeed, local leftists who did not feel bound by the iron hoops of Comintern loyalty exploited the opportunity. The Indian National Congress launched the Quit India movement in 1942, while the Bengali radical Subhas Bose recruited an Indian Liberation Army for the Japanese from among the Indian Army prisoners of war taken during the lightning initial advances. Anti-colonial militants in Burma and Indonesia saw matters the same way. The reductio ad absurdum of this anti-colonialist logic was the attempt by an extremist Jewish fringe group in Palestine to negotiate with the Germans, via Damascus, then under the Vichy French, for help in liberating Palestine from the British, which they regarded as the top priority for Zionism. A militant of the group involved in this mission eventually became Prime Minister of Israel, Yitzhak Shamir. Such approaches evidently did not imply any ideological sympathy for fascism, though Nazi anti-Semitism might appeal to Palestinian Arabs at odds with Zionist settlers, and some groups in South Asia might recognize themselves in the superior Aryans of Nazi mythology. But these were special cases, see chapters 12 and 15. What needs explaining is why, after all, anti-imperialism and the colonial liberation movements inclined overwhelmingly to the left, and thus found themselves, at least at the end of the war, converging with the global anti-fascist mobilization. The fundamental reason is that the Western left was the nursery of anti-imperialist theory and policies, and that support for colonial liberation movements came overwhelmingly from the international left, and especially, since the Bolsheviks' 1920 Congress of the Eastern Peoples in Baku, from the Comintern and the USSR. Moreover, the activists and future leaders of independence movements, who belonged chiefly to the Western educated elites of their countries, found themselves more at ease in the non-racist and anti-colonial milieu of local liberals, Democrats, socialists, and communists than in any other, when they came to their metropoles. They were in any case almost all modernizers, whom the nostalgic medievalist myths, Nazi ideology, and the racist exclusiveness of their theories, reminded of just those communalist and tribalist tendencies which, in their opinion, were symptoms of their country's backwardness which were exploited by imperialism. In short, an alliance with the Axis, on the principle that my enemy's enemies are my friends, could only be tactical. Even in Southeast Asia, where Japanese rule was less repressive than the old colonialists, and exercised by non-whites against whites, it could only have been short-lived, since Japan, quite apart from its pervasive racism, had no interest in liberating colonies as such. In fact, it was short-lived, because Japan was soon defeated. Fascism or the Axis nationalisms held no particular attraction. On the other hand, a man like Jawaharlal Nehru who, unlike the communists, did not hesitate to launch himself into the Quit India Rebellion in 1942, the crisis year of the British Empire, never ceased to believe that a free India would build a socialist society, and that the USSR would be an ally in this endeavor, perhaps even, with all qualifications, an example. That the leaders and spokesmen for colonial liberation were, so often, minorities untypical of the population they set out to emancipate actually made convergence with anti-fascism easier, for the bulk of the colonial populations were moved, or at least mobilizable, by feelings and ideas to which, but for its commitment to racial superiority, fascism might have made some appeal: traditionalism, religious and ethnic exclusiveness, a suspicion of the modern world. In fact, these sentiments were not yet mobilized to any substantial extent, or, if mobilized, they did not yet become politically dominant. Islamic mass mobilization did develop very strongly in the Muslim world between 1918 and 1945. Thus Hassan al-Banna's Muslim Brotherhood, 1928, a fundamentalist movement strongly hostile to liberalism and communism, became the main standard-bearer of Egyptian mass grievances in the 1940s, and its potential affinities with the Axis ideologies were more than tactical, especially given its hostility to Zionism. Yet the movements and politicians which actually came to the top in Islamic countries, sometimes carried on the backs of the fundamentalist masses, were secular and modernizing. The Egyptian colonels who were to make the revolution of 1952, were emancipated intellectuals, who had been in contact with the small Egyptian communist groups, whose leadership, incidentally, was largely Jewish. Perot, 1987. On the Indian subcontinent, Pakistan, a child of the 1930s and 1940s, has been correctly described as the program of secularized elites who were forced by the territorial disunity of the Muslim population and by competition with the Hindu majorities to call their political society Islamic rather than nationally separatist. Lapidus, 1988, p. 738. In Syria the running was made by the Baath party, founded in the 1940s by two Paris-educated school teachers who, with all their Arab mysticism, were ideologically anti-imperialist and socialist. The Syrian constitution contains no mention of Islam. Iraqi politics, until the Gulf War of 1991, was determined by various combinations of nationalist officers, communists, and Ba'athists, all devoted to Arab unity and socialism, at least in theory, but distinctly not to the law of the Quran. Both for local reasons and because the Algerian revolutionary movement had a wide mass base, not least among the large emigration of laborers to France, there was a strong Islamic element in the Algerian Revolution. However, the revolutionaries specifically agreed, in 1956, that theirs was a struggle to destroy an anachronistic colonization but not a war of religion. Lapidus, 1988, p. 693, and proposed to form a social and democratic republic, which became constitutionally a one-party socialist republic. Indeed, the period of anti-fascism is the only one in which actual communist parties acquired substantial support and influence within some parts of the Islamic world, notably in Syria, Iraq, and Iran. It was only much later that the secular and modernizing voices of political leadership were drowned and silenced by the mass politics of fundamentalist revival, see chapters 12 and 15. In spite of their conflicts of interest, which were to re-emerge after the war, the anti-fascism of the developed Western countries and the anti-imperialism of their colonies found themselves converging towards what both envisaged as a post-war future of social transformation. The USSR and local communism helped to bridge the gap, since they meant anti-imperialism to one world, total commitment to victory to the other. However, unlike the European theaters of war, the non-European ones did not bring the communists major political triumphs, except in the special cases where, as in Europe, anti-fascism and national/social liberation coincided, in China and Korea, where the colonialists were the Japanese, and in Indochina, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, where the immediate enemy of freedom remained the French, whose local administration had subordinated itself to the Japanese, when these overran Southeast Asia. These were the countries where communism was destined to triumph in the post-war era, under Mao, Kim Il-sung and Ho Chi Minh. Elsewhere the leaders of the states about to be decolonized came from movements, generally of the left, but less hampered in 1941–45 by the need to give the defeat of the Axis priority over all else. Still, even these could not but look at the world's situation after the Axis defeat with some optimism. The two superpowers were no friends to the old colonialism, at least on paper. A known anti-colonialist party had come to power in the heart of the largest empire of all. The force and legitimacy of the old colonialism had been severely undermined. The chances for freedom seemed better than ever before. This proved to be the case, but not without some savage rearguard actions by the old empires. 8. So the defeat of the Axis, more precisely, of Germany and Japan, left little grief behind, except in Germany and Japan itself, whose people had fought, with stubborn loyalty and formidable efficiency, to the last day. In the end fascism had mobilized nothing outside its core countries except a scattering of ideological minorities of the radical right, most of whom would have remained on the political fringes in their own countries, a few nationalist groups who expected to achieve their objects by a German alliance, and a lot of the flotsam and jetsam of war and conquest, recruited into the savage auxiliary soldiery of the Nazi occupation. The Japanese mobilized nothing but, momentarily, a sympathy for yellow rather than white skins. The major appeal of European fascism, that it provided a safeguard against working-class movements, socialism, communism, and the godless devil's headquarters in Moscow that inspired them all, had won it a good deal of support among the conservative rich, though big business support was always pragmatic rather than principled. It was not an appeal that would outlive failure and defeat. In any case, the net effect of 12 years of National Socialism was that large parts of Europe now lay at the mercy of the Bolsheviks. So fascism dissolved like a clump of earth thrown into a river, and virtually disappeared from the political scene for good except in Italy, where a modest neo-fascist movement, the Movimento Sociale Italiano, honoring Mussolini has a permanent presence in Italian politics. This was not due merely to the exclusion from politics of persons formerly prominent in fascist regimes, though by no means from the state services and from public life, and still less from economic life. It was not even due to the trauma of good Germans, and, in a different way, loyal Japanese, whose world collapsed in the physical and moral chaos of 1945, and for whom mere fidelity to their old beliefs was actually counterproductive. It stood in the way of adjusting themselves to a new, initially incomprehensible, life under the occupying powers who imposed their institutions and ways on them, who laid the rails along which their trains would henceforth necessarily have to roll. National Socialism had nothing to offer to the post-1945 German except memories. It is typical that in a strongly National Socialist part of Hitler's Germany, namely in Austria, which, by a twist of international diplomacy found itself classified among the innocent rather than the guilty, post-war politics soon reverted to exactly what it had been before democracy was abolished in 1933, with the exception of a slight shift to the left, see Flora, 1983, p. 99. Fascism disappeared with the world crisis that had allowed it to emerge. It had never been, even in theory, a universal program or political project. On the other hand, anti-fascism, however heterogeneous and impermanent its mobilization, succeeded in uniting an extraordinary range of forces. What is more, this unity was not negative but positive and, in certain respects, lasting. Ideologically, it was based on the shared values and aspirations of the Enlightenment and the Age of Revolution, progress by the application of reason and science, education and popular government, no inequalities based on birth or origin, societies looking to the future rather than the past. Some of these similarities existed purely on paper, though it is not entirely insignificant that political entities as remote from Western, or indeed any, democracy as Mengistu's Ethiopia, Somalia before the fall of Syed Barre, Kim Il-sung's North Korea, Algeria, and Communist East Germany chose to give themselves the official title of Democratic or People's, Popular, Democratic Republic. It is a label which interwar fascist, authoritarian and even traditional conservative regimes between the wars would have rejected with contempt. In other respects, common aspirations were not so remote from common reality. Western constitutional capitalism, communist systems, and the Third World were equally committed to equal rights for all races and both sexes, i.e. they all fell short of the common target, but not in ways that systematically distinguished one lot from another. They were all secular states. More to the point, after 1945 they were virtually all states which, deliberately and actively, rejected the supremacy of the market and believed in the active management and planning of the economy by the state. Difficult though it might be to recall in the age of neoliberal economic theology, between the early 1940s and the 1970s the most prestigious and formerly influential champions of complete market freedom, e.g. Friedrich von Hayek, saw themselves and their like as prophets in the wilderness, vainly warning a heedless Western capitalism that it was rushing along the road to serfdom. Hayek, 1944. In fact, it was advancing into an era of economic miracles, see Chapter 9. Capitalist governments were convinced that only economic interventionism could prevent a return to the economic catastrophes between the wars, and avoid the political dangers of people radicalized to the point of choosing communism, as they had once chosen Hitler. Third world countries believed only public action could lift their economies out of backwardness and dependency. In the decolonized world, following the inspiration of the Soviet Union, they were to see the way forward as socialism. The Soviet Union and its newly extended family believed in nothing but central planning. And all three regions of the world advanced into the post-war world with the conviction that victory over the Axis, achieved by political mobilization and revolutionary policies as well as by blood and iron, opened a new era of social transformation. In a sense they were right. Never has the face of the globe and human life been so dramatically transformed as in the era which began under the mushroom clouds of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But as always, history took only marginal notice of human intentions, even those of the national decision-makers. The real social transformation was neither intended nor planned. And in any case, the first contingency they had to face was the almost immediate breakdown of the great anti-fascist alliance. As soon as there was no longer a fascism to unite against, capitalism and communism once again got ready to face each other as one another's mortal enemies. It has been argued that Zarga's information, based on the most reliable sources, that Japan did not intend to attack the USSR in late 1941, enabled Stalin to transfer vital reinforcements to the Western Front at a time when the Germans were on the outskirts of Moscow. Deacon and Story, 1964, Chapter 13, Andrew and Gordievsky, 1991, pages 281-82. However, this should not be used to justify the atrocities committed by either side which, certainly in the case of the Croat state of 1942-45, probably in the case of the Slovak state, were greater than their opponents, and in any case indefensible. Within a month of Hitler's accession to power, the German parliament building in Berlin was mysteriously burned down. The Nazi government immediately accused the Communist Party and used the occasion to suppress it. The Communists accused the Nazis of having organized the fire for this purpose. An unbalanced Dutch loner of revolutionary sympathies, van der Lubbe, as well as the leader of the Communist Parliamentary Group and 3 Bulgarians working in Berlin for the Communist International, were arrested and tried. Van der Lubbe was certainly involved in the arson, the 4 arrested communists certainly not, nor obviously was the KPD. Current historical scholarship does not support the suggestion of a Nazi provocation. Spain retained a foothold in Morocco, disputed by the warlike local Berber tribesmen, who also provided the Spanish army with formidable fighting units, and some African territories further south, forgotten by everyone. Carlism was a fiercely monarchist and ultra-traditionalist movement with strong peasant support, mainly in Navarre. The Carlist fought civil wars in the 1830s and 1870s in support of one branch of the Spanish royal family. They included perhaps 10,000 French, 5,000 Germans and Austrians, 5,000 Poles and Ukrainians, 3,350 Italians, 2,800 from the USA, 2,000 British, 1,500 Yugoslavs, 1,500 Czechs, 1,000 Hungarians, 1,000 Scandinavians and a number of others. The 2,000 to 3,000 Russians can hardly be classed as volunteers. About 7,000 of these were said to be Jews. Thomas, 1977, p. 982-84, Pocker, 1991, p. 15. In the words of the Comintern, the Spanish Revolution was an integral part of the anti-fascist struggle which rests on the widest social base. It is a popular revolution. It is a national revolution. It is an anti-fascist revolution. Ercole, October 1936, cited in Hobsbawm, 1986, p. 175. As late as the foundation conference of the new Cold War Communist Information Bureau, Cominform, the Bulgarian delegate, Veljko Chervenkov, still described the perspectives of his country firmly in these terms. Reali, 1954, pages 66-67, 73-74. Perhaps he was afraid that enthusiastic communist participation in a French or British anti-fascist war might be seen by Hitler as a sign of his secret bad faith, and thus an excuse to attack him. The secret anti-communist armed force known, after its existence was revealed by an Italian politician in 1990, as Stay Behind, in Italy Gladio or the Sword, was set up in 1949 to continue internal resistance in various European countries after a Soviet occupation, if such a situation arose. Its members were armed and paid by the USA, trained by the CIA and British secret and special forces, and its existence was concealed from the governments in whose territories they operated, apart from selected individuals. In Italy, and perhaps elsewhere, it originally consisted of last-ditch fascists who had been left behind as nuclei of resistance by the defeated Axis, who subsequently acquired a new value as fanatical anti-communists. In the 1970s, when invasion by the Red Army no longer seemed plausible even to American Secret Service operatives, the gladiators found a new field of activity as right-wing terrorists, sometimes masquerading as left-wing terrorists. One of the author's friends, who eventually became deputy commander of MOI under the Czech Ardor London, was an Austrian Jew of Polish origin, whose resistance task was to organize anti-Nazi propaganda among the German troops in France. However, the Serbs in Croatia and Bosnia, as well as the Montenegrins, who provided 17% of the officers for the partisan army, were strongly for Tito, as were important sections of Croats, Tito's own people, and the Slovenes. Most of the fighting took place in Bosnia. Notably, all forgot the major part played by women in war, resistance, and liberation. Chapter 6. The Arts 1914–1945. The Surrealists' Paris, too, is a little universe. In the larger one, the cosmos, things look no different. There, too, are crossroads where ghostly signals flash from the traffic, and inconceivable analogies and connections between events are the order of the day. It is the region from which the lyric poetry of surrealism reports. Walter Benjamin, Surrealism, from One Way Street, 1979, p. 231. The new architecture seems to be making little progress in the USA. The advocates of the new style are full of earnestness, and some of them carry on in the shrill pedagogical manner of believers in the single tax. But, save on the level of factory design, they do not seem to be making many converts. H. L. Mencken, 1931. Why brilliant fashion designers, a notoriously non-analytic breed, sometimes succeed in anticipating the shape of things to come better than professional predictors, is one of the most obscure questions in history, and, for the historian of culture, one of the most central. It is certainly crucial to anyone who wants to understand the impact of the age of cataclysms on the world of high culture, the elite arts, and, above all, the avant-garde. For it is generally accepted that these arts anticipated the actual breakdown of liberal bourgeois society by several years, see Age of Empire, Chapter 9. By 1914 virtually everything that can take shelter under the broad and rather undefined canopy of modernism was already in place: Cubism, Expressionism, Futurism, pure abstraction in painting, functionalism and flight from ornament in architecture, the abandonment of tonality in music, the break with tradition in literature. A large number of names who would be on most people's list of eminent modernists were all mature and productive or even famous in 1914. Even T.S. Eliot, whose poetry was not published until 1917 and after, was by then clearly a part of the London avant-garde scene as a contributor, with Pound, to Wyndham Lewis's Blast. These children of, at the latest, the 1880s, remained icons of modernity 40 years later. That a number of men and women who only began to emerge after the war would also make most high culture shortlists of eminent modernists is less surprising than the domination of the older generation. Thus even Schoenberg's successors, Alban Berg and Anton Webern, belong to the generation of the 1880s. In fact, the only formal innovations after 1914 in the world of the established avant-garde seem to have been two: Dadaism, which shaded over into or anticipated surrealism in the western half of Europe, and the Soviet-born constructivism in the East. Constructivism, an excursion into skeletal three-dimensional and preferably moving constructions which have their nearest real-life analog in some fairground structures, giant wheels, Big Dippers etc., was soon absorbed into the mainstream of architecture and industrial design, largely through the Bauhaus, of which more below. Its most ambitious projects, such as Tatlin's famous rotating leaning tower in honor of the Communist International, never got built, or else lived evanescent lives as the decor of early Soviet public ritual. Novel as it was, constructivism did little more than extend the repertoire of architectural modernism. Dadaism took shape among a mixed group of exiles in Zurich, where another group of exiles under Lenin awaited the revolution, in 1916, as an anguished but ironic nihilist protest against World War and the society that had incubated it, including its art. Since it rejected all art, it had no formal characteristics, although it borrowed a few tricks from the pre-1914 Cubist and Futurist avant-gardes, including notably collage, or sticking together bits and pieces, including parts of pictures. Basically anything that might cause apoplexy among conventional bourgeois art lovers was acceptable. Scandal was its principle of cohesion. Thus Marcel Duchamp's, 1887–1968, exhibition of a public urinal as ready-made art in New York in 1917 was entirely in the spirit of Dada, which he joined on his return from the USA, but his subsequent quiet refusal to have anything further to do with art, he preferred to play chess, was not. For there was nothing quiet about Dada. Surrealism, while equally devoted to the rejection of art as hitherto known, equally given to public scandal and, as we shall see, even more attracted to social revolution, was more than a negative protest, as might be expected from a movement essentially centered in France, a country where every fashion requires a theory. Indeed, we can say that, as Dada foundered in the early 1920s with the era of war and revolution that had given it birth, Surrealism emerged from it as what has been called a plea for the revival of the imagination, based on the unconscious as revealed by psychoanalysis, together with a new emphasis on magic, accident, irrationality, symbols and dreams. Willett, 1978. In some ways it was a romantic revival in 20th-century costume, see Age of Revolution, Chapter 14, but with more sense of absurdity and fun. Unlike the mainstream modernist avant-gardes, but like Dada, Surrealism had no interest in formal innovation as such, whether the unconscious expressed itself in a random stream of words, automatic writing, or in the meticulous 19th-century academician style in which Salvador Dali, 1904–89, painted his deliquescent watches in desert landscapes, was of no interest. What counted was to recognize the capacity of the spontaneous imagination, unmediated by rational control systems, to produce cohesion out of the incoherent, and apparently necessary logic out of the plainly illogical or even impossible. René Magritte's, 1898–1967, Castle in the Pyrenees, carefully painted in the manner of a picture postcard, emerges from the top of a huge rock, as though it had grown there. Only the rock, like a giant egg, is floating through the sky above the sea, painted with equal realistic care. Surrealism was a genuine addition to the repertoire of avant-garde arts, its novelty attested by the ability to produce shock, incomprehension, or what amounted to the same thing, a sometimes embarrassed laughter, even among the older avant-garde. This was my own, admittedly juvenile, reaction to the 1936 International Surrealist Exhibition in London, and later to a surrealist painter friend in Paris, whose insistence on producing the exact equivalent in oils of a photograph of human entrails I found hard to understand. Nevertheless, in retrospect it must be seen as a remarkably fertile movement, though chiefly in France and countries such as the Hispanic ones, where French influence was strong. It influenced first-rate poets in France, Eliard, Aragon, in Spain, Garcia Lorca, Eastern Europe and Latin America, Cesar Vallejo in Peru, Pablo Neruda in Chile, and indeed some of it still echoes through magical realist writing in that continent much later. Its images and visions, Max Ernst, 1891–1976, Magritte, Joan Miro, 1893–1983, yes, even Salvador Dali, have become part of ours. And, unlike most earlier Western avant-gardes, it actually fertilized the central art of the 20th century, that of the camera. It is no accident that the cinema is indebted to Surrealism not only for Louis Buñuel, 1900–83, but also for the central script writer of the French cinema in this era, Jacques Prévert, 1900–77, while photojournalism is indebted to it for Henri Cartier-Bresson, 1908. Yet, taken all in all, these were amplifications of the avant-garde revolution in the high arts which had already taken place before the world whose collapse it expressed actually went to pieces. Three things can be noted about this revolution in the era of cataclysms. The avant-garde became, as it were, part of established culture, it became at least partly absorbed into the fabric of everyday life, and, perhaps above all, it became dramatically politicized, perhaps more so than the high arts in any period since the Age of Revolution. And yet, we must never forget that, throughout this period, it remained isolated from the tastes and concerns of the mass of even the Western public, though it now impinged on it more than that public generally recognized. Except for a somewhat larger minority than before 1914, it was not what most people actually and consciously enjoyed. To say that the new avant-garde became central to the established arts is not to claim that it displaced the classic and the fashionable, but that it supplemented both, and became the proof of a serious interest in cultural matters. The international operatic repertoire remained essentially what it had been in the Age of Empire, with composers born in the early 1860s, Richard Strauss, Mascagni, or even earlier, Puccini, Leoncavallo, Janáček, at the outer limits of modernity, as, broadly speaking, it still remains. Yet the traditional partner of opera, namely ballet, was transformed into a consciously avant-garde medium by the great Russian impresario Sergei Diaghilev, 1872–1929, mainly during the First World War. After his 1917 Paris production of Parade, designs by Picasso, music by Satie, libretto by Jean Cocteau, program notes by Guillaume Apollinaire, décors by the likes of the Cubists Georges Braque, 1882–1963, and Juan Gris, 1887–1927, music by, or rewritten by Stravinsky, de Falla, Milhaud, and Poulenc became de rigueur, while both styles of dancing and choreography were modernized accordingly. Before 1914, at least in Britain, the post-impressionist exhibition had been jeered by a Philistine public, while Stravinsky caused scandal wherever he went, as did the Armory show in New York and elsewhere. After the war, the Philistines fell silent before the provocative displays of modernism, deliberate declarations of independence from the discredited pre-war world, manifestos of cultural revolution. And, through the modernist ballet, exploiting its unique combination of snob appeal, the magnetism of Vogue, plus the new Vogue, and elite artistic status, the avant-garde broke out of its stockade. Thanks to Diaghilev, wrote a characteristic figure in the British cultural journalism of the 1920s, the crowd has positively enjoyed decorations by the best and most ridiculed living painters. He has given us modern music without tears and modern painting without laughter. Mortimer, 1925. Diaghilev's ballet was merely one medium for the diffusion of the avant-garde arts which, in any case, varied from one country to the next. Nor, indeed, was the same avant-garde diffused throughout the Western world for, in spite of the continued hegemony of Paris over large regions of elite culture, reinforced after 1918 by the influx of American expatriates, the generation of Hemingway and Scott Fitzgerald, there was actually no longer a unified high culture in the Old World. In Europe, Paris competed with the Moscow-Berlin axis, until the triumphs of Stalin and Hitler silenced or dispersed the Russia or German avant-gardes. The fragments of the former Habsburg and Ottoman empires went their own way in literature, isolated by languages which nobody seriously or systematically attempted to translate until the era of the anti-fascist diaspora in the 1930s. The extraordinary flowering of poetry in the Spanish language on both sides of the Atlantic had next to no international impact until the Spanish Civil War of 1936–39 revealed it. Even the arts least hampered by the Tower of Babel, those of sight and sound, were less international than might be supposed, as a comparison of the relative standing of, say, Hindemith in and outside Germany or of Poulenc in and outside France shows. Educated English art lovers entirely familiar with even the lesser members of the interwar École de Paris, might not even have heard the names of German expressionist painters as important as Nolde and Franz Marc. There were really only two avant-garde arts which all flat carriers of artistic novelty in all relevant countries could be guaranteed to admire, and both came out of the New World rather than the Old, films and jazz. The cinema was co-opted by the avant-garde sometime during the First World War, having previously been unaccountably neglected by it. See Age of Empire. It not merely became essential to admire this art, and notably its greatest personality, Charlie Chaplin, to whom few self-respecting modern poets failed to address a composition, but avant-garde artists themselves launched themselves into filmmaking, most notably in Weimar Germany and Soviet Russia, where they actually dominated production. The canon of art films which the highbrow film buffs were expected to admire in small specialized movie temples during the age of cataclysms, from one side of the globe to the other, consisted essentially of such avant-garde creations. Sergei Eisenstein's, 1898–1948, Battleship Potemkin of 1925 was generally regarded as the all-time masterpiece. The Odessa step sequence of this work, which no one who ever saw it, as I did in a Charing Cross avant-garde cinema in the 1930s, will ever forget, has been described as the classic sequence of silent cinema and possibly the most influential 6 minutes in cinema history. Manvel, 1944, pages 47–48. From the mid-1930s, intellectuals favored the populist French cinema of René Clair, Jean Renoir, not uncharacteristically the painter's son, Marcel Carné, Prévert, the ex-surrealist, and Auric, the ex-member of the avant-garde musical cartel Les Six. These, as non-intellectual critics like to point out, were less enjoyable, though no doubt artistically more high-class than the great bulk of what the hundreds of millions, including the intellectuals, watched every week in increasingly gigantic and luxurious picture palaces, namely the production of Hollywood. On the other hand, the hard-headed showmen of Hollywood were almost as quick as Diaghilev to recognize the avant-garde contribution to profitability. Uncle Carl Laemmle, the boss of Universal Studios, perhaps the least intellectually ambitious of the Hollywood majors, took care to supply himself with the latest men and ideas on his annual visits to his native Germany, with the result that the characteristic product of his studios, the horror movie, Frankenstein, Dracula etc., was sometimes a fairly close copy of German expressionist models. The flow of Central European directors, like Lang, Lubitsch, and Wilder, across the Atlantic, and practically all of them can be regarded as highbrows in their native grounds, was to have a considerable impact on Hollywood itself, not to mention that of technicians like Karl Freund, 1890–1969, or Eugen Skufton, 1893–1977. However, the course of the cinema and the popular arts will be considered below. The jazz of the Jazz Age, i.e. some kind of combination of American Negroes, syncopated rhythmic dance music and an instrumentation which was unconventional by traditional standards, almost certainly aroused universal approval among the avant-garde, less for its own merits than as yet another symbol of modernity, the machine age, a break with the past, in short, another manifesto of cultural revolution. The staff of the Bauhaus had itself photographed with a saxophone. A genuine passion for the sort of jazz which is now recognized as the major contribution of the USA to 20th century music, remained rare among established intellectuals, avant-garde or not, until the second half of the century. Those who developed it, as I did after Duke Ellington's visit to London in 1933, were a small minority. Whatever the local variant of modernism, between the wars it became the badge of those who wanted to prove that they were both cultured and up-to-date. Whether or not one actually liked, or even had read, seen, or heard, works by the recognized OK names, say, among literary English schoolboys of the first half of the 1930s, T.S. Eliot, Ezra Pound, James Joyce, and D.H. Lawrence, it was inconceivable not to talk knowledgeably about them. What is perhaps more interesting, each country's cultural vanguard rewrote or revalued the past to fit in with contemporary requirements. The English were firmly told to forget about Milton and Tennyson, but to admire John Donne. The most influential British critic of the period, Fr. Levy of Cambridge, even devised a canon, or great tradition, of English novels which was the exact opposite of a real tradition, since it omitted from the historical succession anything the critic did not like, such as all of Dickens, with the exception of one novel hitherto regarded as one of the master's minor works, Hard Times. For lovers of Spanish painting, Murillo was now out, but admiration for El Greco was compulsory. But above all, anything to do with the age of capital and the age of empire, other than its avant-garde art, was not only rejected, it became virtually invisible. This was not only demonstrated by the vertical fall in the prices of 19th-century academic painting, and the corresponding but still modest rise of the Impressionists and later Modernists. They remained practically unsaleable until the 1960s. The very attempts to recognize any merit in Victorian building had about them an air of deliberate provocation of real good taste, associated with camp reactionaries. The present author, grown up among the great architectural monuments of the liberal bourgeoisie which encircle Vienna's old inner city, learned, by a sort of cultural osmosis, that they were to be regarded as either inauthentic or pompous or both. Such buildings were not actually torn down en masse until the 1950s and 1960s, the most disastrous decade in modern architecture, which is why a Victorian society to protect buildings of the 1840 to 1914 period was not set up in Britain until 1958, more than 20 years after a Georgian group, to protect the less outcast 18th century heritage. The impact of the avant-garde on the commercial cinema already suggests that modernism began to make its mark on everyday life. It did so obliquely, through productions which the broad public did not consider to be art, and consequently to be judged by a priori criteria of aesthetic value, primarily through publicity, industrial design, commercial print and graphics, and genuine objects. Thus among champions of modernity Marcel Breuer's, 1902-81, famous tubular chair, 1925-29, carried an enormous ideological and aesthetic charge. Gideon, 1948, pages 488-95. Yet it was to make its way through the modern world not as a manifesto, but as the modest but universally useful movable stacking chair. But there can be no doubt at all that, within less than 20 years of the outbreak of the First World War, metropolitan life all over the Western world was visibly marked by modernism, even in countries like the USA and Great Britain, which appeared entirely unreceptive to it in the 1920s. Streamlining, which swept through the American design of both suitable and unsuitable products from the early 1930s, echoed Italian futurism. The Art Deco style, derived from the Paris Exposition of Decorative Arts of 1925, domesticated modernist angularity and abstraction. The modern paperback revolution in the 1930s, Penguin Books, carried the banner of the avant-garde typography of Gentschkold, 1902-74. The direct assault of modernism was still deflected. Not until after the Second World War did the so-called international style of modernist architecture transform the city scene, though its chief propagandists and practitioners, Gropius, L. E. Corbusier, Mies van der Rohe, Frank Lloyd Wright, etc., had long been active. Some exceptions apart, the bulk of public building, including public housing projects by municipalities of the left, which might have been expected to sympathize with the socially conscious new architecture, showed little sign of its influence except an apparent dislike for decoration. Most of the massive rebuilding of working-class Red Vienna in the 1920s was undertaken by architects who figure barely, if at all, in most histories of architecture. But the lesser equipment of everyday life was rapidly reshaped by modernity. How far this was due to the heritage of the arts and crafts and Art Nouveau movements, in which vanguard art had committed itself to daily use, how far to the Russian constructivists, some of whom deliberately set out to revolutionize mass production design, how far to the genuine suitability of modernist purism for modern domestic technology, e.g. kitchen design, we must leave to art history to decide. The fact remains that a short-lived establishment, which began very much as a political and artistic avant-garde center, came to set the tone of both architecture and the applied arts of two generations. This was the Bauhaus, or Art and Design School of Weimar and later Dessau in central Germany, 1919-33, whose existence coincided with the Weimar Republic. It was dissolved by the National Socialists shortly after Hitler took power. The list of names associated with the Bauhaus in one way or another reads like a who's who of the advanced arts between the Rhine and the Urals: Gropius and Mies van der Rohe, Lionel Feininger, Paul Klee and Vasily Kandinsky, Malevich, L. Lisitsky, Moholy-Nagy, etc. Its influence rested not only on these talents but, from 1921, on a deliberate turn away from the old arts and crafts and, avant-garde, fine arts tradition to designs for practical use and industrial production, car bodies, by Gropius, aircraft seats, advertising graphics, a passion of the Russian constructivist L. Lisitsky, not forgetting the design of the 1 and 2 million mark banknotes during the Great German hyperinflation of 1923. The Bauhaus, as its problems with unsympathetic politicians shows, was considered deeply subversive. And, indeed, political commitment of one kind or another dominates the serious arts in the age of catastrophe. In the 1930s it reached even Britain, still a haven of social and political stability amid European revolution, and the USA, remote from war but not from the Great Slump. That political commitment was by no means only to the left, though radical art lovers found it hard, especially when young, to accept that creative genius and progressive opinions should not go together. Yet, especially in literature, deeply reactionary convictions, sometimes translated into fascist practice, were common enough in Western Europe. The poets T.S. Eliot and Ezra Pound in Britain and Exile, William Butler Yeats, 1865–1939, in Ireland, the novelists Knud Hamsun, 1859–1952, in Norway, an impassioned collaborator of the Nazis, D.H. Lawrence, 1885–1930, in Britain and Louis Ferdinand Céline in France, 1884–1961, are obvious examples. The brilliant talents of the Russian emigration cannot, of course, be automatically classified as reactionary, although some of them were, or became, so, for a refusal to accept Bolshevism united émigrés of widely different political views. Nevertheless, it is probably safe to say that in the aftermath of World War and the October Revolution, and even more in the era of anti-fascism of the 1930s and 1940s, it was the left, often the revolutionary left, that primarily attracted the avant-garde. Indeed, war and revolution politicized a number of notably non-political pre-war avant-garde movements in France and Russia. Most of the Russian avant-garde, however, showed no initial enthusiasm for October. As Lenin's influence brought Marxism back to the Western world as the only important theory and ideology of social revolution, so it assured the conversion of avant-gardes to what the National Socialists, not incorrectly, called cultural Bolshevism, Kulturbolshevismus. Dada was for revolution. Its successor, Surrealism, had difficulty only in deciding which brand of revolution it was for, the majority of the sect choosing Trotsky over Stalin. The Moscow-Berlin axis which shaped so much of Weimar culture rested on common political sympathies. Mies van der Rohe built a monument to the murdered Spartacist leaders Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg for the German Communist Party. Gropius, Bruno Taut, 1880–1938, Le Corbusier, Hans Meyer and an entire Bauhaus brigade accepted Soviet commissions, admittedly at a time when the Great Slump made the USSR not merely ideologically but also professionally attractive to Western architects. Even the basically not very political German cinema was radicalized, as witness the wonderful director G.W. Pabst, 1885–1967, a man visibly more interested in presenting women rather than public affairs, and later quite prepared to work under the Nazis. Yet in the last Weimar years he was the author of some of the most radical films, including Brechtweil's Threepenny Opera. It was the tragedy of modernist artists, left or right, that the much more effective political commitment of their own mass movements and politicians, not to mention their adversaries, rejected them. With the partial exception of futurist-influenced Italian fascism, the new authoritarian regimes of both right and left preferred old-fashioned and gigantic monumental buildings and vistas in architecture, inspirational representations in both painting and sculpture, elaborate performances of the classics on stage, and ideological acceptability in literature. Hitler, of course, was a frustrated artist who eventually found a competent young architect to realize his gigantic conceptions, Albert Speer. However, neither Mussolini nor Stalin nor General Franco, all of whom inspired their own architectural dinosaurs, began life with such personal ambitions. Neither the German nor the Russian avant-garde, therefore, survived the rise of Hitler and Stalin, and the two countries, spearhead of all that was advanced and distinguished in the arts of the 1920s, almost disappear from the cultural scene. In retrospect we can see better than contemporaries could what a cultural disaster the triumph of both Hitler and Stalin proved to be, that is to say, how much the avant-garde arts were rooted in the revolutionary soil of Central and Eastern Europe. The best wine of the arts seemed to grow on the lava-streaked slopes of volcanoes. It was not merely that the cultural authorities of politically revolutionary regimes gave more official recognition, i.e. material backing, to artistic revolutionaries than the conservative ones they replaced, even if their political authorities showed no enthusiasm. Anatole Lunacharsky, the Commissar for Enlightenment, encouraged the avant-garde, though Lenin's taste in the arts was quite conventional. The Social Democratic government of Prussia, before it was expelled in 1932 from office, unresistingly, by the authorities of the more right-wing German Reich, encouraged the radical conductor Otto Klemperer to turn one of the Berlin opera houses into a showcase of all that was advanced in music between 1928 and 1931. However, in some undefinable way, it also seems that the times of cataclysm heightened the sensibilities, sharpened the passions of those who lived through them, in Central and Eastern Europe. Theirs was a harsh, not a happy vision, and its very harshness and the tragic sense that infused it was what sometimes gave talents which were not in themselves outstanding a bitter denunciatory eloquence. For instance, B. Traven, an insignificant anarchist bohemian emigrant once associated with the short-lived Munich Soviet Republic of 1919, who took to writing movingly about sailors and Mexico. Houston's Treasure of the Sierra Madre with Bogart is based on him. Without it he would have remained in deserved obscurity. Where such an artist lost the sense that the world was intolerable, as the savage German satirist George Grosz did on emigrating to the USA after 1933, nothing remained but technically competent sentimentality. The Central European avant-garde art of the age of cataclysm rarely articulated hope, even though its politically revolutionary members were committed to an upbeat vision of the future by their ideological convictions. Its most powerful achievements, most of them dating from the years before Hitler's and Stalin's supremacy, "I can't think what to say about Hitler," quipped the great Austrian satirist Karl Kraus, whom the First World War had left far from speechless. Kraus, 1922, come out of apocalypse and tragedy, Alban Berg's opera Wozzeck, first performed 1926, Brecht and Weil's Threepenny Opera, 1928, and Mahagani, 1931, Brecht Tiesler's Die Maßnahme, 1930, Isaac Babel's Stories Red Cavalry, 1926. Eisenstein's film Battleship Potemkin, 1925, or Alfred Doblin's Berlin Alexanderplatz, 1929. As for the collapse of the Habsburg Empire, it produced an extraordinary outburst of literature, ranging from the denunciation of Karl Kraus's The Last Days of Humanity, 1922, through the ambiguous buffoonery of Yaroslav Hasek's Good Soldier Schwedschk, 1921, to the melancholy Three Noti of Joseph Roth's Radetzky Marsh, 1932, and the endless self-reflection of Robert Musil's Man Without Qualities, 1930. No set of political events in the 20th century has had a comparably profound impact on the creative imagination, although in their own ways the Irish Revolution and Civil War, 1916-22, through O'Casey and, in a more symbolic mode, through its muralists, the Mexican Revolution, 1910-20, but not the Russian Revolution, inspired the arts in their respective countries. An empire destined to collapse as a metaphor for a Western elite culture itself undermined and collapsing, these images had long haunted the dark corners of the Central European imagination. The end of order found expression in the great poet Rainer Maria Rilke's, 1875-1926, Duino Elegies, 1913-23. Another Prague writer in the German language presented an even more absolute sense of the incomprehensibility of the human predicament, both singular and collective, Franz Kafka, 1883–1924, almost all of whose work was published posthumously. This, then, was art created in the days the world was falling. The hour the earth's foundations fled. To cite the classical scholar and poet A.E. Haussmann, who was far from the avant-garde, Haussmann, 1988, p. 138. This was art whose view was that of the angel of history, whom the German Jewish Marxist Walter Benjamin, 1892–1940, claimed to recognize in Paul Klee's picture Angelus Novus. His face is turned towards the past. Where we see a chain of events before us, he sees a single catastrophe which keeps piling wreckage upon ruin till they reach his feet. If only he could stay to wake the dead and to piece together the fragments of what has been broken. But a storm blows from the direction of paradise, catching his wings with such force that the angel can no longer close them. This storm drives him irresistibly into the future, to which his back is turned, while the pile of debris at his feet grows into the sky. This storm is what we call progress. Benjamin, 1971, pages 84–85. West of the zone of collapse and revolution the sense of a tragic and ineluctable cataclysm was less, but the future seemed equally enigmatic. In spite of the trauma of the First World War, continuity with the past was not so obviously broken until the 1930s, the decade of the Great Slump, fascism, and the steadily approaching war. Even so, in retrospect the mood of the Western intellectual seems less desperate and more hopeful than that of the Central Europeans, now scattered and isolated from Moscow to Hollywood, or the captive East Europeans silenced by failure and terror. They still felt themselves to be defending values threatened, but not yet destroyed, to revitalize what was living in their society, if need be by transforming it. As we shall see, Chapter 18, much of the Western blindness to the faults of the Stalinist Soviet Union was due to the conviction that, after all, it represented the values of the Enlightenment against the disintegration of reason, of progress in the old and simple sense, so much less problematic than Walter Benjamin's wind blowing from paradise. It was only among ultra-reactionaries that we find the sense of the world as an incomprehensible tragedy, or rather, as in the greatest British novelist of the period, Evelyn Waugh, 1903–66, as a black comedy for Stoics, or, as in the French novelist Louis Ferdinand Céline, 1894–1961, a nightmare even for cynics. Though the finest and most intelligent of the young British avant-garde poets of the time, W.H. Auden, 1907–73, had a sense of history as tragedy, Spain, Musée des Beaux-Arts, the mood of the group of which he was the centre found the human predicament acceptable enough. The most impressive British artists of the avant-garde, the sculptor Henry Moore, 1898–1986, and the composer Benjamin Britten, 1913–76, give the impression that they would have been quite ready to let the world crisis pass them by, had it not intruded. But it did. The avant-garde arts were still a concept confined to the culture of Europe and its outliers and dependencies, and even there the pioneers on the frontier of artistic revolution still often looked longingly at Paris and even, to a lesser but surprising extent, at London. It did not yet look to New York. What this means is that the non-European avant-garde barely existed outside the Western Hemisphere, where it was firmly anchored to both artistic experiment and social revolution. Its best-known representatives at this time, the mural painters of the Mexican Revolution, disagreed only about Stalin and Trotsky, but not about Zapata and Lenin, whom Diego Rivera, 1886–1957, insisted on including in a fresco destined for the new Rockefeller Center in New York, a triumph of Art Deco second only to the Chrysler Building, to the displeasure of the Rockefellers. Yet for most artists in the non-Western world the basic problem was modernity, not modernism. How were their writers to turn spoken vernaculars into flexible and comprehensive literary idioms for the contemporary world, as the Bengalis had done since the mid-19th century in India? How were men, perhaps, in these new days, even women, to write poetry in Urdu, instead of the classical Persian hitherto obligatory for such purposes, in Turkish instead of in the classical Arabic which Ataturk's revolution threw into the dustbin of history with the fez and the woman's veil. What, in countries of ancient cultures, were they to do with or about their traditions, arts which, however attractive, did not belong to the 20th century? To abandon the past was revolutionary enough to make the Western revolt of one phase of modernity against another appear irrelevant or even incomprehensible. All the more so when the modernizing artist was at the same time a political revolutionary, as was more than likely. Chekhov and Tolstoy might seem more apposite models than James Joyce for those who felt their task, and their inspiration, was to go to the people and to paint a realistic picture of their sufferings and to help them rise. Even the Japanese writers, who took to modernism from the 1920s, probably through contact with Italian futurism, had a strong and from time to time dominant socialist or communist proletarian contingent. Keane, 1984, Chapter 15. Indeed, the first great Chinese modern writer, Lu Xun, 1881-1936, deliberately rejected Western models and looked to Russian literature where we can see the kindly soul of the oppressed, their sufferings and struggles. Lu Xun, 1975, p. 23. For most of the creative talents of the non-European world who were neither confined within their traditions nor simple westernizers, the major task seemed to be to discover, to lift the veil from, and to present the contemporary reality of their peoples. Realism was their movement. 2. In a way, this desire united the arts of East and West. For the 20th century, it was increasingly clear, was the century of the common people, and dominated by the arts produced by and for them. And two linked instruments made the world of the common man visible as never before and capable of documentation, reportage and the camera. Neither was new. See Age of Capital, Chapter 15, Age of Empire, Chapter 9, but both entered a self-conscious golden age after 1914. Writers, especially in the USA, not only saw themselves as recorders or reporters, but wrote for newspapers and indeed were or had been newspapermen. Ernest Hemingway, 1899-1961, Theodore Dreiser, 1871-1945, Sinclair Lewis, 1885-1951. Reportage, the term first appears in French dictionaries in 1929 and in English ones in 1931, became an accepted genre of socially critical literature and visual presentation in the 1920s, largely under the influence of the Russian revolutionary avant-garde who extolled fact against the pop entertainment which the European left had always condemned as the people's opium. The Czech communist journalist Egon Erwinkish, who gloried in the name of reporter in a rush, Der Rasende Reporter, 1925, was the title of the first of a series of his reportages, seems to have given the term currency in Central Europe. It spread, mainly via the cinema, through the Western avant-garde. Its origins are clearly visible in the sections headed Newsreel and The Camera Eye, an allusion to the avant-garde film documentarist Gigi Vertov, with which the narrative is intercut in John Dos Passos, 1896-1970, Trilogy USA, written in that novelist's left-wing period. In the hands of the avant-garde left, documentary film became a self-conscious movement, but in the 1930s even the hard-headed professionals of the news and magazine business claimed a higher intellectual and creative status by upgrading some movie newsreels, usually undemanding space fillers, into the more grandiose March of Time documentaries, and borrowing the technical innovations of the avant-garde photographers as pioneered in the communist AIZ of the 1920s to create a golden age of the Picture magazine, Life in the USA, Picture Post in Britain, VU in France. However, outside the Anglo-Saxon countries it only began to flourish massively after the Second World War. The new photojournalism owed its merits not only to the talented men, even some women, who discovered photography as a medium, to the illusory belief that the camera cannot lie, i.e. that it somehow represented real truth, and to the technical improvements that made unposed pictures easy with the new miniature cameras, The Leica launched in 1924, but perhaps most of all to the universal dominance of the cinema. Men and women learned to see reality through camera lenses. For while there was growth in the circulation of the printed word, now also increasingly interwoven with rotogravure photos in the tabloid press, it lost ground to the film. The age of catastrophe was the age of the large cinema screen. In the late 1930s, for every British person who bought a daily newspaper, 2 bought a cinema ticket. Stevenson, pages 396, 403. Indeed, as depression deepened and the world was swept by war, Western cinema attendances reached their all-time peak. In the new visual media, avant-garde and mass arts fertilized one another. Indeed, in the old Western countries the domination of the educated strata and a certain elitism penetrated even the mass medium of film, producing a golden age for the German silent film in the Weimar era, for the French sound film in the 1930s, and for the Italian film as soon as the blanket of fascism which covered its talents had been lifted. Of these, perhaps the populist French cinema of the 1930s was most successful in combining what intellectuals wanted from culture with what the larger public wanted from entertainment. It was the only highbrow cinema which never forgot the importance of the story, especially about love and crime, and the only one capable of making good jokes. Where the avant-garde, political or artistic, had its own way entirely, as in the documentary movement or agitprop art, its work rarely reached beyond small minorities. However, the avant-garde input is not what makes the mass arts of the period significant. It is their increasingly undeniable cultural hegemony, even though, as we have seen, outside the USA they still had not quite escaped from the supervision of the educated. The arts, or rather entertainments, which became dominant were those aimed at the broadest masses rather than at the large, and growing, middle-class and lower-middle-class public with traditional tastes. These still dominated the European boulevard or West End stage or its equivalents, at least until Hitler dispersed the manufacturers of such products, but their interest is slight. The most interesting development in this middlebrow region was the extraordinary, explosive growth of a genre that had shown some signs of life before 1914, but no hint of its subsequent triumphs, the detective puzzle story, now mainly written at book length. The genre was primarily British, perhaps a tribute to A. Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes, who became internationally known in the 1890s, and, more surprisingly, largely female or academic. Its pioneer, Agatha Christie, 1891 to 1976, remains a bestseller to this day. The international versions of this genre were still largely, and evidently, inspired by the British model, i.e. they were almost exclusively about murder treated as a parlour game requiring some ingenuity, rather like the high-class crossword puzzles with enigmatic clues which were an even more exclusively British speciality. The genre is best seen as a curious invocation to a social order threatened but not yet breached. Murder, which now became the central, almost the only crime to mobilize the detective, erupts into a characteristically ordered environment, the country house, or some familiar professional milieu, and is traced to one of those rotten apples which confirm the soundness of the rest of the barrel. Order is restored through reason as applied to the problem by the detective who himself, he was still overwhelmingly male, represents the milieu. Hence perhaps the insistence on the private investigator, unless the policeman himself is, unlike most of his kind, a member of the upper and middle classes. It was a deeply conservative, though still self-confident genre, unlike the contemporary rise of the more hysterical secret agent thriller, also mainly British, a genre with a great future in the second half of the century. Its authors, men of modest literary merits, often found a suitable métier in their country's secret service. By 1914 mass media on the modern scale could already be taken for granted in a number of Western countries. Nevertheless, their growth in the age of cataclysms was spectacular. Newspaper circulation in the USA rose much faster than population, doubling between 1920 and 1950. By that time something between 300 and 350 papers were sold for every 1,000 men, women, and children in the typical developed country, though the Scandinavians and Australians consumed even more newsprint, and the urbanized British, possibly because their press was national rather than localized, bought an astonishing 600 copies per thousand of the population. UN Statistical Yearbook, 1948. The press appealed to the literate, although in countries of mass schooling it did its best to satisfy the incompletely literate by means of pictures and comic strips, not yet admired by the intellectuals, and by developing a highly colored, attention-grabbing, pseudo-demotic idiom avoiding words of too many syllables. Its influence on literature was not negligible. The cinema, on the other hand, made small demands on literacy, and after it learned to talk in the late 1920s, practically none on the English-speaking public. However, unlike the press, which in most parts of the world interested only a small elite, films were almost from the start an international mass medium. The abandonment of the potentially universal language of the silent film with its tested codes for cross-cultural communication probably did much to make spoken English internationally familiar and thus help to establish the language as the global pidgin of the later 20th century. 4. In the golden age of Hollywood, films were essentially American, except in Japan, where about as many full-size movies were made as in the USA. As for the rest of the world, on the eve of the Second World War Hollywood produced about as many films as all other industries combined, even if we include India, which already produced about 170 a year for an audience as large as Japan's and almost as large as the USA's. In 1937 it turned out 567 films, or rather more than 10 a week. The difference between the hegemonic capacity of capitalism and bureaucratized socialism is that between this figure and the 41 films the USSR claimed to have produced in 1938. Nevertheless, for obvious linguistic reasons, so extraordinary a global predominance of a single industry could not last. In any case, it did not survive the disintegration of the studio system, which reached its peak in this period as a machine for mass-producing dreams, but collapsed shortly after the Second World War. The third of the mass media was entirely new, radio. Unlike the other two, it rested primarily on the private ownership of what was still a sophisticated piece of machinery, and was thus confined essentially to the comparatively prosperous developed countries. In Italy the number of radio sets did not exceed that of automobiles until 1931, Isola, 1990. The greatest densities of radio sets were to be found, on the eve of the Second World War, in the USA, Scandinavia, New Zealand, and Britain. However, in such countries it advanced at a spectacular rate, and even the poor could afford it. Of Britain's 9 million sets in 1939, half had been bought by people earning between £2.5 and £4 per week, a modest income, and another 2 million by people earning less than this. Briggs, 2, p. 254. It is perhaps not surprising that the radio audience doubled in the years of the Great Slump, when its rate of growth was faster than before or later. For radio transformed the life of the poor, and especially of housebound poor women, as nothing else had ever done. It brought the world into their room. Henceforth the loneliest need never again be entirely alone. And the entire range of what could be said, sung, played or otherwise expressed in sound, was now at their disposal. Is it surprising that a medium unknown when the First World War ended had captured 10 million households in the USA by the year of the stock exchange crash, over 27 millions by 1939, over 40 millions by 1950? Unlike film, or even the revolutionized mass press, radio did not transform the human ways of perceiving reality in any profound way. It did not create new ways of seeing or establishing relations between sense impressions and ideas, see Age of Empire. It was merely the medium, not the message. But its capacity for speaking simultaneously to untold millions, each of whom felt addressed as an individual, made it an inconceivably powerful tool of mass information and, as both rulers and salesmen immediately recognized, for propaganda and advertisement. By the early 1930s, the President of the USA had discovered the potential of the radio fireside chat, and the King of Britain that of the Royal Christmas broadcast, 1932 and 1933 respectively. In the Second World War, with its endless demand for news, radio came into its own as a political instrument and as a medium of information. The number of radio sets in continental Europe increased substantially in all countries except some of the worst victims of battle, Briggs, 3, Appendix C. In several cases it doubled or more than doubled. In most of the non-European countries the rise was even steeper. Commerce, though from the start it ruled the airwaves over the USA, had a harder conquest elsewhere, since by tradition governments were reluctant to give up control over so powerful a medium for influencing citizens. The BBC maintained its public monopoly. Where commercial broadcasting was tolerated, it was nevertheless expected to defer to the official voice. It is difficult to recognize the innovations of radio culture, since so much that it pioneered has become part of the furniture of everyday life: the sports commentary, the news bulletin, the celebrity guest show, the soap opera, or indeed the serial program of any kind. The most profound change it brought was simultaneously to privatize and to structure life according to a rigorous timetable, which henceforth ruled not only the sphere of labor but that of leisure. Yet curiously this medium, and, until the rise of video and VCR its successor, television, though essentially centered on individual and family, created its own public sphere. For the first time in history people unknown to each other who met knew what each had in all probability heard, or, later, seen, the night before: the big game, the favorite comedy show, Winston Churchill's speech, the contents of the news bulletin. The art most significantly affected by radio was music, since it abolished the acoustic or mechanical limitations on the range of sounds. Music, the last of the arts to break out of the bodily prison that confines oral communication, had already entered the era of mechanical reproduction before 1914 with the gramophone, although this was hardly yet within reach of the masses. The years between the wars certainly brought both gramophones and records within the range of the masses, though the virtual collapse of the record market for race records, i.e. typical poor people's music during the American slump, demonstrates the fragility of this expansion. Yet the record, though its technical quality improved after about 1930, had its limits, if only of length. Moreover, its range depended on its sales. Radio, for the first time, enabled music to be heard at a distance at more than 5 minutes unbroken length, and by a theoretically limitless number of listeners. It thus became both a unique popularizer of minority music, including classical music, and by far the most powerful means for selling records, as indeed it still remains. Radio did not change music, it certainly affected it less than the theater or the movies, which also soon learned to reproduce sound, but the role of music in contemporary life, not excluding its role as oral wallpaper for everyday living, is inconceivable without it. The forces which dominated the popular arts were thus primarily technological and industrial: press, camera, film, record, and radio. Yet since the later 19th century an authentic spring of autonomous creative innovation had been visibly welling up in the popular and entertainment quarters of some great cities, see Age of Empire. It was far from exhausted, and the media revolution carried its products far beyond their original milieus. Thus the Argentine tango formalized, and especially amplified from dance into song, probably reached its peak of achievement and influence in the 1920s and 1930s, and when its greatest star Carlos Gardel, 1890 to 1935, died in an air crash in 1935, he was mourned all over Spanish America, and, thanks to records, turned into a permanent presence. The samba, destined to symbolize Brazil as the tango did Argentina, is the child of the democratization of the Rio Carnival in the 1920s. However, the most impressive and, in the long run, influential development of this sort was the development of jazz in the USA, largely under the impact of the migration of Negroes from the southern states to the big cities of Middle West and Northeast, an autonomous art music of professional, mainly black, entertainers. The impact of some of these popular innovations or developments was as yet restricted outside their native milieus. It was also as yet less revolutionary than it became in the second half of the century, when, to take the obvious example, an idiom directly derived from the American Negro blues became, as rock and roll, a global language of youth culture. Nevertheless, though, with the exception of film, the impact both of mass media and popular creation was more modest than it became in the second half of the century. This will be considered below. It was already enormous in quantity and striking in quality, especially in the USA, which began to exercise an unchallengeable hegemony in these fields, thanks to its extraordinary economic preponderance, its firm commitment to commerce and democracy, and, after the Great Slump, the influence of Rooseveltian populism. In the field of popular culture, the world was American or it was provincial. With one exception, no other national or regional model established itself globally, though some had substantial regional influence, for instance, Egyptian music within the Islamic world, and an occasional exotic touch entered global commercial popular culture from time to time, as in the Caribbean and Latin American components of dance music. The unique exception was sport. In this branch of popular culture, and who, having seen the Brazilian team in its days of glory, will deny it the claim to art? U.S. influence remained confined to the area of Washington's political domination. As cricket is played as a mass sport only where once the Union Jack flew, so baseball made little impact except where U.S. Marines had once landed. The sport the world made its own was association football, the child of Britain's global economic presence, which had introduced teams named after British firms or composed of expatriate Britons, like the Sao Paulo Athletic Club, from the polar ice to the equator. This simple and elegant game, unhampered by complex rules and equipment, and which could be practiced on any more or less flat open space of the required size, made its way through the world entirely on its merits and, with the establishment of the World Cup in 1930, won by Uruguay, became genuinely international. And yet, by our standards, mass sports, though now global, remained extraordinarily primitive. Their practitioners had not yet been absorbed by the capitalist economy. The great stars were still amateurs, as in tennis, i.e. assimilated to traditional bourgeois status, or professionals paid a wage not all that much higher than a skilled industrial workers, as in British football. They had still to be enjoyed face to face, for even radio could only translate the actual side of the game or race into the rising decibels of a commentator's voice. The age of television and sportsmen paid like film stars was still a few years away. But, as we shall see, chapters 9 to 11, not all that many. Matisse and Picasso, Schoenberg and Stravinsky, Gropius and Mies van der Rohe, Proust, James Joyce, Thomas Mann and Franz Kafka, Yeats, Ezra Pound, Alexander Bloch and Anna Akhmatova. Among others, Isaac Babel, 1894, Le Corbusier, 1897, Ernest Hemingway 1899, Bertolt Brecht, Garcia Lorca and Hans Eisler, all born 1898, Kurt Weill, 1900, Jean-Paul Sartre, 1905, and W.H. Auden, 1907. It is significant that, with comparatively rare exceptions, Alban Berg, Benjamin Britten, the major creations for the musical stage after 1918, for instance the Threepenny Opera, Mahagani, Porgy and Bess, were not written for official opera houses. To be fair, Dr. Levy eventually, if somewhat grudgingly, found less inadequate words of appreciation for this great writer. Mir fällt zu Hitler nichts ein. This did not prevent Krauss, after a lengthy silence, writing some 100 pages on the subject, which nevertheless exceeded his grasp. Indeed, the major literary echoes of the First World War only began to reverberate towards the end of the 1920s when Erich Maria remarks All Quiet on the Western Front, 1929, Hollywood film 1930, sold 2.5 million copies in 18 months in 25 languages. Chapter 7. End of Empires. He became a terrorist revolutionary in 1918. His guru was present at his wedding night and he never lived with his wife for 10 years till her death in 1928. It was an iron rule for the revolutionaries that they should keep aloof from women. He used to tell me how India would become free by fighting the way the Irish fought. It was when I was with him that I read Dan Breen's My Fight for Irish Freedom. Dan Breen was Master Da's ideal. He named his organization the Indian Republican Army, Chittagong branch after the Irish Republican Army. Kulpanatud, 1945, pages 16 to 17. The heaven-born breed of colonial administrators tolerated and even encouraged the bribery corruption system because it provided a cheap machinery for the exercise of control over restless and often dissident populations. For what it means in effect is that what a man wants, e.g. to win his lawsuit, to get a government contract, to be given a birthday honor or to get an official job, can be achieved by doing a favor to the man with power to give or withhold. The favor done need not be a gift of money, that is crude and few Europeans in India soiled their hands that way. It could be a gift of friendship and respect, lavish hospitality, or the gift of funds to a good cause, but above all, loyalty to the Raj. M. Carrot, 1985, pages 63 to 64. In the course of the 19th century a few countries, mostly those bordering on the northern Atlantic, conquered the rest of the non-European globe with ridiculous ease. Insofar as they did not bother to occupy and rule it, the countries of the West established an even more unchallenged superiority by means of their economic and social system and its organization and technology. Capitalism and bourgeois society transformed and ruled the world and provided the model, until 1917 the only model, for those who did not want to be devoured or swept aside by the juggernaut of history. After 1917 Soviet communism provided an alternative model, but essentially a model of the same type, except that it dispensed with private enterprise and liberal institutions. The 20th century history of the non-Western or more exactly non-Northwestern world is therefore essentially determined by its relations with the countries which had established themselves in the 19th century as the lords of humankind. To this extent the history of the short 20th century remains geographically skewed, and can only be written as such, by the historian who wants to concentrate on the dynamics of global transformation. This does not mean that one shares the condescending and only too often ethnocentric or even racist sense of superiority, and the entirely unjustified self-satisfaction which is still common in the favored countries. Indeed, this historian is passionately opposed to what E.P. Thompson has called the enormous condescension towards the world's backward and poor. Nevertheless, the fact remains that the dynamics of the greater part of the world's history in the short 20th century are derived, not original. They consist essentially in the attempts by the elites of non-bourgeois societies to imitate the model pioneered in the West, which was essentially seen as that of societies generating progress, the form of wealth, power and culture, by economic and techno-scientific development in a capitalist or socialist variant. There was no operational model other than westernization or modernization or whatever one chose to call it. Conversely, only political euphemism separates the various synonyms of backwardness, as Lenin had no hesitation in describing the situation of his own country and the colonial and backward countries, which international diplomacy has scattered round a decolonized world, underdeveloped, developing etc. The operational model of development could be combined with various other sets of beliefs and ideologies, so long as these did not interfere with it, i.e. so long as the country concerned did not, say, ban the construction of airports on the ground that they had not been authorized by Quran or Bible, or conflicted with the inspiring tradition of medieval knighthood, or were incompatible with the depth of the Slav soul. On the other hand, where such sets of belief were opposed to the process of development in practice and not merely in theory, they guaranteed failure and defeat. However strong and sincere the belief that magic would turn machine gun bullets aside, it worked too rarely to make much difference. Telephone and telegraph were better means of communication than the holy man's telepathy. This is not to dismiss the traditions, beliefs, or ideologies, unchanging or modified, by which societies coming into contact with the new world of development judged it. Both traditionalism and socialism concurred in detecting the empty moral space at the center of triumphant economic and political capitalist liberalism, as it destroyed all bonds between individuals except those based on Adam Smith's propensity to barter and to pursue their personal satisfactions and interests. As a moral system, a way of ordering the place of human beings in the world, as a way of recognizing what and how much development and progress destroyed, the pre- or non-capitalist ideologies and value systems were often superior to the beliefs that gunboats, merchants, missionaries, and colonial administrators brought with them. As a means of mobilizing the masses in traditional societies against modernization, either capitalist or socialist, or more precisely against the outsiders who imported it, they could under some circumstances be quite effective, although in fact none of the successful movements of liberation in the backward world before the 1970s was inspired or achieved by traditional or neo-traditional ideologies. This is in spite of the fact that one such movement, the short-lived Caliphate agitation in British India, 1920–21, which demanded the preservation of the Turkish Sultan as Caliph of all the faithful, the maintenance of the Ottoman Empire in its 1914 frontiers, and of Muslim control over the holy places of Islam, including Palestine, probably forced mass non-cooperation and civil disobedience on a hesitant Indian National Congress, Minalt, 1982. The most characteristic mass mobilizations under the auspices of religion, church retained its hold over the common people better than king, were rearguard actions, though sometimes stubborn and heroic ones like the peasant resistance to the Secularizing Mexican Revolution under the banner of Christ the King, 1926–32, described by its chief historian in epic terms as the Christchad, Meyer, 1973–79. Fundamentalist religion as a major force of successful mass mobilization belongs to the last decades of the 20th century, which have even witnessed a bizarre return to fashion among some intellectuals of what their educated grandfathers would have described as superstition and barbarism. Conversely, the ideologies, the programs, even the methods and forms of political organization which inspired the emancipation of dependent countries from dependency, backward ones from backwardness, were Western, liberal, socialist, communist and/or nationalist, secularist and suspicious of clericalism, using the devices developed for the purposes of public life in bourgeois societies, press, public meetings, parties, mass campaigns, even when the discourse adopted was, and had to be, in the religious vocabulary used by the masses. What this meant was that the history of the makers of the Third World transformations of this century is the history of elite minorities, and sometimes relatively minute ones, for, quite apart from the absence of the institutions of democratic politics almost everywhere, only a tiny stratum possessed the requisite knowledge, education, or even elementary literacy. After all, before independence, over 90% of the population of the Indian subcontinent was illiterate. The number of those literate in a Western language, i.e. English, was even more exiguous, say 500,000 out of 300 million or so before 1914, or 1 in 600. Even the by far most education-hungry region, West Bengal, at the time of independence, 1949–50, had only 272 college students to every 100,000 of the population, 5 times as high as in the North Indian heartland. The role played by these numerically insignificant minorities was enormous. The 38,000 Parsi men of Bombay Presidency, one of the main administrative divisions of British India, at the end of the 19th century, more than 1/4 of whom were literate in English, not surprisingly became the elite of traders, industrialists, and financiers throughout the subcontinent. The 100 advocates to the High Court of Bombay admitted between 1890 and 1900 contained 2 major national leaders of independent India, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi and Vallabhbhai Patel, and the future founder of Pakistan, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Seal, 1968, p. 884, Misra, 1961, p. 328. The all-purpose function of such Western-educated elites may be illustrated by one Indian family of this writer's acquaintance. The father, a landowner and prosperous lawyer and social figure under the British, became a diplomat and eventually state governor after 1947. The mother was the first woman minister in the Indian National Congress provincial governments of 1937. Of the 4 children, all educated in Britain, 3 joined the Communist Party, 1 became Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Army, another eventually became a member of the Assembly for the party, a third, after checkered political fortunes, a minister in Mrs. Gandhi's government, while the 4th made his way into business. None of this means that the Westernizing elites necessarily accepted all the values of the states and cultures they took as their models. Their personal views might range from 100% assimilationism to a deep distrust of the West, combined with the conviction that only by adopting its innovations could the specific values of the native civilization be preserved or restored. The object of the most wholehearted and successful project of modernization, Japan since the Meiji Restoration, was not to westernize, but on the contrary to make traditional Japan viable. In the same way, what Third World activists read into the ideologies and programs they made their own was not so much the ostensible text as their own subtext. Thus in the period of independence, socialism, i.e. the Soviet communist version, appealed to decolonized governments, not only because the cause of anti-imperialism had always belonged to the metropolitan left, but even more because they saw the USSR as the model for overcoming backwardness by means of planned industrialization, a matter of far more urgent concern to them than the emancipation of whatever could be described in their countries as the proletariat, see pages 350 and 376. Similarly, while the Brazilian Communist Party never wavered in its commitment to Marxism, a particular kind of developmental nationalism became a fundamental ingredient in party policy from the early 1930s, even when it conflicted with labor interests considered separately from others. Martins Rodriguez, p. 437. Nevertheless, whatever the conscious or unconscious objectives of those who shaped the history of the backward world, modernization, that is to say, the imitation of Western-derived models, was the necessary and indispensable way to achieve them. This was all the more obvious, since the perspectives of the Third World elites and those of the mass of their populations differed very substantially, except insofar as white, i.e. North Atlantic, racism provided a common bond of resentment which could be shared by Maharajas and sweepers. Even so, it might well be less felt by men, and especially women, who were used to inferior status within any society, irrespective of its members' skin color. Outside the Islamic world, the case where a common religion provided such a bond, in this case of immutable superiority to the unbelievers, was unusual. 2. The world economy of capitalism in the age of empire penetrated and transformed virtually all parts of the globe, even if, after the October Revolution, it temporarily stopped at the frontiers of the USSR. That is why the Great Slump of 1929–33 was to be such a landmark in the history of anti-imperialism and Third World liberation movements. Whatever the economy, the wealth, the cultures, and political systems of countries had been before they came within reach of the North Atlantic octopus, they were all sucked into the world market, insofar as they were not dismissed by Western businessmen and governments as economically uninteresting, even if colorful, like the Bedouin of the great deserts before the discovery of oil or natural gas in their inhospitable habitat. Their value to the world market was essentially as suppliers of primary products, the raw materials for industry and energy and the products of farming and livestock rearing, and as an outlet for northern capital investment, mainly in government loans and the infrastructures of transport, communications, and cities, without which the resources of dependent countries could not be effectively exploited. In 1913 over 3/4 of all British overseas investment, and the British exported more capital than the rest of the world put together, was in government stocks, railways, ports and shipping. Brown, 1963, p. 153. The industrialization of the dependent world was still part of no one's game plan, even in countries like those of the southern cone of Latin America, where it seemed logical to process such locally produced foodstuffs as meat into more easily transportable form as tins of corned beef. After all, canning sardines and bottling port wine had not industrialized Portugal, nor was it intended that it should. In fact, the basic pattern in the minds of most northern governments and entrepreneurs was one in which the dependent world paid for its imports of their manufactures by the sale of its primaries. This had been the foundation of the British-dominated world economy in the pre-1914 period, Age of Empire, Chapter 2, although, with the exception of the countries of so-called settler capitalism, the dependent world was not a particularly rewarding export market for manufacturers. The 300 million inhabitants of the Indian subcontinent, the 400 million Chinese, were too poor and supplied too many of their everyday needs locally to buy much from anyone. Fortunately for the British in their age of economic hegemony, their 700 million pennies worth added up to enough to keep the Lancashire cotton industry in business. Its interest, like that of all northern producers, was obviously to make the dependent market, such as it was, completely dependent on their production, i.e. to agrarianize it. Whether or not they had this object, they could not succeed, partly because the local markets created by the very absorption of economies into a world market society, a society of buying and selling, stimulated local consumer goods production, which it was cheaper to set up locally, and partly because many of the economies in the dependent regions, especially in Asia, were highly complex structures with long histories of manufacture, considerable sophistication, and impressive technical and human resources and potential. So the giant entrepot port cities which came to be the characteristic links between the North and the dependent world, from Buenos Aires and Sydney to Bombay, Shanghai, and Saigon, developed local industry in the shelter of their temporary protection from imports, even if that was not the intention of their rulers. It would hardly take much to make local textile producers in Ahmedabad or Shanghai, whether native or agents for some foreign firm, supply the Indian or Chinese market close by, with the cotton goods hitherto imported from distant and high-cost Lancashire. In fact, this is what happened in the aftermath of the First World War, and it broke the neck of the British cotton industry. And yet, when we consider how logical Marx's prediction of the eventual spread of the Industrial Revolution to the rest of the world seemed, it is astonishing how little industry had left the world of developed capitalism before the end of the era of empires, and indeed before the 1970s. In the late 1930s, the only major change in the world map of industrialization was that due to the Soviet five-year plans, see Chapter 2. As late as 1960, the old heartlands of industrialization in Western Europe and North America produced over 70% of gross world output and almost 80% of the world's value added in manufacturing, i.e. industrial output. Harris, 1987, pages 102-3. The really dramatic shift away from the Old West, including the major rise of the Japanese industry, which in 1960 turned out only something like 4% of world industrial production, came in the last third of the century. Not until the 1970s did economists begin to write books on the new international division of labor, i.e. the beginning of the deindustrialization of the old heartlands. Evidently imperialism, the old international division of labor, had a built-in tendency to reinforce the industrial monopoly of the old core countries. To this extent the interwar Marxists, joined later by the post-1945 dependency theorists of various brands, had clear grounds for their attacks on imperialism as a mode of ensuring the continued backwardness of the backward countries. Yet paradoxically it was the relative immaturity of the development of the capitalist world economy, and, more exactly, of the technology of transport and communication, which kept industry located in its original homelands. There was nothing in the logic of profit-making enterprise and capital accumulation to keep the manufacture of steel in Pennsylvania or the Ruhr forever, although it is no cause for surprise that governments of industrial countries, especially if inclined to protectionism or with large colonial empires, should do their best to stop potential competitors from harming the homeland's industry. but even imperial governments could have reasons to industrialize their colonies, even though the only case where they did so systematically was Japan, which developed heavy industries in Korea, annexed in 1911, and, after 1931, in Manchuria and Taiwan, because these resource-rich colonies were sufficiently close to the exiguous and notoriously raw material-poor homeland to serve Japanese national industrialization directly. Yet even in the greatest of colonies, the discovery, during the First World War, that India had not been in a position to manufacture enough for industrial self-sufficiency and military defense led to a policy of government protection and direct participation in the country's industrial development. Misra, 1961, pages 239, 256. If war brought the drawbacks of insufficient colonial industry home even to imperial administrators, the slump of 1929-33 put them under financial pressure. As agricultural revenues fell, the income of colonial government had to be shored up by higher duties on manufactured goods, including the home country's own, British, French or Dutch. For the first time Western firms, which had hitherto imported freely, had a strong incentive to set up local production facilities in these marginal markets. Holland, 1985, p. 13. Still, even allowing for war and slump, the dependent world in the first half of the short 20th century remained overwhelmingly agrarian and rural. That is why the great leap forward of the world economy in the third quarter of the century was to prove so dramatic a turning point in its fortunes. 3. Practically all parts of Asia, Africa, and Latin/Caribbean America were and felt themselves to be dependent on what happened in a few states of the Northern Hemisphere, but, outside the Americas, most of them were also owned, administered, or otherwise dominated and commanded by them. This applied even to those left with their own native authorities, e.g. as protectorates or princely states, for it was well understood that the advice of the British or French representative at the court of the local emir, bey, raja, king, or sultan, was compelling. It was true even in formally independent states like China, where foreigners enjoyed extraterritorial rights and supervision over some of the central functions of sovereign states, such as revenue collection. In these areas the problem of getting rid of foreign rule was bound to arise. This was not so in Central and South America, which consisted almost wholly of sovereign states, even though the USA, but no one else, was inclined to treat the smaller Central American ones as de facto protectorates, especially in the first and last thirds of the century. The colonial world has been so completely transformed into a collection of nominally sovereign states since 1945 that it must seem, in retrospect, that this was not only inevitable but what the colonial peoples had always wanted. This is almost certainly true in those countries which looked back on a long history as political entities, the great Asian empires, China, Persia, the Ottomans, and perhaps one or two other countries like Egypt, especially when they were built round a substantial Staatsvolk or state people like the Han Chinese or the believers in Shiite Islam as virtually the national religion of Iran. In such countries popular sentiment against foreigners could be easily politicized. It is no accident that China, Turkey, and Iran have all three been the scene of important autochthonous revolutions. However, such cases were exceptional. More often, the very concept of a permanent territorial political entity, with fixed frontiers separating it from other such entities, and subject exclusively to one permanent authority, i.e. the idea of the independent sovereign state which we take for granted, was meaningless to people, at least, even in areas of permanent and fixed agriculture, above the village level. Indeed, even where a clearly self-described or recognized people existed, which Europeans like to describe as a tribe, the idea that it could be territorially separated from other people with whom it coexisted and intermingled and divided functions was difficult to grasp, because it made little sense. In such regions the only foundation for such independent states of the 20th century type were the territories into which imperial conquest and rivalry had divided them, usually without any reference to local structures. The post-colonial world is thus almost entirely divided by the frontiers of imperialism. Moreover, those inhabitants of the Third World who most resented the Westerners, whether as unbelievers, as bringers of all manner of disruptive and godless modern innovations, or simply out of resistance to any change in ordinary people's ways of life, which they, not unjustifiably, supposed would be for the worse, were equally opposed to the elite's justified conviction that modernization was indispensable. This made a common front against the imperialists difficult, even in colonial countries where all members of the subject people bore the common burden of the colonialists' contempt for the inferior race. The major task of middle-class nationalist movements in such countries was how to acquire the support of the essentially traditionalist and anti-modern masses without jeopardizing their own modernizing project. The dynamic Bal Gangadhar Tilak, 1856–1920, in the early days of Indian nationalism, was right in supposing that the best way to win mass support, even among the lower middle classes, and not only in his native part of western India, was by defending the sanctity of cows and the marriage of 10-year-old girls, and asserting the spiritual superiority of the ancient Hindu or Aryan civilization and its religion to modern Western civilization and its native admirers. The first important phase of Indian nationalist militancy, from 1905 to 1910, was largely conducted in such nativist terms, not least among the young terrorists of Bengal. Eventually Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, 1869–1948, was to succeed in mobilizing the villages and bazaars of India in their tens of millions by very much the same appeal to nationalism as Hindu spirituality, though taking care not to break the common front with the modernizers, of whom, in a real sense, he was one. See Age of Empire, Chapter 13, and to avoid the antagonism to Mohammedan India, which was always implicit in a militantly Hindu approach to nationalism. He invented the politician as saint, revolution by the collective act of passivity, nonviolent non-cooperation, and even social modernization, such as the rejection of the caste system, by exploiting the reforming potential contained within the endlessly changing and all-embracing ambiguities of an evolving Hinduism. He succeeded beyond anyone's wildest hopes, or fears. And yet, as he himself recognized at the end of his life, before being assassinated by a militant in the Tilak tradition of Hindu exclusiveness, he had failed in his fundamental endeavor. In the long run it was impossible to reconcile what moved the masses and what had to be done. In the end, free India was to be governed by those who did not look back to a revival in India of ancient times, who had no sympathy or understanding of them. Looked to the West and felt greatly attracted by Western progress, Nehru, 1936, pages 23–24. Yet, at the time this book is written, the tradition of Tilak's anti-modernism, now represented by the militant BJP party, remained as the major focus of popular opposition, and, then as now, it is the major divisive force in India, not only among the masses, but also among the intellectuals. Mahatma Gandhi's brief attempt at a Hinduism both populist and progressive has sunk from sight. A similar pattern emerged in the Muslim world, although there, except after successful revolutions, all modernizers always had to pay their respects to universal popular piety, whatever their private beliefs. However, unlike India, the attempts to read a reforming or modernizing message into Islam were not designed to mobilize the masses and did not do so. The disciples of Jamal al-Din al-Afghani, 1839–97, in Iran, Egypt, and Turkey, of his follower Muhammad Abduh, 1849–1905, in Egypt, of the Algerian Abdul Hamid ben Badis, 1889–1940, were not to be found in the villages but in schools and colleges, where the message of resistance to the European powers would in any case have found sympathetic audiences. Nevertheless, the real revolutionaries of the Islamic world, and those who came to the top there were, as we have seen, Chapter 5, non-Islamic secular modernizers, men like Kemal Ataturk, who substituted the bowler hat for the Turkish fez, itself a 19th-century innovation, Roman letters for the Islam-tainted Arabic script and, in fact, broke the links between Islam, state, and law. Nevertheless, as recent history again confirms, mass mobilization was most easily achieved on the basis of anti-modern mass piety, Islamic fundamentalism. In short, a profound conflict separated the modernizers, who were also the nationalists, an entirely untraditional concept, and the common people of the Third World. Anti-imperialist and anti-colonial movements before 1914 were, therefore, less prominent than one might think in the light of almost total liquidation of the Western and Japanese colonial empires within half a century of the outbreak of the First World War. Even in Latin America, hostility to economic dependency in general and to the USA in particular, the only imperial state which insisted on a military presence in the region, was not then an important asset in local politics. The only empire that faced serious problems in some areas, i.e. problems which could not be handled by police operations, was the British. By 1914 it had already conceded internal autonomy to the colonies of mass white settlement, known from 1907 as Dominions, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and it was committed to autonomy, home rule, for ever troublesome Ireland. In India and Egypt it was already clear that imperial interests and local demands for autonomy, even for independence, might require political solutions. After 1905 one could even speak of some element of mass support for the nationalist movement in India and Egypt. However, the First World War was the first set of events which seriously shook the structure of world colonialism, as well as destroying two empires, the German and the Ottoman, whose former possessions were divided, mainly between the British and the French, and temporarily knocking out a third, Russia, which recovered its Asian dependencies within a few years. The strains of the war on the dependencies, whose resources Britain needed to mobilize, generated unrest. The impact of the October Revolution and the general collapse of old regimes, followed by de facto Irish independence for the 26 southern counties, 1921, made foreign empires look mortal for the first time. At the end of the war an Egyptian party, said Zaklulswaft, delegation, inspired by President Wilson's rhetoric, for the first time demanded complete independence. 3 years of struggle, 1919 to 22, forced the British to transform their protectorate into a semi-independent Egypt under British control, a formula which Britain also found convenient for the management of all but one of the Asian areas it took over from the Turkish Empire, Iraq and Transjordan. The exception was Palestine, which they administered directly, vainly trying to reconcile the promises made during the war both to Zionist Jews, in return for support against Germany, and Arabs, in return for support against the Turks. It was less easy for Britain to find a simple formula for maintaining control over the largest colony of all, India, where the slogan of self-rule, Swaraj, adopted by the Indian National Congress for the first time in 1906, now edged increasingly towards complete independence. The revolutionary years 1918 to 22 transformed mass nationalist politics in the subcontinent, partly by turning the Muslim masses against the British, partly by the lapse into bloodthirsty hysteria of a British general in the turbulent year 1919, who massacred an unarmed crowd in an exitless enclosure, killing several hundreds, the Amritsar massacre, but chiefly by the combination of a wave of workers' strikes combined with the mass civil disobedience called for by Gandhi and a radicalized Congress. For a moment an almost millennial mood seized the liberation movement. Gandhi announced that Swaraj would be won by the end of 1921. The government did not seek to minimize in any way the fact that great anxiety is caused by the situation, as the towns were paralysed by non-cooperation, the countryside in large areas of North India, Bengal, Orissa and Assam was in uproar and a large proportion of the Mohammedan population throughout the country are embittered and sullen, CMD 1586, 1922, p. 13. From now on India became intermittently ungovernable. Probably it was only the hesitation of most Congress leaders, including Gandhi, to plunge their country into the savage darkness of an uncontrollable insurrection by the masses, their own lack of confidence, and the conviction of most nationalist leaders, shaken but not utterly destroyed, that the British were genuinely committed to Indian reform that saved the British Raj. After Gandhi called off the campaign of civil disobedience early in 1922, on the grounds that it had led to the massacre of policemen in one village, it can reasonably be claimed that British rule in India depended on his moderation, far more than on police and army. The conviction was not unjustified. While there was a powerful bloc of die-hard imperialism in Britain, of which Winston Churchill made himself the spokesman, the effective view of the British ruling class after 1919 was that some form of Indian self-rule similar to Dominion status was ultimately unavoidable, and the future of Britain in India depended on coming to terms with the Indian elite, including the nationalists. An end to unilateral British rule in India was henceforth only a question of time. Since India was the core of the entire British Empire, the future of that empire as a whole, therefore, now seemed uncertain, except in Africa and the scattered islands of the Caribbean and Pacific, where paternalism still ruled unchallenged. Never had a larger area of the globe been under the formal or informal control of Britain than between the two world wars, but never before had the rulers of Britain felt less confident about maintaining their old imperial supremacy. This was one major reason why, when the position became unsustainable after the Second World War, the British, by and large, did not resist decolonization. It is perhaps also the reason why other empires, notably the French, but also the Dutch, fought with arms to maintain their colonial positions after 1945. Their empires had not been shaken by the First World War. The only major headache of the French was that they had not yet completed their conquest of Morocco, but the warlike Berber clansmen of the Atlas Mountains were essentially a military rather than a political problem and, in fact, a rather greater one for Spain's Moroccan colony, where a local highland intellectual, Abd el-Krim, proclaimed a Rif Republic in 1923. Enthusiastically backed by French communists and others on the left, Abd el-Krim was defeated in 1926 with French help, after which the Mountain Berbers returned to their habitual pursuits of fighting in the French and Spanish colonial armies abroad, and resisting any kind of central government at home. A modernizing anti-colonial movement in the French Islamic colonies and in French Indochina did not develop until well after the First World War, except for modest anticipations in Tunisia. 4. The years of revolution had shaken primarily the British Empire, but the Great Slump of 1929–33 shook the entire dependent world. For practically all of it the era of imperialism had been one of almost continuous growth, unbroken even by the World War from which most of them remained remote. Of course, many of its inhabitants were not yet much involved in the expanding world economy, or did not feel themselves to be involved in any very novel way, for what did it matter to poor men and women who had dug and carried loads since the beginning of time in what exact global context they did so? Still, the imperialist economy brought substantial changes to the lives of ordinary people, especially in the regions of export-oriented primary production. Sometimes these changes had already surfaced in the sort of politics native or foreign rulers recognized. Thus, as the Peruvian haciendas were transformed, between 1900 and 1930, into coastal sugar factories and highland commercial sheep ranches, and the trickle of Indian labor migration to coast and city became a flow, new ideas seeped into the traditional hinterlands. By the early 1930s Huaysacancha, an especially remote community some 3,700 meters up the inaccessible Andean slopes, was already debating which of two national radical parties would best represent its interests. Smith, 1989, especially p. 175. Yet far more often nobody except the locals as yet knew or cared much how they changed. What, for instance, did it mean for economies which had hardly used money, or had used it only for a limited range of purposes, to move into an economy where it was the universal means of exchange, as happened in the Indo-Pacific seas? The meaning of goods, services, and transactions between people was transformed, and so consequently were the moral values of the society, and, indeed, its form of social distribution. Among the matrilineal rice-growing peasants of Negri Sembilan, Malaysia, the ancestral lands, cultivated mainly by the women, could only be inherited by or through women, but the new plots cleared in the jungle by the men, and on which supplementary crops were grown, such as fruit and vegetables, could be transmitted directly to men. But with the rise of rubber, a far more profitable crop than rice, the balance between the sexes changed, as inheritance from male to male gained ground. And this in turn strengthened the patriarchally minded leaders of Orthodox Islam, who were in any case trying to superimpose orthodoxy on local customary law, not to mention the local ruler and his kinfolk, another island of patrilineal descent in the local matrilineal lake, Firth, 1954. The dependent world was full of such changes and transformations in communities of people whose direct contact with the wider world was minimal, perhaps in this instance, only through a Chinese trader, himself in most cases originally a peasant or artisan emigrant from Fukien, whose culture had accustomed him to consistent effort, but above all to sophistication in matters of money, but otherwise equally far from the world of Henry Ford and General Motors, Friedman, 1959. And yet, the world economy as such seemed remote, because its immediate, recognizable impact was not cataclysmic, except perhaps in the rapidly growing cheap labor industrial enclaves of such regions as India and China, where labor conflict, even labor organization on the Western models, spread from 1917, and in the gigantic port and industrial cities through which the dependent world communicated with the world economy that determined their fortunes, Bombay, Shanghai, whose population grew from 200,000 in the mid-19th century to 3.5 million in the 1930s, Buenos Aires or, on a smaller scale, Casablanca, whose population reached 250,000, less than 30 years after it opened as a modern port, Barak, 1985, pages 517, 525. The Great Slump changed all this. For the first time the interests of dependent and metropolitan economies clashed visibly, if only because the prices of primary products, on which the Third World depended, collapsed so much more dramatically than those of the manufactured goods which they bought from the West, Chapter 3. For the first time colonialism and dependency became unacceptable even to those who had hitherto benefited from it. Students rioted in Cairo, Rangoon, and Jakarta, Batavia, not because they felt that some political millennium was in striking distance, but because depression had suddenly knocked away the supports which had made colonialism so acceptable to the generation of their parents, Holland 1985, p. 12. More than this, for the first time, other than during wars, the lives of ordinary people were shaken by earthquakes plainly not of natural origin, and which called for protest rather than prayer. A mass basis for political mobilization came into existence, especially where peasants had come to be heavily involved in the world market cash crop economy, as on the West African coast and in Southeast Asia. At the same time the slump destabilized both the national and international politics of the dependent world. The 1930s were, therefore, a crucial decade for the Third World, not so much because the slump led to political radicalization but rather because it established contact between the politicist minorities and the common people of their countries. This was so even in countries like India, where the nationalist movement already had mobilized mass support. A second wave of mass non-cooperation in the early 1930s, a new compromise constitution conceded by the British, and the first nationwide provincial elections in 1937 demonstrated the nationwide support of Congress, its members in the Ganges heartland rising from about 60,000 in 1935 to 1.5 million at the end of the 1930s, Tomlinson, 1976, p. 86. It was even more obvious in hitherto less mobilized countries. The outlines of the mass politics of the future began to emerge, dimly or clearly. Latin American populism based on authoritarian leaders seeking the support of urban workers, political mobilization by labor union leaders with a future as party leaders, as in the British Caribbean, a revolutionary movement with a strong base among labor migrants to and returners from France, as in Algeria, a communist-based national resistance with strong agrarian links, as in Vietnam. At the very least, as in Malaya, the Depression years fractured the bonds between colonial authorities and peasant masses, leaving a space for the rise of future politics. By the end of the 1930s, the crisis of colonialism had spread to other empires, although two of them, the Italian, which had just conquered Ethiopia, and the Japanese, which was trying to conquer China, were still expanding, though not for long. In India, the new constitution of 1935, an unhappy compromise with the rising forces of Indian nationalism, proved to be a major concession to it through the almost nationwide electoral triumph of Congress. In French North Africa, serious political movements emerged for the first time in Tunisia. In Algeria, there were even some stirrings in Morocco, whilst mass agitation under communist leadership, orthodox and dissident, became substantial for the first time in French Indochina. The Dutch managed to keep control in Indonesia, a region which feels the movements in the east as not many other countries do. Van Asbeck, 1939, not because it was quiet, but mainly because the forces of opposition, Islamic, communist, and secular nationalist, were divided among themselves and against each other. Even in what colonial ministries regarded as the somnolent Caribbean, a series of strikes in the oil fields of Trinidad and the plantations and cities of Jamaica between 1935 and 1938 turned into riots and island-wide clashes, revealing a hitherto unrecognized mass disaffection. Only sub-Saharan Africa still remained quiescent, although even there the slump years brought the first mass labor strikes after 1935, starting on the Central African Copper Belt, and London began to urge colonial governments to create labor departments, take steps to improve workers' conditions and stabilize labor forces, recognizing the current system of rural men's migration from village to mine as socially and politically destabilizing. The strike wave of 1935 to 40 was Africa-wide. But it was not yet political in an anti-colonial sense, unless we count as political the spread of black-oriented African churches and prophets and of such rejectors of worldly governments as the American-derived Millennial Watchtower movement on the Copper Belt. For the first time, colonial governments began to reflect on the destabilizing effect of economic change on rural African society, which was actually passing through a notable era of prosperity, and to encourage research on this topic by social anthropologists. However, politically, danger seemed remote. In the countryside, this was the golden age of the white administrator, with or without the compliant chief, sometimes created for this purpose where colonial administration was indirect. In the cities, a dissatisfied class of educated urban Africans was already sufficiently large in the mid-1930s to maintain a flourishing political press, such as the African Morning Post on the Gold Coast, Ghana, the West African Pilot in Nigeria, and the Éclaireur de la Côte d'Ivoire on the Ivory Coast. It led a campaign against senior chiefs and the police. It demanded measures of social reconstruction. It urged the cause of the unemployed and of the African farmers hit by the economic crisis. Hodgkin, 1961, p. 32. The leaders of local political nationalism were already emerging, influenced by ideas from the black movement in the USA, from the France of the Popular Front era, the ideas circulating in the West African Students' Union in London, even from the Communist movement. Some of the future presidents of the future African republics were already on the scene: Kenya's Jomo Kenyatta, 1889–1978, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, later president of Nigeria. None of this as yet caused sleepless nights in European colonial ministries. Did the universal end of colonial empires, though probable, actually seem imminent in 1939? Not if the present writer's memory of a school for British and colonial student communists in that year is any guide. And nobody was likely to have higher expectations at that time than impassioned and hopeful young Marxist militants. What transformed the situation was the Second World War. Though it was far more than this, it was unquestionably an inter-imperialist war, and, until 1943, the great colonial empires were on the losing side. France collapsed ignominiously, and many of its dependencies survived by permission of the Axis powers. The Japanese overran what there was of the British, Dutch, and other Western colonies in Southeast Asia and the Western Pacific. Even in North Africa, the Germans occupied what they chose to control up to a few score miles west of Alexandria. At one point the British seriously considered withdrawing from Egypt. Only Africa south of the deserts remained under firm Western control, and indeed the British managed to liquidate the Italian Empire in the Horn of Africa with little trouble. What fatally damaged the old colonialists was the proof that white men and their states could be defeated, shamefully and dishonorably, and that the old colonial powers were patently too weak, even after a victorious war, to restore their old positions. The test of the British Raj in India was not the major rebellion organized by Congress in 1942 under the slogan "Quit India," for they suppressed it without serious difficulty. It was that, for the first time, up to 55,000 Indian soldiers defected to the enemy to form an Indian National Army under a left-wing Congress leader, Subhas Chandra Bose, who had decided to seek Japanese support for Indian independence. Bhargava/Singh Gill, 1988, p. 10, Serene, 1988, pages 20-21. Japanese policy, possibly under the influence of the Navy, more sophisticated than the soldiers, exploited the skin color of its people to claim merit as a liberator of colonies, with substantial success, except among the overseas Chinese and in Vietnam, where it maintained the French administration. An assembly of Greater East Asiatic nations was even organized in Tokyo in 1943, attended by the presidents or prime ministers of Japanese-sponsored China, India, Thailand, Burma, and Manchuria, but not Indonesia, which was offered even Japanese independence only when the war was lost. The colonial nationalists were too realistic to be pro-Japanese, though they appreciated the support from Japan, especially when this was substantial, as in Indonesia. When the Japanese were about to lose, they turned against them, but they never forgot how weak the old Western empires had proved to be. Nor did they overlook the fact that the two powers which had actually defeated the Axis, Roosevelt's USA and Stalin's USSR, were both, for different reasons, hostile to the old colonialism, even though American anti-communism soon made Washington the defender of conservatism in the Third World. Not surprisingly, the old colonial systems first broke in Asia. Syria and Lebanon, formerly French, became independent in 1945, India and Pakistan in 1947, Burma, Ceylon, Sri Lanka, Palestine, Israel, and the Dutch East Indies, Indonesia, in 1948. In 1946 the USA had granted formal status of independence to the Philippines, which it had occupied since 1898. The Japanese Empire had, of course, disappeared in 1945. Islamic North Africa was already shaking, but still held. Most of sub-Saharan Africa and the islands of the Caribbean and Pacific remained relatively quiet. Only in parts of Southeast Asia was this political decolonization seriously resisted, notably in French Indochina, the present Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, where the communist resistance had declared independence after liberation under the leadership of the noble Ho Chi Minh. The French, supported by the British and later the USA, conducted a desperate rearguard action to reconquer and hold a country against the victorious revolution. They were defeated and forced to withdraw in 1954, but the USA prevented the unification of the country and maintained a satellite regime in the southern part of a divided Vietnam. After this in turn looked like collapsing, the USA waged 10 years of major war in Vietnam itself, until it was finally defeated and forced to withdraw in 1975, having dropped more high explosive on the unhappy country than had been used in the whole of the Second World War. Resistance in the rest of Southeast Asia was patchier. The Dutch, who turned out to be rather better than the British in decolonizing their Indian Empire without partitioning it, were too weak to maintain adequate military power in the huge Indonesian archipelago, most of whose islands would have been quite prepared to keep them as counterweight to the predominance of the 55 million strong Javanese. They gave up when they discovered that the USA did not consider Indonesia an essential front against world communism, unlike Vietnam. Indeed, so far from being under communist leadership, the new Indonesian nationalists had just put down an insurrection by the local Communist Party in 1948, an event which convinced the USA that Dutch military power would be better employed in Europe against the supposed Soviet threat than to maintain their empire. So the Dutch gave up, only maintaining a colonial foothold in the western half of the great Melanesian island of New Guinea, until this also was transferred to Indonesia in the 1960s. The British in Malaya found themselves caught between the traditional sultans who had done well out of empire and two different and mutually suspicious bodies of inhabitants, the Malays and the Chinese, each radicalized in different ways, the Chinese by the Communist Party, which had gained much influence as the only body of resistors to the Japanese. Once the Cold War had broken out, no question of allowing communists, let alone Chinese ones, into power or office in an ex-colony could arise, but after 1948 it took the British 12 years, 50,000 troops, 60,000 police and a home guard of 200,000 to defeat a primarily Chinese guerrilla insurrection and war. It may well be asked whether Britain would have paid the costs of these operations so willingly if Malaya's tin and rubber had not been such reliable dollar earners, thus guaranteeing the stability of sterling. However, the decolonization of Malaya would in any case have been a rather complex affair and was not achieved to the satisfaction of Malay conservatives and Chinese millionaires until 1957. In 1965 the mainly Chinese island of Singapore broke away to constitute itself an independent, and very rich, city-state. Unlike the French and the Dutch, Britain had learned by long experience in India that once a serious nationalist movement existed, the only way to hold on to the advantages of empire was to let go of formal power. The British withdrew from the Indian subcontinent in 1947 before their inability to control it became patent, and without the slightest resistance. Ceylon, renamed Sri Lanka in 1972, and Burma were also given their independence, the former to its welcome surprise, the latter with more hesitation, since the Burmese nationalists, though led by an anti-fascist People's Freedom League, had also cooperated with the Japanese. Indeed, they were so hostile to Britain that, alone of all decolonized British possessions, Burma immediately refused to join the British Commonwealth, the non-committal association by which London tried to maintain at least the memory of the British Empire. In this it anticipated even Ireland, which declared itself a republic outside the Commonwealth in the same year. All the same, while the rapid and peaceful retreat of Britain from the largest bloc of humanity ever subdued and administered by a foreign conqueror was a credit to the British Labour government which came to power at the end of the Second World War, it was far from an unqualified success. It was achieved at the cost of a blood-stained partition of India into a Muslim Pakistan and a non-denominational, but overwhelmingly Hindu India, in the course of which perhaps several 100,000 people were massacred by religious opponents and several more millions were driven from their ancestral homes into what was now a foreign country. This had not been part of the plan of either Indian nationalism or Muslim movements or of the imperial rulers. How the idea of a separate Pakistan, whose very concept and name was only invented by some students in 1932-33, became reality by 1947 is a question that continues to haunt both scholars and dreamers about the if-onlys of history. Since, as we can see with the wisdom of hindsight, the partition of India along religious lines established a sinister precedent for the world's future, it needs some explanation. In a sense it was nobody's or everybody's fault. In the elections under the 1935 Constitution, Congress had triumphed, even in most Muslim areas, and the National Party claiming to represent the minority community, the Muslim League, had done rather poorly. The rise of a secular and non-sectarian, Indian National Congress naturally made many Muslims, most of them, like most Hindus, still non-voters, nervous of Hindu power, since the majority of the Congress leaders in a predominantly Hindu country were likely to be Hindus. Instead of recognizing these fears and giving Muslims special representation, the election seemed to strengthen Congress' claims to be the only national party, representing both Hindus and Muslims. This is what caused the Muslim League under its formidable leader, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, to break with Congress and to set out on what became the road to potential separatism. However, not until 1940 did Jinnah drop his opposition to a separate Muslim state. It was the war that broke India in two. In one sense it was the last great triumph of the British Raj, and at the same time its last exhausted gasp. For the last time the Raj mobilized the men and the economy of India for a British war, on an even greater scale than in 1914-18, this time against the opposition of the masses now behind a party of national liberation, and, unlike the First World War, against imminent military invasion from Japan. The achievement was astonishing, but the costs were high. Congress opposition to the war kept its leaders out of politics and, after 1942, in jail. The strains of the war economy alienated important bodies of the Raj's political supporters among the Muslims, notably in the Punjab, and thus sent them to the Muslim League, which now became a mass force at the very moment when the government in Delhi, fearing the Congress's ability to sabotage the war effort, deliberately and systematically exploited Hindu-Muslim rivalry to immobilize the national movement. This time it can be truly said that Britain divided to rule. In its last desperate effort to win the war, the Raj destroyed not only itself but its moral legitimation, the achievement of a single Indian subcontinent in which all its multiple communities could coexist in relative peace under a single because impartial administration and law. When the war ended, the engine of communal politics could no longer be put into reverse. By 1950 Asian decolonization was complete, except in Indochina. Meanwhile the region of Western Islam, from Persia, Iran, to Morocco, was transformed by a series of popular movements, revolutionary coups and insurrections, starting with the nationalization of the Western oil companies in Iran, 1951, and the swing to populism of that country under Dr. Muhammad Mossadegh, 1880 to 1967, supported by the then powerful today, Communist Party. Not surprisingly, communist parties in the Middle East acquired some influence in the aftermath of the Great Soviet victory. Mossadegh was to be overthrown by an Anglo-American Secret Service coup in 1953. The Revolution of the Free Officers in Egypt, 1952, led by Gamal Abdel Nasser, 1918-70, and the subsequent overthrow of Western client regimes in Iraq, 1958, and Syria could not be so reversed, though the British and French, combining with the new anti-Arab state of Israel, tried their best to overthrow Nasser in the Suez War of 1956, CP 359. However, the French bitterly resisted the rising for national independence in Algeria, 1954-62, one of those territories, like South Africa and, in a different manner, Israel, where the coexistence of an indigenous population with a large body of European settlers made the problem of decolonization particularly intractable. The Algerian War was thus a conflict of peculiar brutality which helped to institutionalize torture in the armies, police, and security forces of countries that purported to be civilized. It popularized the subsequently widespread and infamous use of torture by electric shocks applied to tongues, nipples, and genitalia, and led to the overthrow of the Fourth Republic, 1958, and almost to that of the Fifth, 1961, before Algeria won the independence which General de Gaulle had long recognized as inevitable. Meanwhile the French government had quietly negotiated the autonomy and, 1956, independence of the two other North African protectorates, Tunisia, which became a republic, and Morocco, which remained a monarchy. In the same year the British quietly let go of the Sudan, which had become untenable when they lost control over Egypt. It is not clear when the old empires realized that the age of empire was definitely at an end. Certainly, in retrospect, the attempt by Britain and France to reassert themselves as global imperial powers in the Suez Adventure of 1956 seems more doomed than it evidently did to the governments of London and Paris, who planned a military operation to overthrow the revolutionary Egyptian government of Colonel Nasser, in conjunction with Israel. The episode was a catastrophic failure, except from the point of view of Israel, all the more ridiculous for the combination of indecision, hesitation and unconvincing disingenuousness by the British Prime Minister, Anthony Eden. The operation, barely launched, was called off under the pressure of the USA, pushed Egypt towards the USSR, and ended for good what has been called Britain's moment in the Middle East, the epoch of unquestioned British hegemony in that region since 1918. At all events, by the late 1950s it had become clear to the surviving old empires that formal colonialism had to be liquidated. Only Portugal continued to resist its dissolution, since its backward, politically isolated and marginalized metropolitan economy could not afford neocolonialism. It needed to exploit its African resources and, since its economy was uncompetitive, could do so only through direct control. South Africa and Southern Rhodesia, the African states with substantial white settler populations, except for Kenya, also refused to go along with policies which would inevitably produce African-dominated regimes, and Southern Rhodesia even declared white settler independence, 1965, from Britain to avoid this fate. However, Paris, London and Brussels, the Belgian Congo, decided that the voluntary grant of formal independence with economic and cultural dependence was preferable to lengthy struggles likely to end in independence under left-wing regimes. Only in Kenya was there a substantial popular insurrection and guerrilla war, though one largely confined to sections of one local people, the Kikuyu, the so-called Mau Mau movement, 1952-56. Elsewhere the policy of prophylactic decolonization was pursued successfully, except in the Belgian Congo, where it almost immediately collapsed into anarchy, civil war, and international power politics. In British Africa the Gold Coast, now Ghana, which already had a mass party under a talented African politician and Pan-African intellectual, Kwame Nkrumah, was granted independence in 1957. In French Africa Guinea was pitchforked into an early and impoverished independence in 1958 when its leader, Sékou Touré, refused to join a French community offered by de Gaulle, which combined autonomy with strict dependence on the French economy, and was therefore, first among black African leaders, forced to look for help to Moscow. Almost all the remaining British, French, and Belgian colonies in Africa were turned loose in 1960-62, the rest shortly after. Only Portugal and the independent settler states resisted the trend. The larger British Caribbean colonies were quietly decolonized in the 1960s, the smaller islands at intervals between then and 1981, the Indian and Pacific Islands in the late 1960s and 1970s. In fact, by 1970 no territories of any significant size remained under direct administration by the former colonialist powers or their settler regimes, except in Central and Southern Africa, and, of course, in embattled Vietnam. The imperial era was at an end. Less than 3/4 of a century earlier, it had seemed indestructible. Even 30 years earlier, it covered most of the peoples of the globe. An irrecoverable part of the past, it became part of the sentimentalist literary and cinematic memories of the former imperial states, as a new generation of indigenous writers from formerly colonial countries began to produce a literature which began with the Age of Independence. It is worth observing that the simple dichotomy capitalist/socialist is political rather than analytical. It reflects the emergence of mass political labor movements whose socialist ideology was, in practice, little more than the concept of the present society, capitalism, turned inside out. This was reinforced, after October 1917, by the long red/anti-red Gold War of the short 20th century. Instead of classifying the economic systems of, say, the USA, South Korea, Austria, Hong Kong, West Germany and Mexico under the same heading of capitalism, it would be perfectly possible to classify them under several. Part 2. The Golden Age. Chapter 8. Cold War. Although Soviet Russia intends to spread her influence by all possible means, world revolution is no longer part of her program, and there is nothing in the internal conditions within the Union which might encourage a return to the old revolutionary traditions. Any comparison between the German menace before the war and a Soviet menace today must allow for fundamental differences. There is, therefore, infinitely less danger of a sudden catastrophe with the Russians than with the Germans. Frank Roberts, British Embassy, Moscow, to Foreign Office, London, 1946, Jensen, 1991, p.56. The war economy provides comfortable niches for tens of thousands of bureaucrats in and out of military uniform who go to the office every day to build nuclear weapons or to plan nuclear war, millions of workers whose jobs depend on the system of nuclear terrorism, scientists and engineers hired to look for that final technological breakthrough that can provide total security, contractors unwilling to give up easy profits, warrior intellectuals who sell threats and bless wars. Richard Barnett, 1981, p. 97. The 45 years from the dropping of the atom bombs to the end of the Soviet Union do not form a single homogeneous period in world history. As we shall see in the following chapters, they fall into two halves, the decades on either side of the watershed of the early 1970s, see chapters 9 and 14. Nevertheless, the history of the entire period was welded into a single pattern by the peculiar international situation which dominated it until the fall of the USSR, the constant confrontation of the two superpowers which emerged from the Second World War, the so-called Cold War. The Second World War had barely ended when humanity plunged into what can reasonably be regarded as a Third World War, though a very peculiar one. For, as the great philosopher Thomas Hobbes observed, war consisteth not in battle only, or the act of fighting, but in a tract of time, wherein the will to contend by battle is sufficiently known. Hobbes, chapter 13. The Cold War between the two camps of the USA and the USSR, which utterly dominated the international scene in the second half of the short 20th century, was unquestionably such a tract of time. Entire generations grew up under the shadow of global nuclear battles which, it was widely believed, could break out at any moment, and devastate humanity. Indeed, even those who did not believe that either side intended to attack the other found it hard not to be pessimistic, since Murphy's Law is one of the most powerful generalizations about human affairs: if it can go wrong, sooner or later it will. As time went on, more and more things were there which could go wrong, both politically and technologically, in a permanent nuclear confrontation based on the assumption that only the fear of mutually assured destruction, correctly concentrated into the acronym MAD, would prevent one side or the other from giving the ever-ready signal for the planned suicide of civilization. It did not happen, but for some 40 years it looked a daily possibility. The peculiarity of the Cold War was that, speaking objectively, no imminent danger of world war existed. More than this, in spite of the apocalyptic rhetoric on both sides, but especially on the American side, the governments of both the superpowers accepted the global distribution of force at the end of the Second World War, which amounted to a highly uneven but essentially unchallenged balance of power. The USSR controlled, or exercised predominant influence in one part of the globe, the zone occupied by the Red Army and or other communist armed forces at the end of the war, and did not attempt to extend its range of influence further by military force. The USA exercised control and predominance over the rest of the capitalist world as well as the Western Hemisphere and the oceans, taking over what remained of the old imperial hegemony of the former colonial powers. In return, it did not intervene in the zone of accepted Soviet hegemony. In Europe the demarcation lines had been drawn in 1943–45, both by agreement at various summit meetings between Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, and by virtue of the fact that only the Red Army could actually defeat Germany. There were a few uncertainties, notably about Germany and Austria, which were solved by the partition of Germany along the lines of the Eastern and Western occupation forces, and the withdrawal of all ex-belligerents from Austria. The latter became a sort of second Switzerland, a small country committed to neutrality, envied for its persistent prosperity and therefore described, correctly, as boring. The USSR accepted West Berlin as a Western enclave inside its German territory with reluctance, but was not prepared to fight the issue. The situation outside Europe was less clear-cut, except for Japan, where the USA from the start established a completely unilateral occupation that excluded not only the USSR but any other co-belligerent. The problem was that the end of the old colonial empires was predictable, and indeed in 1945 plainly imminent on the Asian continent, but the future orientation of the new post-colonial states was by no means clear. As we shall see, chapters 12 and 15, this was the zone in which the two superpowers continued, throughout the Cold War, to compete for support and influence, and hence the major zone of friction between them, and indeed the one where armed conflict was most likely, and actually broke out. Unlike Europe, not even the limits of the area under future communist control could be predicted, let alone agreed by negotiation in advance, however provisionally and ambiguously. Thus the USSR did not much want a communist takeover in China, but it took place nevertheless. However, even in what soon came to be called the Third World, the conditions for international stability began to emerge within a few years, as it became clear that most of the new post-colonial states, however unsympathetic to the USA and its camp, were non-communist, indeed mostly anti-communist in their domestic politics, and non-aligned, i.e. outside the Soviet military bloc, in international affairs. In short, the communist camp showed no sign of significant expansion between the Chinese Revolution and the 1970s, by which time communist China was no longer in it, see chapter 16. In effect, the world's situation became reasonably stable soon after the war and remained so until the middle 1970s, when the international system and its component units entered another period of lengthy political and economic crisis. Until then both the superpowers accepted the uneven division of the world, made every effort to settle demarcation disputes without an open clash between their armed forces that might lead to a war between them, and, contrary to ideology and Cold War rhetoric, worked on the assumption that long-term peaceful coexistence between them was possible. Indeed, when it came to the point, both trusted one another's moderation, even at times when they were officially on the brink of, or even engaged in, war. Thus during the Korean War of 1950-53, in which the Americans were officially involved, but not the Russians, Washington knew perfectly well that up to 150 Chinese planes were actually Soviet planes flown by Soviet pilots. Walker, 1993, pages 75-77. The information was kept dark, because it was correctly assumed that the last thing Moscow wanted was war. During the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, as we now know, Ball, 1992, Ball 1993, the main concern on both sides was how to prevent warlike gestures from being misinterpreted as actual moves to war. Until the 1970s this tacit agreement to treat the Cold War as a cold peace held good. The USSR knew, or rather learned, as early as 1953 that the US calls to roll back communism were mere radio histrionics, when Soviet tanks were quietly allowed to re-establish communist control against a serious working-class revolt in East Germany. From then on, as the Hungarian Revolution of 1956 confirmed, the West would keep out of the region of Soviet domination. The Cold War that actually tried to live up to its own rhetoric of a struggle for supremacy or annihilation was not the one in which basic decisions were taken by governments, but the shadowy contest between their various acknowledged and unacknowledged secret services, which in the West produced that most characteristic spin-off of the international tension, the fiction of espionage and covert killing. In this genre the British, through Ian Fleming's James Bond and John Le Carre's Our Sweet Heroes, both had served their time in the British Secret Services, maintained a steady superiority, thus compensating for their country's decline in the world of real power. However, except in some of the weaker countries of the Third World, the operations of KGB, CIA, and their like were trivial in terms of real power politics, though often dramatic. Was there, under these circumstances, a real danger of world war at any time during this long period of tension, except, of course, by the sort of accident which inevitably threatens those who skate long enough on sufficiently thin ice? It is hard to say. Probably the most explosive period was that between the formal enunciation of the Truman Doctrine in March 1947, I believe that it must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures, and April 1951, when the same U.S. President dismissed General Douglas MacArthur, commander of the U.S. forces in the Korean War, 1950-53, who pushed military ambition too far. This was the period when the American fear of social disintegration or revolution within the non-Soviet parts of Eurasia were not wholly fantastic. After all, in 1949 the Communists took over China. Conversely, the USSR found itself faced with a US which enjoyed the monopoly of nuclear arms and multiplied militant and threatening declarations of anti-communism, while the first cracks appeared in the solidity of the Soviet bloc as Tito's Yugoslavia broke away, 1948. Moreover, from 1949 on China was under a government which did not merely plunge readily into a major war in Korea, but, unlike all other governments, was willing to envisage actually fighting and surviving a nuclear holocaust. Anything might happen. Once the USSR acquired nuclear weapons, 4 years after Hiroshima in the case of the atom bomb, 1949, 9 months after the USA in the case of the hydrogen bomb, 1953, both superpowers plainly abandoned war as an instrument of policy against one another, since it was the equivalent of a suicide pact. Whether they seriously envisaged nuclear action against third parties, the USA in Korea in 1951, and to save the French in Vietnam in 1954, the USSR against China in 1969, is not quite clear, but in any case the weapons were not used. However, both used the nuclear threat, almost certainly without intending to carry it out. On some occasions, the USA to speed peace negotiations in Korea and Vietnam, 1953, 1954, the USSR to force Britain and France to withdraw from Suez in 1956. Unfortunately, the very certainty that neither superpower would actually want to press the nuclear button tempted both sides into using nuclear gesticulation for purposes of negotiation or, in the USA, for domestic politics, confident that the other did not want war either. This confidence proved justified, but at the cost of racking the nerves of generations. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, an entirely unnecessary exercise of this kind, almost plunged the world into an unnecessary war for a few days, and actually frightened even the top decision-makers into rationality for a while. 2. How then are we to explain the 40 years of an armed and mobilized confrontation, based on the always implausible, and in this case plainly baseless, assumption that the globe was so unstable that a world war might break out at any moment, and was held at bay only by unceasing mutual deterrence? In the first instance, the Cold War was based on a Western belief, absurd in retrospect but natural enough in the aftermath of the Second World War, that the age of catastrophe was by no means at an end, that the future of world capitalism and liberal society was far from assured. Most observers expected a serious post-war economic crisis, even in the USA, on the analogy of what had happened after the First World War. A future Nobel Prize economist in 1943 spoke of the possibility, in the USA, of the greatest period of unemployment and industrial dislocation which any economy has ever faced. Samuelson, 1943, p. 51. Indeed, the post-war plans of the U.S. government were far more concretely concerned with preventing another great slump than with preventing another war, a matter to which Washington gave only divided and provisional attention before victory. Kalko, 1969, pages 244-46. If Washington expected the great post-war troubles which undermined stability, social, political, and economic, in the world, Dean Acheson, cited in Kalko, 1969, p. 485, it was because at the end of the war the belligerent countries, with the exception of the USA, were a field of ruins inhabited by what seemed to Americans hungry, desperate, and probably radicalized peoples, only too ready to listen to the appeal of social revolution and economic policies incompatible with the international system of free enterprise, free trade, and investment by which the USA and the world were to be saved. Moreover, the pre-war international system had collapsed, leaving the USA facing an enormously strengthened communist USSR across large stretches of Europe and even vaster stretches of the non-European world, whose political future seemed quite uncertain, except that in this explosive and unstable world anything that happened was more likely than not to weaken both capitalism and the USA, and to strengthen the power which had come into existence by and for revolution. The immediate post-war situation in many of the liberated and occupied countries seemed to undermine the situation of moderate politicians, with little to support them except the Western Allies, and beset within and outside their governments by the Communists, who emerged from the war everywhere far stronger than at any time in the past, and sometimes as the largest parties and electoral forces of their countries. The socialist premier of France came to Washington to warn that, without economic support, he was likely to fall to the Communists. The terrible harvest of 1946, followed by the appalling winter of 1946–47, made both European politicians and American presidential advisers even more nervous.